Ma Xuan, born as a child of both the living and the dead, emerged into this world as a being of duality, capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang without hindrance. His mother entrusted him to his grandfather, relinquishing the chance to return to life in her corporeal form. In turn, his grandfather, feigning the role of an abandoned child's guardian, took him in, calling him grandson to the outside world. After 7 years of ceaseless wandering, he left behind a jade pendant that isolated the yin-yang body from probing eyes, along with wealth, before vanishing without a trace after handing Ma Xuan over to the old man Li. Upon graduating from university, with the death of old man Li, Ma Xuan found himself unburdened and resolute in his quest to locate his grandfather and confront the murderer of his mother. He also sought to discover his biological father, the man who had dared to embrace death in order to beget him with a corpse-like mother. With determination, he concealed the jade pendant and exposed his dual nature to malevolent forces and unprincipled individuals. Using his own body as bait, he embarked upon the path of yin and yang, a journey where gods slay gods and demons slay demons, undaunted by the specter of death. In the dead of night, on a rugged road, an elderly man, clutching a flashlight, made his way toward the village, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the wailing of an infant drew nearer, startling old man Li, who halted in his tracks. Glancing around at nothing but trees and hills, he murmured in confusion, "How can there be a child's cry? Could someone have abandoned a child here to fend for itself?" He followed the sound, arriving at a grave overgrown with weeds. If it were a recent burial, there had indeed been instances of children born from coffins that he had witnessed before. Yet, this grave was too old. He recognized it as belonging to the daughter of Mo Tianming, whom he had accompanied to the mountain 4 years prior. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, a chill enveloped the air. Despite having heard numerous eerie tales and experienced many strange occurrences, a sense of dread crept into his heart as he contemplated a human life potentially lost, and he steeled himself to investigate. As he searched, he muttered, "Mo girl, please do not frighten me. The child cries pitifully. I merely wish to take a look. Do not hold it against me." Eventually, he confirmed that the cries emanated from the grave itself, sending him into a panic as he fled, leaving one of his shoes behind. Arriving at Mo Tianming's home, he pounded on the gate, shouting, "Tianming, open up! Something terrible has happened." Awoken from a daze, Mo Tianming, appearing older than his 47 years, opened the door bare-chested, weariness etched across his face. "Uncle Li, what brings you here at such an hour? What calamity has befallen us?" Old man Li grasped his arm, urging him inside. "There is something amiss at your daughter's grave. I heard the cries of an infant. You must hurry and take a look." "What?" Mo Tianming froze momentarily, shaking off old man Li's grip, rushing to dress. He emerged wielding a hoe, his hands trembling, with no time for words as he dashed out. Observing his urgency, old man Li hurried from door to door, urging neighbors to arise. "Quickly! There is trouble. We need your help." Before long, a group of villagers, alerted to the commotion, arrived with torches and flashlights, only to find Uncle Ming already halfway through digging. "Come, we must dig faster. The child's cries have weakened," Mo Tianming shouted anxiously, sweat cascading down his forehead. The villagers joined in, uncertain if foul play was afoot, leading to a child's presence within the grave. In the strict reproductive policies of the 1980s, some parents, desperate for a son, had been known to abandon newborn daughters or cast them away when they could not afford to care for them. Perhaps a deranged individual had excavated the grave to conceal a child. As more villagers gathered, they did not entertain any supernatural notions. They worked together to remove stones and excavate the earth until the coffin was finally unearthed. Mo Tianming commanded, "Everyone turn away, do not look back, no matter what sounds you hear." Being a yin-yang master, he was well aware of the taboos surrounding the opening of graves, and the villagers complied, treating the matter with the gravitas it warranted. With a hoe, Mo Tianming pried the coffin open slightly, dark, malevolent energy escaping in a rush. He quickly stepped aside and formed hand seals, chanting, "The azure sky illuminates the moon, let all evil spirits retreat. Banish the sinister aura," as commanded. As he uttered the final incantation, the dark energy dissipated swiftly. Mo Tianming exhaled in relief. "You may turn around now." He stepped forward to fully open the coffin, though dread filled him as he averted his gaze, desperately searching until he spotted the child nestled beside the corpse, glistening in the dim light. To his horror, the hand adjacent to the child was not a skeletal remnant. He turned abruptly to gaze upon his daughter's face, unchanged since her burial, his heart wrenched in agony. His daughter had been merely 23, a prodigious talent taken too soon, her murderer still at large after 4 long years. The villagers, paralyzed by fear, recoiled in shock. They had never seen a body that had been buried for 4 years appear as if merely asleep. Kanming reached in to lift the child, wrapping him in his own shirt, and assured his daughter, "Rest easy, my dear. I will protect him with my very life." He placed the child on the grass beside him, reluctantly covering the coffin, and turned to the assembled villagers, stating, "My daughter was a master Yin-Yang practitioner. Her preservation in this state is not unusual. As for this child, he has merely been abandoned by those too irresponsible to care for him. Let us restore her resting place." A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, while Old Man Li felt his legs weaken, watching as they gradually restored the grave. The villagers, having arrived late, were oblivious to the fact that this grave had not been disturbed. The weeds had taken years to grow to such heights. Old Man Li had clearly heard Mo Timing's words. This child was indeed his daughter's offspring. The villagers assumed that the child had been left by parents unable to provide for him, grumbling as they worked. How could parents be so heartless, leaving a child in a grave? Were they afraid of being discovered? Indeed, thank goodness the child survived. Cradling the infant, Mo Tianming returned with the villagers to seek out mothers in the community for nourishment, ultimately declaring that he would adopt the child and name him Ma Xuan. In the subsequent nights, he departed the village with the child, and soon after, the townsfolk noticed that his daughter's coffin had vanished as well. 7 years later, I returned, renovated the house, ensured your care, and left behind wealth before departing, Old Man Li recounted, his frail face tinged with regret. I wonder how your grandfather fares now. I only wish I could have shown him the man you have become, raised under my care. As he spoke, Old Man Li's pride was palpable, but after a few coughs, he retrieved a cloth pouch from beneath his pillow. "Xin, this card contains some funds. Use it sparingly as you seek a home and employment in the city, and do not return. I have lived a solitary life, content that you will be there for my final moments. However, remember your grandfather's words. You are not an ordinary person. Do not disclose your identity, nor mention your mother or grandfather's names. That deal you understand." Ma Xuan nodded, eyes glistening. "Grandpa Li, I will remember. Do not worry." Now over 80, Old Man Li had been a steadfast guardian to Ma Xuan throughout the years, second only to his grandfather in kindness. In the days that followed, Old Man Li passed away. Ma Xuan did not weep. He quietly arranged the funeral and personally sought a favorable burial site on the mountain. Though sadness enveloped him, tears would not mend the issues at hand. Life and death are inevitable, and while he vowed to keep his grandfather and mother's names concealed, he would not remain idle. Previously, he had refrained from acting out of fear of endangering Old Man Li, but now, without hesitation, he resolved to investigate his mother's death and seek out his grandfather, determined that no one would thwart him. As he boarded the bus, Ma Xuan removed the jade pendant that suppressed his dual nature, wrapping it in a talisman before stowing it in his backpack. He was a born yin-yang body, not a result of the circumstances of his birth, but a product of his mother's death and her union with a living man. Moreover, the living partner must willingly engage. Possessing a vitality beyond the ordinary, the child would gestate in the coffin for 3 years before being born. Ma Xuan gazed out at the scenery, murmuring, "Father, who are you? Do you still live?" Chapter 2. The century-old female ghost. The conditions for giving birth to a yin-yang body are exceedingly stringent. It is not guaranteed that a young person's vitality will suffice for conception, especially considering the immense difficulty of a deceased individual becoming pregnant. Moreover, the young person would forever lose the ability to procreate, with the odds of survival being minuscule. Had the mother, as a yin corpse, harbored the slightest selfish desire, she could have utilized the yin-yang body to return to life, yet she refrained, perhaps to preserve a lingering memory for her grandfather, or perhaps because she could not bring herself to do so. Such individuals, possessing a yin-yang body, traverse freely between the realms of yin and yang, inevitably attracting the covetous attention of myriad malevolent entities. It was only thanks to his grandfather's protection and the jade pendant they later discovered. Designed to thwart prying eyes, that he was able to survive until now. Mo Xian retrieved a photograph from his wallet, featuring a woman with flowing black hair, captivating phoenix eyes, a high-nose bridge, and delicate pink lips. Smiling gently, he caressed the image for a moment before murmuring to himself, "Mother, shall we meet again?" He firmly believed that his mother could not possibly reincarnate, for having given birth to him without seizing a corporeal existence. She would surely not rest easy in departure. As the scenery outside rushed by, upon arriving in Wei City, Mo Xian shouldered his bag and sought a real estate agent, acquiring a rather inexpensive residence. When the sun began to set, he finalized the paperwork and held the keys in hand, only to hear an old man behind him exclaim, "Young man, you must not open that door." Turning to inquire, "Why not?" the old man replied, "This house is haunted. For 5 years, anyone who has moved in has either died or gone away. Do not be so foolish as to risk your life for a bargain." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if fearing the spirits within might overhear. Indeed, Mo Xian had anticipated such a warning upon learning the price. However, the location was excellent, conveniently close to the city center and well connected by transportation. The deal was simply too good to pass up. Besides, he sought to hone his skills. After 15 years of training, he had awaited this very moment. "Thank you, but my temper is fierce, and malevolent spirits dare not approach me," he declared, pushing open the door and stepping inside. The old man dared not follow, anxiously circling the entrance before departing. Inside, the house mirrored the photograph, boasting 2 stories. The first floor featured a courtyard with a rockery and a fish pond. Though the flower beds had succumbed to rampant weeds, in the southeast corner stood a jujube tree, its fruits and leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The layout was reasonable, lending a distinctly artistic air to the abode. Upon entering the house, he found a living room at the center of the first floor, flanked by a kitchen and a sunlit conservatory for nurturing plants, along with a room reminiscent of a piano studio. The second floor featured a central living area, with an Eastern study filled with an extensive collection of books, rivaling that of a bookstore, albeit dust-laden from years of neglect. After surveying the remaining rooms, he concluded that it comprised 4 bedrooms and a living room. Acquiring this property for merely $350,000 was undeniably a steal, especially with the abundance of furniture, allowing for a seamless move-in. The house's doors and windows were all tightly sealed with talismans, and after purchasing a broom and cloth from a nearby supermarket, he commenced cleaning the master bedroom, leaving the talismans undisturbed for the time being. Having completed a thorough cleaning, darkness soon enveloped the house, and the door began to creak ominously, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind that seemed to whisper sinister secrets. Mo Xian smirked, "Since you have arrived, whether you are a donkey or a horse, you must show your true self. No need to hide in the shadows." And no sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in a flowing red dress appeared before him, her pallid face hauntingly smeared with blood, nearly touching his nose. Most would have been paralyzed with fear, but Mo Xian calmly took a step back, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Do not be so eager. Or else, do not blame me for lacking decorum. After all, I have yet to encounter a female ghost." The ghost froze momentarily, perplexed by his words. Did he truly wish to consort with a spirit? As a yin-yang body, his fearlessness was anticipated, and she sensed a hidden agenda. Retaining her distance, she warned, "Whoever you are, leave at once." Mo Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, by your appearance, you must possess centuries of cultivation. Yet please understand, this is my territory now. If you wish to reside here, you must seek my permission. It is not up to you to create chaos." Upon his declaration, the ghost lunged forward, her elongated black nails poised to strike. Mo Xian reacted swiftly, drawing a talisman in the air and chanting, "Where the heavens are clear, all evils are quelled. Be the power inscribed. I command you to be subdued, urgent as the law commands. I summon." A drop of his blood mingled with the incantation, scattering in the air as the drawn talisman transformed into a crimson light, which he forcefully directed towards the ghost. The power of the talisman astonished her, for it contained the essence of heavenly might. How could this person wield such authority? She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable presence. In a desperate attempt, she unleashed a torrent of black mist to counteract. But as the Yin energy collided with the talisman, it was swiftly consumed. The ghost dared not confront him directly, vanishing into the wall. only to be expelled moments later, colliding with the protective talisman. Ah! She shrieked as she crashed against the headboard, clutching her chest in terror. Mo Xian stepped forward, placing his foot upon her neck. For a yin-yang person to touch a ghost was a common occurrence. He pinned her against the wall, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Are you still attempting to escape? With that, he nonchalantly sat on the mattress, propping his foot on his wrist, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Oh, you are quite the character. If you dare utter a single falsehood in response to my inquiries, I shall ensure your immediate obliteration. The ghost, realizing her predicament, knew she stood no chance against him. Such a being, capable of commanding the laws of the universe, could end her existence in an instant. Reluctantly, she assumed a more subdued demeanor. You may ask your questions. How long have you lingered here? Why do you not reincarnate and start anew, instead of remaining? Mo Xian sought to discern her motives before proceeding. The ghost, honest in her reply, recounted, My original name was Lu Susu, the daughter of a county magistrate 300 years ago. I fell in love with a scholar, but my family disapproved and confined me, preventing our meetings. My stepmother, seeking to ingratiate herself with the powerful, poisoned me while my father was away, intending to arrange a ghostly marriage for me with the son of an official. My soul was captured as a result. In an effort to save me, my beloved disguised himself as a guard and stole the jade butterfly, which contained my soul, along with the talisman. After hiding me away, he feared my stepmother might reveal my fate to malevolent forces, so he claimed to have killed the man intended for my ghostly marriage, and he never returned. As she spoke, her voice grew sorrowful, blood tears streaming from her eyes, which she wiped away before continuing. I have waited within the jade butterfly all this time, and gradually, this house was built, yet I have not departed. Mo Xian's lips twitched. The tale was undeniably tragic. The man had shown remarkable courage, while the woman exhibited profound loyalty, waiting for centuries. Suddenly, he seized upon a critical point. Wait, you mentioned you have always been here. Why, then, did the hauntings not occur until now? Lu Susu, feeling a twinge of grievance, replied, The hauntings only began upon your arrival, for your yin-yang body attracts malevolent spirits, and I wished for solitude, merely wanting to continue my quiet wait. The disturbances in the past were due to the original owner's cousin, who was greedy. After making a fortune, she sought the house but did not wish to pay for it. Following that, she resorted to haunting and terrorizing any prospective buyers, even poisoning those who dared to purchase it. 2 individuals perished over the span of 5 years. One left the next day demanding a refund, while another went immediately. Mo Xian frowned. He believed this ghost bore no ill intentions, as she radiated neither malice nor resentment. Humans could be far more terrifying than spirits. Should that woman return, he would not hesitate to send her to her demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of anguished wails echoed from downstairs, accompanied by a chilling roar. Get out! Get out! I was wronged in death. I hate this. Return my life. Return my life. Chapter 3. What is your purpose in reporting? Mo Xian extinguished his cigarette, turning to Lu Susu. It is your turn to take action. Such individuals pose no threat to you as long as you remain untainted by human blood. Feel free to toy with them, and if they become troublesome, dispose of them. Will you turn against me as well? Lu Susu inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Mo Xian shook his head. You are loyal and righteous. I shall not harm you. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely your decision. However, if you decide to remain, you must manage this estate for me. Can you do that? Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately, Lu Susu replied, bowing slightly before turning to descend the stairs. Meanwhile, Mo Xian stepped onto the balcony, smiling as he observed the individuals lurking in the bushes to the right below. Unbeknownst to them, a red figure hovered behind, brandishing a speaker that blared ominously. While to the left, another man concealed himself behind the wall, engaged in a similar ruse. Lu Susu glanced up at the second floor, saw him nod, and reached out to place her hand on the woman's shoulder. As the woman turned, she was met with a visage smeared in blood, causing her to drop the speaker and scream. A foul stench of urine wafted through the air, prompting Lu Susu to wrinkle her nose in disdain. Without waiting for her to reach the door, she soared forward, her voice dripping with malice. Come here. Do not run. Let me feast upon you, such delectable human blood. Grant me your essence. Do not come closer. Help! The woman desperately clawed at the courtyard door, but it refused to be you, she screamed desperately, yet the courtyard, meticulously designed by them over the years, was devoid of passers-by at this hour. Even if someone were to pass by, they would flee in a flash. "I beg you, spare me. I swear I won't return. Please let me go." Zhang Mei repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. Meanwhile, Lu Susu's once pale face began to decay, maggots writhing on it, causing the other to faint from terror upon approach. With a slight grimace of disdain, she found the illusion unbearable and decided it was tedious. She swiftly ascended beyond the walls, seizing the bewildered man by the collar and tossing him into the courtyard. Ah! The unfortunately Gong fell, his leg broken. As he cried out in agony, he looked up to see his wife under the courtyard light, lying on the ground, her state uncertain. Clutching his shattered leg, he mechanically turned his head and encountered a blood-soaked face, glowing with a ghastly green light, grinning ominously. "A ghost?" he exclaimed, and with his hands bracing against the ground, he crawled backward in terror. "Don't come near. Don't come near." Lu Susu floated forward, inching closer. "Come now, join me. I'm so cold." As the commotion reached its peak, Imo Xin took out his phone and dialed 110. "Hello, uncle. Someone has unlawfully entered my home and attempted to harm me." On the other end, a calm and professional voice responded, "Don't panic. Please provide your address, and we will dispatch someone immediately. Your SA, it is likely that the room has been tidied up by Lu Susu." This afternoon, upon learning of the purchase of a haunted house, I refrained from inviting Chun Hao over in advance, fearing that it might frighten him. However, unbeknownst to me, Chun Hao was not far from my location. A mere 10-minute taxi ride would suffice. As he approached, pushing his suitcase, the sight of lights in the courtyard brought a smug smile to his face. "Xuanzi is quite thoughtful, leaving the lights on." After uttering this, he stepped forward to knock on the door. Upstairs, Lu Susu, who had been waiting for Imo Xian's return, heard the knocking and gracefully floated down from the balcony to open the door. "Young master, you back." Her words trailed off as both she and Qian Hao stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected encounter. Lu Susu lamented her failure to ascertain who was at the door before opening it, while Qian Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the ethereal figure before him. A female ghost, clad in ancient attire and undeniably beautiful. Without uttering another word, Lu Susu swiftly waved her hand to close the courtyard gate, her mind swirling with regret as she paced. Oh no, I've revealed everything. Will the young master blame me? What if he doesn't allow me to stay anymore? Meanwhile, Chun Hao, jolted back to reality by the sound of the closing door, hurriedly pulled his suitcase and dashed outside, only to collide with someone at the corner. He was thoroughly startled, tumbling to the ground, clasping his hands together in fervent prayer. Amitabha, the wronged have their heads. The debts have their masters. I was merely passing by. Please do not pursue me. Imo Xian, witnessing Qian Hao's predicament, realized he must have encountered Lu Susu and could not help but awkwardly scratch his nose before speaking. Haozi, perhaps you should open your eyes and see who I am. It seems inappropriate for you to perform such a grand gesture. Upon hearing Imo Xian's voice, Qian Hao abruptly opened his eyes, scrambled to his feet and grabbed his arm, urging him to leave. Quick, we need to get out of here. This place isn't clean. Imo Xian grasped him firmly. Wait a moment, should we not pause so I can explain everything properly? However, Chun Hao, with earnest concern, insisted. That house is haunted. No wonder it was so cheap. Listen to me, let us sell it tomorrow. I still have some money, and I'll borrow more from my mother to help you buy a decent place. He understood that Imo Xian would not return to his hometown, where he had no family, and purchasing such a house was likely due to financial constraints, but he could not allow him to spend money on a haunted dwelling. Imo Xian, with resignation, revealed the truth. She is a ghost, but a benevolent one. He then recounted the circumstances surrounding Mei and Lu Susu's lingering attachment, emphasizing her harmless nature, and provided the police call records to substantiate his claims, which ultimately persuaded Chun Hao. As they walked back, Chun Hao remained apprehensive. As a modern young man, he had always dismissed such notions, yet having witnessed the supernatural firsthand, he was caught between fear and exhilaration. Imo Xian approached the courtyard door and knocked. It was promptly opened, but Lu Susu, upon seeing Qian Hao return with him, quickly vanished, fearing she might startle him. Chun Hao, who had been hiding behind, peeked out and, finding nothing, let out a sigh of relief. He ventured inside, his eyes darting around until Emotion spoke. "Come out. I'd like to introduce you to a friend." The white figure immediately appeared before them. Bowing politely, "Young master." Chunhao staggered back several steps, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my, this is not an illusion, nor is it a fantasy. There truly is a ghost." In a single night, his world had been irrevocably altered. After their introductions, Lu Susu, though somewhat transparent, was not as frightening as he had imagined. Chunhao learned that this female ghost was responsible for tidying up their living space, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Emotion. His expression conveying a singular sentiment. "Bro, that is impressive." Emotion chuckled and shook his head. "All right, find a room you like to stay in. After all this hustle, we're all tired. There's no food at home today. Let us rest for the night and visit the market tomorrow to prepare our meals." Cheerfully, Chunhao proceeded to inspect the rooms, selecting one that received ample sunlight like his own. He began to unpack his clothes, humming a cheerful tune. "What I miss is the unspoken bond we shared. I reminisce about our dreams together, and I cherish the quarrels that followed." Suddenly, Lu Susu appeared, startling him. "Does young master require assistance?" No, it's all just man's work. You should rest. I can manage." Chunhao clutched his racing heart, though he accepted her presence. Her sudden arrival had indeed startled him. After swallowing hard, he added, Susu, could we perhaps agree that if you wish to appear again, you might knock like a person or walk over instead? Suddenly showing up is a bit much for my heart to bear." "Understood that I was accustomed to my previous habits. I shall be more mindful next time." Lu Susu graciously bowed in apology before stepping outside. At the door, she paused to inquire, "What song were you just singing? It sounded lovely. Do you like it? I have an MP3. You can take it to listen." Chunhao rummaged through his suitcase and handed it to her. Lu Susu beamed with joy as she asked, "How does one use this?" "You press here to play it. Put this in your ear, and you'll hear the singing." Chunhao earnestly instructed her on its usage. When Lu Susu finally heard the music, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she prepared to bow in gratitude, only to be interrupted by Chunhao. "That's all ancient etiquette. Nowadays, we are all equals. A handshake suffices for greetings. No need for such formalities." All right. Lu Susu, simply accustomed to her former ways, had little understanding of the modern world. Now, with this young master willing to share and teach her, she felt a renewed sense of existence. Following this, she departed to Emotion's room, excitedly recounting the new knowledge she had gained, reveling in the feeling of being alive once more. Emotion listened quietly until she finished, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't expect Hausi to be so kind-hearted." "Yes, young master, your friend is quite nice, haha, as long as you both enjoy each other's company." Afterward, Lu Susu went off to listen to music, while Chunhao, exhausted from his lengthy journey, soon fell into a deep slumber. The journey had taken 2 days by train, followed by a long wait, leaving him utterly worn out. Only Emotion remained in the study, meticulously cutting yellow paper into talisman sizes, mixing vermilion with ink to begin his incantations. As he chanted, "The heavens are vast, the earth is boundless, where lies the way of heaven? The principles of the universe return to reveal their might. All realms are at peace, the talismans I draw transcend the void." Wielding boundless power, soon, each talisman glimmered with a flash of red light upon completion, before settling into calmness. Meanwhile, outside Chunhao's window, a ghostly white face appeared on the glass, grinning at the sleeping figure within. As dark mist began to seep through the cracks, it transformed into a human form, slowly reaching out its pale hand toward the slumbering Chunhao. Suddenly, Lu Susu, who had been engrossed in music, halted her swaying head, vanishing from the living room in an instant. Emotion, still focused on his talismans, merely glanced up, his actions unbroken. At the moment the shadow gripped Chunhao's neck, a crimson figure surged forward. And in an instant, black and red clashed within the room. Awakened by the chilling wind, Chunhao sat up, his eyes wide with shock as the room was engulfed in chaotic gusts, furniture flying in disarray. The two shadows grappled fiercely, the black figure relentlessly attempting to approach the bed, while the red figure steadfastly obstructed it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunhao tumbled out of bed, flinging open the door and shouting, "Lu de Beauty, help, there's a ghost." As the study door swung open, Emotion chuckled, Isn't she already saving you? Chen Hao stood bewildered as the two figures emerged, halting in a standoff in that moment. He recognized the figure clad in red, adorned with crimson shoes, Lu Susu. Her long black nails glinted ominously under the light. Chen Hao swallowed hard. So this is the true form of Lu Beauty? What? Just a moment ago, you were calling for a beautiful lady to save you, and now you're terrified? Emotion teased him. Chen Hao straightened his posture. Not at all. I merely think that this version of Lu de Beauty resembles a bride, just with slightly longer nails. At the mention of bride, Lu Susu froze for a moment before lunging at the shadow, venting her frustrations through a flurry of claw swipes. The shadow retreated, yet it could not escape. The doors and windows had been sealed with talismans, allowing entry but not exit. It sought to absorb some of the essence from the yin-yang body, but hesitated to approach, opting instead for the more substantial energy of the young man, unaware of the presence of such a highly skilled female ghost. In the realm of spirits, red signified a high rank, far beyond what this shadow could contend with. What kind of place was this, and why was there a ghost with centuries of cultivation? After being struck down several times, the malevolent spirit wailed in agony, unable to voice its distress. Chen Hao, witnessing Lu Susu gain the upper hand, excitedly asked, "Does this mean the ghost can't fight back? Can I join in? Even a single punch would suffice. This scoundrel nearly scared the life out of me." "Certainly. Take this and wrap it around your fist. I assure you, you'll be able to land a satisfying blow." Emo Xian replied, handing him 2 talismans. "All right, Xuanzi, you're quite the bro." Chen Hao wrapped the talismans around his fist and, with a determined grin, approached the struggling shadow, hesitating only briefly at the thought of hitting the ground and hurting himself. To his surprise, as he made contact, the shadow writhed in desperation. He chuckled, "You scoundrel! Even your grandfather is here." With a resounding punch, the shadow howled even louder. "Take this, daring to scare me. I'll make sure you don't survive." Chen Hao unleashed a flurry of left and right hooks, reveling in the chaos. Even Lu Susu took a step back, wary of being inadvertently harmed by his talisman-clad fists. The shadow, once released, attempted to flee, but Chen Hao grasped its ankle, dragging it back to continue the onslaught. As the density of the shadow visibly diminished, a human form emerged, its face grotesquely swollen from the blows, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Lu Susu transformed once more into a figure clad in white, inquiring, "Young master, are you not afraid, Chen Gongzi?" Just moments ago, this individual was fleeing and shouting loudly, yet now he engages fiercely in combat with a ghost. "The change is too swift," Oxian chuckled, responding, "Humans inherently fear the unknown and uncontrollable. However, once one possesses the strength to resist, that fear dissipates, as the presence of a counterforce diminishes the perceived danger, nullifying the feeling of fear. So that is how it is. Your words hold wisdom, young master." Lu Susu resumed her listening to music through her headphones, as the ghost's wailing was far too grating. Chen Hao wished to continue, but Emo Xian interjected, "That's enough. I have matters to discuss with him. Do not scatter the focus." He understood. Chen Hao retracted his fists and ran over, internally exclaiming, "Mom, your son has made progress. He can fight ghosts now. Ha 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 ha." Emo Xian turned to the shadow, asking, "Who sent you here?" The ghost was bound by an almost imperceptible thread, imbued with the essence of a living person, indicating that it was under someone's control, essentially a ghost kept on a leash, obeying commands. Upon removing the jade pendant that sealed off his powers upon arriving in Wei City, he encountered someone who summoned a ghost on the very first day, suggesting a heightened sensitivity to such matters. This also implied that danger loomed ever closer. Chapter 6. Summoning the Messenger of the Underworld. The ghost began to babble incoherently, prompting Chen Hao to ask, "Xuanzi, what is this ghost babbling about?" Lu Susu nearby explained. "It claims it is not in control of its own body. Previously, it attempted to use illusions at the traffic lights to harm the young master, but followed us here, too fearful to approach you directly. Instead, it sought refuge in your room, thinking that your abundant vitality would enhance its strength to confront you. It also mentioned that its master is a formidable individual who has placed a curse upon it, preventing it from revealing anything, lest it be instantly obliterated." Chen Hao gasped, "What? That person is so powerful? Then isn't Xuanzi in danger?" He quickly followed up, "Wait a moment, Xuanzi, Didn't you say you were just playing around during school? Emo Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. I've always told you that drawing talismans and meditating is a folk craft, yet you dismissed it, insisting I should believe in science and not get lost in such pursuits. Is it my fault? Great. Blame me for being blind, huh? You hit it so well. How was I to know you were serious? Qianhao retorted, visibly annoyed. He then pointed at the ghostly figure, asking, what do we do about this? Emo Xian smirked mischievously. Naturally, we shall send it to the gates of the underworld to face the punishment it deserves, while also allowing its master to experience the pain of backlash. With that, he pulled out some ritual paper from his pocket, stepped onto the balcony, and scattered it into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and shouted into the distance, where is the messenger of the underworld? Why does the malevolent spirit roam the realm of the living without being apprehended? His voice boomed with authority, yet Qianhao was perplexed. Huh? Did Xuanzi just speak? His lips are moving, but I can't hear anything. What the young master said was meant for the spirits. The living cannot hear it. Enough talk. I must hide now, or the messenger of the underworld might capture me too. With that, Lu Susu transformed into a wisp of smoke and slipped into Emo Xian's pocket devoid of talismans. Meanwhile, the black shadow made several desperate attempts to escape through the balcony but was repelled back whenever it approached Emo Xian. It anxiously sought another route, but recoiled upon seeing Qianhao still clutching a talisman. Emo Xian, standing on the balcony, waited, for this was his first time using such a secret method to summon the messenger of the underworld, uncertain of its effectiveness. Noticing the lack of response from outside, he looked down at his hand, muttering to himself, must I use the soul binding technique to summon them directly? Just as he prepared to raise his hand to try, a chill wind swept through, and two figures clad in ancient official garb, wearing white fox masks, appeared, wielding iron chains as they floated toward him. Upon seeing Emo Xian on the balcony, they paused, initially believing they were summoned by a superior and had rushed here while patrolling, only to find a living person instead. This individual was a rare yin-yang person, an envoy of the underworld traversing the mortal realm, a being more powerful than the local underworld officials. It is said that such individuals, if accomplished, can move freely between the gates of the underworld and the living world, unbound by any restrictions, even able to meet Yama himself. Realizing this, the two promptly floated to the balcony and bowed. We greet the envoy. Emo Xian was somewhat puzzled as to how he had become an envoy. However, he did not question it, instead calmly nodding. This malevolent spirit has come to my residence to cause mischief, and it is nurtured by a dark practitioner. You may decide how to deal with such a matter at hand. The two messengers of the underworld swiftly entered the house and began to confront the malevolent spirit. At that moment, Qianhao still held yellow paper, thus he could see the two messengers. His jaw dropped in astonishment, realizing that soul-binding enforcers truly existed. They were indeed responsible for managing ghosts, in just a single night. Qianhao felt his worldview collapse. His understanding of reality turned upside down. It dawned on him that there were so many entities lurking in the darkness that he had never perceived before. Did gods also exist? Were the legends true? After capturing the ghost, the two messengers noticed the faint black thread connecting it to the living world and turned to Emo Xian, saying, Envoy, we shall now seek out its master and will not let them escape easily. Unless instructed otherwise, we will proceed with our task. Very well, go ahead, Emo Xian nodded, and the two messengers quickly dragged the ghost away. Once they had completely vanished, Lu Susu emerged from Emo Xian's pocket, standing before Qianhao and blocking his view of the outside. The sudden appearance of her pale face startled Qianhao, causing him to retreat in fright and plop down onto the sofa. His heart racing, with a frown, he remarked, Susu, we agreed not to appear suddenly, remember? I fear my heart might stop from the fright you give me. I apologize. I was in your pocket and did not see you standing here. I will be more cautious next time to avoid startling you, Lu Susu said, covering her mouth, stifling a giggle. Emo Xian turned back, having just opened his third eye to observe the messengers of the underworld, and had not yet closed it. He noticed a faint, delicate red thread connecting to Qianhao, the other end linked to Lu Susu. This sparked a notion in him, and he quickly thought of Qianhao's birth date and time. Forming seals with his hands, he concentrated. Qianhao asked Lu Susu, is Xuanzi trying to read fortunes? Yes, the young master is likely divining. perhaps concerning the individual who nurtured the ghost. After a while, Mo Xian, with his eyes still closed, lowered his hands and gazed at Chun Hao with a peculiar expression. Xuanzi, the way you are looking at me is giving me the creeps. Although I may be handsome, I swear I will never submit to you. I advise you not to entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, I'll throw some soap at you and toss you into the bathhouse. Saying this, he crossed his arms in a mock display of modesty. Causing Lu Susu to burst into laughter, Mo Xian shot him a disdainful glance. Are you more handsome than I am? Stop showing off. Ignoring Chen Hao's antics, he turned to Lu Susu. The dawn is approaching. You should rest. It is not good for you to appear during the day, understood. Lu Susu, aware that the young master had something to discuss with Chen Hao and was intentionally letting her leave, did not take it to heart. She happily descended the stairs with her MP3 player. Upon selecting a room for herself on the ground floor, she chose the original piano room, which had excellent soundproofing and light-blocking qualities, and was closest to the jujube tree. Once Lu Susu departed, Mo Xian stepped in, grabbing Chen Hao by the neck and pulling him closer, asking, Haozi, I see you have become quite friendly with Lu Susu in such a short time. Sigh, I treat everyone equally. After all, we will be living under the same roof. I can't be too fearful, can I? But wait, Xuanzi, what do you mean by that? You don't think I have ulterior motives towards her, do you? Chen Hao retorted, forcefully prying Mo Xian's hand away. In all seriousness, he declared, let me tell you, she is waiting for her lover, and besides, humans and ghosts are worlds apart. Even if I were a beast, I wouldn't entertain such thoughts. What do you take me for? A creature that can't resist the presence of a woman? He then leaned in conspiratorially. However, Lu Susu truly is to my taste. It's a shame she died so young. If she were alive, I would definitely pursue her. So gentle, every gesture so graceful. Mo Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Are you sure she was graceful while fighting that ghost? Oh, come on. Fighting can look good too. At least it's not as terrifying as some things. Chen Hao replied cheerfully. Chapter 7. Moth to the Flame. Mo Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Do you remember the story I told you about the scholar and Lu Susu? Yes, I remember. What about it? Chen Hao responded, engrossed in studying the talisman paper in his hands, calculating how to combat ghosts in the future. Completely oblivious to Mo Xian's expression, Mo Xian leaned back against the sofa, chuckling. I just calculated your birth date and time alongside Lu Susu's, and it turns out you were that scholar in your past life. Nanny! Chen Hao gasped, tearing the talisman paper he held. You can't be serious. Absolutely true. Then why didn't I seek out Lu Susu after I reincarnated? Because you were killed by those people, subsequently bound in soul, and your memories were sealed away. You drifted aimlessly through the mortal realm until the messengers of the underworld brought you back to reincarnate. Didn't you notice how different you felt when you first saw Lu Susu? In the past, you would never have approached other women, let alone patiently teach someone how to use an MP3 player. Unless it was for me to take, others would have to fight for it for ages. At that time, I even thought you might be inclined towards the same sex. It wasn't until later when you had a dream of passion, calling out for a little lady, come to your brother's embrace, that I finally set aside my doubts about you. Chen Hao exploded with indignation. What the hell? You dare question my sexual orientation? I replied. Haozi, shouldn't your focus be on Lu Susu? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao, feeling dejected, sat down. Come on, I'm a living person now. She is long gone, just a spirit. Even if she were to be reincarnated, I would have to wait at least 18 years, right? How can I be sure I won't fall in love with another woman in the meantime? Even if I wait until she turns 18, I'll be over 40, pursuing a young girl. She might not even remember me and could very well think I'm a pervert if I don't go. She'll be waiting indefinitely, and I wouldn't know how to handle it. What else can I do if I don't shift my focus? He lived with clarity, understanding the situation well, despite his carefree demeanor. He was quite perceptive. Mo Xian nodded. That's true, but your fates are intertwined. In another life, you would still encounter her. It seems you have yet to overcome your emotional turmoil. What should I do then? I can't inadvertently fall in love with her again, can I? While I don't want Lu Susu to suffer, I certainly don't wish to ruin my own life. I still aspire to marry and lead a normal life. Chen Hao was not selfish. Rather, he felt nothing for the past life he had forgotten. Now, he was left with only admiration and regret for Lu Susu, devoid of any other emotions. In other words, It was a sentiment that an outsider could not comprehend. Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps she will have another chance in the future. I have calculated that she has never truly been dead, meaning she could potentially come back to life. As for the circumstances, I cannot predict, since the future is always subject to change. How about I let you witness your story firsthand? Perhaps it will help you remember. Regardless of your ultimate decision, you owe her an explanation after 300 years of lonely waiting, yearning for you." Chuanhao hesitated momentarily before resolutely nodding. "All right, let us take a look first, and we'll decide afterward." Following Xian's instructions, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, covering himself with talismans. Xian began to perform a series of gestures and chants before him. Where the celestial roots lie, the bond of love remains. Separation is decreed by heaven, encounters are drawn by earth. Retracing the origins, the truth shall be revealed. Re-experience the past, and the locks of heaven and earth shall open, swiftly, as commanded. He then directed his finger towards Chuanhao's forehead, a silver light flashing and merging into him. Chuanhao, initially anxious, gradually calmed down, his breathing steadying. Xian sat across from him, observing the situation as Chuanhao began to shake his head, murmuring, "It's not that I want tea, but that I cannot." It seemed he was recalling moments from his scholarly days. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of delight, even his ears turning red. As he began to speak excitedly, "You're here? How wonderful! Today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. The Lantern Festival is bustling with activity. Let us wear masks and go see. No one will recognize us. Yes, Susu is truly beautiful then." Chuanhao, seated on the sofa, pouted and enacted a passionate embrace of oblivion. Xian watched in horror, feeling a shiver run down his spine, retreating slightly in disgust. In Chuanhao's world, he walked hand in hand with his beloved through streets adorned with colorful lights, watching the radiant smile of the woman he cherished, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. If only they could remain together like this forever. Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone accidentally knocked their half-masked face covering off amidst the bustling crowd. Soon after, Lu Susu's stepmother, accompanied by retainers, arrived and forcibly took her away, beating him until he could barely stand. He wanted to chase after them but was blocked by onlookers, unable to catch up. He had hoped to excel in his studies and marry the woman he loved. But before he could take the imperial examination, news of her death reached him. He ran desperately through the pouring rain until he arrived at the Lu family's mourning hall, bursting in recklessly to find his beloved lying lifeless, her face pale and devoid of joy at his arrival. His heart felt as though it were being sliced by 1,000 knives. He coughed up blood, which splattered onto Lu Susu's face. Frantically, he tried to wipe it clean, tears streaming down as he murmured, "Susu, I'm sorry, I'm late, and I've dirted you. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away." Despite the blows raining down upon him, he held onto Lu Susu, staggering out step by step. That moment, the pain of losing his beloved overshadowed all other suffering. Rain continued to pour, mingling with his blood and staining the ground red as he stumbled forward, ultimately collapsing outside a medical hall. When he awoke, it was to the gentle call of Susu's maid. He learned that after he had fallen unconscious, Susu had been taken away, and during his 3 days of unconsciousness, her body had been cremated, with her soul bound within a jade butterfly, to be forced into a ghost marriage. Chuanhao immediately rose, selling all his land and using his connections to infiltrate the Ministry of Personnel. That very night, he stole the jade pendant and the figurine inscribed with Lu Susu's birth details. After bringing her out, he discovered that she could still be summoned back using her birth details. Thus, he buried Lu Susu's jade butterfly beneath a jujube tree and hurried back, finding a sleeping Taoist priest and killing him. He then destroyed the jade pendant containing the soul of the minister's son, escaping with it, burning it under the scorching sun, ultimately laughing maniacally as he perished amidst a flurry of blades. Yet, that slain Taoist had not completely died. With his lingering breath, he sought to prevent Chuanhao from reuniting with Susu. They severed his corpse's eyes, nose, and ears, stitching them up for a ritual in death. He was consumed by the obsession of finding Susu, but Chuanhao remembered nothing. He only knew he was searching for someone, his soul wandering aimlessly without direction. Eventually, he was captured by the emissaries of the underworld, who kicked him into the gates of hell. After that, nothing was shown, and he woke up completely in reality. Tears streamed down his face, and the carefree demeanor he had displayed earlier was gone, replaced by profound sorrow threatening to overflow from his eyes. He rose, preparing to rush downstairs. Mo Xian reached out and grasped him. Calm down. Have you thought through the consequences of your actions? Chapter 8. Ready to jump? Chun Hao was pulled back down onto the sofa, still engulfed in a whirlwind of pain, his hands buried in his hair as he clutched his head tightly. The vivid images and memories flooded back, making it difficult for him to detach from the moment. Mo Xian patted his shoulder. Think it over before you act. Get some rest to clear your mind. All right. Chun Hao, feeling dejected, stood up and walked toward his bedroom, which was still in disarray from the previous supernatural encounter. However, he lacked the energy to care, simply lying down on the bed and turning off the light. Mo Xian lingered in the living room for a while, knowing that this was a trial that Haozi must endure, one from which he could not escape. What came next would depend solely on his own choices. With that, he withdrew his gaze and returned to his room. Meanwhile, the emissaries of the underworld, guided by the ghost, arrived at a small courtyard outside the city. Upon arrival, one of them suddenly lunged out, striking the ghost with a force that scattered its spirit. How dare you act so recklessly in front of the underworld? One of the ghost emissaries bellowed, soaring into the air to engage in battle with the assailant. However, they soon realized that they had entered a carefully arranged formation, yellow talismans flying from all directions to encircle them, preventing their escape. The figure had already fled, leaving them unable to even discern their appearance. One of the emissaries, filled with apprehension, remarked, "Who is this person? Why have we received no word from the city god temple? If such a being were to nurture a horde of malevolent spirits, it could spell trouble." Unbeknownst to Mo Xian, his adversary was formidable, even managing to easily ensnare the emissaries of the underworld. The following noon, he lazily opened his eyes and stepped out to find Chun Hao seated in the living room, looking considerably better. "Hey, what time did you wake up? I've been up for a while. Are you hungry? I bought soy milk and buns. They should still be good." As Chun Hao spoke, he set the buns and soy milk beside him. Mo Xian sat down, picking up a bun that had already cooled. Undeterred, he took a big bite, chewing while asking, "Have you made up your mind?" "Well, since I can't change things, I suppose this is how it will be for now. Perhaps there is indeed a chance, as you mentioned. In the meantime, taking care of things is all I can do, but that is something only you can help me with." Chun Hao leaned back casually, self-deprecatingly adding, "Who would have thought I'd have such a romantic fate?" Mo Xian kicked him lightly on the leg. "As long as you've come to terms with it, let us go buy some supplies. We'll prepare a lavish feast to celebrate. After all, I'm now a homeowner." "Absolutely. I want 10 pounds of spicy crayfish," Chun Hao exclaimed. "By the way, Xuanzi, where are you planning to apply for a job?" "We should go together. I have my skills, so I won't be looking for work. I plan to find a shop and do something along those lines. It'll be more freeing." Mo Xian shared his plan. "That makes sense. In that case, I might as well not go either and just help you out. As long as I get food and shelter, I'll be good." Chun Hao thought about the thrilling prospect, mainly fearing for his brother's safety. Mo Xian tossed the plastic bag he was holding into a roadside trash bin, chuckling as he replied, "If I scare myself to death, don't expect me to collect your remains." Two individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter when they unexpectedly encountered the elderly man from yesterday, whom they had advised against entering. The old man, upon seeing them, appeared quite astonished. "Ah, young man, you truly are unscathed?" "Indeed, it is not a haunting. It was merely Zhang Mei and her husband causing a ruckus from that building over there. The police came yesterday and took them away. Since Mo Xian resided here, he wished to dispel any notions of his abode being a haunted house. Thus he clarified the situation. Now that I understand, it's a relief to know you are well." The elderly man, quite affable, then meandered off to share this intriguing gossip with his old friends. After taking a few steps, Mo Xian's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. "Captain Zhang, do you require my assistance?" Although he had spent 3 years studying in Wei City, his interactions were limited to Haozi, leaving no other classmates with his phone number, so he could only assume it was Captain Zhang. "Mo Xian, we have thoroughly investigated your case. The Zhang Mei couple indeed committed murder for financial gain, resulting in 2 fatalities and driving others to madness, not to mention causing nearly $1 million in damages. Do you perceive any losses on your end?" The subsequent proceedings may involve compensation assessments. Thank you, but I have none here. I appreciate your efforts. After Imo Xian finished speaking, he heard someone calling for Captain Zhang on the other end, seemingly reporting an incident. The call was subsequently disconnected, and Imo Xian continued with Hao Zi to procure necessary items, having gathered numerous essentials such as bed linens, and even purchasing 2 computers. By the time they finished, night had fallen. With great zeal, Imo Xian prepared an extravagant feast of delectable lobster, sauerkraut fish, oysters, complemented by peanuts and a case of beer, placing it all upon the dining table. Lu Susu stared in astonishment. Young sir, your culinary skills are remarkable, but can you truly consume all of this? And are those large creatures even edible? They look rather intimidating, Imo Xian chuckled. Shouldn't you say they look frightening? Besides, we are not afraid, so why fear these little creatures? Come, sit down and give it a try. Is it really all right? Indeed. After Imo Xian nodded, he arranged the pre-prepared bowls and chopsticks, even providing her with 3 incense sticks. He also poured a glass of beer in front of her. Chun Hao opened a can and exclaimed, Come, 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 don't just stand there. We must not waste this exquisite food and splendid occasion. Here's to our prosperous future, and congratulations to Xianzi for acquiring his own home. Cheers. Cheers. Imo Xian clinked glasses with him, both downing their drinks in one go. Chun Hao turned to Lu Susu and asked, Beautiful Susu, why aren't you eating? I only need to savor the flavors. I don't need to actually eat. Young Master Qin, you need not concern yourself with me. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Then please indulge. The 2 men then observed as Lu Susu's complexion shifted from pale to rosy, and after a few moments, she began to cough violently after sipping the beer. Oh my, this creature is quite spicy. Qin Hao laughed heartily, doubled over with mirth. After a bout of laughter, Lu Susu, slowly acclimating, ended up with a flushed face, swaying slightly in her seat. Chun Hao, curious, inquired, Can ghosts also get drunk? Let's see if they are willing, Imo Xian replied before turning to Lu Susu. You should rest. I'll handle the cleanup here with Hao Ziat and no need for you to stay up. All right. Lu Susu had never consumed alcohol before, and as a sheltered young lady, she had never encountered its effects, leaving her unaware of how dizzying it could be. Swaying slightly as she descended the stairs, Chun Hao stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought long after she had disappeared from view. Imo Xian nudged him. Enough of that. If you keep staring, the food will get cold. Chun Hao's expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, and he continued chatting and drinking with Imo Xian. By the time they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was past 9, and they lay sprawled on the sofa like limp fish. Chun Hao sighed. This life is truly one that even immortals would envy. Suddenly, Imo Xian stood up and walked toward the balcony. What are you doing? Chun Hao groaned as he got up to follow him. Upon arriving, he noticed a crowd gathered nearby, with police car lights flashing. Craning his neck, he couldn't discern what was happening. Imo Xian pointed towards the rooftop. Look there, oh my, there's someone standing on the rooftop. Chun Hao exclaimed in shock, realizing the person was perilously close to jumping. Let us go take a look. Imo Xian spoke before heading outside. When they arrived, they encountered Captain Zhang down below, overseeing the situation. Noticing Imo Xian, he nodded in acknowledgement. Captain Zhang, a man ran over. The individual insists that her husband abandoned her, which is why she has refused to leave. She claims that if we can't find him, she will jump. Then go find him, Captain Zhang replied, furrowing his brow. However, the man continued, but her husband is already deceased, and MRSLI refuses to believe it. Now that we have the death certificate and family members present, she insists we are all conspiring to deceive her. Captain Zhang, visibly troubled, turned to Imo Xian and asked, You mentioned you have experience in this area? Correct? Well, to some extent, Imo Xian replied calmly. Captain Zhang then took him by the arm and urged him upward. I need your help. Time is of the essence. Without allowing Imo Xian a chance to respond, he rushed towards the rooftop, arriving breathless and drenched in sweat. Those originally negotiating on the rooftop assumed Captain Zhang had brought the woman's partner, only to find he had brought a young man instead. The negotiation expert Lao Yu approached with a pained expression. Captain Zhang, you didn't bring this young man to use his charm, did you? Get lost. We've been at this for ages without success. Let him give it a try. Imo Xian interjected. Please provide me with the man's date of birth and time. Following Captain Zhang's signal, an officer handed over the information, which Xian reviewed briefly before returning it. He then approached the woman standing at the edge of the rooftop, all eyes upon him. Hao, witnessing Xian stepping towards the edge, gasped. This was the 5th floor. How could he risk climbing over the safety wall? The woman, looking disheveled in a dress, her face etched with despair, cried out as he approached, "Do not come any closer. If you take another step, I will jump." Captain Zhang clenched his fists, anxiously watching, fearful of any misstep, for below was a large tree that could not support a safety mat. Xian raised his hand. "I merely wish to understand why you are so insistent on seeing him. Tiomi, it seems you do not truly love him. What do you know? You're talking nonsense." The woman retorted, her voice trembling. Xian, however, smirked slightly, lowering his raised hand as he calmly queried, "Are you not trying to bring him down with you? Why else would you hold a fruit knife while threatening to jump? You profess to love him, claiming he has wronged you, which I believe is true, but I have a stronger conviction that you harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. After all, one cannot conceal the intent to harm another in their gaze. Wouldn't you agree?" Captain Zhang and Lao Yu exchanged glances. They had suspected part of this, but were taken aback by the young man's directness. Upon realizing her facade had been shattered, Li Mimi dropped all pretenses and seethed. "Yes. I wish to drag him down to hell with me. He is a demon. Such a person deserves to die. Why are you covering for him?" Faced with her wrath, Xian simply leaned against the safety wall, lighting a cigarette as he spoke slowly. "If you truly wish to see him, I can assist you. However, sacrificing your life in pursuit of vengeance is not wise. Instead, why not share your story with me? Perhaps I can offer you help." That Li Mimi regarded him for a long moment before finally speaking. "I met him in university, and we were together for 7 years, blessed with a daughter. We were once very happy, but a year ago, he seemed to transform overnight. He would return home, yelling at me and our daughter, even resorting to violence. Last month, our daughter fell ill, and he locked me in a room, preventing me from leaving. When I was finally allowed out, our child had died, and he had vanished, and no matter how much I searched, they only told me she was dead. I refused to believe it. They must have fabricated that story to evade my wrath. My child has died, and he should accompany her in death." Xian gazed intently into her eyes and said earnestly, "Perhaps he truly has passed on. If you doubt it, I can assist you in verifying the truth." He produced a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, spreading it in his hand. "As long as you wish to uncover the truth, I can help you see it, provided you step away from the edge. Otherwise, if you become too agitated, you might fall." "Who are you? You're not a police officer." Li Mimi finally realized he was unlike anyone else. Xian smiled. "I am merely a recent university graduate, with a side profession as a yin-yang master in matters concerning the yin and yang. I can indeed be of assistance. You need not fear being deceived by me. After all, you managed to climb up once. You could do so again, and no one will guard you for eternity, correct?" After contemplating, Li Mimi nodded. Those prepared nearby reached out to pull her back in, while Xian leapt down. The crowd below cheered as she was brought inside, and Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "As expected of my brother, impressive." He attempted to move forward but was blocked, pointing upward. "The one who just saved her is my brother Xian. I need to assist." Seeing that the individual had already been rescued, the crowd allowed him to pass. On the rooftop, Xian addressed Captain Zhang. "Please clear the area of unnecessary personnel, aside from you and this young lady. It would be best for the rest to keep their distance." Zhang Dui was also aware that such matters were not suitable for public disclosure, so he beckoned those nearby to leave. Xian, meanwhile, retrieved a small box of ink and a relatively short brush from his pocket, beginning to inscribe the 8 characters of birth on a sheet of yellow paper. Once he completed the writing, he instructed, "By the way, Zhang Dui, I have a brother named Hao who came with me. Please do not obstruct him when he arrives." After saying this, he began to gesture and chant a spell. "I respectfully summon the 5 directions and 5 ghosts. True forms and correct shadows. May the 5 ghosts hasten to reveal their true selves, calling forth the soul to awaken, appearing before us. If Yang Feng were to enter the gates of the underworld, may Yin Wang grant a reprieve for 3 moments, manifesting in the mortal realm to resolve earthly matters and prevent the vexation of resentful souls and troublesome spirits. The decree has been issued. May the soul return swiftly." Following this, as he pointed his sword at the yellow talisman, It began to float gently into the air, causing Li Mimi to retreat in fright. Once her trembling ceased, Imo Xin pointed at the talisman and inquired, "Is this Yang Feng himself?" The talisman nodded vigorously in response, leaving both Zhang Dui and Li Mimi in a state of shock. Imo Xin continued, "Can you clarify the cause of your death?" The talisman shook its head, then turned towards Zhang Dui, but upon sensing the righteous aura emanating from him, it retreated a few steps. Mo Xian gestured towards himself, saying, "Speak to me about anything that concerns you." He then suddenly pressed his finger to his own brow, and the talisman descended gracefully. Mo Xian's body shuddered slightly before he turned to Li Mimi. His expression filled with sorrow, and spoke, "Wife?" Li Mimi recognized that voice and staggered back in disbelief, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, it can't be. You're lying to me. How could you have died? You haven't even repaid your debt to the baby. How could you die? Wife, I'm so sorry that I provoked something I shouldn't have, and it made me do all those things. In the end, I was the one who suffered because of it. I only managed to protect you by sacrificing myself. Please, live well for both me and our baby." As for Imo Xian, he could hear his own voice differently and perceive everything around him, yet he had relinquished control to Yang Feng. However, he also sensed Yang Feng's memories, realizing that he had been tormented by a ghost, and that in the end, the entity had targeted the child. Yang Feng had died amidst deep resentment, and it was only when the officials of the underworld arrived that the malicious spirit was captured. Consequently, the cause of his death remained a mystery, becoming an unsolved case. Qian Hao, who had just arrived, felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock as he processed what he had just heard. Xuanzai called this woman wife. Choosing to ignore the other statements and differences, he was astonished that he had a sister-type preference. When did this happen? He had been unfaithful, and there was a child involved? The weight of this information was overwhelming, and he was at a loss, fixating only on the term wife. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Dui covered his mouth, preventing him from uttering a word. Meanwhile, Li Mimi collapsed to the ground, unable to accept the reality that her husband had been killed by a ghost, and that even in death, he continued to protect her. What had she done? Blinded by hatred, she had failed to trust him and had even resented him. Yang Feng urged, "Wife, I have no time left. You must live well, or my death will be in vain." Before his words could fully resonate, he vanished. Xian's figure trembled, returning to normal, his heels firmly planted on the ground. "Beautiful lady, your life was saved by your husband. Do not lose heart. Your baby is still with you, not gone. Live well from now on." At least to fulfill his hopes. However, this time, it will not be a daughter. This statement caused Li Mimi to raise her head abruptly. "What did you say? A child?" Chapter 10. The Pure Young Wood. Imo Xian smiled and nodded. "You are already with child, so live well." This revelation reignited a flicker of hope for Li Mimi, who had just felt her heart die. She deeply bowed to Imo Xian, exclaiming, "Thank you. I am truly grateful. I will live well." Imo Xian smiled but said no more. He had opened his spiritual eye and could see the faint white aura circulating within her, and he calculated the fate of her child, which prompted his earlier words. Qian Hao, now understanding, patted his chest and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you scared me. I thought you were secretly seeing another woman. Could you be a bit more serious?" Imo Xian replied, exasperated, as if implying he had any connection with such a scoundrel. Zhang Dui stepped forward, his gaze probing. "Imo Xian, can we have a private chat?" "Certainly." Imo Xian walked to the edge of the rooftop and stood firm. Zhang Dui approached and asked, "Are you truly willing to help? Without any ulterior motives?" He had been involved in many peculiar cases over the years, so having someone with such abilities willing to assist would be ideal, especially since their department was not adept in such matters. Mo Xian nodded. "I can help, but I would like to know if there is a special department for this kind of work. To be honest, I wish to join." Zhang Dui hesitated briefly before saying, "Indeed, there is such a department, but we have little access to it. If you wish to enter, approval from the higher-ups is required. These matters are confidential, so is there something specific you need to investigate that necessitates your entry?" If it was merely conjecture before, it could now be confirmed that Imo Xian harbored some secrets, yet he had not uncovered any suspicious details until now. The records indicated that he had been taken in by a missing person and raised by a rural elder, maintaining a respectable demeanor and excelling in studies, earning him the title of a model youth. During his school years, he had little interaction with others, the closest being his dormitory mates, and he had never revealed his abilities in front of anyone. What was his true purpose in wanting to enter this special department? Emotion detected Zhang Dui's wariness and candidly stated, "There is no need for you to worry about me posing any threat to the department. I simply seek to find out what happened to the person who adopted me. After all these years, I refuse to believe he has simply vanished, I see. However, I cannot guarantee your entry. It will depend on whether your actions draw the attention of the higher-ups. So I can assist you in that regard. But you must prove yourself as you claim." Zhang Dui appeared somewhat reassured, no longer fearing Imo Xian had ulterior motives, but rather concerned if he had none at all. "All right, if you have any matters, feel free to call me." After this, Imo Xian turned to leave, his arm draped around Chen Hao's shoulders. "Xuanzi, could you not choke me like that? Then I shall just wrap my arm around your hand?" "Get lost. That gives me goosebumps. Spare me the disgust." The two left, laughing and joking, while Zhang Dui hurried back. Upon reaching the courtyard, the emissaries from the underworld who had been waiting appeared before them. Slightly bowing, "Emissary, when we attempted to capture that individual, he set up a formation that trapped us. He has since escaped, and we have no information on his whereabouts. He is quite formidable, so we came to warn you to exercise caution." Hearing this, Imo Xian furrowed his brow. If even the emissaries from the underworld were ineffective, that individual would surely be a difficult adversary, lurking in the shadows and evading detection. He nodded and returned the bow, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. From now on, you may simply call me by my name, Mo Xian. You are an emissary. It feels inappropriate for us to call you by name. Perhaps Sir would suffice. That works too." Imo Xian had no further remarks. "Well then, we must attend to our duties. Do not hesitate to summon us if needed." The emissaries said, bowing slightly once more, "Understood. I shall not keep you." The two then departed into the alley, their figures vanishing. Chen Hao, noticing Imo Xian's silence, leaned closer to ask, "Have they left? Were those the two ghost emissaries from yesterday?" Due to the absence of the talisman, he could not see what was happening and could only watch Imo Xian speak to himself. In the past, he would have thought him mad, but now he could guess at some things. Imo Xian nodded. "Yes, they said that person escaped yesterday, so I must be cautious." "What, even the ghost emissaries couldn't capture him? This isn't safe at all. Shouldn't we move to the city god temple? You mentioned yesterday that the ghost emissaries of the underworld come from there." Chen Hao reasoned that anyone who raised ghosts would surely not dare to enter that place. Imo Xian shot him a sidelong glance. "Come on, are we supposed to live there forever? Let's just head back home for now." With that, he entered, and Lu Susu had long been waiting. Upon seeing her standing beneath the jujube tree, he noticed wisps of white mist drifting towards her. He was taken aback. Such spiritual energy was nourishing. No wonder this jujube tree had not grown significantly despite its centuries of existence. It had already attained a level of sentience and actively nourished Lu Susu's soul beneath its roots. It was no wonder that Lu Susu's body differed from ordinary ghosts, possessing a hint of spiritual essence. When not attacking, her dark aura was hardly visible, indicating that she was a ghost directly nourished by a spiritual entity. No longer reliant on the cultivation of dark energy, but instead drawing from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. If she were to achieve true success, transforming into a human form would not be out of reach. Contemplating this, he turned to Chen Hao with a grin. "I have come up with a plan." "What plan? Is there something wrong with me, my lord?" Lu Susu, who had been observing them, felt a bit puzzled but refrained from pressing further, sensing that her master was deep in thought. Even Chen Hao was bewildered, but after a moment, he recalled what Imo Xian had previously mentioned and asked anxiously, "What plan? Can it turn her into a living person?" "Indeed? Really?" Chen Hao exclaimed joyfully, grabbing his arm. He had been suffocating with pent-up feelings since that dream, emotions deepening and becoming uncontrollable while he pretended everything was fine. Now that there was a genuine solution, how could he not be excited? Lu Susu looked on, confused, glancing between the two. "Hauzi, you were quite impressive back then. This jujube tree is pure yang wood, which naturally suppresses entities. As Lu Susu has spent 300 years with it. There is a gradual trend of mutual assimilation, and as they merge, it also alters her ghostly form. Truly fascinating." Noticing that the two were still somewhat bewildered, Imo Xian took a moment to explain in detail. The nurturing of 3 centuries has already begun to transform into spiritual cultivation, rather than the mere accumulation of dark energy. Thus, if she can merge with the jujube tree at the earliest opportunity, She will be able to forge a physical body unique to herself, for this tree possesses a spirit born from the deep emotions it has absorbed. Therefore, her relationship with the jujube tree is one of mutual existence. From the initial ghostly form, it has mutated under the suppression of 3 centuries of sunlight. Do you understand? Chunhao nodded, somewhat comprehending, and asked, so you're saying this tree can serve as her body? Housing her soul? Precisely, Emo Xian replied with a smile, then began to ponder the feasibility of the situation. Chunhao glanced at the dazed Lu Susu and then at the jujube tree. One was dignified and graceful, while the other, well, it was rough. Wooden tea that just result in a wooden figure. Chapter 11. A visit to the city god temple. Finally, Lu Susu spoke up. Young master, are you saying I can have a body? Does that mean I can move around during the day? Yes, but for the crafting of this physical form, I still need to find someone. Let us take a trip tonight to see if it's feasible by consulting the person in charge of the Yin family. Emo Xian replied, gesturing a hand sign to summon Lu Susu into Chen Hao's pocket as he exited the courtyard and shut the door. Chen Hao followed and asked, Xuanzi, where are we headed? To the city god temple. Huh. You're not going to seek out the city god, are you? Indeed, we must pay our respects when conducting such matters on their territory. Once outside, they hailed a taxi to the city god temple, where the driver kindly reminded them, young man, it's best to visit the city god temple during the day. It closes at night and no worries, we'll just take a look outside. We don't have time during the day due to work. Chunhao chuckled. The driver assumed they were merely recent graduates looking to unwind after a long day and did not pursue the matter further, aware that life is not easy. Upon arrival, he even waved a small fare, to which Emo Xian gratefully responded, handing him a talisman. Master, this talisman was gifted to me by a wise individual. It ensures safety, especially for night driving. Thank you. Young man, I will gladly accept it. Please be careful. This area is somewhat remote. If you have trouble finding a ride, just call me. My number is 133626. Save it. Alright. Emo Xian dialed and then hung up. As the car drove away, Chunhao inquired, did you notice something? He was skeptical that Emo Xian would simply give away a talisman without reason. Yes, that man has a darkened brow and a somewhat pallid complexion. Such features suggest impending peril. Likely one to be long before something grave occurs. However, he appears physically well, which implies an unnatural death. I hope he can find some resolution, Emo Xian explained as they arrived at the city god temple. Upon reaching the entrance, Emo Xian performed a hand gesture, swiftly tracing it across Chan Hao's eyes, allowing him to see the true entrance to the realm of the dead. Not far ahead stood 2 gatekeepers, who, adorned in fox-like masks with pointed horns, regarded the young visitors with indifference until they recognized one was a yin-yang body. This triggered memories of previous colleagues mentioning that late-night visits might signal news of escaping malevolent practitioners. One of the gatekeepers approached and asked, what brings you here at such a late hour, sir? Emo Xian nodded. I would be grateful if you could relay a message. Junior Emo Xian seeks an audience with the city god. Of course, please wait a moment. One of the gatekeepers then entered, returning shortly with a gesture inviting them to proceed. Sir, the literary emperor awaits you inside. Please follow me. The city god temple housed both the literary and military emperors, each responsible for different matters. Chunhao followed in silence, his eyes darting around. They had previously visited with classmates, treating it like a mere excursion, yet today felt profoundly different. Inside, the spirits were bustling about, some even apprehending malevolent ghosts, which was quite a fright. Some spirits appeared severely disheveled, with flesh hanging off, causing Chunhao to feel nauseous at the thought of the seafood he had eaten earlier. Emo Xian glanced at him but chose not to comment. After all, embarking on this path required endurance, and if one could not handle such sights, the dangers ahead would only escalate. Upon reaching the back hall, Emo Xian spotted a figure diligently writing on paper with a brush, documenting names and criminal judgments. Not wanting to disturb his concentration, the two stood silently by, waiting patiently. Chunhao inadvertently caught a glimpse of the content. Realizing the city god had a heavy burden, these were records to be submitted to the underworld, indicating the daily grind of their duties. Once the literary emperor finished his writing, he looked up. My apologies, I was too engrossed. Please, have a seat. Emo Xian cupped his hands in respect. I apologize for the sudden visit. I hope for your understanding. Nonsense, it is a blessing for Wei Cheng to produce a natural yin-yang body. The literary emperor was well aware of the strong allure such a being held for malevolent forces. The fact that this young man had grown up safely implied he possessed remarkable abilities. A rare yin-yang body was not merely a product of time. Its survival indicated a promising future, perhaps even affording him the opportunity to speak favorably of the emperor before his superiors. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Xian got to the point. Literary emperor, I have a friend who is a soul spirit and is now capable of forging a physical body. I brought her here to discuss this with you. To avoid any unintentional offense, oh, a soul spirit? The literary emperor expressed surprise, as this was something he had only heard about but never encountered. It was said that such beings required the right conditions to manifest. Yet specifics remained elusive, making their appearance a rarity over the past few centuries. Xian nodded, and, with a flick of his hand, summoned Lu Susu from Qian Hao's pocket. Upon seeing the literary emperor, she felt a wave of trepidation. However, sensing no hostility from the city god temple, she offered a slight bow. I am Lu Susu, honored to meet you, city god. Ah, it's you? The literary emperor recognized her immediately. His voice filled with astonishment. Lu Susu scrutinized him closely, unable to recall any memory. City god, do you know me? Indeed, but at that time, you had already passed. I am Dr. Zhang from Tongrentang. When you were alive, Scholar Duan brought your lifeless body to me, and soon after, your family took you away. Scholar Duan left and never returned. It was only when a hunter discovered your corpse in the mountains that it was brought back. And I was the one who buried you. It was a tragic sight. There was not a single piece of flesh uninjured. Even your ears, nose, and mouth were stitched up. I have never forgotten that day. Even in death. Later, due to my good deeds in saving lives, I became a ghostly emissary in this city god temple. After a century, I was promoted to literary emperor, responsible for case documentation. I never expected to see you again. This is truly rare. Beside them, Qianhao felt a chill run through him, as if the pain associated with the literary emperor's words intensified, reviving the memories of old wounds. Lu Susu, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled, shaking her head vigorously. What happened to Scholar Duan's soul? Why has he never come to find me? Have you seen him? No, the literary emperor replied casually, then turned to see Qianhao's pale countenance. Pointing in surprise, he then looked at Xian, who nodded, prompting him to chuckle. Miss Lu, your Scholar Duan is right before you. What? Lu Susu's face was streaked with blood tears, as a ghost. She could no longer shed tears. Confused, she stared at Xian and Qianhao, and only upon the literary emperor's gesture did she suddenly grasp the implications. City god, are you saying he is Scholar Duan? Lu Susu asked in disbelief. Xian glanced at Qianhao, patting his shoulder and deflecting. I didn't say it. Meanwhile, the literary emperor stood bewildered, realizing this fellow had unwittingly turned himself into a pawn. It seems Scholar Duan had not intended to reveal this truth. No wonder he had remained silent. Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose, aware he could neither explain to Lu Susu nor take the reins for his brother's decisions. Who could have predicted the literary emperor would recognize him? It was hardly premeditated. Chapter 12. The arrival of the black and white impermanence. Lu Susu cautiously approached Qianhao, her voice trembling. Did you know from the beginning? Xian interjected. I allowed him to experience the past. It was only when I sent you to rest that he realized the truth. Yes, not that he deceived you. He simply hasn't figured out how to proceed. After all, from every angle, it seemed there was no future for you two, and he has had a difficult couple of days. Scholar Duan, I do not blame you. I am the one who caused you harm. Knowing you are well brings me great joy. Lu Susu, now unconcerned with past grievances, only wished for Scholar Duan to remember her. Once, she had inadvertently caused his untimely demise, and now, as a ghost, she dared not hope for companionship or understanding with him. Qianhao forced a smile. Don't cry. I'm reincarnated and living well, aren't I? Those days are past. Yes. Lu Susu suppressed the urge to embrace him, silently shedding blood tears. Qianhao felt an uncomfortable sensation, akin to the pain he experienced during dreams, creeping back into his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to approach her and wrapped her in his arms. She felt icy cold, prompting him to gently reassure her. All right? Don't cry anymore. Lu Susu clung tightly to his waist, burying her head in his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, as if the 300 years of solitude were merely a fleeting moment. She had not waited in vain. This moment was everything, incomparable to anything else. Mo Xian cleared his throat, covering his mouth. Haozi, shouldn't you consider where we are? You two should tone it down a bit. Beside them, when Huang chuckled, ha ha ha, no worries. Lovers will ultimately be united. Who would have thought that a regret from centuries ago could culminate in such a perfect outcome today? Qinhao and Lu Susu felt a bit embarrassed and subsequently parted. Though their hands remained intertwined, Mo Xian, perceiving the determination in Qianhao's eyes, understood his choice. This fellow had ultimately not mustered the resolve to sever ties. Well then, since the brothers had made their choices, he too would lend a hand. When Huang, the task I am about to undertake may have some implications for this energy flow. Would it be too much trouble for you to provide some cover when the time comes? After all, you are old acquaintances, and reuniting after centuries is indeed a matter of fate. At the very least, I hope you can assist. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. You carry on with your endeavors? But be warned. Though the deceased may be revived by the spirit tree's nourishment, if there are inquiries below, I fear I will be unable to intervene. Our assistance must remain discreet. When Huang replied readily, yet still offered a cautionary reminder, Mo Xian nodded, smiling as he said, understood. The beings from the underworld merely sensed the turmoil caused by malevolent spirits and intervened. They have not directly involved themselves in this matter. Ha ha ha, quite insightful, when Huang laughed. After bidding farewell, Mo Xian led Qianhao outside, with Lu Susu discreetly retreating. Once they arrived, Mo Xian began to busy himself with drawing talismans in the study. This undertaking would last for 3 days, during which Qianhao merely fetched food and left, too apprehensive to speak for fear of disturbing him. On the morning of the 4th day, July 14th, Mo Xian commenced arranging formations in the courtyard, creating compatibility among 3 arrays, heaven, earth, and humanity, each encompassing 8 cardinal directions: Guihai water, Gangyin wood, Jimao wood, Renshan water, Bingshan earth, Zhenggu earth, and Jiashan water. The inner elements comprised water and earth from the 5 elements, with wood serving to strengthen the configuration. Having completed his preparations, he buried his head in sleep, slumbering until 11 at night. Qianhao, unable to contain himself, knocked on the door. Haozi, why not get up, have something to eat, and then continue your rest? You haven't tea eaten for a day and a night. Observing his brother so consumed with his own affairs, he feared he might exhaust himself to illness. Mo Xian opened his eyes, checked the time on his phone, and replied, Yes, I'll be out shortly. Let me freshen up. Hearing the vigor in his voice, Qianhao felt somewhat reassured. A few minutes later, Mo Xian emerged dressed in a flowing white gown, an ancient attire. Qianhao's jaw dropped. Xuanzi, why are you playing dress-up like this? This is necessary for the task at hand. Where's the food? I'm on the brink of starvation, Mo Xian remarked, slightly tugging at his ancient robe, which differed from a typical Taoist robe. It resembled the attire of celestial beings, devoid of excessive embellishments, adorned only with mist-like subtle patterns. This garment had been passed down from his grandfather. Purportedly imbued with enhancements for spellcasting, its origins shrouded in mystery, leaving behind no information aside from this robe and the texts he had studied. Lu Susu complimented, Young master looks truly handsome in that. Like a celestial being. Indeed, Susu has an eye for talent. Mo Xian smiled as he began to eat. Once the time was right, he leisurely rose. Let us go and get to work. Lu Susu felt a bit anxious, and Qianhao comforted her by holding her hand. Don't worry, Xuanzi will surely succeed. Mim. The group arrived beneath the jujube tree, where Mo Xian instructed Lu Susu to stay under the tree, yet did not permit her to enter the jade tablet, intending to facilitate their compatibility. Qianhao stood by, observing as Mo Xian swiftly formed seals, and then a transparent barrier mysteriously enveloped the courtyard, isolating it completely from the outside world. Even the distant sounds of traffic faded away, as if this courtyard existed in a realm untouched by the outside noise. Mo Xian activated the protective array, and soon, numerous beings from the underworld began to patrol the vicinity, wandering toward this location, whether intentionally or not. They could observe the white mist rising around the courtyard, resembling a house being steamed, gradually dispersing into the surroundings. The ambient energy thickened, and dark clouds obscured the once full moon. The beings from the underworld stood vigilant, the black and white impermanence, dispatched to patrol the human realm. Sensed the anomaly from afar and materialized in the sky to observe. What is this? Someone dares to defy fate, White Impermanence declared. Let us go take a look, he continued, vanishing alongside Black Impermanence. They proceeded toward the source of the ghostly energy, only to find the underworld beings engaged in fierce combat with a throng of spirits. The ghosts, seemingly frenzied, did not flee but surged forward from all directions. Have these spirits lost their minds? Black Impermanence mused, having never witnessed such a spectacle where even the underworld beings were unafraid, and the approaching spirits grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, we have arrived. This inexplicable gathering of malevolent spirits is likely connected to the courtyard enveloped in spiritual energy. But who is behind this? Who dares to reverse fate? White Impermanence frowned. Enough talk. The underworld has suffered losses. We must act swiftly to eliminate these malevolent spirits. It is a rare opportunity to capture them all in one go. Black Impermanence exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. While the underworld beings turned to see Black and White Impermanence, a wave of trepidation washed over them, prompting one to discreetly depart to report to Wen Huang. Chapter 13. Emotion triggers the Night of 100 Ghosts. What? The two esteemed lords of Black and White Impermanence have arrived, and they are here to assist? Wen Huang exclaimed in astonishment. Logically, what Embarks was attempting was a defiance of fate, and if discovered, it would surely be halted, for the deceased are registered, and chaos would not be tolerated. This was the rule. Yet, with Black and White Impermanence's sudden arrival and their willingness to assist without immediate intervention, could it be that Mr.Mo is indeed a messenger between yin and yang? Such power would be unfathomable. Unbeknownst to Emotion, the insatiable appetites of Black and White Impermanence had elevated his status significantly at the city god temple, making him appear more important than even such esteemed figures. Wen Huang promptly called the martial emperor outside, informing him of the situation and recounting prior events, thus gaining tacit approval. With Black and White Impermanence now present, they had no choice but to act, and both quickly made their way to the scene. Yuching. Those who sensed the disturbance dared not approach, for they could see Black and White Impermanence from afar and refrained from interference, instead assisting from a distance to vanquish the malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Emotion was diligently casting spells, his hands rapidly inscribing incantations upon the jujube tree, almost covering the entire trunk upon closer inspection. One would see that the markings formed the shape of a person. The jujube tree trembled, and within it, Lu Susu writhed in agony, obediently remaining inside as her yin energy was gradually extracted by the invigorating yang wood. This sensation was akin to the excruciating pain of being skinned alive, and her cries of torment resonated outward, causing Qian Hao's hands to clench in worry. His yin vision, unlocked by Emotion, allowed him to see what ordinary people could not. Lu Susu's suffering, while overhead, countless spirits danced outside the barrier. Moreover, he turned to witness the legendary figures of Black and White Impermanence engaging in battle, their gaping maws devouring various malevolent spirits, a sight so shocking that mere mortals might faint from the horror. The ghosts were seized and consumed as if they were mere meat, yet even this gruesome spectacle could not deter their desire to seize the opportunity for revival. As a deceased individual, everyone yearns to seize opportunities. However, there are arrays that obstruct their paths, along with the presence of the enigmatic Black and White Impermanence. It seems as though, overnight, all those capable of collecting spirits have emerged to fulfill their duties. The ghosts have never encountered such a multitude of ghost messengers and spirit catchers, akin to how those individuals have never witnessed a procession of 100 ghosts. This night, even ordinary folk within this vicinity dare not venture outside. The winds howl ominously, and despite it being midsummer, the air outside is chillingly frigid. A taxi roams the streets, and its driver feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. No matter how he shakes his head, he cannot rouse himself. This individual is none other than the one who once transported Emotion and his companions to the city god temple. As he approaches an intersection, a truck speeds towards him from afar. The driver, sensing a sudden bite on his thigh, jolts awake and swerves sharply to avoid a collision, narrowly skidding to a halt on the crosswalk, smoke billowing from his tires. Trembling, he steadies the steering wheel and lifts his shorts to inspect a gash on his thigh. Blood trickling from it. Curious, He reaches inside his pocket and finds nothing but a triangular talisman, its pointed tip stained with blood, and the surrounding area darkening ominously. He suddenly recalls that this was given to him by that charming young man. And after receiving it, he had felt unusually alert while driving, leading him to wear it continuously. He had initially thought it was merely a psychological effect, but now he realizes it holds true power. He pulls out his phone, preparing to make a call, but upon checking the time, he sees it is nearing 2 o'clock. Surely, everyone must be asleep as they prepare for work. He decides to wait until tomorrow. The driver, feeling uneasy, opts to return home for rest, having nearly dozed off multiple times that night and witnessed peculiar sights. Initially dismissing them as mere illusions, he now believes there must indeed be some unclean entities at play. Imo Xian's decision to act on this particular day is also due to the mid-July period when the gates to the underworld are opened, allowing him the opportunity to fully restore Lu Susu to life. This explains the influx of malevolent spirits. However, he is taken aback by the unexpected arrival of black and white impermanents in Wei City for inspection. Imo Xian feels anxious, uncertain whether he can accomplish his goal. Having commenced this endeavor, he can only press forward. The jujube tree he has fashioned from afar has now taken on a humanoid form, meticulously crafted to envelop Lu Susu. Given that her essence resides within this form, intricate techniques are not required. Once everything is complete, Imo Xian extracts his heart's blood once more, placing it upon his index and middle fingers, and speaks to Qian Hao. From this moment forth, regardless of what transpires, you must not call out to me until dawn. Otherwise, all will be in vain, and I may never return. Qian Hao, anxious, inquires, "Where are you going?" "I am going to the underworld to steal the book of life and death." Imo Xian replies before beginning to inscribe a spell before him, his form gradually becoming transparent. As his figure fades completely, the jujube tree stands in its place, now resembling a person. Qian Hao's heart leaps to his throat. Imo Xian intends to steal the book of life and death. Does that not mean he must venture into the Yama King's hall? Even Lu Susu, encased within the jujube tree, wears a look of shock, wishing to intervene and prevent her beloved from embarking on a one-way journey, but she cannot emerge, nor can she cry out. Xian glances down at himself, ensuring that his garment's powers are maximized. With a flick of his hand, the jujube tree transforms into a diminutive humanoid form, which he cradles in his palm before placing it into the deep pocket of his wide sleeves as he strides toward the doorway. He hopes that this garment, as his grandfather claimed, can shield him from all scrutiny. Upon reaching the threshold, he gestures, and the array surrounding the courtyard is lifted, causing all the malevolent spirits outside to surge forward. Black Impermanence, upon witnessing this, shouts urgently, "There is a mortal inside. We must do everything in our power to prevent these malevolent spirits from causing harm." Yes, the denizens of the underworld respond in unison. Only Qian Hao stands bewildered, as the spirits, unable to find their target, rush towards him but are repelled before they can come within 2 meters. It suddenly dawns on him that he possesses several talismans left by Imo Xian. Wrapping one around his hand, he attempts to brandish it. "Come on, today. I shall contend with you. Let you trouble me. Let you disrupt my peace." Subsequently, the denizens of the underworld and black and white impermanents watch in astonishment as the mortal, adorned with talismans, throws left hooks and right jabs, sweeping his arms across the air. Grabbing a mop wrapped in a talisman, he wields it like a golden staff, each swing sending groups of spirits flying. White Impermanence, Xiebian, twitches his lips. "Eighth brother. This fellow possesses a pure young body, does he not?" "Indeed," replies the 7th brother. "However, it seems he is not the person we seek who can alter fate." Fan Wujiao furrows his brow. Xiebian nods. "Regardless of whether or not he is, we must first eliminate the evil spirits and then interrogate him." Before long, some malevolent spirits, unable to detect that elusive opportunity, retreat swiftly under the relentless assault. The denizens of the underworld finally exhale in relief as the civil and military emperors advance, bowing respectfully to Xiebian and Fan Wujiao. "7th Master, 8th Master." "Yes, no need for excessive courtesy." "City God," Xiebian replies, raising his hand to signal them to wait. He then turns to Qian Hao, who lies sprawled on the ground. He stands tall and asks, "Were you the one attempting to alter fate just now?" Qian Hao's heart races, and without taking a moment to compose himself, he scrambles to his feet and bows, I pay my respects to Lord White Impermanence. Answer my question from earlier, Xie commands. Qian Hao lifts his gaze, confusion etched on his face. Lord White Impermanence, do I appear to possess the ability for such feats? I merely have a few talismans. Perhaps you might inspect them for any faults? As he speaks, Qian Hao pulls out numerous talismans from various pockets, leaning forward. Here, allow me to show you, Lord White Impermanence. Without these remarkable talismans, I would not even be able to see you. This causes Xie to take several steps back in alarm. Has this man lost his mind? Approaching him with such powerful talismans in hand, were it not for his demeanor, he might suspect this boy intended to do him harm. Fan Wujiao also subtly retreats, relieved that the boy did not unleash those talismans upon seventh brother. Otherwise, it would be quite the ordeal, as these talismans evidently possessed the power of the heavenly Tao, with such intense yang energy. No wonder the boy fought so exuberantly. It turns out he wielded potent weapons. As Xie observes Qian Hao moving closer, he raises his hand to interrupt. Remain where you are. Simply answer my questions. Yes, my lord, feel free to inquire. I will respond to the best of my ability. Qian Hao stands at attention, puffing out his chest, though his stance resembles more of a rooster preparing for battle than a soldier. Who was performing the art of fate alteration within this courtyard? My lord, there is no one. I am the only one here. Impossible. Fan Wujiao realizes that this boy is nothing but a slippery character, incapable of uttering a single truth. Could it be that no one sought to alter fate here? And yet so many vengeful spirits have appeared without reason. Qian Hao shrugs. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate. You are here, and I cannot deceive you, if you can find someone. Then capture them, he pauses, then exclaims, surely, no one could possibly escape from the presence of Lord Black and White Impermanence. No way. No way. Xie grits his teeth and hisses, silence. Qian Hao obediently shuts his mouth. The civil and military emperors exchange glances from a distance, fully aware of who is responsible, yet it is evident that Black and White Impermanence have yet to locate their quarry. As the saying goes, one must catch a thief red-handed, but seventh brother and eighth brother have not even begun their pursuit before deciding to act only after the target has left. They are clearly putting on a show for their benefit. Thus, who exactly is Emo Xian below? Even seventh brother and eighth brother are so supportive of him. Xie coldly instructs, search this courtyard thoroughly. The denizens of the underworld, believing they are merely going through the motions, swiftly enter the room, casually inspecting Emo Xian's writing implements and stationery before returning to report. Seventh master, eighth master, there is no one inside, only this living person. We found no trace of others. The civil and military emperors internally applaud their subordinates, commending them for a job well done in distancing themselves from any connection. Xie and Fan Wujiao frown. Could it be that we truly sensed incorrectly? Shortly thereafter, Fan Wujiao notices a pit in the ground and inquires, boy, what was there originally? The question causes Qian Hao's heart to skip a beat, and he hastily fabricates a response. This is a pit I dug myself. I intended to plant a tree, but when I went to plant it during the day, I discovered the roots were rotten, so I discarded it, planning to buy a larger one next time. Hence I was digging away. Fan Wujiao's lips twitch. So you were digging this pit all night instead of sleeping? Indeed. Qian Hao lies without batting an eye. Xie presses further. And where did the array in this courtyard and the talismans you produced come from? Huh? You mean that? Qian Hao replies, when I arrived in Wei City, I encountered a scruffy old man on the train. He spent all my money on peanuts and alcohol, and later used these items to settle his debt with me. As for the array, I merely set it up according to his instructions. Whether it is effective or not, I cannot say. However, I can assure you that my talismans can indeed combat spirits. I just tested them, and they are genuine. If Lord White Impermanence desires, I can part with some for you. The civil and military emperors are barely able to contain their laughter from a distance. It appears that none following Emo Xian can be described as normal, as this boy lies with such ease. Yet Xie and Fan Wujiao lack evidence, turning back to ask, City God, did you sense anything unusual regarding fate alteration earlier? When Huang and Wu Huang immediately shook their heads, prompting those behind them to do the same. The seventh and eighth lords clearly indicated that they should remain silent, and they understood. This realization only deepened the confusion for Xie and Fan Wujiao. Could it be that their perceptions were mistaken? That seemed implausible. Unable to comprehend the situation and finding no resolution, they resolved to depart, wary of potential disturbances on this night of the 7th month. Very well, everyone, perform your respective duties. This night is extraordinary, so remain vigilant, Xiebyan instructed. Yes. The spirits of the underworld responded in unison, swiftly dispersing throughout the city. Xiebyan and Fan Wu cast a glance at the obediently standing Chun Hao before turning to leave. Leaving the courtyard in complete silence, Chun Hao collapsed onto the ground, wiping sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That scared me to death." He dared not utter Emo Xian's name, instead feigning fright, fearful that the spectral beings might still be watching. As expected, the concealed Fan Wu Jiao and Xiebyan observed him in silence for a while before quietly departing. Meanwhile, Emo Xian had arrived at the Ghost Gate, located by a water bridge. Devoid of vehicles and enveloped in the stillness of midnight. Two divine guardians stood watch beside the gate. Emo Xian recognized them as Yu Lei and Shen Tu, the commanders of the myriad of ghosts. These towering figures, adorned with golden helmets and clad in iron armor, remained ever vigilant over the gate's movements. As he approached the Ghost Gate, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him. Would they detect his presence? Chapter 15. Discovered, facing the King of Hell. He tiptoed to the entrance, and to his relief, the guardian showed no signs of reaction. Emo Xian quickened his pace and entered the Ghost Gate. He found himself in a realm steeped in eerie ambience, devoid of sun and moon, where only darkness and cold winds prevailed. Cautiously, he advanced, wary of any lapse in vigilance. In this world, danger lurked at every turn. Even the slightest oversight could plunge him into irreversible peril. Along his journey, he encountered numerous bizarre entities. Half-human, half-ghost malevolent spirits, grotesque creatures of all forms, and unseen horrors that sent shivers down his spine. He navigated through the desolate wilderness populated by countless wandering souls. Soon arriving before an ancient temple, he stroked his chin and murmured, "I've heard that this place enshrines the legendary Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It's best to keep my distance." He traversed various watchtowers with relative ease. Should he lose his way, he would find himself in a desolate area devoid of soldiers, where he could inquire of passing ghosts for directions. In the underworld, he could manifest without consequence, as those spirits never expected a living being to intrude. Upon their inquiry about the King of Hell's Hall, the ghosts readily provided him with directions before hastily departing. Following their guidance, Emo Xian advanced swiftly, soon reaching the Naiha Bridge, surrounded by blooming red spider lilies, stretching infinitely into the distance. The riverside, swaying in the gentle breeze, exuded a melancholic beauty. As he passed by the Ming Po's stall, she glanced up at him before returning to her task of ladling soup. Yet, her astonishment went unnoticed by Emo Xian. Only after he had moved away did she murmur to herself, "You finally came, didn't he?" Continuing on, Emo Xian soon encountered a place resembling an ancient yamen. Though resplendently adorned, exuding an air of authority. Soldiers bustled in and out, and a plaque hung above, inscribed with the words "Hall of the King of Hell." This was his destination, silently casting a spell to render himself invisible. He stepped inside, swiftly surveying his surroundings. His goal was a coveted treasure of the underworld, the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death, a mysterious tome governing the lives and deaths of all beings, promised the power to manipulate life at will, an irresistible temptation. The area was heavily guarded. He tread lightly as he entered, successfully making his way to the inner hall. In one chamber, a fearsome beast stood sentinel. A plaque above the door reading Hall of Life and Death. Emo Xian speculated that this must be the location of the Book of Life and Death, though the beast was a ghost general, radiating a formidable aura that sent chills down his spine. He could not confront this ghost general directly. He needed to devise a means to evade its watchful gaze while absconding with the book. However, Emo Xian was uncertain whether his invisibility and attire would mask all traces of his presence. If discovered, he would surely be at a disadvantage. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a chance. Having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. Even if captured, he believed his attire might spare him from the ultimate penalty. His grandfather had once told him that this garment, when worn, allowed one to traverse the underworld without restriction. It was said to have been brought by his mother. Thus, Emo Xian pondered whether the garment's formidable capabilities were intertwined with his mother's fate. Perhaps being captured would yield clues about her. for she had been like a phantom to him for so many years, and despite inquiring of numerous spirits, he had never gleaned any information about his mother, Mo Yen. Resolute, Mo Xian approached the door. The ghost general remained indifferent, prompting him to lift his foot and prepare to enter. However, he was halted by a booming voice from the nearby ghost general, declaring, "Since you have arrived, why not boldly reveal yourself and enter? What is the need for furtiveness?" This statement froze Mo Xian mid-step as he turned to find the ghost general scrutinizing him intently. Could it be that he had been observed all along? "Can you see me?" Mo Xian inquired. The ghost general replied calmly, "No, then how do you know?" Mo Xian pressed, already suspecting the answer. The ghost general explained, "Your aura. Am I truly allowed to enter without being apprehended?" Mo Xian asked, curiosity piqued by the ghost general's calm demeanor despite knowing he was present and invisible. The ghost general replied, "You cannot be caught." What? Mo Xian was bewildered. How could he not be caught when the ghost general had just claimed to sense his presence? The ghost general merely reiterated, "Reveal yourself and enter." "Very well, I apologize for the intrusion, my lord," Mo Xian replied, forming a gesture of acknowledgement as he revealed himself. The ghost general appraised him with surprise, remarking, "So she truly accomplished it. Quite impressive." This revelation sparked Mo Xian's interest. "Who is the she you speak of, my lord?" "Your mother, Mo Yen. No, it should be said that she is your mother now. You bear a striking resemblance to her." The ghost general recalled, as if lost in thought. Mo Xian's hands clenched into fists with nervousness. "You have met my mother? Indeed. When? Where? How much do you know about her? Please, tell me," Mo Xian implored, stepping closer and grasping the ghost general's arms. Only then did he realize his rudeness and quickly retreated, bowing in contrition. "I apologize for my impudence, my lord." The ghost general waved it off dismissively, "No matter. However, it seems you have never met your mother?" Upon realizing something, the ghost general added, "That makes sense. You are a naturally occurring yin-yang body, which confirms that she has passed away. It is likely she did not wish for her son to see her in a state that is neither human nor ghost." Mo Xian's heart ached at this revelation. "I asked that why she left me." He bowed deeply to the ghost general, pleading, "Might I gain further understanding of my mother's circumstances?" The ghost general hesitated. But a commanding voice emerged from within the room, declaring, "What do you wish to know? Come inside, and do not linger at the door." "Yes, my lord." The ghost general responded and gestured for Mo Xian to enter. Upon entering, Mo Xian beheld numerous bookshelves, categorizing various regions and distinguishing between good and evil. Was this truly the repository of the living and the dead? At the center stood a long table adorned with writing materials and piles of texts. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie, an incongruous sight amidst the surroundings, reminiscent of a corporate executive. Upon noticing Mo Xian's expression, the king of hell explained, "I grew weary of ancient garb. I happened to see this suit and found it appealing, so I decided to try it on." "Greetings, king of hell," Mo Xian stammered, preparing to bow, only to find himself suspended by an unseen force. Unable to kneel, "Well, I consider myself a senior to you. Your name was decided upon in consultation with your mother." The king of hell spoke in a gentle tone, reminiscent of countless benevolent elders in the mortal realm, instilling a sense of reverence within Mo Xian. Given the mention of his mother, the atmosphere felt even more intimate. Mo Xian, filled with excitement, inquired, "Do you know where my mother is?" "Your mother resides in the mortal realm. I cannot disclose her exact location, but now that you are here, aside from her whereabouts, I should be able to clarify other matters for you," the king of hell stated, rising and walking to a nearby tea table. He gestured for Mo Xian to take a seat. Chapter 16. Everything was predestined before her death. Seated, Mo Xian fixed his gaze anxiously on the king of hell, awaiting his words. Soon, he heard, in fact. "The garment you wear was left by a celestial healer. He established a vital bridge between the underworld and the mortal realm. He possessed profound skills, also being a yin-yang body, and cultivated at an astonishing rate, making him an extraordinary figure. He accomplished much for our realm and healed many demons and ghosts, earning great respect. He also provided our underworld with a representative in the mortal realm, alleviating many challenges. However, he suddenly vanished, and no one knows his whereabouts. Later, he encountered your mother, who came wearing this very garment. She learned the yin-yang techniques and commands left by the celestial healer, but your mother could not wield the same celestial powers. You are indeed the only one capable of wielding the power of the heavenly path, much like him. The previous Ghost General's inability to capture you stemmed from his fear of your invocation of that power. As numerous entities might seek to confront him over it in the underworld, many have benefited from the grace of the heavenly physician, and should he dare to lay hands on you, he would likely be misconstrued as showing disrespect towards the heavenly physician. Emo Xian nodded, realizing that the reason he claimed he could not catch the scent was due to fear. It made sense why his grandfather had mentioned that as long as he wore this garment, he could freely enter and exit the realm of the dead. It was not merely a falsehood. His mother had left this for him, knowing that one day he would come. But when she arrived, was she alive or dead? The King of Hell sighed, explaining that she had come while still living, though she had many hidden matters she had not divulged to him. Initially, she sought only to verify the garment's function. Later informing him that if a being of yin-yang were to come, claiming to be her son, she hoped he would extend his care. Although he could not leave the underworld if Emo Xian arrived, he could still be of assistance to it that time. He had been unaware of her reasons, yet they had collectively chosen a name for him. Xian It was a name imbued with her hopes that he would grow to be dignified, tall, bright, talented, elegant, and noble, symbolizing a future of grace and vitality. It was evident that even before he had taken form, his mother was eager to bestow upon him all that was best, her aspirations for him reaching far beyond what he could fathom. Just as she had known he would come here, it seemed she had foreseen his path as the heavenly physician. Emo Xian's heart ached as he realized he was not merely conceived after his mother's death, but perhaps she had willingly transformed into a corpse ghost to bring him forth. But why? Why must it be through such a transformation? Why this obsession with the yin-yang body, even at the cost of her life? This outcome felt as if his very existence had been predestined to lead to his mother's demise, which he found difficult to accept. How could this be? Why did she do this? Was his status as a yin-yang body truly so significant? The King of Hell, observing his dazed expression, felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps no one could bear the thought that their arrival was the catalyst for their mother's death. Yet, such was the reality. Even the king had inquired about it in the past, but Emo Yin had only smiled faintly, offering no answers. Emo Xian lifted his gaze to the King of Hell, understanding that his questions would remain unanswered. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he continued, "What connection do I have with the heavenly physician?" In truth, he had only glimpsed the heavenly physician from afar, for their position was not fixed. Previously, it had been Lord Bao executing the duties, and due to his remarkable achievements, the role had subsequently passed to him. The king paused before continuing, "Thus, my understanding of the heavenly physician is that he traverses between the realms of the living and the dead, coordinating matters with special departments on the other side. Occasionally, we would dispatch individuals to cooperate with him regarding certain vengeful spirits. If serious misunderstandings arise, he would handle them, as many situations involve individuals framing ghosts or other underworld agents. You must be aware that when significant officials die under mysterious circumstances, people often say the King of Hell demanded their demise at midnight. In truth, that is far from the case, and in such instances, it requires explanation, for numerous patriotic practitioners may feel aggrieved, believing I should not act in such a manner, which could lead to considerable trouble at the gates of the underworld. Emo Xian was left speechless. Realizing there were complexities he had not anticipated, he had assumed the underworld remained untroubled by the affairs of the living. If the King of Hell's assertions were accurate, then the role of the heavenly physician was indeed necessary, capable of resolving many of the living's confusions while sparing the spirits of the dead from wrongful accusations, as they too required merit. Once that merit was compromised, it could hinder their cultivation and abilities, potentially resulting in backlash. After all, the underworld's practitioners cultivating energy, and only those with merit in life could become yin agents. Furthermore, their injuries could not be treated as those of the living. Once they reached a certain level of cultivation, repair became nearly impossible. It was no wonder the King of Hell displayed such courtesy. He knew Emo Xian's mother, hence the warmth in his demeanor. Emo Xian surmised that the king had much to discuss with him, so he inquired, "What would you have me do, Your Majesty?" "Ah, my child, you are astute. Since you have fully inherited the ability to wield the power of the heavenly path, I wish to inquire how much you have learned of the heavenly physicians, Art. Ocean replied candidly. I have learned it all. I have never faltered since I began at the age of 5. This revelation caused the usually composed king of hell to rise in excitement. You mean to say you have mastered everything your mother left for you? Indeed. The king of hell burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, truly a genius. It is no wonder your mother acted with such abandon. She must have foreseen this day long ago. She once promised to send me a grand gift, and it appears she has kept her word. Emotion remained silent, discomfort gnawing at him. Why had his mother taken such actions? What was the reason behind his exposure to these matters? Had she predicted something? If so, why could she not resolve it herself and chose death instead? As a practitioner, who could accept becoming something neither human nor ghost? If she made such a choice, what was the ultimate purpose? The king of hell patted his shoulder. Now is not the time for you to know. However, since you are here, I truly have a task for you. Will you accept? Please, speak. Your Majesty, oh, not call me your Majesty. Refer to me as Uncle. I addressed your mother as sister, so I shall call her that. Uncle Yen. The king of hell responded readily, then continued, I wish for you to become a representative of the underworld. Would you be willing? Chapter 17. Representative of the underworld? Emotion felt somewhat bewildered. What did it mean to be a representative of the underworld? To symbolize death. Noticing the confusion on his face, the king of hell explained, you would represent the underworld in addressing various matters, including significant events occurring in the realm of the living. If such occurrences involve vengeful spirits, you could step in to assist. After all, the underworld's emissaries have limited time to act in the outer world. Sometimes, they may not even discover certain happenings during the night. If it involves particularly malevolent spirits, human assistance may be required to gather information. For instance, there have been reports from the city god temple about a living person harboring many ghosts. A situation that even the underworld cannot handle. Mo Xian recalled the individual who had sought him out and began to understand. It seemed the living person had hidden themselves well, eluding the underworld's detection. If they acted discreetly at night, the underworld agents, akin to the police of the dead, would find it fruitless to intervene. He nodded and replied, Thank you, Uncle Yin. For your trust, I will do my utmost to assist where I can. I plan to open a shop, and any Yin agents in need of healing may come to me. Good. Your words bring me great joy. With your commitment, many Yin agents need not fall, for they do not always contend with feeble spirits. Frequently, those with substantial merit may perish, and it pains me to witness such losses. As Mo Xian sensed the conversation nearing its conclusion, he expressed his own intention. Uncle Yin, I have a friend, and I hope you might show leniency. With that, he produced the human-shaped jujube wood from his sleeve. Upon seeing the king of hell, Lu Susu felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Yet, recalling that both the gentleman and the king of hell referred to each other as uncle, she gradually calmed herself. Suddenly, the ghost general outside caught wind of another ghostly presence and rushed in brandishing a weapon. How audacious! Which ghost dares to intrude? This left Mo Xian feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The king of hell waved his hand. Enough! This is brought in by Xianer. You may leave now. Yes, the ghost general complied, though still puzzled as to why the king addressed him with such familiarity after only a brief time. Mo Xian then recounted Lu Susu's situation, and the king of hell nodded in understanding. After a moment, he regarded the jujube wood with appreciation. This is a chance belonging to Miss Lu. I have no reason to withhold it. Today, I shall grant her this favor. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appeared on the table. After another gesture, Lu Susu's name appeared, and with a flick of his wrist, the crossed-out name vanished. Lu Susu felt her soul liberated at that moment, the previous sense of confinement dissipating as she began to meld with the jujube wood. Mo Xian observed the transformation and, with a swift motion, sent Lu Susu into her human form. She knelt before the king of hell, respectfully addressing him. I pay my respects to your majesty. This immense kindness I shall never forget. Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formality. This is also the result of Xianer's intercession. If you have no further matters, you may return. Lingering too long may concern your loved ones. Afterward, Mo Xian bid farewell to the king of hell and, with Lu Susu in tow, exited without the need for the stealth they had previously employed. To his surprise, a bronze token now hung at his waist, emblazoned with the character for Underworld. Any agents attempting to impede him greeted him with deep respect. "Greetings, sir. Safe travels, sir. Wishing you a smooth journey." Sir Mo Xian smiled and nodded in response. Upon reaching the front of the temple, he paused. "Young master, what troubles you?" Lu Susu looked around in confusion, finding nothing, and then inquired with curiosity. Mo Xian furrowed his brow and meticulously scanned the surroundings, yet he detected no anomalies. However, he had distinctly felt an intense sensation of being watched moments ago, which had now vanished without a trace. He then cast a deep glance at the tightly shut temple door before turning to leave with Lu Susu. When they emerged from the gates of the underworld, the two guards attempted to block their path. But upon seeing the token, they quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed sir." "Thank you for your hard work," Mo Xian replied, retrieving 6 incense sticks from his pocket, igniting them with a casual flick, and inserting them directly at their feet. He then set down 2 piles of paper money beside them, saying, "Take this." "Thank you, sir." Yu Lei and Shen Tu expressed their gratitude joyfully, for this incense was no ordinary offering. It was something invaluable. Unobtainable through mere purchase, as for the paper money, it was not easily acquired either. It was imbued with celestial power, greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Possessing such items for passage below was indeed a coveted treasure. Even in battle, should their strength falter, they could draw upon the power contained within this paper money, a priceless resource. One must understand that guarding the gates of the underworld often involved facing formidable foes, leading to frequent battles where injuries or untimely demise were all too common. Having these items was tantamount to possessing a means of survival. It is worth noting that as in Chai, they were once mortals themselves. Should they perish again, all would be lost. As the two gathered their belongings and turned around, they discovered that Mo Xian had already vanished from sight. "Why have I never seen this esteemed sir in the underworld before?" Shen Tu queried in bewilderment. "Esteemed individuals like him, even if they wished to remain unseen, we would be oblivious," Yu Lei replied. The wandering souls passing by gazed enviously at their possessions and the burning incense. Yet none dared to approach. Just as they reveled in their good fortune, Fan Wu Jiao and Xia Baiyan emerged, and upon noticing the splendid items in their possession, exchanged glances before swiftly advancing. It was only when the two realized that half of their paper money had mysteriously disappeared that they instinctively sought to reclaim it. However, upon recognizing it was the black and white impermanence, they could only retreat silently. "Where did you procure that paper money?" Xia Baiyan inquired. "It was given to us by an esteemed sir," Yu Lei responded, slightly displeased. Fan Wujia's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Was it from Lord Yin?" "No, it was from that esteemed sir who just departed. He is not from our underworld but from the realm of the living." "What? A living person gave you paper money?" Fan Wujia questioned, perplexed. Since when did someone from the living realm need to address them as esteemed sir? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, asking, "Seventh brother, do you remember that person who defied fate? Even if they succeeded in escaping, they would surely need to consult Lord Yin to alter the death ledger. Could it be that while we were away, they ventured into our domain?" "It is quite possible. We should return and investigate who dares to engage in Chai," Xia Baiyan said before turning to leave. Shen Tu wanted to mention that he held a token, but Yu Lei held him back. "Do not inform them. They have already pilfered some of our paper money. There's no telling if they might seek to trouble the esteemed sir. But what if they are harmed? After all, when that esteemed sir arrived in the realm of the living, I witnessed him conceal the token. Surely they would not dare to offend him, right?" Shen Tu expressed his concern. Chapter 18. "This fellow is toying with us." Mo Xian returned home with Lu Susu, spotting a figure pacing outside the courtyard from a distance, illuminated by the light. Since they were concealed in the shadows, Qianhao remained oblivious, muttering to himself, "Why aren't they back yet? Could something have happened? Haozi, I never expected you to wish for my demise in such a manner." Qianhao turned around only to be startled by the sight of the two clad in white, and without hesitation, he punched Mo Xian in the chest, exclaiming, "You finally decided to return. You nearly scared me to death. Thank you for your efforts. You two carry on with your conversation. I'm going to rest." Mo Xian chuckled as he retreated inside. Qianhao, sensing an unusual tension in Mo Xian's demeanor, glanced at Lu Susu, who nodded in concern, and they hurried into the courtyard. Upon entering the hall, they found Mo Xian sipping from a can of beer. Prompting Qianhao to sit beside him and ask, "Xuanzi, what troubles you?" "Haozi, If you were to learn that your very existence was the catalyst for your mother's demise, how would you feel? Imo Xian inquired somberly. What do you mean? Chen Hao's eyes widened in shock. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly cruel. He knew Imo Xian had long sought to find his mother, previously believing her to be merely missing and thus refrained from asking, fearing it might upset him. Yet after that day of drinking, Imo Xian had spoken of his awareness of the precariousness of his situation. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to accompany him in opening a shop. However, this outcome was entirely unexpected, explaining his despondence. Unsure of how to offer comfort, Chen Hao patted his shoulder. Many things are beyond our control, but at the very least, we can be certain of one thing. There remains hope of finding her. Look at Susu. She has returned to life. Perhaps your mother still has another chance. Imo Xian smiled bitterly. This is Susu's destiny, but my mother's fate is beyond my grasp. She has become a corpse spirit. This inevitably leads to a state of existence that is neither human nor ghost. How could she possibly resurrect like Lu Susu? If such a possibility existed, Uncle Yin would have surely mentioned it. As the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, two unexpected guests arrived. Chen Hao glanced at Imo Xian, and upon receiving a knowing look, turned to Lu Susu, saying, "Ah, there's still some food left. Let us three enjoy a meal together." With that, he made his way to the kitchen, and although Lu Susu was unsure of the reason, she followed suit. Meanwhile, Imo Xian continued sipping his beer, feigning ignorance of the presence of the black and white impermanents. The two were nearly hovering over Imo Xian's face, yet he displayed no reaction. Fan Wujiu asked, "Seventh brother, should we reveal ourselves? If they truly possess the means to provide paper money, how could they fail to notice us? After all, he is a natural yin-yang body, so this fellow is indeed toying with us. This yin-yang body truly complicates matters. Attempting to feign invisibility is futile," Imo Xian muttered in frustration, raising his gaze to fixate on them. Originally, Fan Wujiu had been quite close, but Imo Xian's rolling eyes startled him. Imo Xian's mood lightened somewhat as he calmly inquired, "What brings you two here? Is it your defiance of fate that has incited the night of 100 ghosts?" Xiaobai scrutinized him. "Indeed. Where were you before? Why did you not return?" Imo Xian nonchalantly took a sip of beer before responding. "I went to the underworld to see Uncle Yin." Uncle Yin? For some reason, they felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this natural yin-yang body had transformed into a being akin to the divine physician from centuries past? It was the only explanation that made sense. "Yes," Imo Xian affirmed, producing the token from his waist and presenting it to them. "Greetings, esteemed sir." Xiaobai and Fan Wujiu immediately knelt on one knee, clasping their hands in reverence. While it was customary to address a superior, this display of reverence caught them off guard. Yet, they were astonished. Thus, defiance of fate was indeed sanctioned by Lord Yin. What, then, was their purpose here? Subsequently, Imo Xian inquired coolly, "Did you take the paper money from those two?" He had not overlooked their previous conversation, especially given the disparity in their status, which made such an act entirely plausible. The two brothers exchanged glances, realizing they had likely erred, but Xiaobai responded swiftly, "Esteemed sir, we merely borrowed it for observation. We shall return it after night. Better be so. However, today, I must express my gratitude, for you have indeed rendered great assistance. It is merely our duty. As long as the esteemed sir does not hold it against us, we are content. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Do not come to trouble my family without cause." "Understood, esteemed sir. We shall be at your service should you require anything in the future." After the two departed, they exhaled a sigh of relief from a considerable distance. Why was this person so imposing? They even referred to Lord Yin as Uncle Yin. That casual demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the divine physician, though his face was not quite similar. Meanwhile, Chen Hao peeked out from the kitchen, ensuring that no spirits lingered before emerging with peanuts and placing them on the table. "Come, let me share a drink with you. You must tell me more about the underworld." Of course, Imo Xian recounted all he had witnessed, and upon learning that he had become the spokesperson for the underworld, Chen Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Impressive, Xuanzi. You are truly remarkable. This surpasses even celebrity endorsements." It was no wonder that the black and white impermanents treated him with such respect. It was astonishing. "Today has been quite eventful. Let us find a shop tomorrow afternoon." "Agreed." Chen Hao remained in shock, and once he noticed that Imo Xian appeared slightly inebriated, he urged him to wash up and get some rest. After Imo Xian had fallen asleep, He turned to Lu Susu with a hint of remorse. I apologize for neglecting you. Lu Susu nestled into his embrace, smiling blissfully. It's quite all right. I understand your concern for the esteemed sir. After all, he has been preoccupied with matters concerning me, and his mood has not been well. We have ample time ahead. I am fortunate to have you, he said, tightening his hold around her waist, savoring the warmth of an ordinary person. From this moment onward, she would be his woman, and he vowed to protect her. As for his brother, no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would accompany him every step of the way. Contemplating this, he asked, Susu, from now on, Xuanzi's path is his alone. I wish to follow him. Would you oppose this? I am unable to assist with that. Captain Zhang is currently engulfed in confusion, yet he dares not gamble with so many lives at stake, particularly since he has encountered Emo Xian a few times. He is certainly not a person who acts without thought. The more composed a person is, the more steady their actions tend to be. How could someone of his caliber cause a ruckus in a shopping mall merely due to a hobby? Having witnessed his abilities firsthand, there is no doubt that if he claims something sinister is afoot, it must be true. Thus, he carefully chooses his words. Miss Zhang, it is not our intention to disrupt your business, but rather a matter of life and death. This individual here is from our department's special cases team, handling some truly inexplicable supernatural events. I hope you can forgive any offense caused. For now, this is the best approach. He must first calm the crowd to prevent further chaos. They can at least leverage the department's reputation to investigate the matter thoroughly, with so many people evacuated. Deputy Qin has also arrived. Upon hearing Captain Zhang's statement, he pulls him aside outside the restroom and inquires, what on earth is going on? Why the commotion? The media has already shown up downstairs. It's a long story, Deputy. You should have heard about the incident with Li Mimi jumping off the building last time, right? Captain Zhang muses, knowing old you is likely busy. Deputy Qin nods, yes, I heard that the deceased only completed the final persuasion shortly before her death, and it was later confirmed that MSLI was pregnant. The person who assisted us that day claimed there are vengeful spirits causing harm, which is why I acted swiftly to evacuate. Keep in mind, this is broad daylight. He had been inside for over 10 minutes without emerging. I've seen that guy. He is quite composed and not someone who would come here on a whim. Now that he is associated with our department, it adds a layer of credibility. After all, we cannot wager with lives. Deputy Qin agrees, I understand. But if this turns out to be a misunderstanding, your punishment will be inevitable. Let it be. If it comes to that, I'll pay the Zhang group back with all my savings. It's a gamble worth taking. Though Captain Zhang speaks boldly, his heart bleeds. After all these years, his savings are meager, and if he mismanages this, it could lead to dire consequences. Outside the mall, the area has been cordoned off by police, preventing anyone from approaching. Zhang Xiaoyi stands in a fury, glaring at the restroom stalls, wishing to drag the occupants out and give them a sound thrashing. However, with the authorities making such a grand show, she can't help but wonder, could it be true that there are spirits involved? Otherwise, what kind of ability does this person possess, regardless of the truth? She cannot afford to act rashly now, so she resolves to stay and observe. When Captain Zhang enters to persuade her to leave, she firmly states, I must stay to ascertain what is truly happening. Otherwise, I cannot explain myself to my father. I cannot simply disregard your words. At that moment, Emo Xian emerges from the stall, exclaiming, Captain Zhang, to the B2 level. Without hesitation, he rushes out, followed closely by Captain Zhang, while Qian Hao and Lu Susu trail behind. Seeing everyone leave, Zhang Xiaoyi swiftly returns to the stall to grab her bag hanging above, then runs after them. Meanwhile, Emo Xian and the others take the elevator down, and she is left to ride alone. She reflects on the man who just exited. With his sharp brows and striking features, she finds it difficult to reconcile how such a person could invade a women's restroom. She mutters to herself, could it be that there truly are vengeful spirits? After saying this, a chill runs down her spine, and she begins to regret staying. Yet, as her mind races with thoughts, the elevator halts at the B2 level. Taking a deep breath, she tightens her grip on her bag and steps out. The underground parking lot appears no different from usual, merely cooler than above, and she can still hear distant footsteps. On the other side, Emo Xian, guided by his sensing talisman, arrives at a large door at the back of the underground garage. Hearing footsteps, he turns and asks, what is this place used for? Zhang Xiaoyi pauses before responding. This was initially a storage area for equipment during construction, but it hasn't seen much use since. Familiar with her family's shopping mall's layout, she even supervised the completion of the design plans. All subsequent operations were managed by her. Emotion glances at the tightly locked door and instructs, Susu, you stay here and ensure that nothing escapes. Understood, Lu Susu promptly replies, her white dress accentuating her grace. Zhang Xiaoyi thinks to herself that she resembles a refined lady. How could she possibly catch spirits? Why would a man leave a woman to guard the entrance? Then, she sees him produce talismans and hand them to Captain Zhang and Deputy Qin. Chen Hao? Teach them how to use these. I'll go in first to assess the situation. Be careful. Chen Hao, experienced in dealing with spirits, shows no fear, trusting in his capable brother. Deputy Qin, encountering these talismans for the first time, skeptically follows Chen Hao's instructions, wrapping one around his fist. Soon, he finds himself covered in talismans from all sides, dressed in tactical gear, which does seem a bit peculiar. Captain Zhang shares a glance with him, both feeling a mix of resignation and amusement, yet they dare not gamble with lives. They must comply. Zhang Xiaoyi, feeling unsettled, tugs at Chen Hao, who is preparing to enter, asking, what about me? Don't I get to? Being the only woman present apart from the one standing by the door, she feels overlooked. Captain Zhang turns to her and says, Miss Zhang, you should leave quickly. It is not safe here. Chen Hao ponders for a moment, then pulls out a talisman for her. I don't have many with me today, but take this and leave promptly. After handing it to her, he turns and pushes the door open, followed closely by Deputy Qin and Captain Zhang. A gust of chilling wind sweeps out as the door opens, causing Zhang Xiaoyi's skirt to flutter. She shivers, glancing at the woman by the door, who continues to fix her gaze on it without moving. Instinctively, she positions herself opposite her. At that moment, Lu Susu finally turns her attention to Zhang Xiaoyi, frowning as she asks, aren't you leaving? Miss, I'm scared to go up alone. The entire mall is empty, Zhang Xiaoyi awkwardly admits. Lu Susu pauses for a moment before stating seriously, then stay by my side. Don't run off and cause trouble for the gentleman. Why aren't you afraid? Zhang Xiaoyi cannot help but inquire. Yet the other woman remains silent, listening intently to the sounds from within. Zhang Xiaoyi offers her the talisman she holds. Perhaps you should take this. I see you don't have one. Lu Susu shakes her head. I don't need this. Zhang Xiaoyi's mind is occupied with thoughts of the man's cold and indifferent face, along with the chain of events that led to this moment. First, that man rushed in, causing panic. Then she heard a noise and stood to put on her underwear, only to be yanked out. Throughout, the man never once fixated on her. Even the one accompanying him, holding the talisman, seemed solely focused on blocking the security guards. They were not the type to be driven by lust, as evidenced by their complete lack of inappropriate behavior. Then came the authorities, who, based on his words, evacuated the entire mall. All of this pointed to one undeniable truth. There are indeed spirits. Realizing this, she feels her legs weaken, though she has always been perceived as capable and competent. This is not business. It is a confrontation with the supernatural. There is no time to leave now. What if there are more spirits elsewhere? With this thought, she quietly crouches down and removes the 2 support points from her high heels, hoping that she can run faster if danger arises. Thankfully, it's just a slight elevation. If they were stilettos, even removing the support wouldn't help her escape. Lu Susu observes her changing expressions and the way she removes the supports from her shoes, smiling as she asks, have you come to believe our gentleman's words? Well, seeing you all take this so seriously, I can't help but consider the possibility that he might be right. Zhang Xiaoyi replies with a wry smile, feeling frustrated that had she thought this through sooner, she wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Lu Susu reassures her with a smile, don't worry. Our gentleman is very capable. You won't come to harm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered you here without saying a word. That is a relief. Meanwhile, inside, Emotion cautiously walks deeper into the space. Navigating around heaps of clutter, the lights seem dim, as if dulled by time. After traversing a distance, he notices symbols drawn in blood on the ground, discovering 8 such markings. The more he uncovers, the more alarmed he becomes. Someone is indeed nurturing spirits here. This is a formation for cultivating vengeful spirits, and it's no wonder they can cause mischief even during the day. While there is no sunlight here, the daylight's yang energy is still present and not entirely ineffective against spirits. Deputy Qin queries, what do these symbols signify? They are left by someone nurturing spirits. but not in a conventional manner. It is a method for refining vengeful spirits. To complete this formation, at least 8 corpses must be buried beneath the symbols, steeped in sufficient resentment. Captain Zhang and Deputy Qin feel a cold shiver run down their spines. If there are indeed 8 bodies beneath the symbols, how many lives must have been lost? As if reading their thoughts, Emo Xin clarifies, only 8 bodies are needed. It's not as many as you might think. Deputy Qin remains serious, responding, 8 is a group of individuals arrived at the farthest end, where several iron gates remained, accompanied by the echoes of anguished cries. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the commotion. He attempted to pull the door open, but it resisted his efforts entirely. Qin, the deputy chief, along with a few others, joined in the attempt, yet the door remained immovable, the screams from within continuing unabated. With urgency, Deputy Qin exclaimed, "There are more than one person in there. Emo Xin, can you devise a solution?" Zhang, the captain, added anxiously. Having previously feared losing a bet, he now dreaded the prospect of winning. Emo Xin swiftly performed a hand gesture, channeling the power of the heavens into a strike against the iron door, which elicited a horrific scream. Without further ado, he kicked the door open, releasing a pungent stench of blood into the air. Conveniently, there was a squat toilet nearby. Now drenched in crimson. 3 individuals lay on the ground. A young man, unconscious or worse, and 2 others, their bodies marred by deep claw marks, their short sleeves soaked in red. Upon witnessing the door's opening, the 2 injured individuals crawled out in a frantic rush. At the farthest end stood a woman clad in a red dress, her hair disheveled, obscuring her features. Mo Xian barked, "How dare you commit such violence? Surrender yourself." He then swiftly moved forward to engage the female apparition in combat. Meanwhile, Qian Hao stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently as the specter surged towards them. He delivered a powerful punch, sending her crashing back. The female ghost rose, warily eyeing her adversaries. "Who are you?" she demanded. "We are here to apprehend you," Emo Xian replied, advancing once more as their figures blurred in the heat of battle. Deputy Qin glanced at the yellow paper in his hand, then at the fallen individuals, and, with a determined resolve, decided to assist them. There was no alternative, even in the face of confronting a ghost. Saving lives took precedence. He thought to himself that the talisman paper might prove useful later. With this in mind, he and Captain Zhang approached the injured, discovering they still clung to life, which relieved them immensely. As Qian Hao made way for them, the female ghost seized the opportunity to bolt past. This frantic action alarmed Deputy Qin and Captain Zhang, who simultaneously shouted, "Quick! Don't let her escape and harm others." However, Emo Xian merely stretched his neck and strolled over leisurely. Captain Zhang, agitated, retorted, "Emo Xian, today you dispersed everyone with just a word. You cannot simply turn a blind eye now." "No need to worry," Emo Xian replied. "There are people guarding outside. She won't get far." Deputy Qin's face contorted with anger as he queried, "You're not referring to that girl, are you?" Trust me. My girlfriend will catch her. Come, let's step outside," Qian Hao said, assisting with the injured. Meanwhile, Emo Xian hastily unleashed a yellow talisman, biting his fingertip to let his blood drip in the center of the room, whispering, "Break." A faint red wave radiated outward, shattering like glass in the dimly lit room beyond. An elderly man suddenly spat blood, incredulous. "The formation is broken. How is this possible? Who is responsible?" As the female ghost darted towards the exit when Lu Susu opened the door for the 2 injured. She transformed into a streak of red. Yet, faster still was Lu Susu, who leapt to block her path, striking her back towards the door. Zhang Xiaoyi, upon seeing the ghost's pale visage, gasped and instinctively raised her foot. In a dramatic turn of events, she inadvertently decapitated the ghost with her kick. Chapter 22. Mistaken for a rival in love? Emo Xian turned to Qian Hao, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head, admitting, "I didn't realize I handed her a severing talisman. I was only thinking of her protection." At that moment, Lu Susu stepped forward to pin the ghost down, her right hand firmly grasping the thrashing head, which fortuitously turned to meet the terrified gaze of Zhang Xiaoyi, who stumbled back in fright, feeling something solid behind her. She looked up to find Emo Xian standing there. Without uttering a word, she flung herself into his embrace, crying, Save me!" Emo Xian was taken aback by her sudden embrace, her legs wrapped around his waist, leaving him unsure of where to place his hands. "Miss, please, you can let go now." The ghost is subdued, and this position is rather suggestive. Despite his words, she clung to him, prompting Xian to seek help from Deputy Qin and Captain Zhang, who approached them. "Miss Zhang, please come down." "I will escort you out," Captain Zhang urged, striving to soften his tone to avoid further alarming her. Now calmer, Zhang Xiaoyi sensed safety in the officer's presence and quickly slid off Xian. Apologizing, "I'm sorry. No worries. You should leave with Captain Zhang. I need to attend to matters here, which may not be suitable for you to witness." Xian waved dismissively before proceeding with the ghost containment. Primarily, he was concerned about the potential for an unexpected scare should they need to excavate the corpse beneath the talisman later. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Xiaoyi followed Captain Zhang upstairs. Once Xian dealt with the vengeful spirit, he awaited the others to break through the concrete floor. During the idle moments, Chonhao sidled up to him, conspiratorially asking, "Did you feel anything down there just now? What are you, a pervert? Are you hoping to witness my excitement?" "Xuanzi, I'm merely concerned for you. I fear that if you keep doing this alone, it might not end well. Haven't you seen online warnings about excessive self-indulgence leading to premature issues? Haozi, who told you I indulge excessively? Do you think I don't value my 5 fingers?" Deputy Qin, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but grimace. Glancing at Lu Susu, he cautioned, "I say, you 2 young men should be more discreet in front of this girl. Is such bluntness really appropriate? She might not understand." Chunhao and Xian replied in unison, "She won't understand." This only made Deputy Qin's expression twitch more, finding it comically absurd. What era are we in that someone could possibly not comprehend? Even if she does, she's over 300 years old. She can still grasp the essence of these trivial matters. Xian responded with a smirk. True to form, Deputy Qin's face contorted further, appearing rather comical given his square jaw and serious demeanor. He dismissed Xian's words, pondering that he should remind Captain Zhang not to trust anyone blindly. Although the young man appeared reliable and competent, his words were often less than truthful. Lu Susu, genuinely not grasping their banter, earnestly interjected, "Young masters, their words carry deeper meanings. I truly do not comprehend, Deputy Qin. Could this girl possibly be simple-minded? Is there truly someone who wouldn't understand?" Yet her expression was sincere. Xian approached him, inquiring, "Officer, don't you think we should receive some tangible compensation for our efforts?" Deputy Qin paused, then asked, "Are you considering joining that department? Captain Zhang should have mentioned that you need to attract significant attention from above." "Not quite. I was merely curious if there's a bonus or some form of reward for that department. I'm not inclined to join at the moment," Xian mused, contemplating that he could eventually represent the underworld without being bound to any constraints. Deputy Qin nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, we have averted a grave incident. If you have any requests, I can assist in submitting them." Curiosity piqued, he wondered why the lad had suddenly changed his mind about entering that department. Xian replied, "It's not a demanding request. It concerns a friend of mine with a unique circumstance. She lacks an ID and has never registered. I'm uncertain if it's possible to help her obtain an identity and an ID card for convenience in the future." This revelation surprised Deputy Qin, who glanced at Lu Susu, pondering how someone could have reached adulthood without an identity. He inquired, "Where is she from?" "Locally." "What are her parents' names?" "They've been gone for so long." "I've forgotten," Xian admitted, not wanting to fabricate a story, fearing disbelief. Upon learning she was an orphan, Deputy Qin felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, who appeared merely 17 or 18. Existing as a stateless individual, he wondered how she had survived these years without any registration, as anyone who had attended school would have been documented. It made sense why she didn't understand their conversation. "All right, we'll arrange for her registration and ID. Thank you for your assistance," Xian replied with a smile, just as Captain Zhang and others arrived. Soon, excavation commenced, and with little else to occupy their time, Xian took Lu Susu to secure her ID. With Deputy Qin supervising, the process proceeded swiftly. However, the ID and household registration were linked to Xian, as Lu Susu had no other family or property to establish her own registration. As for the earlier events, Xian refrained from disclosing his role in breaking the formation. Such matters, even in the face of media presence, were kept under wraps to avoid leaking any clues regarding the orchestrator behind it all. The police station busied itself with the aftermath, including Zhang Xiaoyi, who worked diligently to mitigate any potential negative fallout for them all. When it came to inquiries about her parents or family, the response was consistently uncertain, merely stating that she had been supported by Imo Xian for food and shelter, coupled with her local accent, leaving little room for suspicion. As they awaited their friends to emerge, Chunhao received a phone call. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and remarked, "Xuanzi, the class reunion is at the Huiguang Hall in Yalan Hotel. Let us go." "All right," Imo Xian replied with a nod. The three of them then took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the Huiguang Hall half an hour later. Just as they were about to push the door open, a male voice called out from behind, "Oh, isn't that the academic overachiever? It's a rare sight to see you here. Is the northwest wind blowing today?" Imo Xian turned to see Sun Jianjun, a wealthy second-generation scion whose family was in real estate. He had always been quite ostentatious at school, and despite his decent looks, his numerous romantic entanglements left a lasting impression on Imo Xian. However, they had never crossed paths, so he wondered where this hostility was stemming from. Chunhao whispered to him, "Xuanzi, this guy has a crush on Di Mingshu but has never had the courage to pursue her. So, in essence, he had done nothing and was now being regarded as a rival?" Chapter 24. Imo, you're asking for trouble. Imo Xian chose not to respond, merely casting a dispassionate glance before turning to continue into the private room. However, his non-confrontational demeanor was perceived by Sun Jianjun as arrogance, leading him to block the entrance and demand, "What do you mean by that?" Imo Xian frowned. "Have I offended you in any way? Or do you have a penchant for playing the roadblock?" This man had lost his sanity countless times before, and although Imo Xian had chosen to ignore him in the past, he was not in the mood for such antics today, especially not at a reunion he had been reluctant to attend. He turned to Chunhao and said, "Forget it, let us just leave." But Sun Jianjun, along with three of his companions, once again obstructed their path, causing Imo Xian to narrow his eyes. "You'd better have a good reason." Sun Jianjun smirked, "I didn't dare to do anything to you back in school, but now you've come to my territory, so don't blame me." "What do you want?" Imo Xian inquired indifferently, blocking Chunhao, who was about to step forward. Sun Jianjun lifted his chin and said, "If you want to leave peacefully, it's not impossible. Crawl through my legs and tell Di Mingshu that she is unworthy of you, and I'll let you go." Imo Xian couldn't help but scoff at such shamelessness. "I have never encountered someone so utterly devoid of dignity. You can't even look good yourself with that rotund face and pig-like nose. Do you not take a moment to check yourself before stepping out?" Chunhao chimed in, "Indeed. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can strut around like a peacock. When did this place ever change its surname to Sun? You're truly deluded if you think you have any leverage here. My uncle is the general manager of this hotel, so what can you possibly do to me?" Sun Jianjun had originally intended to offer Di Mingshu a free invitation to gather everyone post-graduation, but he never imagined these two would show up, jeopardizing his plans to woo his crush. Imo Xian scrutinized Sun Jianjun for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. "You're looking quite dapper in that suit. Are you planning to confess your feelings? Afraid I might ruin your moment." "Are you?" Before Sun Jianjun could retort, a gentle female voice interrupted, "Oh, Chunhao, Imo Xian, you're here." Imo Xian turned slightly to see Di Mingshu approaching, carrying a classic little handbag. With her cascading waves of hair and a graceful white qipao, she possessed a slender figure and delicate features that radiated a soft elegance, her speech imbued with a gentle tone. Chunhao discreetly nudged Imo Xian from behind and whispered, "Your admirer has arrived at the perfect moment. Mind your words, her affairs are her own. We're just here for a class reunion, but it seems we're not very welcome." "Let us just go," Imo Xian replied, wishing to avoid entanglements, especially considering the matters he intended to address were not suitable for innocent parties. Chunhao's insistence stemmed from having secretly nurtured Imo Xian for years. Losing a bet meant he had to memorize incantations, and being a pure young body, it was not difficult for him to grow stronger, especially with the talismans Imo Xian provided. However, Di Mingshu was different. Exposure to such matters could spell disaster for her. Imo Xian was aware that his path might lead him into darkness, and he had no desire to drag others down with him, especially when he himself was uncertain of the challenges ahead. His identity as a representative of the underworld made it even more inappropriate to interact with ordinary individuals, given that enemies could resort to even more extreme measures. If it weren't for this, his mother would not have chosen such a way for him to be born. It must have been due to foreseeing uncontrollable elements, which only a naturally born yin-yang body could address. With this in mind, Imo Xian offered Di Mingshu a polite yet distant smile and said, It appears that Sun is not too keen on our presence, so we shall not intrude. As he turned to bypass Sun Jianjun, Di Mingshu grasped his arm, only to quickly release it, feeling somewhat shy as she said, "We're all classmates here. You were busy with your studies back then and didn't get to know everyone well? Now that we're all in society, it would be beneficial to connect more. After all, we spent 4 years together in class, which is a bond of fate. Opportunities to gather like this will be rare." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Since we're here, we should at least go in and take a look." She shot a glance at Sun Jianjun, who, catching her look, reluctantly stepped forward. "Yes, since the class leader has said so. You should stay." There was a hint of gritted teeth in his tone, and just as Imo Xian was about to decline, Chun Hao preemptively interjected, "That's right, Xuanzi. Since we're here, let us sit for a while." He hadn't forgotten that the purpose of their attendance was to garner connections for future business, especially since many of their classmates were from affluent families. They couldn't rely solely on past glories. Reluctantly, Imo Xian entered the room, nudged along by Chun Hao. Once inside, they instantly became the center of attention. The private room featured 4 large tables, all occupied by people engaged in lively conversation. Soon, individuals approached to greet them, primarily seeking out Sun Jianjun and Di Mingshu. Given the limited seating left, they ultimately ended up at the same table. After Di Mingshu engaged with the others, the food began to arrive. However, it was clear that these attendees were not merely there to dine. Discussions revolved around job placements and salaries. Imo Xian remained silent, focusing on his meal, while Chun Hao busily served food to Lu Susu, having no time to engage in their conversations. "Hey, our academic overachiever Imo. Aren't you going to say a word? With your stellar grades, you must have landed a great job," Sun Jianjun taunted with a mocking tone. His words silenced the room, drawing everyone's gaze to Imo Xian, who, with his handsome looks and impressive academic record, had never been particularly sociable, earning him the title of the school's most aloof heartthrob. Though he typically refrained from speaking, his high-end appearance and indifferent demeanor made him seem proud and dismissive in the eyes of others, who now seized the opportunity to watch the unfolding drama. Imo Xian shook his head. "I'm not looking for a job." "What are you doing then? Surely no one wants you, and you're preparing to be a freeloader, right? Or is it that your stomach is acting up?" Sun Jianjun grinned, nearly outright accusing him of planning to live off a woman. Imo Xian smirked back. Some people wish they could find a woman to support them, yet they project their insecurities onto others. With your sorry state, I wager you can't last a minute, so forget about living off someone else. It's a lost cause for you. Di Mingshu couldn't help but stifle a giggle, witnessing Imo Xian's uncharacteristically blunt retort. Sun Jianjun, feeling the sting of the insult, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "You, Imo, are courting death." Chapter 25. Dashing as ever. Sun Jianjun raised his hand to strike, but Imo Xian effortlessly caught his wrist while seated, swiftly retaliating with a slap that was both clean and decisive, in a heartbeat. He stood up and delivered a kick that sent Sun Jianjun crashing to the ground. Leaving him kneeling in disbelief, Imo Xian towered over him, asking, "Since you're so eager for a fight, I would feel remiss if I didn't oblige you." The female classmates were left in shock, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow, Imo Xian is incredibly handsome. Goodness, I've never seen him in action before. He is so striking even in a fight. How I wish I had pursued him sooner. What a missed opportunity. Should I ask for his contact information? Maybe not. I tried before and got nowhere." As the women chattered excitedly, the nearby boys looked on with envy, each fantasizing about being a martial arts master. Yet, they were witnessing an extraordinary display right before their eyes. With Imo Xian's swift movements leaving them in awe on the floor, Sun Jianjun dared not retaliate, clutching his abdomen and sweating profusely. Just as Di Mingshu opened her mouth to speak, Imo Xian pulled out his phone, and a call came through. He answered it. "What is up, Captain Zhang? We made some progress on that case. Dio, you want to come by? We still haven't apprehended the one who set the trap, and we need to verify the identities of these individuals." Captain Zhang's voice trailed off, but Imo Xian understood the implication. "All right, I have something to attend to now. I'll head to the station once I'm done here," he replied before hanging up and glancing down at Sun Jianjun, who was now discreetly sending messages. Seeing Imo Xian curl his lip in disdain, he turned to Chun Hao and said, "Make sure your fists aren't idle. If I get hurt, I'll hold you accountable." "All right then, let us see what this brat can do," Chun Hao replied as he stood up, rotating his wrist, exuding an air of readiness for a showdown. Sun Jianjun also got up from the ground, and soon the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing 4 or 5 security guards. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in our hotel?" One of them demanded. "It's him. He is going to cripple me today, daring to lay a hand on me." Sun Jianjun pointed at Mo Xian from behind the security guards. The guard immediately stepped forward. "So it's you, huh? Do you have any idea who young Master Sun is? You dare to strike him? Brothers, get him." The other students were terrified, but Di Mingshu stood in front of Mo Xian, raising her hand to intervene. "You can't do this. It's illegal. If you continue, I'll call the police." The guard, with a semblance of a smile, responded, "Miss, you must understand. He was the one who attacked young Master Sun first. As security personnel, we have the responsibility and obligation to subdue violent offenders and ensure the safety of our hotel guests." What a joke. This was the general manager's nephew, if anything were to be said later. They certainly wouldn't side with an outsider. Mo Xian was surprised that Di Mingshu, trembling with fear, still stood in front of him, seemingly ready to shield him. He gently pushed her behind him. "Stay out of this. Let me handle it." But Di Mingshu's words were cut short as Mo Xian stepped forward. The 5 security guards lunged at him, but Chan Hao also moved at that moment. However, the one who acted faster was the strikingly beautiful Lu Susu, who had been quietly eating. She slammed her hand on the table, leaping into the midst of the security guards. Her long pleated skirt proved quite advantageous. As she executed flips and kicks without revealing anything, in a mere moment, she took down 4 guards, and the one who was pinned down by the team leader was flipped onto the ground with a swift backhand. The only sounds in the room, aside from the groans of the beaten men, were the audible gulps of those witnessing the scene, staring at Lu Susu in disbelief. What kind of divine beauty was this? She entered with grace and poise, and now fought like a fairy, seemingly able to fly. An uncertain male voice asked nearby, "I didn't just see that, did I?" She jumped onto the security guards just like that? Another male voice, swallowing hard, replied, "You didn't see wrong. She really did fly over." Having sat next to Lu Susu, he had a clear view of the spectacle at that moment. Sun Jianjun began to retreat slightly. Were these people out of their minds? With Mo Xian's formidable prowess, now this woman was also not to be trifled with? Was Chen Hao also a martial arts expert, karate or taekwondo? Regardless, the outcome would not be favorable. Just one of them could easily do him in. Realizing this, he prepared to flee through the door, but Mo Xian made a hand gesture towards it, and he found himself unable to open it. Just then, someone knocked from outside. "Who's causing trouble in there? Open the door." Mo Xian raised an eyebrow, casually withdrawing his hand gesture, and the door swung open, colliding with Sun Jianjun, who was pulling on it, sending him crashing into the wall behind. When the door bounced back, it revealed Sun Jianjun with a crooked nose, blood streaming from it. Entering was his uncle, Sun Guoqiang, who, upon seeing the scene, turned and shouted, "Who did this to him? Step forward." Mo Xian coughed lightly at him. "It was you who pushed the door and crashed into him." Everyone saw it. This statement caused everyone in the private room to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Sensing something was amiss, however, considering that it was indeed the case, they nodded in agreement, unaware that the door had been magically sealed by Mo Xian and then released. Di Mingshu stepped forward. "Uncle, it was indeed you who crashed into him. You should take him to the hospital quickly." Now, Sun Jianjun had come to his senses, pointing at Mo Xian. "Uncle, he attacked me. You must avenge me. I told you he is my uncle, the general manager. And he still dares to lay hands on me. You brat, are you seeking death?" At that moment, a woman in a qipao passed by outside, initially walking away but then turning her head to glance into the private room. Upon seeing Mo Xian, she paused, then noticed the security guards lying on the floor and immediately walked in. What is going on here? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyi, both Chan Hao and Mo Xian were taken aback, but then realized that she was from the Zhang family, which made it understandable. Chan Hao quietly asked, "Could this also be a property of Miss Zhang's family?" Judging by her demeanor, it was likely. Mo Xian replied nonchalantly. Lu Susu, having spoken more with Zhang Xiaoyi previously, stepped forward with a smile. "Miss Zhang, are you here for a meal too? We came for a class reunion for the young master. But it seems he isn't very welcome here and has been causing trouble, so we just had to give him a little adjustment. They're causing trouble for your young master?" Zhang Xiaoyi, Aware that Lu Susu was referring to Mo Xian, couldn't he help but look up at him. Mo Xian smiled and nodded in greeting, recalling how he had previously pulled her out of the restroom. Unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Chun Hao stepped forward to greet Zhang Xiaoyi quietly and then asked, "This isn't also a hotel owned by Miss Zhang's family, is it? We'll compensate for any damage caused today. But as they attacked us first, we are merely responding in self-defense and cannot be held liable for their medical expenses." Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. "They laid hands on you?" Chun Hao shrugged helplessly. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have acted without provocation." Sun Jianjun, propping up the injured party, wore a grim expression. He had heard that his nephew was here to deal with someone, but had thought nothing of it since they were merely college students. However, he now realized these individuals seemed to know the owner's daughter, which meant she was in charge of business matters. He was contemplating how best to handle the situation when he stood up and said sternly, "Miss, these individuals are causing a disturbance in the hotel. If this isn't addressed properly, it may affect our business. If word gets out, it'll be hard to manage my position. If it's hard to manage, then don't do it. Just go back and pack your things and get lost." Zhang Xiaoyi replied coldly. Sun Jianjun was left dumbfounded. He had intended to use his authority to intimidate, but didn't he expect her to be so familiar with the situation? The other students were equally bewildered, questioning what was happening. Previously, Mo Xian had referred to someone as Zhang Dui, and now this heiress was stepping in for him. What exactly was his status? Di Mingshu, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Mo Xian was as popular as ever. Zhang Xiaoyi was notoriously hard to pursue, yet she was now riled up because of him. Alas, she lamented, in 4 years, she hadn't managed to get closer to him either. Sun Jianjun quickly interjected, "Miss, I've been diligent over the years. It's unreasonable to dismiss me so easily. We can pay you, but you must recognize your own worth. What kind of riffraff dares to offend him? You even think of laying hands on him?" Zhang Xiaoyi understood that Mo Xian was someone formidable. If he were offended here today, the repercussions could be severe. Moreover, as a business person, she understood the value of maintaining relationships. He could be helpful in future endeavors, if not for the earlier incident where he had neutralized that formation, leading to potential casualties. Their business could have been in ruins. She should be grateful, but having gone to the police station and not finding him, she had no means to contact him now. Encountering him being bullied in her hotel, she had to take a stand. Although having her skirt seen had been somewhat embarrassing, she couldn't deny the strong presence he exuded. He was the type whose clothes fit him snugly yet revealed a toned physique when undressed. Mo Xian, not wishing to get entangled in their affairs any longer, stepped forward. "Miss Zhang, I still need to contact Zhang Dui regarding some matters. I'll take my leave now. I apologize for the trouble caused here. Go ahead and handle your business. I'll take care of this. By the way, handsome, could you leave me your contact information? If there is anything specific I need to ask you about, it would be convenient to reach out." Zhang Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to obtain his contact details. Mo Xian hesitated for a moment before handing over his phone. "Sure, just dial and save it." "All right." Zhang Xiaoyi took the phone and began dialing. Once her phone rang, she hung up and returned it to him. "Done. Well then, we'll be leaving now," Mo Xian stated, turning to exit. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow in triumph at Sun Jianjun and waved goodbye to their classmates. "Everyone, let us keep in touch." After saying this, he put his arm around Lu Susu and quickly followed. Di Mingshu wanted to chase after them, but Zhang Xiaoyi stopped her. "Oh, Miss Di, so you're classmates with Mo Xian?" "Yes, we've been classmates for 4 years." Di Mingshu, of course, recognized Zhang Xiaoyi. They were from the same social circle, though their interactions hadn't been deep. Zhang Xiaoyi was that sweet-looking girl with a sharp business acumen, standing out among many wealthy ladies, already managing businesses during her school years. "Let us find a place to chat," Zhang Xiaoyi suggested, wanting to learn more about Mo Xian. Di Mingshu, curious about how Zhang Xiaoyi knew him, didn't decline. All right. As for Sun Jianjun and the like, they were directly removed by Zhang Xiaoyi's phone call, instructing the security to expel them and forbidding their future presence. She then addressed those in the private room, saying, "Since you are classmates of Mo Xian, all expenses today are waived. Enjoy yourselves." After saying this, she led Di Mingshu away, leaving the classmates in the private room in a state of stunned silence. One male classmate asked, "So it turns out Mo Xian is quite formidable?" The others began to discuss, each chiming in with their thoughts. It was truly unexpected that he could remain so low-key. "If I had such powerful connections, I would have been flaunting them long ago." "Ha ha ha, indeed." Just look at how boisterous Sun Jianjun is. He is the son of a real estate mogul, yet he doesn't possess the extensive network that Mo Xian has. He can't compete. However, it's quite satisfying to witness. I have always found it distasteful when he flaunted his wealth, driving sports cars and courting women, and now seeing him in a predicament is truly delightful. Let us not speak of it further, lest the word spreads that we, lacking background, are being bullied. After all, Mo Xian has powerful backing, while we do not. Meanwhile, Mo Xian had arrived at the police station, where Captain Zhang approached him as soon as he saw him. The DNA of these individuals is not in the database. They have been reduced to bones for at least 5 years, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. Do you have any solutions? Mo Xian shook his head. I cannot be entirely certain, as this requires summoning their souls, but since they do not know their birth dates, we cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that it is indeed them. We can only attempt it and then verify their disappearance based on the information provided. All right, let's give it a try, Captain Zhang readily agreed. Subsequently leading Mo Xian to the morgue, upon entering, they beheld 8 skeletons lying on mechanical beds, still bearing traces of dirt. Mo Xian promptly grabbed a nearby cart, placing the various bottles and jars aside. He wheeled it to the beds of the corpses, retrieving a folding brush from his pocket, along with a small box and several unmarked yellow talismans. He first prepared the talisman paper, then inscribed runes upon the bones. After completing the inscriptions on all 8 skeletons, he returned to the center and swiftly performed hand gestures. Heaven and earth have roots, swiftly come forth. Reveal your identities, your origins, and the grievances that led to your untimely deaths. Today presents an opportunity. May you share your innermost feelings. Command. As Mo Xian conducted this ritual, Deputy Director Qin and Forensic Dr. Lin arrived, observing him as he drew symbols and murmured incantations. If they had been surprised by the ghost catching earlier, Deputy Director Qin was now even more astonished. If this method could yield results, they would have stumbled upon a treasure. Forensic Dr. Lin, intrigued, was well aware that they often encountered inexplicable phenomena with the deceased. Now, witnessing someone validate such occurrences before him made even his usually composed face tremble with excitement. He continuously adjusted his glasses, fearful of missing a crucial moment. Chapter 27. The 8 skeletons sit up. The autopsy room was eerily quiet, gradually filled with a chilling wind that rustled their clothing. Mo Xian stepped forward, resting his left hand on his right elbow, pointing at the skeletons with a finger. Return to your bodies. Gradually, the skeletal remains began to sit up, and with the talisman paper Mo Xian had provided earlier, both Deputy Director Qin and Captain Zhang could see their outlines, while Forensic Dr. Lin could only feel the chilling breeze. Unable to discern anything, he exchanged glances with his old companions, quickly urging them to extend their hands. Ultimately, Captain Zhang, despite his reluctance, yielded to Deputy Director Qin's pressure and handed over a talisman, whispering, "You better return this to me later. What kind of relationship do we have that you're being so stingy?" Just as he spoke, he turned to behold a scene he would never forget. Among the skeletons, there were faint human figures, their faces discernible, including an elderly man resembling the age of those he had examined earlier. There were also younger figures, both male and female, causing him to swallow hard. Mo Xian continued to murmur incantations, but they could only hear the sounds without comprehending the meaning, and none dared to interrupt. The wait was undeniably lengthy. Once clarity was achieved, Mo Xian nodded slowly, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Matters of the living, spirits of the dead, those who lived with righteousness, do not look back in death. May the souls be guided into the gates of the underworld, transitioning through reincarnation. Go. As he spoke, a flurry of paper money flew from his trousers, igniting rapidly around the 8 corpses, while the windows swung open, allowing the spirits to ascend into the night, disappearing from sight. They were quickly escorted away by the emissaries of the underworld to the gates of the afterlife. Forensic Dr. Lin hurried forward. "Young man, what did you discover? Were you able to gather any information?" Mo Xian replied. "They were all from Zhangjiazan near Weicheng, deceased for 3 years, all accidental deaths. An elderly man, during the early establishment of the Zhang Group Mall, stole their bodies and buried them on the construction site to create that formation. As Mo Xian indicated the deaths were accidental, they could not be classified as murder, given no signs of external injury or poisoning were found. However, the actions of that elderly man who raised spirits were a direct threat to others. Had they not arrived in time, those 3 young men would have surely perished. The potential consequences of this were increasingly unpredictable, and if such a formation existed elsewhere, it posed a danger to innocent civilians. Captain Zhang quickly inquired, "Is there any additional information about that elderly man?" None. Even they could not discern his specific appearance. Only his gait and the hands visible outside his clothing indicated he was elderly. His voice was also aged, and the other 8 individuals knew nothing. Mo Xian was equally eager to locate this person. After all, the ghost that sought him out upon his return to Weicheng was also a raised spirit. Encountering another one now, could it all merely be coincidence? Or were the two connected? If they were indeed the same individual, could it be that the first spirit he raised had backfired, and this person, in a hurry to rectify the situation, activated the mall's formation recklessly? Noticing Mo Xian's contemplative demeanor, Deputy Director Qin asked, "Is there anything you find inconvenient to share with us? If we cannot apprehend this individual, countless innocent lives may be at risk if you have any leads. We hope you do not withhold them." Their concerns were not unfounded, and Mo Xian nodded. "Deputy Director Qin, you overestimate the situation. It's not about withholding information. Primarily, I believe this individual is targeting me." Stemming from the initial report regarding the ghost that deceived for profit, a ghost appeared at my home, and that person managed to escape. Now, another spirit raiser has emerged, so I wonder if there is a connection. Mo Xian proceeded to recount the events of that day, omitting any mention of the emissaries of the underworld, as such matters were not meant for mortals to know, lest they overwhelm the city god temple. The emissaries were limited in number, and he wished not to burden them further. Captain Zhang sighed upon hearing this, pondering why so many capable individuals chose to tread the path of wickedness instead of serving their country. With their abilities, they could help countless people, punish numerous wrongdoers, and save many comrades from sacrifice. Yet, it remained merely a hypothetical situation, leaving him somewhat despondent. Deputy Director Qin, understanding his sentiments, patted his shoulder. "There will always be talented individuals. Alongside the wicked, there are also good-hearted ones. Just look at the one before us. He is quite commendable. We mustn't be overly greedy." "Indeed," Captain Zhang replied with a smile. Forensic Dr. Lin leaned closer to Mo Xian, saying, "Young man, could you possibly share some protective items, or teach me your abilities? It would certainly be a significant asset during identity verification." "Uncle, it's not that I refuse to teach you, but you truly lack the aptitude. Forcing oneself into this realm could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even those with some potential often face significant setbacks," Mo Xian explained earnestly. "All right, then can you at least provide me with some useful talisman paper?" Forensic Dr. Lin felt a moment of disappointment, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. Even Deputy Director Qin and Captain Zhang stared intently at Mo Xian, their hands almost reaching out in eagerness, an oddly intense atmosphere. "Okay, I don't have much on me today, but I can have my brother bring some tomorrow. By the way, in a few days, I'll be opening a shop on the street outside my alley. You're all welcome to visit," Mo Xian added, not forgetting to advertise. If people came in and out to purchase items, the business would surely thrive, especially since he had very little money left. Deputy Director Qin chuckled. "You really know how to seize opportunities for promotion. As long as the items are useful, I assure you everyone will flock to your shop. However, we don't have much money, so could you offer us a discount considering our service to the people? Of course, as long as there is payment, I'll sell to anyone. I wouldn't dare swindle you diligent uncles." "Would I?" Mo Xian replied with a smile. He then handed over the last 3 sheets of talisman paper, even rummaging through his pockets to show them before they exited the autopsy room. Upon seeing him emerge, Chen Hao rushed forward. "Xuanzi, how did it go? Did you uncover the mastermind behind it all?" "Not exactly, but I've requested the authorities to publicly release my information, hoping the individual will come forward," Mo Xian replied as he walked outside. Hearing this, Chen Hao expressed his disapproval. "Isn't that putting you in the open while they remain hidden? That is a precarious situation." Mo Xian casually glanced at the red light and replied, "Regardless of the methods they employ, they cannot escape their own abilities." "Have you forgotten what my abilities are?" Lu Susu interjected. "Your abilities are to deal with spirits, and since that person raises ghosts, even if they seek revenge, they will certainly use those methods. Thus, there is no need to fear." Chen Hao smacked his thigh. "Right? How could I have missed that? All schemes and plots are mere straw against absolute power." 3 individuals joyfully made their way home, while concurrently, the police station convened an overnight press conference. They announced that someone had engaged in extreme feudal superstition and that 8 skeletal remains had been discovered in a certain location. The reason for withholding specific names was to prevent any potential damage to the Zhang clan's interests. Subsequently, they revealed that the person who assisted in locating the remains was Mo Xian, releasing his photograph along with images of the scene, including the symbols of the formations. This news erupted online overnight. While laypersons may not comprehend, those familiar with the realms of yin and yang immediately recognized the scene as a formation used for ghost cultivation. And the presence of 8 skeletal remains indicated that the adversary had summoned no ordinary spirits. Chapter 28. Trending on social media? Yet, even with this severity, a young man effortlessly unraveled the situation, signifying that such formations posed no challenge to him, leading to a swift resolution of the case. His audacity in posting the photographs was tantamount to a direct challenge to the person behind the scenes. Ordinary individuals, however, failed to grasp the gravity of the matter and instead found Mo Xian quite handsome. Some began to capture and share his photos individually on Yunin videos, while those more knowledgeable in the field commenced their analyses. Soon, a trending headline surged to the top 3 spots. The dashing yin-yang master breaks the formation, rescues 3 victims. The 3 rescued were confirmed to have been haunted, saved by Mo Xian's ghost hunting prowess. The most tragically handsome yin-yang master in the world. In no time, classmates of Mo Xian, already aware of his status as the campus heartthrob, began to share previously taken candid photos of him. Our campus heartthrob Mo Xian, forever a legend. One after another, these messages circulated. The following day, as Mo Xian busied himself with Chen Hao in tidying up their shop, a call from Zhang Xiaoyi came through. Holding something in hand, she directly switched to speakerphone and placed it on the cash register. Hello, Mo Xian, you're quite impressive. You've made it onto the trending list. Have you considered becoming a spokesperson for our Zhang clan? Ah? Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he seemed unaware of the situation, she prompted, check out Yunin, and you'll understand. Chen Hao, who had been idly leaning against a shelf, immediately set his phone down and opened Yunin, his eyes lighting up as he handed it to Mo Xian. Xuanzi, you've become a sensation. Our shop won't have to worry about business now. Mo Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised at how swiftly the news had spread within a day. On the other end of the call, she inquired, so, what do you think? Would you consider it? The annual salary is negotiable. Mo Xian politely declined, saying, no thank you for your kind offer. I plan to open my own shop. Is there anything else, Miss Zhang? You are remarkably composed, remaining so calm despite all this. You have helped me immensely, and if you have the time, I would like to invite you to dinner. My father wishes to express his gratitude in person. Especially since your public actions safeguarded our group's interests, I am truly thankful. Mo Xian replied gently, that was the decision of the police station, not mine. As for dinner, it's unnecessary. I might be quite busy lately. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. All right, do reach out when you have time. Zhang Xiaoyi's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she didn't press further. After ending the call, Mo Xian returned to his work, while Chen Hao began to watch various videos featuring Mo Xian as the highlight. Listening to the commentators speak with such seriousness and observing the growing number of fans, an idea flashed through his mind. He rushed over to Mo Xian and said, Xuanzi, how about we do a live stream of ghost hunting? We could earn a fortune. Mo Xian was indifferent to the suggestion but saw merit in making money. All right. But you'll have to handle it. I'm not well versed in these matters. No problem. I'll take care of everything. And even if I can't manage the camera, Su can help. Once we start making money, we can buy a big villa, haha. Though Lu Su was unaware of what a live stream entailed, she smiled sweetly at Chen Hao's excitement, even reaching out to wipe his brow. After several busy days of preparation, which required no extensive renovation, they simply affixed a sign that read the guide to their storefront. The shop stocked various funeral-related items, all procured from suppliers. However, Mo Xian had spent these days drawing talismans and enhancing these items, transforming them into something far beyond the conventional funeral shop offerings. In other words, while one could purchase paper money at other funeral shops for mere tens of yuan, here, it cost hundreds for something only the size of a brick. Crucially, no modern-style paper money was sold here. Everything was made from the most primitive forms of paper money, considerably older in style. Even the shapes were manually hammered out, with artisans being individuals Mo Xian had previously known. After all, to operate in this field, he needed to be somewhat knowledgeable, often wandering about during his school days. On the day of the grand opening, the shop garnered considerable attention, and Qian Hao promptly initiated a live broadcast on Yunnan. Using the title, Yinyang Master Mo Xian Open Shop, Live Fortune-Telling, Ghost Hunting, Feng Shui Consultation, and Handling of Mysterious Events, encouraging everyone to believe in science. Soon, the first visitor entered the stream. Do you really believe in science? Is this title not a joke? Qian Hao chuckled silently, refraining from a response as he directed the camera toward Mo Xian, who was currently engrossed in drawing talismans, a few stray strands of hair falling across his forehead, rendering half his face exceptionally handsome. His slightly vintage attire added to his charm, exuding an aura of a sage. Gripping a brush, he moved gracefully over the yellow talismans, each stroke reminiscent of a dragon in flight. Culminating in a faint halo, this captivating scene quickly drew attention, especially with the prior buzz. Many viewers flooded in, predominantly young women drawn by his looks. "Oh my, handsome. I want to have your baby. Just don't be one of those fraudsters posing as a yin-yang master." To the one above, "I have a weak stomach. Can you take care of me?" Wow, no wonder he is the campus heartthrob. Absolute perfection. I want to throw everything at him. "Handsome, I have a little issue. I am blocked up. Think you could help me out? Pick me. I have top-notch skills with direct access." What the hell? Are you suggesting what I think you are? The barrage of comments unleashed a wild frenzy. Yet no one was willing to pay for fortune-telling. Qian Hao could only advertise fortune-telling, feng shui, breaking formations, everything for just 2,000, local services guaranteed. Outside the city, we offer advice and solutions, or send protective talismans via courier. Wow, that's expensive. That is practically my monthly salary. Being a lecher is not worth it. Host, I have a ghost in my heart. Can the handsome Mo Xian catch it? Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous notion. I'm dying laughing at your comments. Dare to be bolder and just shout, "Campus heartthrob, I want you. Any way you like, I'll pay 10,000. Hey, let me join. You handle the money, and I'll take care of the rest. Get lost." Qian Hao couldn't he help but twitch his lips. I mean, can you all be a bit more serious? I finally convinced him to go on air. If Xuanzi finds out how you're teasing him, you won't see him again. All right, good host, we will try our best to restrain ourselves and promise not to say we wanted it, Go the one above, you're crossing the line. Host, can everything really be solved for 2,000? Seeing this comment, Qian Hao perked up. Absolutely. As long as you have something to inquire about, Xuanzi can handle it. The comments erupted once more. Wow, a little guinea pig. Is this not a prearranged plant? Let us wait and see. Let us not jump to conclusions. After all, this person was officially released. Wait until we see the situation before we criticize. Criticize? How could you say such cold words about such a handsome person? All right, we'll cherish him and treat him well. Satisfied, everyone? These comments left Qian Hao speechless. Then, he noticed a request for a connection popping up and immediately clicked to accept it. A man appeared on the screen, appearing around 25 or 6, with dark circles under his eyes, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, revealing skin that looked somewhat bruised. Brother, what happened to you? What do you want to inquire about? The man wore a despairing expression as he recounted. I want to know why my father keeps haunting my dreams. Scolding me for being unfilial, I'm about to go mad. I visit and pay respects several times a year and burn a lot of paper money, yet he still beats me in my dreams. Look at the marks. Chapter 29. Live Stream of Summoning Souls. The comments mocking Mo Xian were invisible to him, but the voices from the connection were clear. He lifted his gaze, and Qian Hao quickly presented the man to him while adjusting the camera angle. Previously maintaining a distance of about a meter, now Mo Xian's handsome face was displayed up close, and the comments fell silent. Seeing him so close, the man immediately asked, Master, is there any way to resolve this? You are indeed being haunted, Mo Xian replied without hesitation, for he could sense the fainting energy emanating from the man's bruises. Upon hearing this, the man anxiously asked, What should I do? Are you currently in Wei City? Mo Xian believed it would be best for him to come in person and inquired. Yes, I'm nearby. It only takes me 15 minutes to drive into the city. All right, I'll have a friend send you the address. Just drive over. After relaying this, Mo Xian turned back to his tasks. The new shop opening was significant, and he anticipated Zhang and his team might want to take advantage of the occasion. Being public officials tasked with protecting citizens, so he had prepared accordingly. The barrage of comments surged with energy immediately after he departed. Alas, he's so handsome. I was too busy drooling to interact with Emo. The campus heartthrob. You upstairs, is there only lewdness in your mind? Have you forgotten about the big brother who was possessed? Am I the only one who finds this hard to believe? One, if it weren't for his looks, my phone would be scolding me into oblivion. Look, when he draws talismans, there's always a halo at the end. Am I the only one who sees it? Could it just be a special effect? After all, he can find a shill. Creating a special effect shouldn't be too difficult, right? Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. It could very well be real. Especially since there's an official presence, don't forget that. Yes, 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 stay rational and enjoy the handsome man. My mother asked me why I was drooling continuously. I told her I was hungry, and she brought out leftovers from 2 days ago, insisting I eat my fill. Ha ha ha, your aunt understands the value of saving. It's not easy for you to have made it this far. Amidst the cheerful banter, Chonhao contemplated waiting for that person, casually placing the stand on the counter and starting to get busy. Dressed in a flowing ancient-style skirt, Lu Susu entered carrying food. She was accustomed to traditional attire and found modern clothing, which revealed arms and legs, difficult to accept. Thus, Chonhao had bought her several outfits that were not only beautiful but also elegant in every movement. Young master, we ordered fast food today. You should eat first. Emo Xian nodded. All right. The three then cleared the items for drawing talismans from the table and began their meal, while the barrage in the live stream went wild. Oh my, a beauty. My goodness. What a combination. 2 handsome guys, 1 aloof god, 1 sunny heartthrob, and a beautiful ancient-style maiden. This live stream is extraordinary. Putting everything aside, just for these 3 good looks, even if it's acting, I'm still here for it. Sigh, beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Meanwhile, as Chin Hao ate, he continued to serve shrimp to Lu Susu, who adored them. Oh my, I'm envious. These 2 are a pair. Mom, I've experienced a heartbreak. Chin Hao nearly forgot he was still live streaming. The 3 of them went about their business. After about half an hour, once they finished eating and tossed the fast food containers away, they noticed a man parking by the roadside and hastily running over. Xuanzi, the client has arrived. Chin Hao called out. Mo Xian paused, his hand poised to grab the brush, then set it down. As the man appeared, those in the live stream recognized him. It was indeed the connection they had seen. This guy is really rushing. While we admire handsome men and beauties, he's been driving like mad. If I were possessed, I'd definitely run even faster. Everyone, quiet down. Let's assess the situation first. Emo Xian handed him paper and pen. Please write your father's name and date of birth. This will help us understand why you were struck. Right? The man quickly bowed his head to write, and Emo Xian reviewed it. Howsy, keep an eye on things. I'll step into the back for a moment. Okay. Chonhao certainly understood that such summoning rituals shouldn't be conducted in the bright sunlight. The back room was a windowless warehouse, the prearranged location for the summoning. After Emo Xian entered, Chonhao poured a glass of water for the man. Big brother, please sit and wait. We'll see what he asks and the outcome. If you wish to go in, you're welcome to. Then I'll take a look inside. The man immediately expressed his desire to witness it personally. This caused quite a stir in the live stream. Hey handsome, take us in to see. Yes, 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 our lives are too mundane. Give us some excitement. What excitement? We're here to witness a miracle. Chonhao thought this might be interesting too and nodded. All right, but don't forget to promote us later. More attention might come in handy if a ghost seeks you out one day. And we need Xuanzi to step in. This host's emotional intelligence is quite low, confirmed. Ha ha ha, this is just being straightforward, you know? Quick, 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 I want to see a ghost. Chonhao disregarded their chatter. His aim was simply to be memorable, not to worry about the effects of their words. He then approached the door and knocked. Xuanzi, can we come in? The friends in the live stream want some excitement. And this big brother also wishes to see for himself. Donamim, come in. Emo Xian's voice floated from within. Chonhao opened the door to find Emo Xian ready with incense and candles. The room wasn't too dark, illuminated by bright lights. The moment the door closed, the big brother inquired, is there anything I can assist the master with? No need. Just stand still, Emo Xian replied. He swiftly turned at the table, chanting, Wandering souls, where do you linger? The 3 souls have descended, the 7 spirits have arrived, return. As he uttered the final words, the talisman paper figure on the table stirred, inscribed with the man's father's name and birth details. However, to prevent the live stream from seeing, Imo Xian quickly grabbed a scrap of paper to obscure it. The talisman stood upright like a person, and then Imo Xian commanded, "Come forth." He swiftly sent the human speech talisman into the air to avoid the ghost speaking in tongues that the onlookers wouldn't understand. There had been no preparations prior, but since the incident with Li Mimi's husband, Imo Xian had been ready with the human speech talisman. With a cold command, a faint black mist appeared around the talisman figure, gradually forming a human shape before the table. The live stream erupted in chaos. What the heck? Oh my, there's a ghost. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. My mother slapped me. I just came back to check, and I got scared into a scream, so she slapped me again thinking I was defiant. To the one above, I mourned for you for 3 seconds. Your situation is far scarier than a ghost. As the ghostly figure emerged, it saw the sun standing by the door, frozen in shock, and immediately erupted, "You unfilial son. How dare you show your face to me?" Imo Xian intervened, "Elder, let us be clear about this. You are a departed soul and should not behave thus." This remark caused the ghostly figure to turn around, finally noticing Imo Xian, and respectfully replied, "Master, I apologize. I momentarily lost my composure. It's all right. Let's discuss the situation," Imo Xian said calmly. The ghostly figure continued, "This unfilial son has been bowing to someone else as if they were me for years. Every time I tried to remind him, he ignored me. I still have decades of existence in the underworld and no money, becoming a laughingstock. The so-called underworld existence means that they don't immediately reincarnate upon death, but first live in the ghost city until they can cross the Naiha Bridge." Chapter 30. Unable to restrain the coffin lid, Imo Xian couldn't help but look at the man in astonishment. "You can't even find your father's grave correctly? No way. My father's grave is the third one past our hillside. I remember it clearly. I even had a special tombstone custom made with a photo on it. How could I be wrong?" As the man spoke, his legs weakened, and he knelt down. The elder ghost jumped up even more. "How dare you? Didn't you send someone to install it? Did they not know where to place it? They put it right next to my new grave. You haven't honored me for years, instead treating that person as your son, allowing him to enjoy life while I am down there, working." Mo Xian had been suppressing his laughter, but now even he couldn't hold back a smirk at the elder's increasing agitation. The live stream, once silent from fear of the ghost's appearance, now erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, being someone else's son, and I'm the laughingstock. I'm dying of laughter. If I were that mother, I would have trouble restraining the coffin lid. Knowing this is why you were struck makes me feel relieved. I can't hold it in. My stomach hurts from laughing. Crap, I was caught goofing off at work while laughing too loud. How tragic, to have to work even after death. Is this a life of toil? This son is worth keeping. Oh no, if I laugh, will my merit be lost?" Even Chun Hao, who had just entered, was stifling his laughter, worried about disrespecting the elder, Mo Xian. However, couldn't he help but smile as he watched the elder grow more animated. He then spoke to reassure, "All right, the misunderstanding is resolved. Let him return and properly handle things. Burn some extra paper for you, so you can enjoy yourself down there." The elder turned to Imo Xian and bowed, "Thank you, master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known when I could express this." "You're welcome. Since there's no issue, you may return." "All right." The ghostly figure then approached the incense and candles before vanishing. The man on the ground got up, wiping the cold sweat from his face. Imo Xian opened the door and stepped out, quickly followed by him. Chun Hao closed the door inside and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." "Host, hurry out. Don't laugh. We need to see how this gets resolved." Yes, hurry out. While I can't hold it in either." "You can't neglect your duties." With a flurry of laughter filling the barrage, gifts began to pour in. Chun Hao finally cleared his throat, opened the door, and walked out. Imo Xian was preparing a yellow talisman. Softly chanting, "Rise," the yellow talisman ignited, and he placed it in a bowl of clear water, handing it to the man. "Drink this. Your injuries will heal. Thank you." Now this person believes everything he hears, directly drinking it down in one breath, only to be handed a cup of water by Lu Susu shortly after. He was somewhat bewildered, so Imo Xian remarked, "Rinse your mouth, oh." After rinsing and swallowing, he was astonished to see that the bruises on his arm were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Instantly, the chilling sensation that had enveloped him dissipated, leaving him with a warm, comforting feeling throughout his body, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, the online viewers in the live stream bore witness to this remarkable scene. Wow! This can't be real, can it? It feels genuine to me. I came here to enjoy the spectacle, but I ended up witnessing real prowess. My beliefs of over a decade have crumbled. At that moment, Emo Xian turned his head to see that nearly 5,000 people were watching the live stream, along with their comments, and he said, "Everyone, believe in science." For a brief moment, the barrage of comments fell silent, before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, believing in science has never sounded so humorous. The school heartthrob is speaking so seriously. I'm beginning to question the veracity of his words. I feel the same, yet it's quite amusing. Shenhao then approached with a smile, saying, "Big brother, now that your issue is resolved, would you like to purchase some paper money from our shop?" "Yes, please get me some. I need to burn more for my father." The man replied grandly, "All right then, how should I address you?" "I am Yang Tao." "Great, Yang Dego, please wait a moment while I prepare your items." Shenhao responded cheerfully. Comments began to flood in. Did the host only remember to ask for his name after he agreed to buy something? Don't be too obvious, haha. Soon, Chunhao returned with a large plastic bag filled with items, handing it to him. Yang Tao looked at the contents and asked, "Could you get a bit more?" "This is too little. I usually burn much more than this. This is sufficient for your father. The items here are not like those elsewhere. They hold great significance," Mo Xian interjected, "mainly because they are indeed expensive here. We can't afford to lose business all at once." "All right, how much is it in total?" Chunhao replied with a smile. 3,000. This bag contains 1,000 worth of items, all imbued with Xuanzai's powers. Referred to as FHN here, thus they are unlike the ordinary. The price momentarily stunned Yang Tao, for typically, he could acquire such a large bag of items for just over 100. However, considering his father's predicament and the resolution of his own issues, he trusted the man's capabilities and promptly paid. "Thank you for your patronage, Yang Dego. Remember to come back if you need anything else." Yang Tao replied with a peculiar expression, "I think it's best if I refrain from coming back for anything other than paper money." The comments erupted in laughter. This host is a true ironclad man, resolute as ever. Ha ha ha, it sounds perfectly reasonable, very enthusiastic, yet it feels like a curse. After sending Yang Tao off, Chunhao returned, gleefully counting the money as he said, "How about it? Our Xuanzai is impressive, isn't he? Anyone else in need, hurry and connect with me. You can handle your matters first and pay later." "Host, aren't you worried that after handling their issues, they won't pay?" "Yeah, do you want to experience the treachery of human nature?" In response to these comments, Chunhao nonchalantly asked, "Do you think they can afford not to pay? Do you think anyone dares to defy a yin-yang master? That would cost them their lives." "My friend, whoa, host, are you threatening me?" "Ha ha ha, he is just speaking the plain truth. Indeed, those who refuse to pay will likely face a grimmer fate." Suddenly, a conspicuous comment flashed by. "Look quickly, someone from the authorities has arrived." Upon seeing this comment, Chunhao turned around to find Deputy Director Qin and Team Leader Zhang, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, some in plain clothes and others in official attire. I don't know. Are they here to crack down on feudal superstition? The authorities are here to shut down the shop. Host, I think that's a possibility. Oh dear, that means we might miss out on the thrilling scenes. Is there anything more exciting than watching the school heartthrob in action? My mother asked me why my phone is all wet. Are you sure it's only the phone screen that's wet? Above, I suspect you're driving. Emo Xian approached the 2 men to greet them. Team Leader Zhang, what brings you here today? You rascal, didn't you say you'd invite us over when you opened? You mentioned sending us some items that you haven't yet delivered. Team Leader Zhang hadn't forgotten about wanting to take back more for the bureau. O Xian chuckled as he produced a small plastic bag containing nearly 1,000 sheets he had prepared for them after much effort. "Here, this is for you." Deputy Director Qin promptly snatched it, opened it, and nodded in satisfaction. "Xian, you truly haven't let me down. This gift comes at the perfect time." He deliberately emphasized the word gift, to avoid any confusion regarding payment later, and O Xian keenly picked up on this point. "Deputy Director Qin, is there a dangerous mission related to this?" Sort of. As he mentioned this, Deputy Director Qin's expression turned grave. The live stream chat fell silent, as if everyone were straining to eavesdrop, the fervor of their curiosity palpable even through the screen. It was likely that each viewer had pressed their phones to their ears. After Emo Xian's inquiry, Deputy Director Qin nodded. Various expressions erupted in the chat. "Wow, It seems we're about to hear something extraordinary. Seeing the comments, Chun Hao quickly moved away, realizing that not everything could be shared with them. Perhaps the authorities had information they wished to keep confidential. Come on, host, that is not fair. Exactly. I've given you a carnival, now hurry back. I want to hear. For those above, if you give me a tip, I can sneak over and eavesdrop to tell you that I know the location from the shots outside. I'm not far away, I'll sponsor a dime. Someone hurry and go. At that moment, Chun Hao stated, today's live stream will conclude here for now. If I'm free tonight, I'll return. Everyone, remember to follow so you don't lose track. Next time, we'll have ghosts to find. With that, he cut off any chance for the viewers to speak before abruptly ending the stream. Meanwhile, Imo Xian poured tea for Deputy Director Qin, who spoke. A case of missing persons has emerged. In the past half-month, 20 individuals have vanished, and we are preparing to investigate this matter. It seems that this case of missing persons is anything but ordinary. Imo Xian did not believe that such a significant number of people would be considered a single case without some suspicious points being discovered. Deputy Director Qin nodded. Indeed, several times when we learned of missing children, the city was locked down entirely, yet time and again, we found nothing. The key issue is that the locations of these disappearances are all quite close. We have thoroughly searched those areas, yet we have been unable to uncover the whereabouts of the missing individuals. The higher-ups are now putting pressure on us. We must solve this case. The uncertainty of whether the missing people are still alive is too unsettling. Imo Xian nodded. What are the characteristics of those who have gone missing? Currently, all the missing individuals are women and children. Deputy Director Qin was also deeply concerned, as women and children lack the ability to resist. He dreaded to think of what fate might await them. A vague thought flickered in Imo Xian's mind. Yet he could not grasp the key point, so he proposed. Then I'll accompany you to take a look. If there are indeed any strange occurrences, I may be able to assist. That's exactly what we were hoping for, Team Leader Zhang said cheerfully from the back. Their purpose in coming here before departing was to ensure he would voluntarily offer to join. Otherwise, they lacked funding, and this group of people was rather poor. Imo Xian's lips twitched. Team Leader Zhang, could you not be so obvious? It makes me seem like a fool. Oh, come on, don't sweat the small details. Let us go. I'll show you the missing persons information on the way. Thus, Imo Xian was pulled into the vehicle, and upon sitting down, he turned to Chun Hao. You keep an eye on the shop. I'll go take a look. All right, be careful. Call if you need anything. Following this, Imo Xian perused the information on the missing individuals in the car, which indicated that all had disappeared while on a trip to Xishan. Where there were surveillance cameras along the routes, Imo Xian inquired. Is it possible that these traffickers took them through the mountain paths? No, our team has already searched the mountain paths, and there were no leads. If they had come from the forest, there should be some trace left behind. Team Leader Zhang replied candidly. Imo Xian remained lost in thought as he continued to look over the information until the vehicle came to a stop. He glanced out to find the area was picturesque, truly quite lovely, with a village in the distance. Upon exiting the vehicle, he declared, "Let us head into the village for a look, but let us change into casual clothes and pose as tourists. We'll stroll around first." Sounds good. Team Leader Zhang and Deputy Director Qin quickly removed their outer garments, leaving only their t-shirts, and followed him into the village, where the three men wandered about. Observing. The village was not very populous, and most of the people they encountered were elderly. By a small river, an old woman was washing clothes under the bridge. Imo Xian approached her, washing his hands as he asked, "Granny? The water here is truly excellent. I imagine the people living here enjoy long lives?" The old woman, appearing to be around 60, replied while scrubbing the clothes. "Indeed, the people in our village are quite healthy. The mountains and waters here are pristine, and many tourists come to visit. Yes, just that the garbage left behind is quite bothersome. Indeed, it is quite unethical to visit and leave behind refuse, as it adversely affects the ecosystem." And engaged in a casual conversation. Zhang and Deputy Qin, feeling the heat, descended to the water to cool off. Suddenly, shifted the topic and inquired, "However, I haven't seen many visitors today. In fact, we haven't encountered any tourists during our outing, which piques my curiosity. Young man, you may not be aware, but several individuals have gone missing. The authorities have conducted numerous searches, even making headlines. You probably haven't seen those reports? Hence your audacity to come here," the elderly woman remarked, wringing out a piece of clothing. She continued, "Just 2 months ago, the village was bustling with children and young brides, with many visitors arriving. However, since the disappearance incidents began, and no one has been apprehended. Suspicion has permeated the air, leading the young residents to vacate. Only us older folks remain, as we have grown accustomed to living here and are reluctant to relocate. Especially since there have been no prior instances of elder disappearances. Nodded. I see. But grandmother, do take care and avoid being alone too often. It can be quite perilous. Fear not, my home is just across the way in that flat. My husband keeps watch, she replied. Asked, oh, aside from you long-time residents, are there no outsiders around? Or perhaps someone reclusive, who isn't well-liked? There haven't been any newcomers in recent years. However, 5 years ago, a man did arrive. Purchasing an old house in the village, he tends to some livestock and rarely interacts with us. I know little else about him, except that he has a limp. Otherwise, he seems quite ordinary, she reminisced. With a look of sympathy asked, that sounds quite a city. Is he living alone? Does he have anyone to care for him? Indeed, he has always kept to himself. For years, he has remained solitary, claiming that his family perished in an accident, a rather tragic tale. The old woman concluded as she lifted her basin. Young man, I must return home now. You should leave promptly as well. Wait until the village is safe before returning for leisure. Thank you, grandmother. But we 3 men are not afraid. Chuckled, waving her off. Once she departed, Zhang spoke up. The person you inquired about is named Zhang Wei. He resides at the last house at the village's edge. We investigated during our previous visit and found nothing unusual. Perhaps conventional methods of investigation may not suffice, mused, glancing at the retreating figure of the old woman, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Chapter 32. Entangled in karmic debt. Deputy Chen's eyes lit up as he asked, have you discovered something? Did you find that old woman particularly loquacious? Observed the old woman disappearing into her courtyard, leaving Zhang and Deputy Chen perplexed, unsure of his cryptic demeanor. As continued deeper into the village. They hastily followed. Throughout their journey, surveyed his surroundings, giving no indication of his intentions, prompting the 2 men to refrain from further inquiries. Upon reaching the village's end, they spotted a farmer's dwelling nearby. In contrast to the other houses. This one was a single-story tile-roofed structure without a yard, flanked by a pig pen and a chicken coop. As they approached the entrance, an unpleasant odor assailed their senses. Upon glancing around, turned to see a middle-aged man, approximately in his mid-40s, carrying a basket of vegetable leaves. Who are you? What brings you here? The man asked, his demeanor defensive, his eyes scrutinizing the trio. Replied with a smile, Uncle, we are merely tourists passing through the village, hoping to request a drink of water. The elder looked at Deputy Chen and Zhang. You are officials, aren't you? I've seen you during the searches before. He pointed at Zhang, clearly skeptical of his claim for water. Unfazed by being exposed, maintained his gentle tone. Apologies, we indeed came due to the case, but we genuinely seek water. May I ask if it would be possible? Very well, come in, Zhang Wei said, limping as he carried the vegetables inside. After setting down the basket, he returned with 4 bowls and poured them water. Once they had finished drinking, ventured, Uncle, it seems your wife and child are unable to find peace. Might I inquire about your story? At this, Zhang Wei's hand slipped, and the bowl he held shattered on the cement floor. What do you know? Who are you? He questioned. His voice tensed, replied calmly, I am a yin-yang master, and I can perceive the malevolence surrounding you, indicative of long repressed emotions. Your features suggest that you are not meant to live in solitude, rather that you have suffered the loss of your wife and child. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's eyes glistened with tears, and he sat on a small stool, looking down for a long time before admitting, Yes, I once had a child and a virtuous wife, but 10 years ago, I lost everything. I have been searching ever since. But after I broke my leg in an accident while cycling, I had no choice but to settle here. Interjected. Your choice to settle here was not accidental. You must have discovered something, am I right? I don't know what you were talking about. My wife and child have been missing for 10 years. The authorities have been unable to assist. How could I possibly uncover anything? Zhang Wei retorted. Smirked and guessed. Could it be an elderly woman in her 60s? You have made a discovery but lack proof, which is why you remain here, correct? You. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock, his hands trembling slightly from the emotional upheaval. How do you know? Because I can read faces, making it difficult for anyone to conceal their true selves from me, just like you. Yet, that woman also attempted to hide from me, you, a man who has sought his family for years. Suddenly settled here after an accident. You shouldn't possess such a heightened sense of vigilance unless you have leads and are wary of her, deduced. Zhang, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Are you referring to that woman we encountered by the river?" "Yes, she carries a heavy karmic burden, indicative of many lives lost, and her features suggest a sharp and malicious disposition. Narrow brow, thin lips, pointed chin, with gaunt cheeks. Such a face cannot exude kindness. She embodies a sharp and malicious aura. Zhang, you have undoubtedly visited this village multiple times to investigate this matter." Even Zhang Wei, who seldom speaks, recognized her immediately. Why couldn't she see through him? If she knows yet deflects blame, what is her true intent? Deputy Qin interjected. She harbors guilt, hence her deliberate misdirection and feigned ignorance, affirmed. Exactly, he continued. Zhang uncle has endured the loss of his family for so long, remaining vigilant, while she too is wary of him. Unwilling to let the opportunity for false accusations slip by. I understand now. I will make a call, Zhang said, taking out his phone. Please look up the information on the woman we spoke to by the river. Yes, Zhang. Please hold, came the response before the call ended. They had remained close enough to have seen the old woman. About 2 minutes later, the phone rang. Zhang, her name is Zhang Yuelian. She used to travel the country with her husband, doing small trades. She has resided in the village for 6 years now, having settled down. She has a son, now 47, who works as a contractor in the city, with his wife and children rarely visiting. Only the two of them live at home. Understood, Zhang replied before ending the call. He turned to Zhang Wei and asked, "Did you follow her path all the way here?" "Yes. Before my family went missing, I was chatting with friends on a park bench and didn't accompany them. By chance, I turned around and saw Zhang Yuelian. They left together. Afterward, my wife and child vanished. I fell and broke my leg in the city. Where I unexpectedly encountered her, I found it perplexing how someone could appear so far from home. To observe her, I decided to settle here, but I have yet to find any evidence. Initially, there were no surveillance cameras, making identification impossible. Side, you may be right, but please trust that the authorities will not overlook any wrongdoing." With that, he made his way outside, feeling prepared to confront the situation. This time, they would not approach as tourists. Zhang and Deputy Qin donned their official uniforms and returned to knock on the door. Upon opening, Zhang Yuelian looked astonished. "Oh, it's you again. Didn't I say I didn't know anything?" Upon seeing, her expression darkened. This young man was intentionally trying to extract information from me. "Oh, are you certain you don't want to share something with me?" replied with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuelian glared at him. Her anger palpable. "Nothing much. Just a routine inquiry, a search. I trust you won't mind," said politely, yet he pushed the gate open and stepped inside. An elderly man emerged, his demeanor fierce, radiating an aura thick with karmic debt. This couple was truly deserving of their fate, carrying the weight of at least 30 to 40 lives lost. How egregious! Chapter 33. Malicious Sorcery. Emo Xian entered the courtyard and glanced around. The family's yard was quite elevated, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. It was protected with shards of porcelain and electrified fencing. How amusing! Merely a farmer, residing in what appeared to be a dilapidated 2-story house. What sort of theft were they so fearful of? Zhang Yuelian tensed momentarily, but then simply found a stool to sit upon. "I truly cannot comprehend why you are incapable of uncovering anything, yet insist on making such a grand display to intimidate us. It seems you are intent on depriving us elders of our peace." Emo Xian turned back and cast her a cold glance. "Do not rush. Your days of peace are numbered." This declaration caused Zhang Yuelian to leap to her feet, ready to confront him, but she was halted by a mere glance from Captain Zhang, with the other 2 officers stepping forward to restrain her. Yet, she remained agitated. "What do you mean? I truly misjudged you. I initially thought you were a good person, but it appears you are merely a wolf in sheep's clothing." Emo Xian ignored her, following the scent leading him to the backyard, where Zhang Yuelian's husband promptly stepped forward. The rear was simply a livestock area, reeking terribly. There was no need for the young man to seek misfortune. "Oh, I fear nothing more than misfortune," Emo Xian retorted, sidestepping him and proceeding inside. Captain Zhang and Deputy Director Qin hurriedly followed, while the others remained at the courtyard, observing the two. Upon entry, Emo Xian discovered several donkeys and quite a few plump goats. The sight chilled him to the bone, his expression darkening as he stood frozen. Captain Zhang surveyed the surroundings and even peered into the livestock pen, finding nothing amiss, shaking his head at Deputy Director Qin. Both turned their gaze to Emo Xian, who had closed his eyes. His voice laced with fury. Arrest those two. The missing persons you seek have been found. What? Where? I see nothing. Captain Zhang, still in disbelief, scanned the area again, but it remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuelian's husband stood rigid by the backyard entrance, utterly shocked that this young man had recognized the truth at a glance. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. He stepped forward, furious, demanding, "What do you mean by this? Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. My son will not be trifled with. He will sue you." Emo Xian turned back, seizing his collar, his fist connecting with the man's face, sending him sprawling against the goat pen, causing the frightened sheep to retreat. The bleating of the sheep echoed. Accompanied by the restless stomping of the donkeys, Emo Xian yearned to end this scoundrel's life, but restraint was necessary. However, he was not above delivering a beating. Just as he contemplated further action, he was halted by Deputy Director Qin. Emo Xian? Calm down. Inform us where the victims are. Even if he has committed a crime, the law will deal with him. You cannot act recklessly. Over there, Emo Xian indicated towards the donkey pen with one hand and the goat pen with the other. The other officers rushed inside, but apart from the flock of sheep and their droppings, they found no sign of the victims or any clues. Emo Xian closed his eyes. The 10 sheep before you? Along with the donkeys over there, are the victims. Before Captain Zhang could inquire further, Emo Xian continued. This is an abominable practice, capable of transforming women and children into livestock to evade detection. Whether for sale or for consumption, unless they are freed, no one will realize they are human, even if they consume the meat of these sheep. The chilling implications of his words left everyone shivering. Turning individuals into livestock for sale, treating them as mere animals, or even as commodities for organ trafficking. Such dark sorcery was unfathomable. It was no wonder Emo Xian was so enraged and heartbroken. The thought of the countless individuals who had suffered under their noses, unable to escape their plight, struck a painful blow to the officers. They felt an overwhelming anger at their ignorance, their impotence. Why had they not understood more? Why could they not rescue more victims? Why did such wicked practices exist? Why were there so many unresolved injustices? They lamented their own powerlessness. Silence enveloped them, even Zhang Yuelian. Pinned to the ground, could utter no words. It was over for them. Utterly finished, Captain Zhang, filled with remorse, promptly asked, "Is there any way to restore them?" "Yes, but first, you need to procure several sets of clothing. Once rescued, they will be without proper attire," Emo Xian replied. Swiftly, someone dashed out to gather clothes, knocking on doors to borrow garments. Upon hearing it was for saving lives, the residents hastened to provide, even offering children's clothes. This brought some solace to the officers. At least amidst their frantic efforts, the majority of kind-hearted individuals were unconditionally supportive. Their unwavering trust was the foundation of their resilience, even when faced with hardship and danger. Soon, the officers returned with the clothing, and Emo Xian instructed Deputy Director Qin, "Take the others outside. I shall remain here alone." After which, he produced a talisman and affixed it to his eyes, a gesture of respect for the women. As he slowly poured the prepared water into the basin, the donkeys eagerly approached to drink. Before long, their pained braying filled the air, a sound akin to the agony of skin being flayed and muscles stripped. Emo Xian stood silently, waiting for the sound of women's startled cries. "Fear not, sisters. We are the police, here to rescue you. The clothes are here. Please find something that fits, and let me know when you are ready," he called soothingly. His voice, imbued with a magical quality, calmed their troubled hearts until one teary voice broke through. "We are ready." Emo Xian then removed the yellow talisman from beneath his eyes and turned towards the goat pen, beginning to offer them water. Watching the children emerge from the sheepskins, wailing, was a bittersweet sight. Their cries signified safety, allowing them to return to their loving families. "Captain Zhang, you may enter now," Emo Xian announced toward the backyard door. The gate swung open, and the women, who had been holding back their emotions, erupted into loud sobs upon seeing the officers. In that moment, they fully grasped their liberation from the wretched existence of livestock. Finally able to return home, a group of individuals appeared, as if sent from the heavens, rescuing them from despair. They rushed into the pen to find their children, relieved to discover all were present. Though some little ones, missing their mothers, cried out in sorrow, "Mama, I want Mama." Emotion approached Zhang Yuelian, towering over her with a cold stare. "Where are the others? I do not understand what you are saying. Even if we are guilty of trafficking, it is merely an attempt. We have neither succeeded nor sold anyone." "What proof do you have?" Zhang Yuelian retorted, aware that the police lacked evidence against those who had escaped capture, thus believing her survival depended on denying everything. However, Emotion clearly lacked the patience for such games. He turned to Deputy Director Qin and inquired, "Can this matter be made public? Such incidents require greater awareness. Otherwise, more victims will suffer in silence, and we must warn those who delve into malevolent paths that the police are not to be trifled with." His words resonated powerfully, prompting Deputy Director Qin to nod vigorously. "This situation is far too heinous. I will shoulder any consequences if it means sparing the populace from suffering and persecution." "Excellent. I extend my gratitude on behalf of all. With your guardianship, our nation shall remain safe and sound." Emotion bowed deeply in appreciation. Afterward, he contacted Chun Hao. "Come quickly. A livestream trial requires the witness of netizens." "All right, send me the address." Chun Hao readily agreed, simultaneously gathering a power bank and live-streaming equipment while pulling Lu Susu along as they exited. After closing the door and receiving Emotion's address, they hailed a taxi and made their way, announcing the location as they set up the live stream. The title read, "A Testament to Humanity, Live Trial of the Evil Criminal," calling upon netizens to spread the word and uphold justice. Before long, viewers began trickling into the stream. "Wow, the stream started in the afternoon. Are we hunting ghosts?" One commenter exclaimed, "I want to see justice served. But don't use this as a gimmick for publicity. We have zero tolerance for that." Another comment stood out. .11111 as the saying goes, "Play is play, but our principles must not stray." Streamer, please think carefully. Exactly. Our keyboards and voices are not to be taken lightly. Another chimed in, "Count me in. This kind of wickedness must not be tolerated. I urge the streamer to be virtuous and maintain their integrity." Another echoed. Chun Hao observed the comments, not only unperturbed but actually pleased. It was clear that many upright individuals remained, their values intact. This reassured him, and he began explaining the situation, detailing how the perpetrators had been apprehended. He emphasized that although they might exploit legal loopholes, the witnesses' presence could ensure they would never escape justice. "Today, I fear your integrity may falter. As long as your hearts are directed towards the light, Emotion will reveal to you a brilliant truth." The live chat fell silent for a moment following Chun Hao's declaration, until an older viewer finally asked, "So, does that fraudster still refuse to admit guilt? If so, what can we do?" "Right, what can we do?" Another chimed in. "All you have to do is say it, and I am willing to stake my reputation on this." Chun Hao nodded and said, "I implore you to spread the word, to let more people witness the outcome of today, so that many others can guard against such malevolent forces in the future." The abilities of Xuanzi? "Zhang and I are limited. We are merely ordinary individuals. However, when joined by countless others, the result will surely instill fear in the hearts of criminals." The barrage of comments immediately responded, "All right, with your generous words. I must rally all my admirers today. Even if I end up embarrassed, I will accept it. My admirers are already on their way. My charm must be showcased to all the girls in class. As a teacher, I am willing to pause my lessons to show my students what true justice looks like. I hope the host does not disappoint us." Under the atmosphere set by Chun Hao, the number of viewers in the live stream quickly climbed from thousands to over 10,000, and it continued to rise. Within half an hour, the audience reached 20,000, with an upward trend. While waiting at a traffic light, a taxi driver shared what he had heard in the group chat. Among the messages was one from the person who had originally taken Chun Hao and others to the city god temple. Upon seeing the photos shared in the group, he recognized the individuals he had brought that day and, recalling that he had fallen ill afterward, had lost contact with Emotion. Seeing the current situation, he immediately recounted the miraculous events that had transpired after meeting them, sharing the talisman he had kept and showing the scar from his injury to the group. Soon, one taxi after another began to play the live stream on their phones, while Chun Hao had already arrived at the scene. Witnessing so many officials restraining two elderly people, along with disheveled children and women in such a filthy and chaotic environment, the tension escalated. Chun Shang stepped forward. "Xuanzi, everything is ready. Many netizens are waiting. What do you want us to do?" Emotion turned to the camera and said earnestly, "Let everyone see the true face of this beast." Let them understand how many lives they have harmed out if possible. I encourage those with courage to come in and film directly, so that you may use it as evidence to warn others. You should have said that earlier. I followed for so long that me too. Let us go in. Following that were many individuals clad in taxi driver uniforms, both men and women, some with cameras, others from the media, as well as those recording on their phones. Everyone stood at a distance, not intruding. Zhang Yuetian sneered. No matter how many people you call, what evidence do you have to prove we have harmed anyone? Or sold anyone? Ha! If it were anyone else, it might be true, but your misfortune is encountering me, a messenger from the underworld. Your misdeeds on this earthly plane will not only bring you earthly punishment, but also the torments of hell. This is your karma. Then, under her scornful gaze, Emo Xian produced a token belonging to the underworld and shouted to the sky. Where is the city god? Do not delay your appearance. The silence was palpable. And keen-eyed netizens in the live chat commented, as a lover of literature, I have seen this. It truly is the underworld's token. To see this is to behold King Yin, antique appraisal expert. This is undoubtedly a priceless antique. Yin Yang Master. Oh my! A messenger from the earthly realm has truly appeared. That token is remarkable. I genuinely envy it. This is unbelievable. However, many netizens began to question. Is the city god he called the one we worship? Does it matter? The important thing is, he has not appeared. Are we being played? Didn't you see that someone said it was real? Could they be hired actors? Amidst the speculations, the sky rumbled with thunder. And then the sunlight was obscured by dark clouds. Two middle-aged men dressed in ancient official robes descended. The netizens fell silent for a moment before erupting in panic. What the heck? They came flying. Can they truly fly? Is that really the city god? Upon their arrival, the civil emperor and the military emperor respectfully bowed to Emo Xian in unison. Messenger, Emo Xian nodded slightly. Thank you both for coming. Uncertain of what had transpired, the civil emperor felt a bit dazed, having just been in meditation when he was summoned by the command to appear in public. He was understandably apprehensive. Chapter 35. Indeed? It is I. Outside the courtyard, the sound of cars gradually increased, and a police officer approached quietly. Team Leader Zhang, a dozen or so taxis and media vehicles have arrived outside. Should we let them in? Initially, the crowd had been furious, but now they were astonished, never expecting so many people to arrive in such a short time. The courtyard was nearly overflowing. Emo Xian turned to Zhang Wei and asked, Uncle, is there a stage-like area in the village? Yes, there is a platform outside the village building, specifically for performances during festivals. Below is a square that can accommodate a good number of people. And there are sound equipment available. An elderly man stepped forward. I am the village head. I can have those devices brought out. Thank you, Emo Xian replied, turning to the city god. Please follow me. This matter transcends the affairs of the earthly realm. Given how many have unjustly perished, you should be able to discern the responsibilities involved. The civil emperor hesitated. But without the command of King Yin, we risk punishment for appearing in the earthly realm. He did not finish his sentence, but those present understood who the so-called King Yin was, likely aware of the regulations that would penalize them for such actions. Emo Xian nodded calmly. No worries, I will explain it to Uncle Yin later. You two will not be implicated. Everyone was stunned, struggling to believe the implications of what they had just heard, and silently followed to the village square. Ultimately, it was the netizens in the live stream who could no longer contain themselves. Host, what did the school heartthrob mean just now? Is Uncle Yin who I think he is? Yeah, don't tell me the king of hell is his uncle? That answer is quite chilling. Wow. My mother asked me why I was lying on the ground looking at my phone, and why dog is also lying down with me. It feels quite comfortable in this muddy ground. You wouldn't be lying in dog poop while walking your dog, would you? Your dog must be worried. Look at the one above. You see through it, but don't say it. We can still enjoy ourselves. Host, please tell us quickly. I'm dying of curiosity. I asked the master, is Uncle Yin really the king of hell? Chen Hao replied with a smile. Of course, who else could hold power over the city god? The one who can set the rules is undoubtedly him. Wow. Host, do you need any spare parts for your thigh? I also want to hug a big leg, hoping to live a few more years. Next time King Yin calls for me at midnight, I will definitely go and bow to him at 11 p.m. Sincerity and attitude are KEY the one above. Are you sure you're not going to make King Yin work overtime? While the live stream was bustling, many others gradually arrived, still unclear about what was happening, simply stopping to watch the crowd gathered in front of the camera, ready for some drama. Wow, what is happening? It seems supernatural. Could it be a murder case? The one above. This is a live stream to capture and interrogate criminals, a collaboration between the underworld and the earthly realm. What do you mean by collaboration with the underworld? Did you not see the city god? The civil emperor and military emperor are here. Isn't that just their attire? Bah! We saw them fly in personally, appearing right in front of the camera. Mo Xian had the couple Zhang Yuetian and his wife brought to the stage, where microphones had already been set up in front to ensure that everyone could hear clearly despite the crowd. More people were still arriving, but Mo Xian no longer focused on them. He merely fixed his gaze on Wang Yuetian and asked, I give you one last chance to confess, huh? Even if it's the city god, we can only be questioned after we die. This is the earthly realm. Do you think they dare to kill us directly? This remark caused the city god's brow to furrow. They were indeed not allowed to harm the living, as it was against their rules. However, no one had ever dared to be so brazen in their presence. Such individuals likely understood the consequences of death, hence their reckless behavior, committing evil without fear of the underworld. Mo Xian smirked. Yes? They are only responsible for preventing evil spirits from causing chaos. But there are still two individuals who can easily take you away. Who? Do you really believe that the king of hell is your uncle and can send a soul-reaping messenger? Zhang Yuetian, emboldened by the city goddess' silence, became even more unrestrained. Mo Xian laughed. Rest assured, it is not yet time. Your crimes have not been exposed yet. How could I allow you to die too easily? He then threw a talisman into the sky, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Heaven and earth are pure. All things have spirits. When injustice roams the world, Zhang Yuetian and his wife's sins are unforgivable. Spirits of the wronged, return swiftly to seek justice. Let righteousness be seen in both realms, and let the souls of the deceased return quickly. As his words fell, a chilling wind swept through the venue, tousling the hair and garments of all present. Meanwhile, Mo Xian swiftly cast talismans towards the 8 corners of the stage. Chun Hao, surrounded by anxious cameras, feared missing any remarkable moments that would go unseen by the online audience. Even the barrage of comments below fell silent, as everyone watched intently. Soon, translucent figures began to materialize, one after another, numbering over 40. At the moment of their emergence, they gazed at the couple, Zhang Yuelian and her husband, with a murderous intent. This sight sent a wave of terror through the crowd, which had previously surged forward but was now in frantic retreat. The city gods stood at the forefront, reassuring the assembly. Fear not. These vengeful spirits mean you no harm. They have merely come to testify. Yet, as the spirits attempted to assail the couple, they were repelled, met with derisive laughter. Surely you do not believe that summoning a host of souls could frame us for this? Have you inquired whether those below can capture this clearly? A voice from the crowd, belonging to a young Taoist, responded loudly. Quite clearly. No detail has been overlooked. He had descended from the mountains that day to procure supplies and had fortuitously stumbled upon the live broadcast in a taxi. Thus emboldened compared to ordinary folk, finding excitement rather than fear in the presence of the vengeful spirits. Others soon joined in agreement. Indeed, our recordings are very clear, a journalist, albeit trembling with trepidation, approached with a microphone, recognizing the significance of the moment for his report. Mo Xian, it is said you are a messenger of the underworld. Could you elucidate what this entails? The city god interjected. A messenger is one who addresses the crimes of the living that we in the nether realm cannot intervene in. They are tasked with maintaining balance between the realms, fostering harmony and preventing misunderstandings. Take, for instance, these 43 vengeful souls on stage. They are souls whose lives were unjustly cut short by the living. Thus, a messenger must step forth to demonstrate that these tribulations are not of our making, nor are they decreed by the king of hell. Each life has its destined span, yet there exist variables, malevolence, whether born of human hearts or sorcery, that should not lead the masses to misconstrue the fairness of the king's governance. The journalist, invigorated, pressed on. Then may we deduce that the Uncle Yin referred to by Mo Xian is indeed the king of hell? Indeed, it is I. A resounding voice echoed from above. The crowd instinctively looked up to behold the king of hell himself, hands clasped behind his back, adorned with a crown, as he descended step by step. Flanked by the spectral figures of black and white impermanence, who came to a halt beside Imo Xian. He addressed warmly to Imo Xian, bowed respectfully. Uncle Yin, what brings you here? Upon hearing that you summoned the city god to manifest directly, I surmised it was due to your ire, necessitating my presence to lend credence to your claims. The King of Hell replied with a benevolent smile, exuding a paternal warmth toward his junior. The figures of Fan Wujiao and Xie Bian offered slight bows. We pay our respects to the messenger. In no need for excessive formality, Imo Xian replied politely. The onlookers, however, were rendered speechless, including the journalist, while the cameraman, adhering to his professional instincts, rapidly captured the exhilarating scene, fearful of missing any details. Deputy Director Qin and Captain Zhang, accustomed to perilous situations, found their reactions sharper than those of ordinary individuals. They approached, mimicking Imo Xian's bow. Your Majesty, no need for excessive formality. You represent the realm of the living, while I preside over the realm of the dead. I hope you will look after Xin'er in the future. The King of Hell expressed courteously, embodying the persona of a concerned elder for his younger kin. Deputy Director Qin and Captain Zhang exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. After all, Imo Xian addressed him as uncle. Was it not he who should be looking after these mortals? They kept their thoughts to themselves, nodding in silent agreement as they discreetly stepped aside, relieved by their earlier decision. Although such matters were typically not suited for publicizing, with the King of Hell now in attendance, they doubted any higher authority would cast blame. Meanwhile, the couple, Zhang Yuelian and her husband, were utterly dumbfounded, never anticipating the arrival of the King of Hell. They instinctively shrank back, fearful of drawing attention. The journalist below swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a golden opportunity for advancement. Sensing the King of Hell's amiable demeanor, he steeled himself to approach, microphone in hand, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to your Majesty. This prompted the King of Hell to nod in acknowledgement, a hint of delight in his heart. It was unexpected that some would not flee at the sight of him in the past. Many had been so frightened that they fainted. Such experiences had led to the decree that souls could not reveal themselves freely. The journalist, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Your Majesty, may I audaciously ask why you have chosen Imo Xian as the so-called messenger of the underworld to traverse the realm of the living? The King of Hell smiled. Because he alone possesses the qualifications to be the representative of the underworld, able to navigate both realms without hindrance. Were it anyone else, entering the nether realm would risk being harmed by its energies, leading to dire consequences or severe illness. Thank you for the clarification, the journalist replied, exhilarated, yet aware of the need for restraint, halting further inquiries. Meanwhile, the livestream resumed its momentum after the unexpected turn of events. Wait, does this mean that the messenger Imo is not merely traversing that kind of place for our sake? The King of Hell is so benevolent. So, it's not just him wanting people to die. Others can die too. Thus, the most terrifying thing is human hearts. Messenger Imo, from now on, I shall be your dog. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall bite. To the one above. While a dog may not be human, you truly are a dog. I, on the other hand, will cling to your leg, never letting go even if it costs me. An increasing number of netizens have begun to join the cause, becoming more aware of their surroundings. Those in the vicinity are eager to be at the forefront, assisting the police in apprehending anyone attempting to flee, ensuring they are denied any opportunity to harm others. This has forged a tacit cooperation between the police and the citizens. Though unspoken, everyone has spontaneously taken to sitting at their doorsteps, ready to catch wrongdoers, and even those venturing outside engage in casual conversation, on the lookout for any suspicious activity. The nationwide campaign against evil has officially commenced. Chapter 37. You are our eternal deity as one spirit after another stepped forward to elucidate. Zhao Wei, however, had yet to catch sight of his wife and child. With reddened eyes, he approached and inquired, Young man, why haven't I seen my son and wife? At this moment, Imo Xian furrowed his brow and turned to the 40 or so spirits, asking, Have you seen them clearly? Yes, none of them are them, Imo Xian replied. Then please provide me with your wife's name, your son's name, and their date and time of birth. All right. Zhang Wei took the talisman paper he was given and began to write, his hands trembling slightly. Imo Xian then turned to King Yin, saying, Uncle Yin, could you check this for me? Certainly. King Yin glanced at the names and birth dates, then waved his hand, causing a scroll to fly from his sleeve. Holding a brush, he inscribed the names and birth dates provided by Zhang Wei, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Your wife and child are not dead. To be precise, their earthly souls have merely been expelled from their bodies." "What? They're not dead?" Zheng Wei exclaimed, moving forward in excitement, though he refrained from grabbing King Yin, out of respect. Upon hearing this, Imo Xian understood. Uncle Yan's implication was that his wife and son were alive, but their earthly souls were absent, leaving them in a state of foolishness. "Where are they?" The tension in the air escalated as everyone focused intently. At least, compared to the alternative, not being dead was a favorable outcome. Imo Xian did not respond to Zhang Wei, but instead approached Zhang Yuelian, demanding, "Speak. Where exactly are they?" In Weicheng, Zhang Jiatan. Zhang Yuelian, having ceased her resistance, was fully aware that with King Yin present, any non-compliance could lead to her name being inscribed in the death register, leaving her with no chance of survival. Even an extra day of life was precious. The living still had procedures to follow, and she would not face immediate demise. Prolonging her existence was preferable to instant suffering in the underworld. She then earnestly detailed the whereabouts of the two. "Initially, a Taoist wanted a woman, so I sent her to him. As for the child, he was left behind to clean the courtyard." Following this, Team Zhang made a call to the police station in Zhangjiaton. "Quickly, locate the victims and ensure they are brought here immediately." They swiftly sprang into action, while Imo Xian fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuelian and questioned, "You recognized Zhang Wei back then, which is why you orchestrated the accident, and it was also your doing that led to his leg being injured, wasn't it?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Who could foresee such calamities?" Zhang Yuelian turned her face away, unwilling to acknowledge what she could not be proven guilty of. It was known that in hell, each additional crime would lead to more severe punishment. Imo Xian let out a cold laugh and turned to Chao Wei, saying, "Pull up your pant leg." "All right." Everyone then beheld the bluish hue at his knee, resembling decaying flesh. Mo Xian crouched down to inspect it and told him, "Sit down. I'll first help treat your leg." "Thank you. Even if it cannot be healed, I am already overjoyed to have found my wife and child." Zhang Wei feared that if the young man could not heal him, others might blame him, for someone with such remarkable abilities would be scrutinized for any minor misstep. Imo Xian smiled, "Uncle Zhang, there's no need for concern. This is merely a result of being surrounded by negative energy, which has caused you years of chilling pain, rendering your leg unusable. Once this energy is dispelled, you will be well. Is that true? Will it really be cured?" Zhang Wei was filled with excitement, knowing he had found his wife and child. He needed to support a family, and only with a healed leg could he do more to ensure a good life for them, not wanting his wife to see him in such a crippled state. Imo Xian nodded, then took out silver needles from his pocket and began to perform the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. With each needle inserted, the darkness surrounding Zhang Wei's knee began to dissipate. After several needles, Imo Xian activated his mystical powers, causing the needles to tremble continuously, gradually dispersing the negative energy until the reddened skin, once obscured by dark energy, was revealed. Imo Xian enveloped his knee with magical energy, striving to extract all the negative energy. This was the first time in years that Zhang Wei felt warmth in his knee, as if it had regained its temperature. The previously excruciating cold had tormented him day and night. Yet for the sake of his wife and child, he had endured. Without such belief, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuelian's complexion grew increasingly pale, unable to fathom that such a young man, merely 23, possessed the skill of the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, particularly as an emissary of the underworld. Having committed wrongdoings throughout his life, she had never anticipated encountering someone of such caliber. Had it not been for issues regarding their son's funding, they would not have needed to return to the fray and could have lived a peaceful life. But now, it was too late. The national reckoning, combined with the authorities from both realms, would exact a heavy toll for their actions. Once Imo Xian had removed all the silver needles and disinfected them with a small vial of potion, he stored them away. "Uncle Zhang, please stand up and give it a try." "All right." Zhang Wei immediately rose to his feet, keeping his pant leg lifted. Previously, while sitting on stage, few could see him, but now his reddened skin was exposed. With the bluish hue completely vanished, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves, and the comments began to flood in. "Wow, the emissary is magnificent. Emissary, you are our eternal deity. Goodness, there truly exist such remarkable individuals in this world." That's the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. I never thought I would witness this legendary medical skill in my lifetime. What is the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate? Yes, please explain. Same here. The netizens continued. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate can heal both humans and spirits. However, using it improperly can lead to dire consequences, hence its gradual obscurity, known only in whispers, yet seldom witnessed in full. Wow, that's incredible. Chunhao seized the opportunity to interject. Now you know just how formidable our Xuanzi is, right? Today you placed your bets wisely, so keep a vigilant watch on those around you, ready to catch the buyers and those who perpetrated these heinous acts. What the host says is true. We must remain vigilant and ensure that wrongdoers do not escape. Meanwhile, Emo Xian urged the spirits to continue revealing their stories. While the police were inundated with activity, one call after another, officers at the scene sprang into action. Even those who had contemplated fleeing after watching the live stream ultimately found themselves cornered. As the spirits recounted their tales, the neighbors residing nearby, having garnered some knowledge, swiftly gathered to keep watch, fearing that the offenders might slip away. In one instance, in a villa district in Qingqing, a man was trapped by a group of neighbors. Even the security personnel surrounding the vicinity, preventing his escape until the police arrived. Officer, that man tried to flee, but we managed to corner him. He is still inside. Thank you. The team leader expressed gratitude before leading his men to forcefully enter the premises. Sounds of their apprehension echoed from within. Get down. Hands on your head. I surrender. These people are blocking my way. I'm confessing, officer. Only now do you think of surrendering? What a joke. The officers, restrained by professionalism, had to suppress their urge to deal out punishment to such scum who bought women to imprison in basements. The reason the neighbors could deduce the situation was that some had witnessed women being taken in but never seen them leave. Leading to curious discussions, Chapter 38. Emo Xian declares war by evening. All the remains of the victims and the perpetrators had been apprehended. Emo Xian gazed into the camera, resolutely declaring war on all evil forces. I care not who wields dark sorcery. Should you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. From this day forth, I stand in opposition to all malevolent forces, and I shall avenge all those you have tormented. With that, Emo Xian made a gesture across his throat, prompting gasps from the viewers. Wow, the emissary has declared war against all evil. So handsome. My goodness, that gesture was so compelling. Am I the only one concerned that the emissary's boldness might lead to trouble? Worry not. Our emissary is our deity. To harm him is to cross the line for us all indeed. He fights for us mortals, and we must do our part. Yes, let us unite and expose all evil to the light of day. Perhaps we can even do more good and become emissaries ourselves to King Yin. I still wish to live, but that doesn't preclude my support for the emissary. If help is needed, I am here. Speaking of help, don't you think we've been watching for a while without doing anything? Exactly. It's outrageous that we haven't sent any gifts. Oh, family army, rise up. Chunhao, initially focused on Emo Xian, was startled when he heard the sound of special effects. Carnival after carnival, clouds of sound, and an array of carriages. The screen was abuzz with activity, making it difficult to even read the comments. There were countless small gifts being sent, hearts and flowers showering down, and an unprecedented wave of support from official accounts leading the charge in gifting. The gift has indeed attracted throngs of people, much to the dismay of other streamers. Observing the incessantly flashing notifications in their live streams, visitors streamed in one after another. It was perplexing, especially with the official accounts and various certified accounts showering gifts. Could it be that a prominent figure from the Summer Nation had commenced their broadcast? How else could one explain such overwhelming success? Soon, their assistants were dispatched to investigate, and upon reviewing the recorded clips and reports, some streamers began to shout in their live streams, "Dear family, today marks the birth of our malevolent hero, and we must celebrate. Your gifts have been bestowed upon me. My esteemed brothers, let us venture to the stream of the envoy Ma Xuan. We must support this wave." The streamers were bewildered, and thus began their explanations of the information they had gathered. In an instant, the chat erupted with excitement, as one after another, they rushed to Ma Xuan's stream. The first thing that greeted them was an explosion of gifts, and the video feed began to dwindle, while countless individuals flooded in. Witnessing the unending stream of gifts, they could only shout in exhilaration. Some, unaware of the unfolding events, sought out others to inquire privately about what was happening. Chen Hao was taken aback. Realizing this was an opportunity for overnight fortune, he approached Ma Xuan and quietly relayed the current situation. Ma Xuan, initially intending to visit Zheng Wei's wife and child, was compelled to pause. Upon witnessing the exaggerated popularity and gifts in the live stream, he quickly urged, "Everyone, please cease the gifting. This is already more than sufficient, and I cannot spend such an amount." Yet the gifts showed no signs of abating, and many were eager to connect, seemingly anxious to speak. Chen Hao proceeded to grant access. The individual who appeared was a sales streamer, usually drawing an audience of at least 100,000 upon starting his broadcast. As soon as he arrived, he proclaimed, "Envoy Ma Xuan, please do not. This is our heartfelt intention. You are now the malevolent hero. Money has the power to sway even the most obstinate. We wish for you to carry our contributions alongside yours. While we lack your capabilities, we can offer our utmost effort. If it were anyone else, we would not trust them, but we believe you can utilize this wealth to aid others more effectively." The barrage of comments echoed their agreement, each expressing a desire to contribute. Ma Xuan had yet to respond when the official account intervened. Chen Hao, somewhat incredulous, confirmed the information before connecting. The official stated, "All gifts will be entirely yours, Envoy. Our platform will take not a single coin. However, we have one request. We hope that when you uphold justice, you will allow us to witness it." Ma Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, let it be so, but please refrain from gifting for now. Should there be a need in future broadcasts, you may gift as necessary to those in need. My role is merely to ensure it is delivered appropriately. That will not suffice. You cannot labor without recompense. You must also sustain yourself, and the streamers assisting you must eat as well, correct? They too have families to care for. You deserve more, so please do not be so selfless, as it renders us all powerless. Indeed, let us consider this as our contribution towards your noble endeavors. We shall cover your wages," came the chorus of voices. "Envoy Ma Xuan, do not refuse. We insist. Your wages must be accepted." Deputy Qin observed the comments and noted that the Yunnan official account had also come forth to speak on behalf of the streamers, which was indeed necessary. They were assuming the risk. It was unreasonable for them to also bear the burden of sustenance. Only by ensuring Ma Xuan remained unencumbered by financial concerns could he accomplish greater deeds. He patted Ma Xuan's shoulder, declaring, "It is reasonable for everyone to pay you a salary in exchange for guaranteeing their safety." Ma Xuan nodded, "Thank you all for your kind intentions." Beside him, Yin Wang interjected, "Thank you, dear family, for caring for my son Ma Xuan. In the future, he shall undoubtedly accrue boundless merit." The city god joined in merrily, secretly contemplating how trendy Yin Wang was for referring to the audience as family. The netizens erupted in excitement. "Wait, did Yin Wang just call us family? For the first time, I find the term family so endearing and sophisticated. Mom, I've made it. Even Yin Wang watches live streams. Perhaps he has seen me?" Yin Wang, observing the comments, chuckled. Even the underworld has its idle moments, and one occasionally checks in on live streams, primarily to see if anyone is speaking ill of me or spreading rumors. This statement almost explicitly warned them to refrain from disparaging the underworld, for they too were viewers of the streams. Should someone incite his wrath, they would be in dire straits. I feel an inexplicable chill down my spine. Please do not frighten me, Yin Wang. Indeed, we are very obedient. Yes, we will absolutely refrain from speaking out of turn. The netizens instantly became as meek as quails, while the Yunnan official account was left bewildered, wondering if Yin Wang had truly registered an account. Quietly logging off, they swiftly made a call to investigate any accounts that might resemble Yin Wang's, needing to ascertain who it was, along with the city goddess account. Meanwhile, as Ma Xuan prepared to find the souls of Zheng Wei's wife and child, the CEO of Yunnan received information regarding several accounts. Upon examining the details and avatars, he couldn't help but grimaced. It seemed Yin Wang was quite fashionable in the digital realm. The username was rather perplexing. Spear dipped in excrement, stabbing whomever. Was it that Yin Wang had taken the brush of the Book of Life and Death as a spear? Chapter 39. Light exists everywhere in the world. The avatar depicted his true self, dressed in a suit rather than the ceremonial garb typically seen on camera. Clicking on some of the videos he had posted, they revealed eerie scenes, lamenting the return to work and being startled by ghostly figures bursting in. He also mentioned that the black and white impermanents had come seeking benefits from him again, wondering how he had become such a gullible superior. As the viewers watched Yin Wang's posts filled with supernatural violations. They faced restrictions on viewership. Scarcely anyone liked them, with only a few scattered comments accusing him of being a charlatan. The CEO of Yunin felt his jaw twitch involuntarily, pondering whether those commenters might have faced Yin Wang's wrath. Meanwhile, the city god mused that if Yin Wang could be so trendy, perhaps they, too, could indulge in some leisure at work. Quietly, he took out his phone to download the app on Ma Xuan's side. He was prepared to locate the souls of Chao Wei's wife and son. While the Taoist priest was already in police custody, he had been observing Ma Xuan's rituals, realizing his deceit was futile. When apprehended, he insisted he had merely found the souls and never acknowledged purchasing them, claiming he was merely sheltering them out of kindness. However, Ma Xuan's methods would surely uncover the concealed souls, and once the truth was revealed, his lies would crumble. The chat was rife with condemnation. That deceitful priest. How dare he pretend to be a good person? Pfft. He is unworthy. Meeting the envoy renders any disguise futile. Indeed, where the envoy appears, there shall be no wrongful convictions. Truly a blessing for our time. Let the wicked tremble. Ah, envoy, I wish to bear your children. Those above, please form a queue. I have yet to reach my turn. I have harbored a secret crush on him for many years, pursuing the same school since middle school. Yet never had the chance to speak to him. How miserable. Pfft, we are the ones who are miserable. At least you had the chance to harbor feelings, while I never got to see him at all. You make a valid point. In any case, I have gained from it. Hehe, ladies. Am I the only one obsessively staring at the screen? No, I've already switched to a second phone. The first one was water damaged. Are you sure it was just saliva that got it wet? Ha ha ha, what a divine coincidence. Why, Dad asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. I let him see, and now we're both kneeling together, only to be scolded by my grandpa. Why, whole family is kneeling to watch now. With Yin Wang present, we cannot dare to sit. Ma Xuan had already begun to break through the Taoists' barriers, and soon the souls manifested, subsequently entering the bodies of the two individuals. The woman and child, who had previously been smiling foolishly, opened their eyes with a hint of confusion, and upon seeing Chao Wei approach cautiously, they rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Woo-woo, husband. I finally see you. Daddy, I'm so scared. Both were trembling, and Chao Wei, filled with heartache, shook as he tightly held his wife and child, tears brimming in his eyes. He had dreamed of this day for years, never expecting it to truly arrive. As long as they were alive, everything else was inconsequential. No one dared to mention whether his wife had been violated by the Taoist, or whether the child had been deprived of schooling due to a decade of cognitive impairment. Instead, all present were moved and concerned by their reunion. Some netizens spontaneously organized a fundraising effort. Brothers, this uncle is so pitiful. He left home for his wife and child and suffered such misfortune. Let us donate some money to him, shall we? I'm on site. Do you want me to organize it? Brother, count me in. We must contribute, at least to help this family through their hardships, and for those who have been rescued. I am willing to lend a hand indeed, my brother. This wealth must be put to practical use. We cannot engage in actions that betray our conscience. Upstairs, I shall promptly seek assistance from the police, ensuring that these funds are properly allocated. I will not embezzle a single coin. I will personally donate 5,000. How much will you contribute? I am merely a server. I can offer 500. With the remainder reserved for my parents' living expenses, I apologize for not being able to provide more. Brother, your contribution is commendable. Each of us should do our part without feeling pressured. Those who can afford to give more should do so. Esteemed leader, you are like a deity. If you require any assistance in the future, though we may lack funds, we possess strength. Quickly, find a police officer. Subsequently, a young boy approached the male reporter and said, Hello, we wish to donate to families in distress. May we enlist your media's help in overseeing the funds? Of course, the male reporter readily replied, aware that this was not only an opportunity for advancement but also a chance to contribute positively. There was no reason to refuse on any front. The reporter then guided the boy to Team Leader Zhang and Deputy Director Qin, who were both delighted upon hearing the news. They understood the magnitude of those in need of rescue. As many families had been shattered in their search for lost loved ones, the willingness of these online supporters to donate greatly facilitated the subsequent recovery efforts, which had initially relied on small contributions from acquaintances. Proving insufficient given the vast number of victims, this was a timely boon, and they bowed deeply before the camera, expressing their gratitude. Chen Hao was taken aback, instinctively stepping aside as they bowed. Once the moment passed, he glanced at the comments and understood the reason behind their actions. Previously, attention had been focused on Xian's situation, neglecting the discussions among viewers in the livestream. Soon, Deputy Director Qin used the Bureau's account to guide the donors in contributing, and he reported the matter to superiors. Upon learning of the donations, higher-ups immediately began to issue an official statement expressing gratitude to the contributors. This announcement quickly garnered more attention, resulting in an astonishing influx of donations that left the police station in shock. Over 1 million had been raised in a single night, with funds continuing to pour in. Originally, there had been over 60 individuals affected, representing numerous families, yet this sum was more than sufficient. Based on each person's circumstances, the donations would be appropriately allocated. Ultimately, those souls that had been rescued knelt before Chen Hao's camera, expressing their heartfelt thanks for the peace of mind they could now enjoy in their final moments. With so many kneeling, Chen Hao found himself unable to retreat and could only support the viewers. "Oh, please, do not kneel. Quickly, rise, I am so moved. This is the first time I feel that being a good person is truly rewarding, I too. From now on, I will strive to do more good deeds." The world is filled with light. As the King of Hell observed that matters were nearing resolution and dawn was approaching, he spoke, "Xin'er, I have official duties to attend to, so I must take my leave. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and feel free to visit me without any pressing matters. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to see you." Xian respectfully bid farewell, watching as he led the souls of the victims away, disappearing from sight. After the city god took his leave, Xian said his goodbyes to the others and boarded the police car, preparing to return home. Meanwhile, at his residence, an individual observed the live stream of his return, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he swiftly exited the courtyard. Chapter 40. The ancient gathering of Yin spirits. This person was the one whose formation Xian had previously disrupted. Having surveyed the area a few days prior without an opportunity to act, he now saw his chance as others were preoccupied. After so much effort, Xian and his companions were understandably fatigued and had already fallen asleep in the vehicle, only to be roused by team leader Zhang upon their arrival. "We have arrived. You all have worked hard. Be sure to rest early." "Understood," they replied, disembarking alongside Lu Susu. Once they entered the alley, Deputy Director Qin remarked, "That girl appears to be quite extraordinary. Indeed, even when the King of Hell arrived, she merely offered a slight bow without displaying any signs of alarm. Even Xian's brothers were astonished, yet she remained unfazed." Team leader Zhang analyzed. This prompted Deputy Director Qin to recall Xian's earlier comments, leading him to inquire, "I recall that you had someone investigate her household registration, but there was no record of her?" Team leader Zhang recollected, "Yes, we found nothing. No one had seen her, especially in this locale. It was as if she appeared out of thin air. I first encountered her at the mall, when Xian and that Chen Hao were making lewd jokes. I advised them to be mindful of the presence of girls, to which they claimed she wouldn't understand and jokingly mentioned something about being 300 years old. Old Qin, are you suggesting that girl is from 300 years ago? How is that even conceivable? If I weren't familiar with Xian, I wouldn't dare to assert that there was no issue," Deputy Director Qin countered. "But have you ever seen anyone remain so composed in the presence of the King of Hell or the city god? Don't you find her ancient attire to be more akin to that of a bygone era than a modern young person? Her demeanor is so fitting that it seems she was born for it. Even an actress would struggle to achieve such authenticity." Deputy Director Qin was reluctant to believe it, yet the evidence seemed to point in that direction. Team leader Zhang's eyes twitched slightly as he remarked, "So, in the presence of this young man, what could be more shocking than the appearance of the King of Hell? That is true. It seems we have much to attend to in the future." Deputy Director Qin chuckled, pressing the accelerator to leave. Returning home, they could not afford to rest. Numerous matters required their attention, and staying up late had become routine for them. They yearned for a time when peace would allow them a proper night's sleep. As Xian reached his doorstep, he paused while about to unlock the door. Chen Hao asked, "What is the matter, Xuanzi? Hurry up and open the door. I need to wash up and sleep. I'm utterly exhausted." Lu Susu interjected, "There's an unusual presence inside." "What do you mean?" This time, Xian chose not to enter through the main door. Instead, He took a few steps back and leaped onto the neighboring courtyard wall to glance at his own home. On the surface, everything appeared normal, yet a concealed aura of Yin energy seeped upward from the ground. Even with his spiritual sight activated, there was little to discern. So they transformed it into a gathering place for Yin spirits? Chun Hao called from below, Xuanzi, what happens if it becomes a gathering place for Yin spirits? It's not much. We would merely awaken as Yin ghosts after a night's sleep. Mo Xian replied nonchalantly as he jumped down. Chun Hao gasped, what kind of spell is so powerful that we could turn into Yin ghosts just from sleeping? I've only read about this in the ancient texts left by my mother. It's an ancient gathering of Yin spirits. Such places are nearly impossible to find, yet it seems someone has artificially created one. This adversary is no ordinary foe. After pausing for a moment, he continued. It seems we have underestimated him. What we previously dispelled was merely a casually set formation. Our opponent is far stronger than we imagined. Lu Susu raised a question. If this person is so formidable, what is their ultimate goal? Perhaps this individual seeks to hinder the growth of my yin-yang body, or perhaps they wish to seize my physical form. Regardless of their intent, it is imperative that we uncover their identity. Otherwise, this insidious formation could have ensnared Haozi had I not returned today. Mo Xian could protect himself, but Chun Hao was not yet capable of accurately discerning these threats, and even Lu Susu's abilities fell short. The enemy had evidently targeted those close to him, and Chen Hao's development could not afford to stall any longer. He formed seals with his hands and struck the door with the palm, releasing a wave of light that allowed him to retrieve the key and unlock the door. As Chun Hao prepared to enter, Mo Xian stopped him, saying, You wait outside for a moment. I will handle things with Susu first, and then you can come in. All right, just be careful, Chun Hao replied, standing by the door as they entered and began measuring the space with various steps. Under Lu Susu's keen insight, several iron boxes were unearthed. When dawn broke, Mo Xian finally spoke, It's clear now. You can come in. Chun Hao entered, standing before the 10 or so iron boxes, asking, What's inside? A variety of corpses, cats, dogs, snakes, weasels, cows, rabbits, snakes, sheep, chickens, pigs. Essentially, they are all forms of Yin energy with a gruesome history. Lu Susu remarked, These must have been harmed after attaining a certain level of cultivation, which explains the formidable nature of this gathering of Yin spirits. Indeed, we are fortunate. My yin-yang body is relatively sensitive to these forces, and Susu possesses a spiritual body. However, Xuanzi, your pure yang body has yet to undergo any training. For your safety, you must diligently follow my instructions from today onward, Mo Xian said sternly. He then added, If you wish to withdraw now, it is still not too late, but once you become more entangled with my affairs, you will be the first to be affected by my troubles. You must consider this carefully. This path is unpredictable. Chun Hao, frustrated, punched him on the shoulder, saying, Xuanzi, what are you talking about? Have I ever kept my distance from you over these years? A brother for a day is a brother for life. Don't think of casting me aside. Even if it means facing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I will follow you. I never imagined that one day I could become a significant figure. But the events of last night made me realize that I should take action, exert my strength, and provide opportunities for more people, just as you do, rescuing them from peril. Otherwise, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Rather than living with such regret, I might as well take the risk. After all, your Uncle Yin would not mistreat me, would he? Who knows, I could leverage our connection to thrive over there. I have nothing to lose by betting on this. So feel free to train me as you wish, just don't let me die in the process. All right, Mo Xian exclaimed, wrapping his arm around my neck and pulling me inside. Let us not sleep. Let us begin now. Come on, after a sleepless night, at least let me wake up before we start, I retorted. Just moments ago, I had said I feared nothing, yet here I was, backtracking. Lu Susu watched the two of us banter as we entered, then waved her hand, using her spiritual power to lift the items from the ground, tossing the fire talisman Mo Xian had given me into flames. As she turned to leave, she waved her sleeve, shutting the courtyard door behind her. While we were engrossed in our training, the outside world was inundated with reports about our situation. Many flocked to Mo Xian's shop, eager to catch a glimpse, causing the entire street to buzz with excitement. However, the door remained shut, and as half a month passed, the crowds dwindled, and no one had seen Mo Xian or his companions. Daily, Those waiting in the live stream room were left disappointed. And this continued for a year. Even Captain Zhang and Deputy Director Qin sought out Imo Xian, but it was usually Lu Susu accompanying them to handle matters, and they never encountered him. It wasn't until the 4th year that Imo Xian's phone rang. Lu Susu answered and knocked on his study door. "Young master, perhaps you should answer this call." Imo Xian emerged, clad in a loose robe. His hair held back with a wooden hairpin, cascading down his back. Due to the years spent indoors without a haircut, his hair had grown long, so he had simply styled it for convenience. He lazily took the phone. "Who is it? Didn't we agree to ignore the outside world?" Chapter 41. "This face is a money tree." Lu Susu smiled, "But young master, it's the landlord of our shop. The lease is about to expire. Shall we renew it or not?" This took Imo Xian aback. He had previously decided to enter seclusion and had given Qian Hao 3 years' worth of rent. And now the time had indeed come. After connecting the call, he asked for the account number and promptly transferred the funds. Meanwhile, Qian Hao, who had been cultivating in the room, emerged, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Xuanzi, it's about time we stepped out, or I'll start to mold." "All right, let us open the shop today." Imo Xian nodded with a smile, and Qian Hao went to the barber shop first to get a neat short haircut. As he disliked having his head pressed down by Lu Susu while sleeping, Imo Xian, having grown accustomed to his long hair, casually secured it with a hairpin and donned a light blue ancient robe that Lu Susu had ordered online. It was airy and quite comfortable. He walked out of the alley to open the shop, which Lu Susu usually maintained, so it was clean and tidy. He casually sat down at the table and began to paint talismans. Since we were opening a shop, we needed to prepare more. During the 4 years that had passed, while those people had not come looking, and with Imo Xian's absence, there had been no significant matters at hand. Soon, passers-by noticed that the shop, which had been closed for years, was now open. Everyone remembered the trial that had taken place, and media reports had flooded in. However, after a while, the figure behind the shop had not reappeared. And people gradually lost their patience, speculating that he had earned enough money and had gone into hiding. Overall, the public perception was not favorable, but Imo Xian and his companions were unaware of this. Thus, when a photo was circulated, it was initially a young girl who remarked on his good looks, exclaiming that he resembled a male protagonist from a historical drama. Yet, when paired with the shop, everyone recalled the messenger of the underworld, Imo Xian, and the news quickly ignited a frenzy online. Soon, various claims emerged, suggesting that he had run out of money and was forced to reappear. A president of an entertainment company, Sun Yuyu, upon seeing this photo, was instantly captivated. She immediately summoned her assistant, find out about this person. With such looks, even without acting skills, he could become an instant sensation. The assistant glanced at the details and exclaimed, "Boss, I recognize him. He was the infamous hero from 4 years ago who saved many people. He had the entire nation in an uproar. We might not be able to sign him." "Oh, is it really him?" Sun Yuyu recalled having seen him before, astonished that he could look so appealing in both modern and traditional attire. "All right, get the information and bring it to me." A quick search yielded results. "Look, this is his shop. The photo even has the name on it." The assistant pointed at the text on the photo. Sun Yuyu took a moment to study it, then grabbed her bag and car keys, leaving without acknowledging her assistant's reminder about a meeting. Upon her arrival, she found Imo Xian assisting a customer with their purchases. "Please wait a moment, miss. I'll finish up here shortly." Imo Xian, not paying much attention, politely spoke to avoid keeping the customer waiting. "Sure." Sun Yuyu settled at the counter, watching him deftly gather the items the customer needed and process the payment. This man was truly handsome. Being from an entertainment company, her standards were exceptionally high, and she was consumed with thoughts of how to secure him. So engrossed was she that when Imo Xian inquired about her order, she failed to respond. He called to her again. "Miss, what would you like?" Just get me a bit of everything. It's almost the Festival of the Dead, and I'll need it all." Sun Yu snapped back to reality, speaking grandly. "All right, please wait a moment." Imo Xian nodded and went to prepare the items, filling 3 large bags with everything in the shop. After placing them on the counter, he politely announced, "That will be 8,500 in total. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" Did you just say 8,500? Sun Yu was taken aback. "What is the matter?" Imo Xian asked, puzzled. "That handsome guy. I've bought these before and I could get a whole bag for 1 or 200. Are you sure about this price?" Sun Yu was almost about to accuse him of taking advantage of his looks. Before Imo Xian could explain, A cheerful voice came from outside. President Sun, I assure you, these items are worth every penny. The stack of yellow talismans alone has been sought after by many, and I haven't been able to find them for years. It was Zhang Xiaoyi, who had hurried over upon seeing the post, not expecting the shop to truly open. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? Sun Yu asked in surprise. I've waited for years for our great messenger to open up quietly. Upon seeing the post, I rushed over, only to find you here even faster, Zhang Xiaoyi replied. Sun Yu, who was somewhat familiar with her, brightened up and leaned in. I couldn't help but notice his attire. It would absolutely shine in a historical drama. Could you possibly help me out? I can't assist you with that. Initially, I wanted to help him set up an entertainment company, but he didn't even agree to the endorsement prices we offered. So, you might as well forget it. Zhang Xiaoyi felt a strange sense of camaraderie in seeing someone else face a setback. Mo Xian listened intently to their conversation without interrupting, deciding it best to steer clear of the celebrity business to avoid distractions. When Shan Hao returned, he was greeted by the sight of two stunning women, and Sun Yu's eyes lit up instantly. What good fortune today! Another dashing young man has arrived, and this ancient-clad lady is simply breathtaking. It's Zhang Beauty. You've become even more beautiful after all these years, Chen Hao greeted with a smile. Miss Zhang, you flatter me. You all look quite stylish. I feel rather plain in comparison, Lu Susu replied gently. Sun Yu, somewhat puzzled, tugged at Lu Susu's sleeve. Introduce me properly. Don't just exchange pleasantries, of course. This is the owner of Huiguang Entertainment, Sun Yu. She is here to discuss signing you as stars. Surprised by Zhang Xiaoyi's straightforwardness, Sun Yu politely stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, I'm Sun Yu. You can just call me Yu. Hello, I'm Chen Hao. This is my girlfriend, Lu Susu, and my brother, Mo Xian. Chen Hao introduced them after a polite handshake. Mo Xian nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Hello. Lu Susu followed suit, shaking hands with Sun Yu, feeling a bit awkward but managing to overcome her habit of being overly formal over the years. Sun Yu quickly pulled out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Mo Xian. Could you please fill this with goods worth that amount? Certainly. Mo Xian smiled and set to work. Chen Hao was pleased that someone wanted to make them stars, but he understood how demanding the celebrity lifestyle could be. With Mo Xian's looks, if he truly became famous, he would undoubtedly be busy. Mo Xian had many matters to attend to, particularly regarding his aunt's whereabouts, and it was unlikely he could dedicate himself to such pursuits. So he politely declined. Miss Sun, we're afraid we have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. It might be a wasted trip for you. That's all right. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Our doors at Huiguang Entertainment will always be open to you, and we are flexible with our terms. Sun Yu replied, simply taking the opportunity to check things out, prepared to seize any chance that arose. As team leader Zhang returned from the call, he noticed that Mo Xian's shop had opened. He hurriedly instructed his colleague to park nearby and rushed over. Chapter 42. Unable to conceal the higher UPS want him upon seeing him, Mo Xian smiled and said, Team leader Zhang, what brings you here today? I thought you might have forgotten about me over these past 4 years. How have you been keeping busy? Team leader Zhang was quite pleased. It seemed that this young man had finally emerged from his seclusion. Well, I've been quite occupied. But that's good to hear. I have to head back to the station for a bit. But tonight, old Qin and I will treat you to a meal. We haven't had the chance since we wrapped up last time. And you can't decline this time, Mo Xian replied with a smile. Great. I have no reason to refuse a sumptuous feast. Just send me the address after you're done, and I'll come find you. By the way, you look quite dashing in that traditional attire. I wonder how many hearts you might ensnare today, team leader Zhang remarked as he appraised him from head to toe. Well, I would prefer to captivate your gaze. Team leader Zhang, that would be quite an accomplishment, Mo Xian quipped. Team leader Zhang chuckled. Is your taste so extravagant? If it leads to more cases being solved in our precinct, I might consider offering myself in return, since I have little else to do. All right, you win. I never expected your wit to have sharpened over these years, Mo Xian replied, somewhat speechless. It seemed that team leader Zhang had enjoyed himself in the past few years, his humor flowing freely, no longer as stern as he once was. In your presence, I shall drop the pretense. I promise to call you after work, team leader Zhang said with a smile as he headed out. He had to return and perhaps con old Qin into contributing some funds for this young man's treat. Sun Yu watched the banter between Mo Xian and team leader Zhang, noting their lively exchange, a stark contrast to the reserved demeanor they maintained around her. Was it perhaps due to their age difference? Sighing, she wondered when a charming older man could outshine a beautiful young woman. Hey, handsome Mo, could you spare me some talismans? My father has been pestering me for them these past years. I need some peace and quiet, she said with a smile. Sure, I have just finished drawing 10 talismans. Here, take them, Mo Xian replied, turning to hand her the talismans from his table. Thank you. How much do I owe you? She asked, in no need for payment. You helped me out at the hotel last time. So consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance, Mo Xian insisted, not fond of incurring debts, especially since he had yet to properly apologize for pulling her out of the restroom stall. Wow, such generous treatment. Why do I have to pay for my own? Sun Yu felt a twinge of envy, realizing she needed to frequent this place more often to build rapport. Resolving to do so, she smiled and asked, Handsome Mo, do you mind if I come by to hang out once in a while? Of course, Miss Sunday, feel free to drop by any time you feel bored, he replied. Then it's settled. I'll take my leave now so as not to disrupt your work, she said, satisfied with his answer as she left with her items. She still had a meeting to attend, or she would have lingered longer. In the future, she planned to visit more often, hoping one day to lure them all into the company to become stars. The thought thrilled her. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyi handed Mo Xian 10,000 yuan. If you refuse this, my father will surely scold me. You've helped us with the mall's affairs, and he hasn't had the chance to express his gratitude. You must accept it. The benefits of your talismans extend far beyond this amount. If I weren't afraid of your refusal, I would have offered you 1,000,000. All right, thank you for your patronage, Miss Zhang, Mo Xian replied, recognizing her sincerity. There was no point in further refusal. Once they had seen off their guests, Chun Hao eagerly counted the money. Wow, Mo, you're impressive. You've made quite a sum in such a short time. Besides the contributions from these two, Mo Xian had sold a considerable amount of supplies, totaling nearly 30,000. Yes, it was quite busy after opening, but now it's a bit quieter. Mo Xian returned to his desk to continue drawing talismans. He still had a good stock at home, but it was always wise to have more on hand. You've been working so hard every day that I feel guilty, Chen Hao said, moving to a nearby spot to begin drawing talismans as well. When customers came in, Lu Susu would attend to them, while the two of them focused diligently on their work. Over the years, Chen Hao had grown rapidly, now a skilled yin-yang master, and with Mo Xian's techniques. The effectiveness of his talismans was commendable, though not quite on par with Mo Xian's. After finishing lunch, Mo Xian observed that the shop's inventory was nearly sold out and remarked, it's time to restock. Indeed, the money seems to come effortlessly. It's true that having real skills makes all the difference, Chen Hao noted with a smile as he stretched his sore neck. Before long, an uncle arrived with a tricycle loaded with paper. Mo Xian approached him. Uncle Zhang, why did you come to deliver personally today? It's been years since I've seen you. I wanted to check if you've forgotten me, the uncle replied. Mo Xian helped unload the items while engaging in friendly conversation. How could I forget? I've been in seclusion for 4 years. How have you been lately? This uncle had been involved in Mo Xian's journey as a yin-yang master. Having supplied him with all his talisman paper in the past, he was also an old friend of Mo Xian's grandfather, often offering guidance during his childhood. The uncle's family specialized in wholesale supplies, catering only to knowledgeable practitioners like yin-yang masters or Taoist priests, not dealing with the general public. So you've been in seclusion. That explains it. I was worried when I couldn't reach you. Now that I know you're well, I can rest easy. But the sun is setting. I'll head back now. Dio, come visit my home when you're free, Uncle Zhang said kindly. All right, take care on your way back. The road to the village has no streetlights, Mo Xian cautioned. Don't worry. I'll be home before it gets too dark, the uncle assured him. Meanwhile, team leader Zhang returned to find Vice Captain Qin. Old Qin, that kid has surfaced. I saw him opening his shop today. I've arranged to take him out for dinner after work. Are you coming? Why are you only mentioning this now? Vice Captain Qin raised his head from a stack of documents. A smile spreading across his face, he promptly handed the documents to another officer. Make sure to double-check these. They still lack detail. Understood. The officer quickly set off to work. Vice Captain Qin returned to his office and asked, Are we leaving now? It's been years since I last saw that kid. I wonder if he has improved. Absolutely today. He appeared with an ethereal presence that could dazzle any girl. He looks quite robust. As they prepared to leave, however, Director Lin stood at the door, a knowing smile on his face. What's this? Are you two picking up some easy money? You seem unusually happy. No. We're just pleased that we've been handling recent cases well. Team leader Zhang replied with a chuckle. Director Lin looked unimpressed. Don't think I'm unaware. You're planning to meet that kid named Emo for dinner, aren't you? At this, Team leader Zhang and Vice Captain Qin exchanged glances. A glimmer of mischief in their eyes. They quickly stepped forward, feigning camaraderie. Oh, Director Lin, what are you talking about? We were just about to mention it to you. Of course, we'll take you to meet Emo Xian. Now that sounds more like it. Wait for me. I'll go change, Director Lin said, hurrying back to switch into casual attire. Team leader Zhang asked, is it truly wise to bring Director Lin along? If we manage to get Emo Xian into the limelight, we'd be at a disadvantage. There's no choice. The higher-ups have been monitoring him closely. Even if we try to stop it, we can't. It's better to enjoy a meal first than to leave empty-handed, Vice Captain Qin reasoned. Chapter 43. Are you taking me for a fool? Before long, Director Lin returned, dressed in a white shirt and slacks. Looking sharp as ever, the trio exited the police station and got into Director Lin's car. Where are we taking that kid for dinner? He inquired as he drove. Vice Captain Qin and Team Leader Zhang exchanged glances before responding. We're heading to the Weiqing Hotel. All right. Director Lin wanted to voice his opinion that such a high-end place was unnecessary for a simple meal, but he held back, knowing it was the best five-star venue in Weiqing. It would cost at least several thousand per person, and he wondered how these two could afford such extravagance. Seeing Director Lin's silence, Vice Captain Qin took the opportunity to call and make a reservation. A table for 6 in the quiet section. Please. A professional female voice on the other end responded, certainly, sir. May I have your name? Under the surname Qin, please reserve in the Qingyan Pavilion. Will arrive in about half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Qin. We will prepare for your arrival, she said before hanging up. Meanwhile, Team Leader Zhang was on the phone with Emo Xian. Hello, Team Leader Zhang here. What's the location? We're just stepping out of the shop. Weiqing Hotel, Qingyan Pavilion. Just mention the reservation under the surname Qin, and someone will guide you in, Team Leader Zhang quickly explained before hanging up, as Director Lin was giving him a piercing look at the traffic light. If they still didn't realize they were being played, they would be fools. You two really don't let any opportunity slip by, do you? Director Lin remarked, somewhat annoyed. Oh, come on, Director Lin. We were already planning to invite Emo Xian there for dinner. He helped us out significantly before. Many people wanted to treat him but never had the chance. We can't just forget his kindness after all these years, can we? Vice Captain Qin replied earnestly. Director Lin scrutinized him. You're not going just because I interrupted, are you? Of course not. We've worked together for years. Do I seem like the kind of person to do that? Vice Captain Qin asserted. His tone righteous. Green light, Team Leader Zhang interjected. Let us not make promises. You two are the least reliable. If it weren't for the chance to see Emo Xian, I wouldn't let you two get away with this. Don't let me catch you next time, Director Lin grumbled as he started the yard. Emo Xian was momentarily taken aback. He was not particularly familiar with the Weiqing Hotel, only aware that it was rather upscale. However, Chen Hao, well informed, quickly enlightened him. The average expenditure there could reach 7,000 to 8,000, with even a single dish costing thousands. The ambience was exquisite, and if one were to opt for a private room in the courtyard, the price would be even steeper. Xuanzi, he remarked, do you think that Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin inviting us there means they've struck it rich in recent years? Emo Xian chuckled. If others have prospered, they too would not be exempt. Why is that, young master? Lu Susu inquired, perplexed. Why wouldn't these officials prosper? Emo Xian replied with a smile, because they are excessively upright, immersed daily in a plethora of cases. And aside from seeking promotions, they hardly entertain thoughts of amassing wealth. Then where are Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin taking us? Haven't they brought their wives and children along? Chen Hao pondered. Their salaries can't be that high, right? Perhaps we should suggest a different venue. It feels a bit burdensome. Mo Xian smiled but remained silent as they took a taxi to Weiqing Hotel. Upon disembarking, numerous passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. Some even discreetly snapped photos with their phones and whispered to their companions. Could this man be that celebrity? I've never seen such an attractive star. Look at that girl. She seems to be attending to him closely, her appearance reminiscent of an ethereal being, simply enchanting. What? Why not a couple? Did you not see that the woman is holding the hand of that sunny young man? Moreover, she walks slightly behind that gentleman in traditional attire, speaking with a tone of respect, while her companion speaks rather casually. You observe quite meticulously. Indeed, I intend to become a detective post-graduation. How could I not notice? Said the man in athletic attire as he continued to snap pictures. From a distance, Imo Xian could hear their chatter, but he deemed such trivialities unworthy of his concern. The hostess approached, esteemed guests. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Deputy Chief Qin made the reservation under the name Qingyun Court. Imo Xian replied nonchalantly. The hostess, already well acquainted with the reserve location, gestured for them to follow. Very well, please accompany me. Once inside, Imo Xian casually surveyed the surroundings. The decor indeed exuded grandeur, steeped in an ancient charm, particularly as they traversed the long corridors before finally arriving at the Qingyun Court courtyard. Various flowers and plants adorned the space, complemented by rockeries and pavilions, with tea sets artfully displayed. The room featured floor-to-ceiling glass doors, allowing a clear view of the interior filled with paintings and ornaments. All illuminated in a cozy ambience. Sitting there offered a splendid view of the flora outside, and as night fell, the lighting promised to create a lovely visual feast. After the hostess left to pour tea, Chunhao remarked, "No wonder it requires such a hefty sum. Simply sitting here is a form of indulgence, and everything in this room is rather expensive. The sofas, coffee tables, the large wall-mounted television, and even the carpets are all exquisite." Featuring solid rosewood furniture, Ocean reclined in a scenic rocking chair, while Lu Susu settled into a basket-style rocking chair, resembling a flower fairy swaying on a swing. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a tailored skirt suit entered. Greeting them with a polite smile, "Greetings, esteemed guests, I am the steward, Xiao Jiang, and I will be at your service during your meal. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. If you find me unsatisfactory, I can be replaced. May I ask if you wish to make a change? No need for a replacement. You shall suffice. We do not require your constant presence. After serving the dishes, you are free to attend to other matters." Chunhao interjected on behalf of Imo Xian, who was indifferent to such details. "Understood, I appreciate your consideration," Xiao Jiang responded with a slight bow, proceeding to pour tea for them. They also had the option of freshly brewed coffee, flower tea, and fruit tea, quite a selection. Imo Xian, pondering the flavors of flower and fruit tea, said, "Please brew a pot of both flower tea and fruit tea. By the way, I'll cover the cost for now. We can settle the balance later. Let's start with 100,000. As he spoke, he produced a bank card and handed it to Xiao Jiang. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Xiao Jiang quickly exited to prepare, soon returning with a card reader for Imo Xian to input his password. Chunhao and Lu Susu remained silent, having anticipated his actions prior to their arrival. However, the expenditure did tug at their hearts, prompting thoughts of needing to work harder in the future. Otherwise, they might soon find themselves in dire straits. While they enjoyed their fruit tea, Deputy Chief Qin and his companions were ushered in by the hostess. Observing their leisurely tea drinking in the courtyard, they could not help but chuckle. "Look at you. Enjoying yourself already." Imo Xian stood and politely replied, "Isn't this merely a reflection of your kindness? You're quite the charmer." Team Zhang laughed as they took their seats. Director Lin, following closely behind, cleared his throat. Imo Xian extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, I am Imo Xian. May I ask how to address you, sir?" "Hello, I am Lin. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Lin." "Uncle Lin, it's a pleasure." Mo Xian was not at all awkward, proceeding to introduce, "This is my good friend Chen Hao, and this is my younger sister, Lu Susu. Greetings, I've heard much about you. As for Susu, I've seen her many times. Thank you for your assistance with the previous matters at the police station." "You're too kind," Director Lin said. Lu Susu stepped forward to shake his hand politely. Initially, Imo Xian merely speculated, but to his surprise, this man was indeed the head of the police station. Could it be that Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin had intended to pull a fast one on him? After so many years of collaboration, that seemed unlikely. What Imo Xian was unaware of was that should he be taken away by the higher-ups, many burdens would fall upon Zhang and Qin. This would be far more excruciating than having them deplete their fortunes, as the inability to uphold justice would feel like a form of torture for them. However, Imo Xian was the only one they had, and they genuinely wished to treat him well in gratitude. They had merely elevated the standards slightly. After all, their previous preparations had been quite substantial. Indeed, it is substantial. At least it can be managed within 50,000. With only a few thousand difference, Deputy Chief Qin and Team Zhang mused without a hint of psychological burden as they settled down to sip tea and engage in casual conversation. As Director Lin requested the menu, he nearly trembled upon seeing the prices listed. They were utterly outrageous. Yet, considering the quality of the ingredients flown in and the surrounding environment, he could not voice his concerns. Gritting his teeth, he ordered 10 dishes and a bottle of red wine priced around 20,000. Mo Xian merely smiled, not obstructing the process, casually perusing the menu while calculating that they could still get some refund from the 100,000. Come now, Uncle Lin, it's rare for us to enjoy such tea. Please indulge yourself. It has a cooling effect, Team Zhang urged, almost teasingly. Deputy Chief Qin observed silently, knowing the tea was indeed delightful, but the dishes to come would be even more exquisite. They needed to save room to truly savor the meal, as such opportunities were rare for them. Before long, Xiao Jiang led the servers in, bringing forth a series of exquisite dishes, each beautifully garnished and appealing to the eye, making them quite appetizing. Once they began to eat, Director Lin, having grown more familiar, asked Xiao Jiang to step aside before saying, Mo Xian, there's something I need to discuss with you. I've been unsure how to broach the subject, but I cannot withhold the directives from above. Go ahead, Uncle Lin, Mo Xian encouraged, playing coy despite having an inkling of what was to come. Director Lin chuckled, the higher-ups wish for you to join that organization. I heard from Team Zhang that you expressed interest in the past, so what are your thoughts? I'm afraid I have no intention of leaving Weiqing at this time, Mo Xian replied with a smile, leading Director Lin to exhale in relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. Failing to fulfill the task assigned by the higher-ups would make returning difficult. They had been pursuing this for years, while he pondered in silence. Mo Xian casually suggested, Uncle Lin, have you considered establishing a special talent team within your department right here in Weicheng? Oh? Director Lin perked up immediately, while Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin were so captivated that they forgot to chew their food. Their gazes fixed intently on him. As for Lu Susu and Chen Hao, they felt indifferent to Mo Xian's ideas. They were simply along for the ride, ready to follow whatever path he chose. Mo Xian glanced at the couple, noticing them relishing their meal, and a smile crept onto his lips as he clarified for Director Lin. What I mean is, I would like to contribute to your department because I am familiar with it. I have no desire to go elsewhere, nor do I wish to be constrained. Here, I enjoy greater freedom, and collaboration is relatively harmonious. In other words, should he find himself in a different location, he might face various arrangements that would require consideration. But Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin would not. They knew him well enough that whenever he spoke, they would not hesitate or waste time second-guessing. They would respond immediately. This is akin to the incident with Zhang Yuelian and the skeleton case at the mall. Would anyone else have acted so swiftly without disturbing my approach? Director Lin paused, realizing that even he hesitated upon learning of that incident. Despite Team Zhang's assurances of Mo Xian's capabilities, he still had to weigh the feasibility and potential consequences. However, Team Zhang and Deputy Chief Qin were different. They acted without waiting for orders, even at the risk of bearing penalties and liabilities. Upon reflection, it was not without merit, yet the higher-ups would not find it easy to explain. Securing talent for the nation was indeed his responsibility. Observing him still in contemplation, Deputy Chief Qin interjected, Director Lin, you must consider this carefully. If this young man proposes such an idea, it must surely benefit Weicheng. Besides, if he declines the offer, it has no bearing on us. We cannot simply drag him along. Indeed, one can only grasp one end of the stick. For the sake of Weicheng, should others seek our assistance in the future, we may oblige, yet to lose everything would leave us with nothing but regret. Captain Zhang, visibly anxious, urged him. What nonsense is this? Sending our own people away? Isn't he that foolish? At that moment, they felt immense relief for their earlier decisions. Any hesitation would have been a disservice to talent. Director Lin slammed his hand on the table. Very well, let us proceed as such. I shall shoulder the responsibilities from above. If need be, I will pay their salaries from my own pocket. A little contribution from everyone will ensure they are adequately compensated. Bravo, Director Lin. I raise my glass to you. Having a leader as wise as you is indeed a blessing for me, old Zhang. And to you, old Lin. Today, let us set aside the formalities of hierarchy and converse freely. Vice Director Qin lifted his glass. All right, Xuanzai, from this day forth, you shall be the prize gem of the Weiqing police force. No one shall dare to take you from me. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Uncle Lin clinked glasses with Captain Zhang, then turned expectantly towards him. Mo Xian, Chen Hao, and Lu Susu rose. Raising their glasses, we humbly request your guidance and support henceforth. May our collaboration be fruitful. TOA fruitful collaboration. Ha ha ha. Let us not waste any food. Director Lin felt a surge of happiness within. Later, he excused himself to the restroom. Retrieving his phone to make a call. Hello, old leader. The lad refuses to leave Wei Cheng. He insists he will not go. Didn't you mention a position in a special department? Such opportunities are rare. Do not be foolish, came the anxious counsel from the other end. Director Lin grimaced, thinking to himself, how could I not be foolish? Losing talent would leave us regretting too late. However, considering that Mo Xian should not work for free. He feigned difficulty. This Mo Xian insists he will not leave Wei Cheng. I am powerless in this matter. A commanding voice on the line responded with a proposal. What if we take a step back and allow him to join you in Wei Cheng? He could assist when needed, and we will reward him based on merit. We cannot afford to lose such talent. Well then, since you say so, just ensure we are not left to cover the costs ourselves. You know our finances are tight. What with aiding those impoverished victims, I even borrowed 100,000 to treat him to dinner today. I'm uncertain if this will even work out. Director Lin sighed, feigning exasperation. After a moment of silence, the voice replied, all right, the funds will be transferred to you shortly, considered a public expense. However, if he does not stay, there will be no compensation. Old leader. Please don't say that, Director Lin smiled, yet his tone was strained. Turning around, he noticed several pairs of eyes watching him with amusement from the restroom door, leaving him momentarily flustered. Chapter 45. Becoming a public servant. Director Lin had not anticipated that Vice Director Qin and the others would leave the dining table to eavesdrop at the restroom entrance. Being scrutinized by 4 men was somewhat unsettling. The voice on the line inquired, are you still there? I am, leader. Vice Director Qin just informed me that this lad can assist Wei Cheng and can register as one of us, provided we do not impose restrictions on him. Apart from special cases, he cannot be summoned. He also bears the identity of a messenger from the underworld and is quite occupied, Director Lin spoke earnestly. Crafting a narrative. Since the 2 young men and old Zhang could hear, he decided to lay it all out. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end agreed. That is acceptable. As long as he stands with us officially. After all, given his identity, even a special department may hesitate to act against him. You have done well. Let us finalize this. As for his remuneration, we will provide a salary akin to that of the special department. Thank you, leader, for your understanding. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the brothers in Wei Cheng, Director Lin replied cheerfully. The call was soon disconnected, and Director Lin approached the group with a smile. Are you all reassured by this outcome? How petty of you to ambush me. Vice Director Qin chuckled. What do you mean, Director? We were merely accompanying Mo Xian and the others to the restroom. We had no idea you were on a call. All right then, you 4 take your time to chat. I shall return to my duties, Director Lin said with a grin at Mo Xian before stepping outside. Thus, the arrangement was settled. After Vice Director Qin and Captain Zhang finished their business, they exited first, leaving Qian Hao to inquire. Xuanzai, your choice to enter the official ranks is inspired by a sense of righteousness, is it not? Indeed, this righteousness significantly aids our cultivation, especially after our recent endeavor which brought forth merit. You will also greatly benefit from it. For Susu, it serves as divine assistance. Just look at how much she has advanced in her cultivation these past few years, Mo Xian explained while drying his hands. As they made their way back to the table, Chun Hao asked, if we do not formally join, can we not still accrue merit by doing good deeds? Why must we be bound? The distinction between unofficial and formal recognition is significant. It is akin to a spiritual being needing to seek acknowledgement to take form. This official recognition can also be viewed as the acknowledgement of this realm. Our cultivation efforts equate to competing for opportunities with the heavens. Achieving an official position grants us recognition, allowing us to accumulate more righteousness and merit as we rescue the innocent and uphold goodness, an essential part of our pursuit of heavenly secrets. Chun Hao nodded in understanding, following him outside. After a while of conversation at the table, feeling full and content, Director Lin remarked, Waiter, the bill, please. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. Xiao Zhang bowed in response and quickly exited, returning shortly with the bill and change. Sir, the total is 67,000. Here is your change of 33,000. This payment was settled by this gentleman before your arrival, so any adjustments will be made accordingly. Xiao Zhang spoke professionally, handing the money to Mo Xian. Thank you. Mo Xian felt pleased with the return of 33,000, deeming the meal worthwhile. Director Lin, surprised by his action, admired him even more, not merely for the money's significance, but as a testament to Mo Xian's trustworthiness and character. A capable individual with good character, it was no wonder he was so handsome. He truly knew how to navigate social interactions. However, that did not mean he would simply accept. Thus, he adopted a stern expression. This meal must be on me. So Mo Xian, provide me with your card number. If the money is not transferred to you, we shall remain here indefinitely, and none shall leave. Mo Xian anticipated their refusal and the return of the money. But he had not expected Director Lin to be so unorthodox in his approach, directly resorting to threats. Perhaps this tactic would work on ordinary people, but it was ineffective against him. Exchanging glances with Lu Susu and Chan Hao, they synchronously stood and dashed outside. As they ran, Mo Xian called back, Director Lin, you told me to call you Uncle Lin. This is just too much. How will I dare to face you in the future? Hey, you rascal, stop right there, Director Lin shouted as he chased after them. Yet, even without using their powers, Mo Xian and the others ran swiftly, leaving him unable to catch up. Stop running. I no longer insist. I have matters to discuss with the three of you. Halt. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Mo Xian finally came to a stop, turning to greet him with a smile. Uncle Lin, what else is there to discuss? Today's agreement is to register you now, ensuring the leaders are at ease. Otherwise, the old leader may lose sleep tonight waiting for news. He values talent, so consider it a favor to ease his mind. Captain Zhang emerged, summoning a car to take Mo Xian to the police station. As for Vice Director Qin and Director Lin, since they had driven there and one vehicle could not accommodate everyone, they had to wait for a designated driver. Upon returning to the station, the paperwork was already completed, awaiting Director Lin's signature. After a quick review, he found no discrepancies and promptly signed. The logistics team swiftly uploaded the information to the official system. Once confirmed, Director Lin immediately made a call. As soon as the line connected, he joyfully exclaimed, Leader, I knew you wouldn't be asleep. Please check the backend and approve it. Good, good, good. I'll get right to it. The excited voice responded before falling silent. Before long, the backend displayed approval, and the old leader's laughter echoed. Lin, you did well. We have 3 special talents from below. Rewards will be given to you. Thank you, old leader. Please take care of yourself and don't overexert. Director Lin genuinely expressed concern for his health. Having previously sustained a gunshot wound, the old leader had never fully recovered, remaining plagued by a persistent cough. Despite his frail condition, he continued to work, unwilling to rest. The respect and affection they held for the old leader were intertwined with deep concern. Mo Xian, observing the expression on Director Lin's face after the call, inquired, What is troubling you? Oh, it's nothing significant, just a bit worried about the old leader's health at this rate. I fear he may not endure much longer. If he would only allow himself some rest, perhaps he could extend his years, Director Lin sighed. The old leader's prior injuries were no secret. Otherwise, he would likely be a general commanding troops rather than serving in their midst. He was a venerable old general, having valiantly fought against the Japanese invaders. Yet, where is the old leader? Is he in Weicheng? Mo Xian asked, admiring such a figure and hoping to offer assistance in his recovery. Director Lin shook his head. He is at the provincial capital, Jiangxing headquarters. If you wish to meet him, I can help arrange it. I believe he would be willing to meet you. Had it not been for his health, he might have visited long ago. Mo Xian smiled and said, Perhaps I can assist the old chief in assessing his condition. I in my profession, known as the heavenly physician, I have the ability to heal both the extraordinary beings of the mountains and forests as well as treat human ailments. Before he could finish his explanation, Lin Bureau was already pulling him outside, shouting, Xiao Li, come drive. We need to rush to the headquarters in Jiangxing. Shortly thereafter, Mo Xian and Qian Hao found themselves inexplicably ushered into a police vehicle, a 7-seater where team leader Zhang was promptly pushed out by Deputy Bureau Qin. You keep an eye on the bureau, Lin Bureau and I will handle it. We'll notify you as soon as we have any news. Old Qin, you're abusing your position. I intend to file a complaint. Old Zhang, feel free to complain when I return. For now, we must leave. With Xiao Li at the wheel, the group swiftly merged onto the highway, revealing the palpable excitement in both Deputy Bureau Qin and Lin Bureau. Chapter 46. To spare or to slay. Mo Xian and Qian Hao exchanged amused glances and erupted into laughter. These individuals were truly entertaining, and they felt a genuine joy in collaborating with them. Such camaraderie and their integrity reflected the essence of their compatriots, and they were delighted to witness not corruption, not self-serving actions, but a band of heroes safeguarding ordinary people. Though they themselves were unremarkable, Their deeds rendered them noble and worthy of admiration, deserving of universal respect. They truly embodied the role of public servants, selflessly dedicating all they had. Lin Bureau and Deputy Bureau Chin were bemused by the laughter of these two young men, yet they discerned the respect glimmering in their eyes. They had momentarily lost their composure. But when it concerned the old chief, the emissary from the underworld had suggested a possibility of healing, and their excitement was understandable. The journey to Jiangqing spanned over 400 kilometers, and they arrived at the old chief's residence by 6 in the morning. He resided at the headquarters, unable to return home due to health constraints. Accompanied by Mo Xian and the others, they quickly passed through security with their credentials and ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Upon reaching the old chief's office, Lin Bureau knocked on the door. A commanding yet somewhat feeble voice responded from within, "Wait a moment." After a brief pause, the door swung open to reveal an elderly gentleman in his 60s. His hair completely white, seated in a wheelchair, exuding an air of rectitude. Upon seeing Lin Bureau accompanied by guests, he expressed surprise. "Why did you come overnight?" "Chief, this young man expressed concern for your health and wished to pay his respects. So we brought him along," Lin Bureau replied, naturally stepping forward to assist with the wheelchair. Once inside, Mo Xian saluted respectfully, "Good day, Chief." This gesture was learned during military training, and he executed it with precision. Chuan Hao promptly followed suit, standing rigidly and respectfully greeting, "Good day, Chief." "Good day, Chief," echoed Lu Susu, imitating their salute. General Li was pleased. "Ah, indeed, heroes emerge in youth. I am truly comforted by your visit. Please sit, do not stand on ceremony." "Guard, quickly fetch some breakfast," General Li called out. "Yes, Chief," the guard replied. Having been stationed at the door and swiftly departing, Mo Xian smiled. "Chief, my name is Mo Xian. May I examine your injuries? How considerate of you. But this is an old injury. Since you are here, please sit with me. Let us not waste time," General Li said kindly. The injury had persisted for decades. No hospital had managed to remedy it, and numerous esteemed doctors had been consulted, all to no avail. Thus, he had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was rare for one to possess such skills. It would be unwise to let it diminish his confidence. Perceiving his thoughts, Mo Xian smiled and gently urged, "Chief, we traveled overnight because Lin Bureau and the others are genuinely concerned for your health. Let me take a look, even if I cannot heal you. It will ease their minds, for they would otherwise remain troubled." "Very well, even if healing is not possible, it matters not. Do not take it too seriously," General Li replied. Lifting his somewhat wrinkled hand, Mo Xian caught hold of it. Placing his hand over the pulse point, channeling his energy into it while closing his eyes to sense the condition, General Li felt a warm current gradually entering through his hand and flowing toward his heart. This warmth then circulated throughout his body, and everyone observed that shortly after Mo Xian grasped his hand, a tranquil expression appeared on the chief's face. Lin Bureau anxiously clasped his hands, eyes fixed intently, fearful of missing any detail. Deputy Bureau Chin mirrored his tension, holding his breath as he watched the two with closed eyes. Through his energy, Mo Xian discerned that the old chief had injuries in both his legs and heart. Yet blood circulation to these areas had been severely compromised. Additionally, the blood was laden with impurities, likely a consequence of unclean food consumed during his years of military service, resulting in increasingly viscous and tainted blood. Coupled with age, his blood circulation had deteriorated, and his health had declined. If only he could expel these impurities and utilize his heavenly physician techniques to repair the damaged areas, he would regain his vitality. Understanding this, Mo Xian directed a substantial flow of energy into General Li's body, continuously cleansing the accumulated toxins while enveloping the damaged areas, stimulating cellular activity under the influx of energy. As these cells began to multiply rapidly, the injured regions gradually started to regenerate flesh. This process was fundamental to cultivation. Life inherently arises from nothingness, much like the material world we observe, which ultimately amounts to non-existence. Mo Xian's heavenly physician techniques enabled him to manipulate this transformation, nurturing and catalyzing it using the essence of the universe, akin to a cell undergoing constant evolution to achieve the effects of life. This is why the heavenly physician techniques were so coveted. Such methods could only be mastered by those possessing a yin-yang body, unhindered by barriers between the realms of life and death. In essence, a yin-yang body is a higher order of existence permitted by heaven, capable of traversing the divide between life and death. thus riding the very line of celestial law. Individuals of such caliber could harness the forces of the universe, allowing the material essence of both the human and spirit to be controlled and nurtured. Generally felt a tingling sensation in his chest and even in his knees, akin to the feeling of flesh regrowing after an injury. He was both delighted and astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable abilities. Previously, he had only assumed Emo Xian could exorcise spirits, solve cases, and unearth numerous vile criminals. Now, he realized that this individual might be indispensable to the nation, capable of far more than they had initially perceived. What heights might this young man ascend? What might the future hold? While he reveled in the discovery of such talent, he was also beset by unease, worrying that such a gifted individual might elude their control. If that day were to come, it could spell disaster for the nation. How would he then respond? Would this young man choose a path of destruction? In that moment, confronted with Emo Xian's formidable abilities, generally felt uncertain. It was all too overwhelming, beyond his grasp. This engendered a sense of crisis for the nation, an understanding of how immense power could corrupt human nature, as too many had strayed down treacherous paths after attaining high positions. What of a child like this, with such extraordinary abilities and no longer under control? It was difficult to discern whether such a reality would be a blessing or a curse. While Emo Xian continued to probe and heal General Li's injuries, the guards returned with breakfast. Standing by, seemingly aware that this was a healing session for the chief. They had witnessed the live broadcast of the audacious judgment some time ago and had long been intrigued by this individual. However, as guards to the chief, they were compelled to remain vigilant. Otherwise, they might have approached him themselves. The others awaited answers, with little time to indulge in breakfast. 2 hours later, amidst the anxious anticipation of all present, Emo Xian opened his eyes. Simultaneously, General Li also awakened. Previously immersed in contemplation and analysis, his mental acuity markedly heightened. He gazed at the young man before him, seemingly in disbelief, awaiting confirmation. Emo Xian smiled gently and nodded. Only then did General Li, brimming with excitement, attempt to rise from his wheelchair. The guards and Lin Bureau instinctively moved to assist him, while Deputy Bureau Qin anxiously observed, poised to intervene if necessary. Emo Xian, however, felt the fatigue of expended energy, compounded by a night spent in transit, and found himself rather hungry. He picked up a bun from the desk, taking a hearty bite while casting a bemused glance at the now standing General Li. All eyes were on him, save for Qian Hao and Lu Susu, who approached Emo Xian to share breakfast. After their moment of joy, under Lin Bureau's guidance, the guards and Deputy Bureau Qin, with tears in their eyes, offered a solemn salute to Emo Xian. Thank you. It was as though all words were encapsulated in that one expression of gratitude, the tremor in their voices betraying their overwhelming emotion. General Li, too, was elated, moving about freely for the first time in many years, having almost forgotten the sensation of walking. Indeed, look at me. I can walk just as I did in my memories, and I can pick up speed. No longer will I be confined to this wheelchair. I can return to the front lines, no longer trapped within this office, mired in worry. I can go directly to the scene and may even return to the military headquarters. In his days of battle, he had run swiftly. Could he do so again? The current General Li resembled a child, shedding his previous air of authority, filled instead with the exhilaration of newfound mobility. Would he finally be able to personally pursue justice against criminals once more? Could he truly run? As he contemplated, he unceremoniously opened the door, gradually quickening his pace. The guards and Director Lin hurriedly followed suit, while Emo Xian made his way to the window, taking a seat on the chair. Before long, General Li's figure materialized in the plaza below the headquarters, accompanied by a throng of individuals who dared not approach or disturb him. However, with Emo Xian's keen eyesight, he could clearly discern the expressions of each person from this height, even noticing their trembling fists. Observing this, Qian Hao remarked with a smile, "It seems the old commander is quite beloved. He must be a good leader. Indeed, he is a war hero, having devoted his life to his country, often neglecting himself. Only now can he truly be himself, right? Truly magnificent," Lu Susu sighed. The group settled into a casual repose, eyes closed in meditation. After a considerable time, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Emo Xian immediately rose, with Qian Hao and Lu Susu following suit. Upon the door's opening, General Li entered, trailed by many others. It was then that he finally believed this was not a dream. Realizing in his joy that he had forgotten to express his gratitude, he cleared his throat and said, "Emo Xian, I cannot thank you enough. I never anticipated I would stand again." Behind him were members of the headquarters, unable to fit into the room, while many others peeked from the corridor. As General Li concluded his statement, they all saluted Emo Xian in unison. Though no words were uttered, their gazes were brimming with gratitude. The trio promptly returned the salute, and once their hands were lowered, Emo Xian replied, "Commander, it is my duty to restore your health. There is no need to dwell on it." "Excellent, excellent. Young people are formidable. Come, let us retire to the lounge for a chat." Very well. Mo Xian understood that this was a suggestion to relocate due to the office being too cramped, and that this discussion would likely serve a greater purpose, assessing the situation. Upon entering the spacious lounge, chairs were arranged side by side. With a projection screen overhead, Mo Xian felt it appropriate to sit at the back as a newcomer, but General Li beckoned him forward. "Come, take a seat at the front. Do not take offense. They are merely curious about you and wish to make your acquaintance." Of course, Mo Xian and his companions moved to the front, where others hastily took their seats. General Li announced loudly, "I believe everyone here has met Mo Xian 4 years ago. He is now one of us. This is Chan Hao, equally capable, and Lu Susu, who has assisted us in resolving numerous supernatural incidents over the past 4 years." As he finished his introductions, applause erupted from the audience. Mo Xian was at a loss for words, so he mimicked the gestures seen in workplace dramas and bowed, saying, "I look forward to your guidance." Chan Hao and Lu Susu followed suit, unsure how to respond to the crowd, opting to mimic Mo Xian's actions, which were simple and required no further words. Then, General Li turned to Mo Xian. His expression grave. "Mo Xian, we recognize your formidable abilities, yet we also understand that you are not easily controlled. Therefore, I wish to ask you plainly, will you act against the interests of the nation?" He posed the question with a frank demeanor, devoid of pretense. Mo Xian shook his head. "This land is the cradle of my existence. Perhaps I cannot devote myself to serving the nation as wholeheartedly as you all do, but I will never engage in actions that harm its interests. I shall forever stand on the side of justice." Chan Hao interjected, "Rest assured, Commander, even if anyone were to act against the nation, it would never be Mo Xian. He is a person of integrity, and it is precisely this quality that has made him the envoy of the underworld. Such individuals lack the right to traverse both realms." He continued, "He represents both the yin and yang realms. Thus, we shall not commit any acts detrimental to the country's interests. Should anyone ever pose a threat to the nation, we will be the first to rise against it." Lu Susu nodded resolutely. "The justice of the young master is recognized by the heavenly order, which is why he can wield its power. His success in healing the commander's injuries today is also due to the allowance of the heavenly order. While many may stray down the path of depravity, he shall never be one of them. Otherwise, he would not embody such purity. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. All present here exude an aura of dignity and integrity because of their uprightness." "Are you suggesting that Mo Xian's actions are sanctioned by heaven and earth?" General Li inquired, astonished. Chapter 48. An awkward encounter at headquarters. Mo Xian shook his head. As an envoy of the yin and yang realms, possessing a sense of justice is fundamental. Without it, what right would I have to represent good? With your words, I am reassured. The nation is fortunate to have you. Can you share with us your journey of growth? We wish to draw from your experiences to potentially nurture an even more exceptional next generation." The inquiry stemmed from the fact that this child's past and actions appeared too flawless, devoid of any misdeeds, as if he were a gem meticulously sculpted from childhood. Curiously, the one who raised him was merely a lonely old man from the countryside. Mo Xian shook his head. "My growth is not markedly different from others. If there is a distinction, it lies in the warmth of the individuals I have met, such as my brother Chen Hao, who has steadfastly stood by my side for many years. To remain in the same school as me, he once spent 3 months tirelessly working on practice papers, fearing that he might score lower than I did." Chen Hao was left speechless, thinking that his efforts would go unnoticed, only to realize that Mo Xian was aware of his late-night escapades to the internet CAF under the guise of studying. After all these years, he had never mentioned IT. No wonder, he had always been dragged into supplementary lessons upon returning. It seemed he was merely trying to spare himself the effort. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. How could he possibly remember? As Imo Xian turned to look at him, a sudden jolt of realization washed over him. Leaning in closer, he whispered in a tone audible only to them, "Stop looking at me like that. There are so many people here. Otherwise, they might think you have a peculiar fascination with me. You might as well give up on that notion. Damn it. I have a woman. If anyone is to be envious, it should be you, you dog," Chun Hao retorted, quickly distancing himself. Those around them, their lips moved. But the words remained a mystery. However, there were a few lip-reading experts among them who, when piecing together the context, found their expressions rather peculiar. Colleagues leaned in to inquire, "What are those two talking about?" Irritated by the persistent questioning, the lip readers exchanged glances before sharing their interpretations in a group chat, deeming it fair to collectively face the consequences. The room erupted with notifications. Even General Li curiously picked up his phone to check. The lounge fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, until Deputy Director Qin could no longer contain his laughter. "You two seem to have forgotten where you are. There are several experts in lip reading present." Imo Xian looked at him, eyes questioning. "Is it what I think it is?" Deputy Director Qin nodded. "Indeed. Your conversation just now was entirely deciphered and shared in the group." Chun Hao was utterly flabbergasted upon seeing the messages on General Li's screen. As if struck by lightning in such a solemn place, their banter seemed somewhat inappropriate. What an awkward situation to find themselves in, and unable to find a fitting descriptor, he simply lowered his head in embarrassment. Lu Susu stifled her laughter, surprised to witness Imo Xian's blush. It was indeed a rare sight. They were accustomed to such exchanges, but with so many aware of it now, it became quite amusing. General Li, initially incredulous, checked again, still unable to believe that every lip reader had aired simultaneously. "Well then, it seems these two are utterly carefree, causing us to become overly excited while they jest so comfortably." With everyone's curiosity now satisfied, he addressed the three young individuals. "Thank you for your efforts. I shall have the guards find you a place to rest. After you've had sufficient sleep, we shall dine together." General Li had initially intended to assign them to casework, but his conscience would not allow him to burden the youth in such a manner. "Thank you," Mo Xian replied. Following the arrangements, the headquarters was quite accommodating, offering 2 beds in a room reminiscent of a hotel setup. Meanwhile, General Li made a direct call to the higher-ups. Upon connection, he stated, "Commander, I wish to apply for a return to the army. Old Li, I understand your dedication to the country, but given your current state, I cannot agree to that. The conditions in the army cannot compare to those at the public security headquarters. You should take this time to rest. After a lifetime of toil, consider it a vacation." "Commander, I am well now. Truly, I am fine. If you do not believe me, I can show you on video." General Li spoke with a chuckle. The other end paused momentarily before abruptly hanging up, only to initiate a video call shortly after. General Li propped his phone against a book on the table, answered the call, and stood tall in a position that captured his entire form. As the video connected, a face marked by sternness appeared, his neatly cropped hair now half gray. Upon seeing General Li standing and saluting, he leaned in closer, visibly excited. "You're truly well?" "Yes, Commander. Indeed I am well. My body is as agile as it was in my youth when I fought alongside you, feeling as if I have boundless energy." "That is splendid. Wait for me a moment." With that, the call ended abruptly. General Li, feeling somewhat vexed, picked up his phone. Why is the commander in such a rush? Could he not at least respond to my request before hanging up? Is there some major incident occurring? On the other side, Commander Mu immediately dashed out of the office, shouting at the guard, "Quick, prepare the helicopter. I need to head to Weicheng," departing within 3 minutes. Unknown to Imo Xian and the others, the highest-ranking commander was already en route while peacefully asleep. However, 2 hours later, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a stern-looking man in military uniform, exuding an aura of authority. Despite being in his 60s, he appeared quite vigorous. Noticing the insignia on the man's chest, he immediately saluted, saying, "Greetings, sir. Apologies for interrupting your rest. May I come in and have a seat?" The commander requested. "Of course, please," Imo Xian replied, uncertain of the man's name but aware of his formidable presence, hence addressing him as sir. On the other hand, Chun Hao, who had been lazily asleep, was stirred by Imo Xian opening the door but thought little of it. Returning to his slumber, however, upon rolling over, He found himself face to face with the commander adorned with medals, and instantly sprang up, dressed and standing at attention in the blink of an eye. "Good day?" "Commander." Commander Mu could hardly conceal his astonishment. The speed displayed was beyond what even the best training could achieve. If such a talent could be recruited into the military, it would be akin to having a war god on their side. Would the enemy ever escape? With that thought, he gazed at Chun Hao with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, causing Chun Hao to feel rather uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Chun Hao silently retreated behind Mo Xian. Seeking refuge, General Li, unable to bear the intensity of the commander's predatory gaze, coughed a couple of times to prompt him to tone it down. He then recalled a message translated in their group chat and added, "Chun Hao, do not worry. The commander has a preference for women, and he has always enjoyed a good relationship with his wife. His attention towards you is purely an appreciation of talent." Commander Mu turned to look at him incredulously, as if to say, "Did this need special clarification?" Chapter 49. Important clues about Father Mo Xian and Chun Hao exchanged a glance and lowered their heads in silence. Ahem, you might not quite understand these two young men. Well, they are just a bit more imaginative, being young and all. General Li chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Commander Mu then directed his attention to Chun Hao, asking, "Would you be willing to join the military? I assure you, the benefits will be exceptional. Apologies, but I am not prepared to leave my girlfriend just yet. However, if you ever need assistance in the future, Commander, do not hesitate to call upon me. I promise to be at your service." Chun Hao politely declined. He genuinely did not wish to be in a place governed by strict discipline, as that would mean he could not be with Mo Xian and Lu Susu. The tasks ahead were perilous, and he did not want his brothers and women to be put at risk while he remained in the military. That would be more unbearable than death. Commander Mu understood that persuading him was futile. He had already learned the situation from General Li. Having familiarized himself with him for a while, Commander Mu then asked, "Mo Xian, have you decided to remain in Weiqing for the foreseeable future?" "Not necessarily. I currently have no intention of leaving, but should circumstances change, I might depart," Mo Xian replied candidly. He was searching for his biological father, as well as his mother and grandfather, and thus, his stay in Weiqing was merely a waiting game. Commander Mu scrutinized his face for a long moment, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. He turned to General Li and asked, "Do you not find this young man's visage somewhat familiar?" "No, perhaps I have seen him on a live broadcast before." "For years have passed, so it could be that," General Li responded, focusing intently on Mo Xian, yet failing to pinpoint any familiarity. Among those he knew, there seemed to be no one with such striking features. Given the passage of time and the multitude of people encountered, it was understandable that he could not recall. Commander Mu nodded, "Perhaps so. Why not take a look, Commander? You might indeed recognize someone who bears a resemblance to me." Mo Xian suggested politely. In truth, his fists were clenched within his long sleeves. Could this man have met one of his parents? Since he bore a slight resemblance to his mother, he wondered if he might resemble his father in some aspects. Commander Mu continued to observe him closely for a while before ultimately shaking his head. "I cannot recall. Perhaps you should consider a DNA test? It might lead you to your parents." They were all aware of Mo Xian's status as an abandoned child and had made inquiries. But they had been unable to locate his biological parents. Mo Xian shook his head. "It is likely that my parents left no trace. Even if they did, it would be of little use. So there is no need to trouble you all." In truth, he was contemplating that any search must be discreet. It could not be overt. If his father was still alive, he might become a target due to his actions. If there were indeed DNA left behind, it would pose a significant danger, and as for his mother, it was even less likely that any DNA would be recorded in the system. The blood of practitioners must not be carelessly left behind. Even nails and hair should not be easily accessible to others, let alone something preserved in public records. Commander Mu concurred, noting that many DNA records did not exist back then, but he reassured, "Do not worry. As long as someone resembles you, you might just find them online." "Thank you, Commander," Mo Xian replied gratefully. "Indeed, work diligently, and if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will do our utmost to assist you, provided it does not compromise national interests," Commander Mu concluded, reiterating the importance of their ultimate responsibility. "Understood," they replied. After escorting them out, Mo Xian closed the door. And Chun Hao immediately inquired, "Did that commander imply he has seen someone who resembles you?" Mo Xian nodded, essentially, but there likely was no significant interaction, hence the lack of clarity. Generally, individuals of such stature do not make baseless statements. Their instincts are rarely incorrect, otherwise many military operations could not be executed at the optimal moment. Since they had encountered such a figure, it was unlikely to be an ant, for she was too beautiful. Anyone who had met her would remember her distinctly, as she was indeed an extraordinary individual. Chun Hao pondered, stroking his chin, and tilted his head. Xuanzi, do you think it could possibly be someone from the business sector? Such individuals might occasionally have opportunities to interact with these people, perhaps due to their non-governmental affiliations, which could explain the lack of a profound impression. Mo Xian's eyes lit up. We could look into it. Are there any notable businessmen in their 40s? Perhaps we can find a breakthrough. All right, Chun Hao replied, pulling out his phone to begin searching. When Lu Susu arrived, both were busy on their phones, and upon inquiring, she joined in the search. However, the mobile search proved cumbersome, prompting Mo Xian to suggest, let's have a meal first. Once Director Lin and the others are done, we will return to Weiqing and use the computer for a thorough search. This mobile search is too tedious. Agreed. Just as Chun Hao responded, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Chen, Xiao Mo, Xiao Lu, let us go eat together. We need to head back soon, so please pack your things. Director Lin's voice called from outside. Okay, just a moment, Director Lin, Mo Xian replied, standing to fasten his belt and don his outer robe, while Lu Susu swiftly tidied the room. They restored the space to its previous state, with the bedding neatly folded. Chun Hao tucked away his phone, and the three opened the door to exit. Director Lin, observing the tidy room, chuckled. Well done. It's quite clean. Let us head down to the cafeteria for a meal. Deputy Director Qin had already prepared the food, waving them over as they approached. Over here. Thank you for your hard work. Mo Xian expressed his gratitude politely. After finishing their meal, Xiaoli drove them away from the headquarters. However, in the car, Director Lin remarked, Kid, I'll be taking over the commander's duties here while he heads to the military. You'll need to keep an eye on things and not neglect Weicheng. Mo Xian immediately understood, Congratulations on your promotion, Director Lin. I'll be sure to seek your assistance whenever needed. This is all thanks to you. Once the commander is well, we'll be addressing him as general again. Deputy Director Qin will take over in Weicheng, handling serious cases and ensuring that I have the necessary authority to assist you effectively. It's far better than when I was here before. Director Lin explained cheerfully. Deputy Director Qin was also elated. This opportunity had truly arisen due to Mo Xian, as he had become the head in Weicheng. The higher-ups generally did not intervene, but for significant matters, they would always be involved. This was akin to holding a high-ranking position at the headquarters, capable of mobilizing all government resources to better support Mo Xian in combating criminals. Moreover, personnel from special teams could not freely enter Weicheng. Any matters would require his approval, thus allowing him to decide whether to handle it himself or to summon others. This was unprecedented. Without the commander's fierce advocacy, such a result would not have been possible. Now, only the commander and that special department could stand firm. Others truly dared not offend them lightly. After observing Mo Xian's contemplative demeanor, he inquired, What's on your mind, Director Qin? Has something happened? After all, with his promotion, he could no longer be referred to as Deputy Director Qin. Chapter 50. The Mysterious and Powerful Family? No, I was just wondering if old Zhang would be upset when we return. Deputy Director Qin chuckled in response. That cannot be. You've been promoted, so he will likely have a similar fate. At the very least, he will be able to keep a watchful eye over the bureau. He won't be angry, Chun Hao joked, by the time they returned. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Deputy Director Qin declared, You all should head back to rest. If anything arises at the bureau, I'll have old Zhang contact you. All right, Uncle Lin, Deputy Director Qin, travel safely on your way back. We shall return now. Mo Xian waved goodbye to them. Watching the police car disappear, the three returned home and commenced their search. By noon the following day, they had yet to uncover any useful information. Chun Hao grumbled, None of these people are as handsome as you, nor do they share any similarities. Xuanzi, do you think we might have misdirected our search? After all, it is not solely the powerful who may encounter Commander Mu. Perhaps members of prominent families might also cross paths with him. Mo Xian shook his head, stating, I haven't discovered any suspicious individuals or families on my end. Not even those of corresponding ages. Lu Susu placed a bowl of fruit on the computer desk and interjected, Is it possible that some families remain unknown to the outside world? After all, it cannot be that we are the only practitioners in this world. There must be some families that are rather secretive and do not frequently reveal themselves. Indeed, but we would have no means to interact with such families. Chunhao replied, momentarily cheerful before sinking back into gloom. Why is it so challenging to seek out parents who have been with me since birth? As he lamented internally, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was his mother, and he quickly answered, Mom Dotto, so you still remember I'm your mother? It's been years. Not a single call, and you don't even return home. Are you planning to ascend to the heavens? Chen Ma's voice boomed from the other end, reminiscent of a fierce lioness. Chunhao hastily held the phone away, waiting for her to calm down before soothingly responding, Mom, I assure you, I am still your son. I have been striving to secure a position in the public sector, haven't I? I just finished my training and returned from Jiangqing 2 days ago, so? You truly have joined the public sector? Chun Ma's voice was filled with joy but tinged with uncertainty. Previously, when Qian Hao had entered seclusion, he had called to inform her of his training, but the specifics were too sensitive to disclose, lest they worry and report him missing. Today, however, the call had indeed connected, and she received such splendid news. Chen Hao beamed. Of course, in the future, we will all be in Weicheng, along with Xuanzi and my girlfriend Susu. I have worked hard for 4 years to reach this day, and yet you scold me the moment I called, oh dear son. I am just anxious. How is that child Xuanzi doing now? When will you bring your girlfriend to meet us? Chen Ma inquired with genuine concern. She had previously met Mo Xian when visiting Chun Hao at school, and their family managed a modest business. Living comfortably, she had always held a fondness for Mo Xian, believing he was a good influence on her son. It was unexpected that he had indeed been admitted to a prestigious university. Since then, she had visited him several times during college, always remembering him with compassion, feeling sorry for the boy who lacked parental support, thus becoming a caring elder to Mo Xian as well. Mo Xian spoke up, Auntie, I'm doing quite well. Recently, we have some free time. Why not come here to spend a while with us? After all, it had been many years since Chun Hao had seen his parents, and it was unreasonable to continue avoiding them. All right, I will buy tickets with your father tomorrow morning to visit you, Chinma replied. Auntie, let us book your flight tickets. It will be quicker for you and uncle to come by plane, rather than suffer on the train. Good. I will send my ID and other details to that young man so he can make the arrangements. Now that he is working for the public sector, he shouldn't be stingy with us. Otherwise, what was the point of raising him? Mom, don't worry. I will book it for you shortly. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet your future daughter-in-law, Chen Hao assured her. Well, if there's no daughter-in-law by then, I shall have to give you a good beating. After their conversation, they ended the call and promptly booked the earliest flight for the following day, ensuring they would arrive in Weicheng by afternoon. Chun Hao cheerfully turned to Lu Susu and asked, Are you excited for your husband to introduce you to your in-laws? But Duan Lang, I haven't prepared anything. Will auntie and uncle like me? Should I buy some modern clothes to wear? Lu Susu asked with a hint of trepidation. Oh, just wear whatever you liked. I will speak to my mother. They are quite open-minded. Don't be so nervous. Someone as wonderful as you will surely delight them, Chen Hao reassured her, then suddenly recalled something and turned to Mo Xian. Xuanzi, where should we take my parents out to eat when they arrive? How about the Yalan Hotel? The food looked decent when we visited during the last class reunion, Mo Xian suggested while browsing family records. As he was perusing, he suddenly became captivated by a post and clicked on it. Chen Hao, noticing his intensity, leaned in to read the information, asking, Do you think this relates to some family matters rather than being some fictional post? The post spoke of a powerful family that had been mysteriously obliterated in a single day, resulting in severe casualties, with only a young son missing, who returned 4 years later in poor health. However, the post did not specify the address or the family name, merely expressing a lament about the unpredictability of life. Look at the timestamps. Mo Xian pointed to the post's publication date in comparison to the events described. Chun Hao's eyes widened. If we consider the timeline of the disappearance, it coincides with your mother's passing, and the return aligns with your birth year. If this were fabricated, the timing could not be so precise. Indeed, I think so too, Mo Xian solemnly nodded. He then began typing rapidly, effortlessly breaching the website's backend to uncover the poster's ID and further investigate their information. Both Mo Xian and Chen Hao were graduates from prestigious computer science institutions, and they had honed their hacking skills. Thus, this was a trivial task for them. As they examined the individual's information, both were taken aback to discover that the person was the founder of Huiguang Entertainment, meaning they were the father of Sun Yuyu. How could a person who founded a company possess knowledge about secretive families? Moreover, The post revealed a hint of sentiment towards the so-called young son of that hidden family, resembling a sigh mixed with guilt. Thus, it seemed the individual had some connection to that family, or perhaps knew the missing young son. Contemplating this, Xian took out his phone and messaged Sun Yuyu. "Are you free this afternoon? I have some matters to discuss with you." Sun Yuyu, who was seated in the Huiguang entertainment office, noticed her phone lighting up and initially thought it was from a suitor. She casually glanced at it. Upon seeing the contact name, she became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wow, my cash cow has finally contacted me." Chapter 51. The Bitter Chill. Dad has bent. As her assistant entered and observed Sun Yuyu's elation, she surmised it must be the handsome man she had been scheming to attract. "Boss, is there a chance?" "Heck yeah, there's definitely a chance. He invited me to dinner. Should I play hard to get?" Sun Yuyu pondered, contemplating that as a girl, she ought to maintain some composure, as readily accepting could seem cheap, especially if he ended up not signing a contract. The assistant's lips twitched. "Boss, that tactic is for dealing with pursuers. Now that he's finally reached out, if you ignore him, who knows if there will be a next time. He.S. a messenger from the underworld. Not an ordinary person. Right, I'll call him right away. Boss, you should reply via text. I'm worried if you come off too eager, the handsome guy may not respond, and you'll end up losing out." The assistant advised, "Oh, you think I'm that sort of person? Besides, with someone that handsome, who knows who truly benefits? As long as he speaks, I'll shower him with compliments," Sun Yuyu replied, raising an eyebrow. The assistant sighed, bemused at how her boss appeared aloof in public, but was so unabashedly candid in private. "Boss, please be mindful of your image. If this gets out, I'll have a hard time as your assistant. Respond to him already and stop daydreaming." After the assistant placed a file on her desk, Sun Yuyu immediately replied, "Yes, I'm free." On the other side, Xian's black emblem avatar quickly responded in the chat. "Then let's meet at the Weiqing Hotel this afternoon. I'll treat you to a meal. How does 5 o'clock sound?" "Oh, is this matter so crucial? Should we choose another place? The hotel owned by Sun Xiaoyi would be better. I feel bad about being extravagant." Sun Yuyu texted back, believing it would be better to ensure the meeting did not burden him financially. Xian had intended to inquire about details, and since she seemed wealthy, he thought that a more upscale venue was appropriate. To his surprise, she was considerate of his finances, so he replied, "All right, Yalan Hotel it is. Let us keep our appointment." "Great, see you there," Sun Yuyu happily replied. Just as she sent the message, her phone rang. Upon answering, she asked, "Dad, why did you call me? Where did you buy the items you brought home last time?" Her father's urgent voice came through the line. Sun Yuyu, confused, responded, "The items from the Underworld Messenger's store." "Is there a problem? Where is that person now? Take me to see him," her father pressed with urgency. "How about in the afternoon? I'm not sure where he is right now, but I have a dinner appointment at Yalan Hotel at 5. Sun Yuyu suggested, wanting to ask more, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Meanwhile, Sun's father immediately dialed a long uncontacted number. When the line connected, he heard a series of violent coughs. After a moment, a weak yet cheerful voice responded. "What brings you to call me so suddenly?" Sun's father spoke seriously. "My daughter purchased some items related to the underworld, which included some talismans. I distributed them among the family, and today, my mother went to a temple to pay her respects. Just as she reached the entrance, she felt an intense heat in her pocket. Upon checking, the yellow talisman had turned to SA. My mother deemed the temple inauspicious and chose not to enter. Later, we learned that someone within had died, resembling a mummified corpse, on the other end of the line. A calm voice remarked, "There are many capable individuals in this world. It is hardly astonishing. However, I advise you not to visit that temple again, nor should you trouble yourself further in seeking a physician for me. There are many who possess such skills, yet they are of no use to me. Yet, General Lee has healed from his decades-long injuries. So I wish to give it a try. After all these years, can you truly be at ease?" Sun's father spoke with a hint of agitation. It was disheartening for him to be powerless in the face of such an incident involving a close friend from school, unable to reach out or visit due to family constraints. The burden of guilt and indebtedness towards his brother had never waned. Thus he longed for his recovery. If he did not act soon, the opportunity might slip away. The voice on the other end chuckled silently. "You remain so impulsive. It was already quite reckless of you to make this call. Do not act foolishly again. There are matters beyond your grasp, and you needn't blame yourself." The voice seemed to lack vigor. prompting Sun's father to hang up prematurely. He paced back and forth in the villa, frequently glancing at his phone. Why does time seem to move so slowly? Meanwhile, Xian and his companions were also anxious. Yet having gone too long without rest, they decided to retire to their rooms for a brief slumber. Before the alarm rang at 4:30, Xian awoke, hastily washed up, and emerged to find Qian Hao and the others waiting. The warmth surged within him. "Let's go." Qian Hao grinned. "Indeed," came the reply. The trio exited to hail a cab, and as they reached the entrance, a welcoming hostess approached. "Gentlemen, how many are you? Do you have a reservation?" Ignoring the twinkling stars in her eyes, Xian replied nonchalantly, "No reservation. Is there a private room available?" "There is. Please follow me," the hostess said, leading the way while stealing glances at the three, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to pinpoint where she had seen them before. Upon entering the private room, she handed over to the waiter and returned to the front desk. "Did you find that gentleman in ancient garb somewhat familiar? You wouldn't just be saying that because he is handsome, would you?" A peculiar voice from the bar retorted. "I remember now. He visited before." And the general manager was dismissed over it by the young lady. "So it was him? I'll call the young lady." The front desk supervisor promptly dialed Sun Xiaoyi's number. Upon receiving the message, Sun Xiaoyi arrived within minutes, and upon exiting her vehicle, she spotted a familiar figure in the parking lot. "Oh, Miss Sun, what brings you here?" "I'm just here for a friend's dinner invitation, so I came along." "Please carry on with your work." Sun Yu nearly let something slip, deliberately withholding details to avoid spoiling the meal. Sun's father had been waiting in the car and, upon seeing his daughter approach, wore a displeased expression. "Didn't I tell you to come early? I've been waiting here for nearly an hour. They scheduled for 5. We had no knowledge of the private room. How could we arrive early?" Sun Yu retorted, exasperated. How could her father be so eager, even if she fancied handsome men? Was Xian truly capable of charming both young and old alike? The thought sent an unsettling shiver down her spine. Her gaze towards her father growing peculiar as inappropriate images flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyi paid no mind to such concerns, hastily seeking to build rapport with Xian, and hurriedly took the staff elevator. After a brief wait in the private room, the door swung open, and Sun Yu entered with a smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. We just arrived ourselves. Please, take a seat," Xian courteously invited. Sun's father remained standing, fixated on him. Chapter 52. A test? Xian was taken aback. He had initially planned to inquire about Sun Yu before seeking an opportunity to meet her father, yet this woman had brought him along directly. However, he maintained his composure, suppressing the excitement that bubbled within him under the scrutiny. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Yu took a few steps back, noticing her father still lingering at the door. "I apologize. My father had some matters to attend to nearby, so I brought him along for dinner." "Xian, you don't mind, do you?" she said, intertwining her arm with her father's and giving it a gentle squeeze. In a hushed tone, she warned, "Dad, even if you're suddenly swayed by his looks, try not to be too obvious. You mustn't entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, I will tell Mom." The pain from her father's grip snapped him back to reality, and hearing Sun Yu's words darkened his expression. How could he have any impure thoughts? He was merely reminiscing. Meanwhile, Qian Hao nearly burst into laughter, contemplating whether Sun Yu held any misconceptions about her father. Were they truly related by blood? Although they attempted to keep their voices low, the three could hear each other clearly. Sun's father, realizing he had acted somewhat out of line, shot a glare at Sun Yu before stepping forward with a smile. "Hello? I am Sun Yu's father. Sun Gu. I hope my unexpected presence today hasn't caused too much disturbance. I've long heard that the messenger of the underworld is quite remarkable. Meeting you today is truly a privilege." Xian politely shook his hand. "Uncle, you flatter me. It is an honor for you to join us. Please, have a seat." "Thank you, I shall impose," Sun's father said with a smile. Yet, Xian's heart was far from tranquil. Though their outward demeanor was composed, he noticed Sun's father's hand trembled slightly, and the way he looked at him was laden with restraint. Qian Hao and Xian exchanged glances, both harboring a glimmer of hope. The waiter approached with the menu. "Ladies and gentlemen, here is the menu." Just as they began to peruse it, a knock sounded at the door, and upon opening, the waiter appeared somewhat bewildered. There stood the young lady, accompanied by several servers, who bypassed her private room entirely. "Oh, I knew you were coming. so I've prepared the signature dishes in advance. Since Xian is a distinguished guest, there's no need for him to place an order himself. Zhang Xiaoyi greeted with a gracious smile. Sun Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. Having just avoided this woman, how could she have brought so many dishes? Xian paused, then responded with a smile. It is truly unnecessary. This was merely a gathering among friends. I thought you might be busy, so I didn't want to intrude. I've been wanting to treat you for some time. You mustn't decline this meal, or else I'll have trouble explaining to my father. Zhang Xiaoyi slickly replied, signaling the servers to bring in an array of dishes that filled the table. Sun Yu stood up, pulling her aside. Miss Zhang, I need to discuss something with you. Let us chat outside. Without waiting for her response, she dragged her out into the corridor, turning back to express her frustration. Miss Zhang, I finally have a chance to dine with the cash cow Xian. Could you kindly refrain from barging in today? Zhang Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. That why father has been seeking an opportunity as well. We're already at your doorstep, so it would be unreasonable to ignore it. You're only after that piece of land on the outskirts, aren't you? Consider it done, Sun Yu hastily conceded. Deal, Zhang Xiaoyi readily agreed without further ado. They returned, exchanged polite greetings, and Zhang Xiaoyi said, Xian, enjoy your meal, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Remember to accept my invitation next time. Thank you, Miss Zhang, Xian replied with a smile. He felt slightly uneasy in her presence, considering she had been pulled away from a meeting, yet she seemed entirely unfazed, leaving him to wonder if she was simply carefree or held no grudges. Throughout the meal, Sun's father engaged in probing questions. Young man, are you from Weiqing? Not originally, but I consider it home now. A few years ago, I graduated and purchased an old house here, thus moving my residence. Xian replied politely, Do you have any other family members? No other relatives. My adoptive grandfather, Mr. Li, has passed away. My condolences. Xian shook his head. It's quite all right. Life and death are part of nature. He passed peacefully. Your adoptive parent is named Li, yet you bear the surname Mo? Sun Gu feigned curiosity. Yes, my first adoptive parent was surnamed Mo, and later I was adopted by Mr. Li. Have you never sought your biological parents? Xian smiled wryly. I have been searching all along, but it has been so long, and there are no leads. Sun Yu discreetly pinched her father's hand beneath the table, questioning why he was prying into matters that could easily be discovered later. Was he feeling particularly inquisitive today? This felt akin to an interrogation for a son-in-law. How awkward. Nonetheless, Xian was quite pleasant, consistently responding with politeness and never displaying impatience. If only he were to become such a dashing husband. She would surely wake up smiling from her dreams. Sun Gu was too preoccupied to notice his daughter's infatuation, instead directing her to fetch a bottle of 82 La Fight he had stored at the hotel. All right, Dad, Sun Yu cheerfully replied as she went to retrieve the wine. Once she left, Xian spoke up. Uncle, you sought me out for a reason, didn't you? Yes, there are two matters I wish to discuss. Firstly, my mother visited the temple yesterday and brought along the talisman you sold to Yu. Sun Gu paused, then continued. Secondly, I have an old acquaintance who has suffered severe internal injuries. Current medical practices have proven ineffective. I have heard that General Li has recovered, and I received word that you were the one who treated him, so I wanted to inquire if you might have a solution. I will handle the temple matter with the authorities. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Uncle Sunday. Regarding your acquaintance, could you elaborate on the nature of their injuries or their current condition? Xian inquired, suppressing his excitement. I am unaware of the specific circumstances behind my friend's injury. However, their family has unexpectedly come under the scrutiny of a formidable force, and they have yet to regain their vitality. As for my friend, he went missing after being pursued for his life, only to return 4 years later, appearing frail and seemingly on the brink of death. Currently, he remains hidden away by his father, and no one knows if he is still alive. I, too, hesitate to reach out, sensing through our phone conversations that the situation is dire. Do you think someone with such abilities could heal him? Sun Gu asked anxiously. Xian calmly nodded. I can attempt to make contact to inquire about his condition, which would aid in our assessment. I cannot give you this number. Instead, I could call, and you could answer to see if treatment is possible. However, I need to explain the situation to him first. Sun Gu considered that he could not directly let Xian speak to him, as that would likely lead to an immediate disconnection. All right, Uncle Sun can discuss this with your friend first. I will contact Director Qin regarding the temple incident. Although Xian was eager to locate his father, He could not allow the malevolent presence in the temple to persist. Delaying action might result in further casualties. Chapter 53. Imo Xian's First Tears. As Sun Gu needed to make a call, Imo Xian requested the specific location of the temple, instructing Chun Hao and Lu Susu to handle the matter. Susu, remember to contact me about any developments before taking action. There may still be visitors inside. We must cooperate with Director Zhang's arrangements to ensure a safe evacuation before proceeding. Imo Xian expressed his concerns. His talismans possess considerable power, capable of reducing even formidable malevolence to ashes, but he could not afford to lose track of his father's whereabouts. Given Lu Susu's expertise, sending her to investigate seemed prudent. We will set off immediately, Chun Hao replied, and the two departed without delay. When Sun Yu returned, she found only Imo Xian present and inquired, "Where did everyone go? Your father stepped out to make a call." Chun Hao and his girlfriend had some matters to attend to, Imo Xian responded with a smile. Sun Yu nodded and set down the wine she had brought, then asked, "What did my father specifically ask you to discuss?" "Nothing of great consequence. Merely that a friend is ill and inquired whether I could provide treatment. I do not know him well, so he suggested I contact you for further details," Imo Xian casually replied. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit private room devoid of guests, Sun Gu was earnestly persuading, "Please trust me just this once. If you have any doubts, we can arrange a video call so you can see him for yourself. I have never encountered anyone who resembles you so closely in your youth, at least a 6 out of 10. I momentarily felt disoriented, almost mistaking him for you." "What did you say?" The previously weak voice on the other end suddenly became animated. It was soon followed by a violent coughing fit, as though he were trying to expel his lungs. Sun Gu was deeply concerned, but could only wait for the other party to regain composure before asking, "Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, it's nothing. Please repeat what you just said." Sun Gu paused for a moment before reiterating, "Even if you choose not to provide treatment, it is still worth seeing him. I have never encountered anyone who bears such a striking resemblance to you in your youth, at least a 6 out of 10. I briefly lost my bearings, nearly mistaking him for you." "How old is this young man?" Although the voice on the other end appeared to be struggling to suppress a cough, it seemed to be making an effort. Sun Gu answered honestly, "He is approximately 27 years old. Named Imo Xian. If you search for him online, you should be able to find pictures. He is currently a representative of the underworld and gained notoriety 4 years ago for solving a kidnapping case." There was a pause on the other end. The sound of fingers tapping on a screen could be heard, and after a lengthy silence, Sun Gu grew anxious. "Have you seen him? Is it possible for you to meet him? He truly possesses remarkable abilities." After taking a deep breath, the voice replied, "I will send you a video request. Could you allow me to speak with him first?" Of course, Sun Gu eagerly agreed. Shortly thereafter, he received a video call request, and upon connecting, he was met with darkness. He sighed, having hoped to see the other person. The weak voice on the line responded apologetically, "I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Your willingness to accept this is enough. I shall return shortly," Sun Gu replied, not wanting to fatigue the other party further, and promptly exited the private room. He handed the phone to Imo Xian. "Young man, he wishes to speak with you first. Would you prefer to answer personally?" The suddenness of the situation caught Imo Xian off guard. He had not anticipated a direct video call, leaving him momentarily stunned. His hands trembling beneath his flowing sleeves, the sound of coughing from the phone jolted him back to reality, and he quickly took the device, only to discover that the camera was entirely obscured. His disappointment was palpable, while in a distant medical room, a frail man lay on a hospital bed, his pallid complexion indicating severe malnourishment. Despite his emaciated state, the resemblance to Imo Xian was evident in his eyes, which now glistened with tears as he covered his mouth with one hand. Fearing that a cough might unduly distress the child on the other end, he gazed upon the familiar visage. His chest trembled from the effort of suppressing his cough, yet tears streamed down his face with a bittersweet smile. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pressed the mute button on the screen and erupted into a violent coughing fit, expelling blood that stained the hospital gown draped across his chest. The ever-watchful butler was alarmed and moved to intervene, only to be halted by a sharp shake of the head. The two remained in silence for an extended period. Imo Xian awaited a response while Lin Yao scrutinized the screen intently. Once he regained some composure, he finally activated the audio. "Hello, young man," he endeavored to keep his tone steady. Yet, on the other end, Imo Xian had already confirmed that the individual was indeed his father. He spoke, his voice quaking with emotion. Why? He had contemplated numerous possibilities for their meeting, yearning to ask why they had chosen to sacrifice so much to bring him into this world. He longed to understand why his father had never made an appearance, why he had never known his parents, and whether they had ever missed him. Why had he been left to guess and seek answers alone? Why had no one come for him, not even to provide a single message? Why the silence? Why the lack of recognition? All his grievances, all his questions, all the emotions he had suppressed, erupted at that moment. Yet, all he could muster was that single word, as if expending every ounce of his strength, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Beside him, Sun Yu observed her father, seeking answers in his expression. Yet even Sun Gu appeared bewildered. This child, who had always maintained a stoic demeanor, suddenly displayed such vulnerability. Could it be that they truly shared blood ties? How could that be? Lin Yao had loved that woman so deeply. How could he father a child with another? If it were true, why had he not shown any signs before this moment? Yet the reactions of his old friend and this child were unmistakably different. He recognized that he could not inquire further. Instead, he took Sun Yu outside, hoping she might find joy today. Regardless of the child's origins, it was evident that the atmosphere on the other side was charged. They understood each other too well. Even if tones were misaligned, the person on the line had evidently not anticipated Emo Xian's forthrightness, initially intending to feign ignorance and engage him in conversation. Yet, Emo Xian's keen intellect mirrored that of his mother. He seemed incapable of deception in their presence. Even though it was their first meeting in that moment, it was difficult to ascertain whether to label the situation as tragic or fortunate. The child's intelligence was a blessing. Yet it was sorrowful that he had never known companionship, nor had he ever laid eyes upon his father. As a tear fell from Emo Xian's eye, he felt compelled to speak, yet it was as if his mouth were obstructed, and his facial muscles betrayed him, leaving him trembling and voiceless. After swallowing hard and taking a deep breath to compose himself, Emo Xian finally stammered, "Dad, why can't I see you? I know it's you. Please stop pretending that I've waited for this day for 27 years. From the moment I began to speak, I learned to call others father and mother. Could you grant me just one glimpse? Just one?" His tears flowed stubbornly. For he understood that if he did not speak, his father might choose to remain hidden. This was his sole opportunity, and thus he was willing to take the gamble. He hoped his father would feel compassion, would soften, would not turn a blind eye to his grievances. Chapter 54. Emo Xian took the leap. The other side remained silent for an extended period. Even Emo Xian could hear the strain in his voice, which seemed to linger in the air without a response. Nevertheless, Emo Xian remained fixated on the screen, stubbornly yearning for a clearer view, even if just for a moment. Lin Yao had not anticipated that by the time he found Sun Gu, he would already be aware of the truth. He could only be seen wearing an oxygen mask, and after a moment of recuperation, he finally replied, "All right." Emo Xian, filled with excitement, grasped the phone tightly, bringing his face closer to the screen. As the image illuminated, he beheld various monitoring devices and a middle-aged man adorned with an oxygen mask, his figure gaunt and unrecognizable. His complexion was devoid of color, and remnants of blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Emo Xian gritted his teeth, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably, his lips quivering. In that moment, he may have harbored resentment, even pondered whether the other party had been enticed by the allure of his mother's beauty, unable to resist temptation. Yet, every time such thoughts arose, they were swiftly suppressed, and now he felt more certain than ever that his father was not a man of such moral weakness. His gaze radiated warmth, as if the absence of paternal love within him was slowly being filled. Ultimately, he managed to force a faint smile. "Dad, how are you?" As he uttered the word Dad, it felt awkward, for he had never spoken it before. Despite having practiced in secret countless times during his childhood, when his grandfather was alive, he had stubbornly sought answers, repeatedly asking why he lacked a father and mother when others had them. In those moments, his grandfather's eyes were filled with helplessness and compassion, and as his memories grew clearer, he ceased to inquire further. Even when his grandfather mentioned searching for his mother, he refrained from pressing for details. Remembering all that had been entrusted to him, to strive for personal growth is to aspire for a day when one can be exceptionally obedient, eliciting a sense of reluctance from others, compelling them to return. This wish has never been relinquished. Thus, He has persistently endeavored to be a well-behaved child, striving for the top rank and shunning any nefarious influences. Yet, the solitary vice of smoking persisted. It began during his university days when he waited in vain for his parents and grandfather. Edging closer to despair, it was then that Mashwan commenced smoking, as it quelled some of his thoughts, allowing him a semblance of calm. Lin Yao managed a weak smile, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice frail. "Son, I'm sorry. Your father cannot provide you with answers at this moment. Your mother loves you dearly. And so do I. Your name, Linimo, was chosen for you, but it has since been compromised. I have always wished for your safety, yet your responsibilities extend beyond this. It is not yet time for you to understand. But know this. Your father and mother have cherished you from the very day you came into being, and that love has never wavered. Theo have endured until now. I too have awaited this day. I anticipated a prolonged struggle, never imagining my son would prove so remarkable." Cough, 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 cough. Mashwan, with reddened eyes, implored, "Dad, please, stop. I understand now. You must stabilize yourself. Do not succumb to anger. Just tell me the address, and I shall visit you quietly. If you permit, I can assist in your healing. I promise, I won't inquire into the reasons until you choose to share. Please, grant me the address, so I may aid you." "I swear." His words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yao. "I trust you, but do not make promises lightly. However, your father does not wish for you to encounter any mishap. You may feel secure, yet your surroundings may not reflect that. Rest assured, I shall wait for your return, and until then, I cannot bear to part with you." The you referred to both Mashwan and the woman he deeply loves. "Yes, I understand. Before I go, I will ensure everything is in order. I am now a heavenly physician. I can accomplish much. Please, share the address with me." Mashwan's tone was laced with desperation. He feared that by the time they could reunite, his father might not recover, and worse, he might find only a lifeless body. Even if it were but a matter of restoration, inaction was not an option. Noticing the hesitation in the other's eyes, Mashwan continued to plead, "Just allow me to assist. Otherwise, I shall be tormented. I have finally acquired a father. I am no longer a castaway, nor a forsaken child." "You have never been." Lin Yao's voice quivered with emotion, his heart aching as if pierced by needles, making his entire being tremble. His son had endured so much injustice, yet here he lay, powerless to act. An overwhelming sense of helplessness, guilt, and remorse threatened to engulf him. The butler, already moved to tears, interjected, "Young master, our private club in the Western District, meet me at the entrance of Shaleen Garden, and I shall send someone to escort you." "Very well, I shall come immediately." Mashwan seized the opportunity, cutting off Lin Yao before he could protest, swiftly ending the call and saving the number. He placed the phone on the table and leaped from the 18th floor window. Just then, Sun Yu entered, witnessing the shocking scene and gasping in alarm. Even Sun Gu dashed towards the window, attempting to reach him. "Young man, do not do something foolish." Yet, by the time he reached the window, Mashwan's figure had vanished. Sun Yu, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, while Sun Gu, disregarding his daughter's state, raced out, desperately pressing the elevator button. Once Sun Yu regained her composure, she swiftly removed her high heels and sprinted outside, immediately dialing the emergency center. "Hurry! At Yalan Hotel, someone has jumped and is injured. Please come as quickly as possible." However, when they reached the ground floor, everything appeared unchanged, and there was no sign of anyone having jumped. Just then, Sun Yu's phone rang. "Apologies, I had urgent matters to attend to and could not inform you in time. I have flown away, not jumped. Please do not worry." Upon seeing Mashwan's message, Sun Yu exhaled in relief. Leaning weakly against a pillar at the hotel entrance, "Dad, that flying money tree has flown away, not jumped." Sun Gu was startled. "What? Is it the one I think it is?" "Yes, we underestimated his abilities. But Dad, who exactly did you call? Why has he suddenly changed like this?" Sun Yu inquired, puzzled. Sun Gu lowered his voice, warning, "This matter must remain between us. Speak not a word to anyone. Is it that serious? Could you enlighten me?" Sun Yu had never witnessed her father's serious demeanor before. Perhaps from the moment he contacted her today, there had been something amiss, yet Sun Gu remained silent, turning to check if his phone was still in the private room. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyi, dealing with affairs in the office, learned of Sun Yu's anxious descent with her father, which had caused a panic, and promptly made her way downstairs. Seeing Sun Yu leaning against the pillar, she approached and asked, "Miss Sun, what has distressed you so? Have you even removed your shoes?" Turning to survey the area, she inquired, "Where are young Master Mo and the others? They have flown away." "No, wait, that's not right. They have left." Sun Yu nearly let slip the truth. Quickly correcting herself, it was only when the ambulance arrived that she grimaced, stepping forward to intercept. "My apologies, it was merely a false alarm. I will cover the ambulance fees. You may return." "Are you out of your mind?" "We are quite busy. Do you realize how many people are awaiting the ambulance?" the doctor retorted, before she settled the payment. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyi, observing her from behind, murmured thoughtfully, "Flown away? An ambulance? Running without shoes? It cannot be." Suddenly, her eyes widened as a realization struck her, prompting her to turn back towards the hotel's surveillance room. On the other side, Ma Xuan raced towards the address he had received, navigating through streetlights and greenery. Unwilling to waste a single moment, he feared that if he arrived late, his father might evade him and leave. He could not afford to fail. Chapter 55. The young master's opportunity for reflection. Elsewhere, Lu Susu and Chen Hao arrived at the temple, which appeared unremarkable from the outside. Both bore serious expressions. If there were indeed malevolent forces at play, the absence of visible dark energy suggested the situation was far from simple. Director Zhang met them in the woods beneath the temple. Recognizing their grave demeanor, he approached, asking, "Chunhao, Susu, is this matter serious? It remains uncertain at present. Please, Uncle Zhang, have the temple's visitors cleared out. I will observe from outside for any suspicious individuals departing." While Susu and the fire department take a preliminary sweep, Chunhao scanned the throngs of people, wondering if the temple was unusually crowded. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. "Understood." He then made a call to Qin, who answered promptly. "What's the situation? Old Qin, I need the fire department to check their equipment and temporarily halt visitor admissions at the temple. We will monitor the vicinity for any suspicious persons leaving." Qin responded from the other end, "Understood. They are in position and will head out shortly." Simultaneously, in the surveillance room of Yalan Hotel, Sun Xiaoyi sat, her emotions tumultuous. Upon learning of Ma Xuan's absence, she immediately dispatched personnel to investigate, only to find he had not emerged from the private room. The last footage showed Sun Yuyu and Sun Gu bursting through the door, only to exit moments later, with Sun Yuyu calling for an ambulance. So, was it true that Ma Xuan had indeed flown away? The events of the past had already stretched her understanding, and now she felt her worldview was on the verge of being reshaped once more. The individual responsible for this incident was urgently making his way to the western suburbs, refusing to delay even a second. Despite it being nighttime, Ma Xuan, clad in a pure white robe, leaped between streetlights. Fleetingly appearing, capturing the attention of some who took pictures. One such snapshot, uploaded online, was misinterpreted as a supernatural occurrence. Many viewers clicked to investigate, finding the image somewhat blurred yet eerily familiar. Some who had seen Ma Xuan in period dramas commented, suggesting he was a messenger on a journey, advising others not to panic. These individuals were ardent fans from Chan Hao's previous live streams, having consistently sought information about Ma Xuan, even organizing a small team dedicated to scouring the internet for images. This was akin to a fan pursuing a celebrity for an autograph. Those who had witnessed Ma Xuan in person could never forget such a spectacle. After all, who could remain unperturbed at the prospect of meeting the King of Hell? The news swiftly reached reporter Qian, who promptly utilized the image and requested the tech department to enhance its clarity. With previous reports under his belt, he had risen to prominence at the newspaper. Although opportunities had been scarce over the last 4 years, despite having sought Ma Xuan several times, he had never managed to encounter him. Thus, with such explosive news at hand, he was determined not to let it slip away. Now that the child had grown considerably and his wife could comfortably care for their offspring, the life he once dared not dream of was becoming a reality. Unbeknownst to Ma Xuan, his urgency would yield unforeseen consequences. Upon arrival, he sought a secluded spot to observe his surroundings. This area resembled a mountainous scenic district, featuring numerous grand villas along a road leading upwards. Some affluent families preferred residing in such spiritually charged locales rather than standard affluent neighborhoods or villas. As the saying goes, the deceased rest in the shadows, while the living dwell in the light. One might also say that living beings possess a purer form of spiritual energy, with the most powerful adept at cultivating purple chi. The growth of magical power and combat strength is unparalleled, yet his innate talent is truly 1 in 10,000. The spirits of the mountains and forests cultivate the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the quintessence of the moon. All beings have their own methods of cultivation. The Shijiao mountain range possesses a dragon vein, which explains why others would construct villas here. As he stood in the shadows awaiting, a vehicle approached from a distance. As the car drew nearer, Ma Xuan discerned that the driver was a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, while seated in the front passenger seat was the butler, who had briefly passed through the lens earlier. Without uttering a word, he deftly leaped into the moving car's back seat with a quick tap of his toes, causing the driver to abruptly turn around. Preparing to hit the brakes, the butler's hand transformed into a claw, reaching back instinctively. Both reacted with remarkable swiftness. Ma Xuan spoke. "Keep going, do not stop. Young master," the butler exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated Ma Xuan's rapid arrival and his direct entry into the vehicle. Ma Xuan reclined in the back seat, nodding, while the driver swiftly altered their route. After making 2 turns and switching to a different path, they discovered no anomalies and continued driving up the mountain. The atmosphere inside the car was serene. Apart from the initial exchange, neither of the two in front turned back or spoke again until they had traveled approximately 5 kilometers uphill. Only then did the butler say, "Young master, you may sit up now. There are no surveillance cameras on this mountain, and it's fine. To avoid any prying eyes, I shall remain like this. May I know how to address you?" Ma Xuan continued to recline, his heart racing at the imminent reunion with his father, his eyes slightly misty. "Very well," the butler replied, pleased. The young master's concern for his safety was evident. In truth, this was the first time the butler learned of the existence of such a young master, which clarified why the elder master had remained tight-lipped concerning family inquiries. It turned out he was a being of yin and yang. It was also evident why the elder master's health was so frail. They had expended considerable effort just to keep him alive until now, enduring hardships unknown to outsiders. However, family matters and sensitive information could not be disclosed. The realm believed they posed no threat, and the young master might be the only opportunity for recovery. Until he matured, they would not reveal anything, even to family members. Currently, they operated under various identities in society, having fragmented into smaller units, and would not easily expose themselves unless the situation was critical. Although Ma Xuan had questions swirling in his mind, he had promised his father not to press him before coming, so he lay silently, contemplating what he should say upon their meeting. He felt a twinge of anxiety, a sense of unease, and dreaded the thought of being unable to heal his father's injuries. The video had portrayed a grave condition. Yet having studied heavenly medicine since childhood, he had diligently pursued expertise in this field. Surely he would not fail, would he? Time seemed to elongate in that moment, until, half an hour later, the vehicle entered a villa. Ma Xuan noted that protective formations had been arranged. Once the vehicle halted, he sat up, and the butler had already opened the car door, respectfully calling out, "Young master." The driver, too, stood with hands clasped, bowing his head in reverence. Numerous trained individuals surrounded them, their gazes filled with curiosity. Upon hearing the butler address Ma Xuan as young master, those who had just bowed their heads now looked on in astonishment. The young man, tall and clad in an elegant long robe, exuded an ethereal aura with his long, flowing black hair, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, why did his visage bear some resemblance to the elder master? Chapter 56, The Cousin Encounter. A comedic revelation. Did the implication of the young master suggest that their ailing elder master had bloodline descendants living beyond the family? Or perhaps he was a being of yin and yang? Ma Xuan was further astonished, for there were at least 30 individuals in the courtyard, all practitioners. What kind of existence did his father's family represent? What enemies could have caused the family to fall into such disarray? Following the butler into the villa, he greeted the excited individuals who approached him with a smile. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the master bedroom, the overwhelming scent of disinfectants and assorted medications lingered, as if accumulated over the years, utterly impossible to eradicate. The butler, his eyes reddened, gently pushed the door open, signaling Ma Xuan to enter. Clenching his fists beneath his long sleeves, Ma Xuan stepped forward, inching closer until the bed gradually came into view, where a familiar figure awaited with reddened eyes. Wearing an oxygen mask, The hand of the person on the bed reached out towards him, each minuscule movement appearing to exhaust all remaining strength. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Ma Xuan gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to rush forward and embrace him. Instead, kneeling by the bed, bowing deeply, he offered several heavy bows, his voice trembling as he called out, "Father." He longed to apologize, to express his regret for arriving late and for the burdens his father had endured. Yet, too many words condensed into a single utterance, laden with unspoken sentiments. But as a father and son share a profound bond, they understood one another. Lin Yao wished to reach out and lift his son. Yet his body betrayed him. Ma Xuan held tightly onto his hand, kneeling beside the bed, forcing a smile as he declared, "Father, I have come to see you. Everything else can wait. Please do not speak yet. Allow me to examine you. Once I have treated you, we shall have ample time to converse." Lin Yao smiled, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. In that moment, he felt happiness, realizing the warmth of being cared for by his son. His heart swelled with warmth, rendering all suffering worthwhile. The efforts he and his beloved had made were not in vain, and all calamities would gradually fade. The moment Ma Xuan channeled his magical energy. Lin Yao's eyes brightened, gazing at him with a questioning look. Yes, it is purple qi. Ma Xuan did not conceal this. He had begun cultivating purple qi long ago in his earlier days. He had prepared herbs to soak during each holiday, enduring daily agony without yielding, all to absorb the purple qi and enhance the efficacy of heavenly medicine. He seldom employed it, but now, for his father's sake, he would hold nothing back. Lin Yao had not felt such lightness and comfort in his body for over 2 decades. The smile on his lips remained unbroken, his gaze fixated on Ma Xuan, as if he could never get enough sight of him. If his body allowed, he would have embraced him. Before long, the sound of another vehicle arriving outside broke the moment. The butler, regaining his composure, murmured, "Perhaps the third young master has arrived. I shall go check." "Very well," Ma Xuan nodded, feeling quite elated. His father's family had not abandoned him. Rather, they cared for him, even risking danger to visit at night, indicating they were indeed a commendable family. Ma Xuan watched his father, his spirit already intertwining with the magical energy to sense his father's condition, while Lin Yao appeared as if he could never gaze enough. Smiling warmly at him, Lin Tianyu, now 35, the son of Lin Yao's elder brother, entered wearing a simple white shirt paired with dark blue trousers, his sleeves casually rolled up, exuding a charmingly languid aura. Upon seeing his third uncle in such a state, he was momentarily taken aback, then cast a curious glance at the young man kneeling on the floor, his lips twitching as he asked, "Third uncle, even if you've been a little, I could understand. But this cosplay is over the top, complete with a face full of maternal affection. It's quite terrifying, you know?" Lin Yao cast a helpless glance at him. How could this nephew never grow up? He remained as mischievous as in childhood. Meanwhile, Ma Xuan, though absorbed in assessing his father's condition, could still hear the external voices, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Was this truly his cousin of the same generation? Why did he seem somewhat comical? Had his father's image in his mind reached the level of peculiarity? The butler promptly clarified, "Third young master, this is the young master's son, not what you think." Huh? Lin Tianyu's eyes widened, rushing to the bedside to crouch down, nearly pressing his face against Ma Xuan's. Even with his eyes closed, Ma Xuan could feel the proximity of his breath, prompting him to awkwardly remark, "If you get any closer, you might as well kiss me." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Tianyu hastily stood up, stepping back a couple of paces, bending down to scrutinize closely, his mouth forming a na shape. "Oh my, third uncle, is this really your son? He looks just like the photos from your youth." However, lying on the bed, Lin Yao could not respond, only able to smile happily. Indeed, his son was handsome. Yes, everyone believed he resembled his father. This realization filled him with pride, even more so than being praised himself. Seeing Lin Tianyu's excitement as he prepared to converse with Ma Xuan, the butler stepped forward, exasperated, and reminded, "Third young master, the young master is currently in treatment. Do not disturb him." Oh. Lin Tianyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, alternating his gaze between Lin Yao and Ma Xuan, his hands rubbing together in excitement. As a child, he had loved trailing behind his third uncle, finding him both handsome and formidable, always eager to be in his presence. Yet, upon his return, he had become frail, but he still treated the younger generation kindly, especially guiding them in cultivation despite his own failing health, much like a mentor. Only he could freely come and go in this place, visiting his third uncle whenever he pleased, something his father and the others envied. As he watched, Lin Tianyu felt as though he recognized Ma Xuan. Quickly recalling having seen him 4 years prior, pondering whether it was possible that his third uncle had descendants beyond the family, leading him to question his father. Yet, they had all insisted that his uncle had once loved a woman, one whom no one had ever met, and it was due to her that he had transformed into this state, a subject strictly off-limits for discussion. Though he had heard the tale, when he inquired if Ma Xuan was the child of that woman, everyone had firmly denied it. Thus, he never brought it up again, as that woman was a taboo for his uncle, and no one dared mention her. Now, the so-called emissary from the underworld 4 years ago turned out to be his very own younger brother, which was simply too intriguing. After pondering this, he quietly exited the room, retreating to his own quarters, shutting the door before dialing a number, pacing excitedly as he awaited the recipient to answer. When the call connected, an elderly voice on the other end inquired anxiously, "Tianyu, why are you calling me so late? Has there been a change in your third uncle's condition?" "No, grandfather, third uncle is stable. What I wanted to tell you is that third uncle actually has a son." The voice of old Master Lin carried a hint of anger. "Tianyu, do you dare to deceive me?" "No, grandfather. I truly saw third uncle's son, and even third uncle acknowledged it. The two of them are holding hands. And third uncle's face is grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum," Lin Tianyu cheerfully explained, insisting he hadn't lied and felt no fear. Chapter 57. Announcing the existence of Emo Xian to the entire family. What? At that moment, Lin Yongwang was in his study, his chair toppled behind him, his aged face filled with astonishment. Lin Tianyu, in high spirits, recounted what he had witnessed, and without waiting for a response, he slapped his forehead. "Oh dear. Grandfather, I forgot to mention something important. Cousin is here to treat third uncle, and I must first go check on the situation. I'll call you back later." With that, he hurriedly hung up and dashed to third uncle's room. Upon arrival, he observed that the treatment was still ongoing, and third uncle's complexion appeared significantly improved. He was now resting with his eyes closed as if in meditation. Meanwhile, his cousin remained kneeling by the bed, and the butler dared not intrude, merely standing guard. Lin Tianyu waved at him, signaling to step outside. Once outside, he inquired, "Can my cousin truly heal third uncle?" "Yes, the young master possesses auspicious energy, and he is the heir to the heavenly medical arts," the butler replied with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Yongwang dialed his eldest son Lin Haifeng. "Come to my place, and be cautious not to have anyone tailing you." "Dad, is something wrong?" Lin Haifeng's voice was laced with urgency. "There is indeed an issue, but it's a good one. Not hurry. Contact your second brother and have him come over as well. We need to see your brother." Lin Yongwang's voice trembled slightly, eager to see his long-lost grandson. As he spoke, his hands quivered as he tenderly caressed the photo of Emo Xian on the screen, his expression filled with affection, as if he could feel the boy's warmth through the display. After hanging up, he sat at the table, murmuring to himself, "Grandson, your grandfather has failed you, allowing you to wander alone for so many years. Will you resent me?" His face was etched with self-reproach. They had done everything they could, yet they had never anticipated that those people would strike. Later, his youngest son returned after years, changed beyond recognition, forcing them all into hiding. In that battle, his wife and daughter-in-law perished. It was his failure to detect the danger in advance that cost the children their loved ones, leaving his grandsons without mothers. This was a lifelong pain in his heart. Yao Yao had descendants, yet he was a harbinger of the underworld. Perhaps the Lin family might yet have a chance for vengeance. Yao Yao had traded everything for this grandson, bringing hope to the entire Lin family. The Lin family had never ceased to undermine the schemes of those individuals, but their diminished strength left them vulnerable, forcing them to act cautiously while remaining under scrutiny. At that moment, he hesitated. Should he involve this child in a battle? Once drawn in, it would be difficult to extricate him. When Lin Haifeng and his second brother Lin Wenqing arrived, they leaped onto the balcony of the study, hurriedly opening the floor-to-ceiling windows and asking, "Dad, what is happening?" Seeing some bloodstains on Lin Wenqing, Lin Yongwang immediately inquired, "Are you injured?" "It's nothing," Just a minor injury from breaking a formation. I'll be fine in a couple of days, Lin Wenqing replied nonchalantly. Even if he was wounded, it was worth it since the formation had been shattered, thwarting the enemy's plans. The three men then engaged in a lengthy discussion in the study, ultimately deciding not to allow Imo Xian to enter society under the Lin family identity. He would remain an outsider. Only this way could the child be protected. After wandering for so many years, this situation was perilous. Out of a sense of obligation and guilt, they could not let him wade into such murky waters. Dad, we are all here. Even if we cannot grant him a formal Lin family identity, we should at least meet him. Lin Yonglong hesitated. But we had agreed not to let him step into this conflict. If we meet him, he might throw himself into the fray recklessly. Lin Haifeng, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, Dad, this child may be even more formidable than those individuals. The speed with which he found Ayao suggests he has already sensed the danger. Are you saying he has an inkling? Lin Yonglong furrowed his brow. Lin Haifeng nodded. Yes, so it might be premature to decide now. We should see for ourselves and understand the child's perspective. All right, then let's quickly wrap up our current matters and set off tonight. Lin Yonglong, in a hurry, strode out to organize the next steps, needing to inform the family. Understood. The two sons replied, swiftly descending the stairs and departing in their car. The family members were scattered across the country, undertaking secret missions, so much needed to be arranged before he left. After all, the Lin family had a history spanning centuries, and in his generation, it had grown considerably. Yet, as the patriarch, he had been caught off guard when their ancestral home was suddenly attacked. Fortunately, most of their forces escaped in time, preventing widespread turmoil. Once the Lin family reunited, it would be a formidable force. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Having failed to protect Ayao and their loved ones, they could not allow this hard-won grandson to be bullied. He needed to announce Imo Xian's existence, enabling the Lin family to better protect him from outside threats. On the other side, Lu Susu accompanied the firefighters, searching tirelessly but finding no suspicious individuals or traces of malevolence surrounding the temple. Outside, Chunhao posed as a tourist, resting in a pavilion while observing those who emerged. After the thorough inspection yielded no leads, Chunhao frowned and called Imo Xian. Still immersed in treatment, Imo Xian's phone rang. However, he could not afford to divert his attention from his father's healing. He needed to focus entirely to ensure a complete recovery. The butler inquired, Young master, is this an important call? Should I answer it for you? Yes, please, Imo Xian replied, maintaining control over the auspicious energy. The butler retrieved the phone from his waist and answered. Chunhao's voice came through, Xuanzi, we check the temple. There's no trace of malevolent energy. Could it be false intelligence? It cannot be, as Sungu indeed helped me find my father. If there's no dark energy or malevolence, perhaps check for any forest spirits, Imo Xian replied while focusing on repairing cells. Really? That's wonderful. Once we're done, I'll accompany you to see Uncle. Chunhao's voice brimmed with excitement. All right, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. I might not be able to show up for a week. So please inform Director Zhang and the others, Imo Xian explained. This treatment was a significant undertaking. While it began relatively easily, the later stages would be more taxing. A week was already the most optimistic estimate. Although his body was holding up well, his meridians were broader than average, or else he would not be able to endure for so long. After hanging up, Imo Xian briefed on the need for minimal disruptions during their treatment. Fully immersing himself in the task point, 3 days passed swiftly, with Imo Xian continuously channeling energy by his father's bedside, while Lin Yao remained in self-repair, unwilling to squander the energy gifted by his son. Hoping to absorb it as swiftly as possible, upon hearing the sound of cars, Lin Tianyu rushed downstairs. They had been in contact on the way, so upon Lin Yonglong's entrance, the first thing he commanded was, Tianyu, quickly take us to see your cousin. Chapter 58. Sacrificing everything to ensure his growth. After Lin Yonglong spoke, he turned back to remind them, do not disturb the father and son. Just observe quietly. When they entered, Imo Xian was still kneeling, treating Lin Yao, surrounded by an ethereal purple mist. Upon recognizing his level, everyone was astonished. He had reached the realm of Spirit King at such a young age. Lin Yonglong nearly gasped, quickly covering his son's mouth to stifle their exclamations, prompting them to exit hastily. Once in the study, Lin Tianyu anxiously asked, What's wrong, grandfather? Is there something unusual about my cousin? Lin Yonglong replied sternly, I've repeatedly advised you to practice diligently. Yet here you are, unable to discern your cousin's cultivation level. If you do not break through to Spirit King soon, do not come back to see your third uncle. Huh? He has already reached Spirit King? Lin Tianyu was taken aback. The hierarchy of yin-yang masters included various levels, with Spirit King being a significant achievement. So, my cousin is truly extraordinary. He had spent years honing his skills and had finally entered the realm of Heavenly Master, only to find his cousin had surpassed him, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. Upon arriving, he sensed grandfather's bias. The old man was clearly thrilled, his beard trembling in excitement, yet he feigned reproach. Dejected, Lin Tianyu lamented, "Grandfather, you cannot show such favoritism. I have worked hard and possess considerable talent. You cannot dismiss me simply because my cousin has arrived. If this continues, I shall run away and become a wanderer." Lin Haifeng playfully nudged him. "At over 30, why are you still bickering with your cousin? If you mistreat him, I shall not hesitate to disown you." "All right, I understand. I'm just happy for my cousin." Lin Tianyu replied hastily, eager to appease his father. He was far more afraid of his father's stern demeanor than he was of third uncle's playful nature. Once the three processed the implications of Emo Xian's cultivation and his status as Spirit King, they promptly returned to the room. For 7 consecutive days, I remained vigilant, observing the increasingly pallid complexion of Emo Xian, whose kneeling form exhibited slight tremors. It appeared that Lin Yao was on the verge of awakening. Ready to implore him to cease his efforts, Lin Yongwang stepped forward, placing his hand upon Emo Xian's shoulder, channeling his own magical energy into him. The once nearly depleted power surged anew within Emo Xian, bringing him joy as he softly replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." During their stay over the past few days, Emo Xian was aware of the situation but did not allow himself to be distracted. His entire focus was on healing his father. However, the aged hand resting upon him revealed the deep creases of its skin through the thin fabric, allowing him to make an educated guess as to its owner. What astonished Emo Xian was the sheer magnitude of his grandfather's magical prowess, which deepened his understanding of the Lin family. Yet, it also heightened his vigilance toward the unknown adversaries. This was evidently no ordinary conflict. Otherwise, how could the Lin family, with such formidable power, find themselves in dire straits? Necessitating a fragmented approach, Lin Yongwang's voice broke through his thoughts. "Concentrate, do not lose focus." Understood. Emo Xian immediately threw himself back into the task, intently watching the cells as they gradually repair themselves. However, Lin Yao's physical depletion was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. When Emo Xian reached the final meridian, he was taken aback. His father's meridians were remarkably expansive, at least 3 times that of an average person, explaining the difficulty in the restoration process. What was initially planned for a week now appeared to require much more time. Over the following month, everyone took turns channeling their magical energy into Emo Xian, yet the demand was overwhelming, leaving everyone in the villa pale and drained. The energy absorbed through cultivation could never keep pace with the consumption, prompting Lin Yongwang to seek out Lin family members nearby, discreetly calling them in to contribute. By the second month, the magical energy within Emo Xian, already dwindling, could no longer sustain itself. Even with others' contributions, he could not convert it into the purple aura. Facing the last remnants of his meridians, he held firm, unwilling to relent, for any damage inflicted could not be taken lightly. Once initiated, it must be completed, lest all efforts be rendered futile. Emo Xian's form swayed, causing concern to grip the hearts of those around him. An hour later, as he witnessed the final meridian heal, blood trickled from his mouth, and he could no longer maintain his stance. With a lurch, he spat out blood and fainted. Lin Tianyu, positioned closest, swiftly reached out to catch him, guilt washing over him as he regarded his cousin's ashen visage. "If only I were stronger. My cousin wouldn't he have to endure this. Let him rest beside your third uncle. Otherwise, he will worry," Lin Yongwang said, his expression laden with concern. "Very well." Thus, while Emo Xian slumbered, his body gradually absorbed spiritual energy for restoration. By the next day, both remained in repose. As dawn approached, Lin Yongfeng noticed the sun's ascent and moved to carry Emo Xian outside. However, Lin Tianyu immediately volunteered, "Grandpa, if there's anything you need, I can handle it. Otherwise, my cousin might feel uncomfortable waking up to you." He silently mused that if Emo Xian awoke to his grandfather's embrace, it would surely startle him. "All right, Take your cousin to the mountaintop, to the place with the best view of the sunrise. Understood. Lin Tianyu affirmed, lifting Imo Xian onto his back and leaping from the balcony, racing toward the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he surveyed the surroundings, locating the most prominent rock to lay him upon. Noticing that Imo Xian's reclining position seemed inappropriate, he adjusted him into a meditative pose. Satisfied as he clapped his hands, much better. Lying here looks as if he has been trampled. If anyone were to come, I wouldn't he know how to explain as he sat beside him, observing intently. He pondered the nature of this purple aura and whether his grandfather had sent him for this very purpose. As the sun gradually rose, Imo Xian's body began to absorb and transform the energy. Enveloped in a radiant violet glow that penetrated through his pores, the pace quickened. Initially, Lin Tianyu could draw near, but soon the swirling purple aura became akin to a fierce wind, causing him discomfort. Retreating 3 meters, he exclaimed, "Goodness, my cousin is quite extraordinary. The speed at which he absorbs energy is nothing short of a tempest. Remarkable. I must hold tightly to this asset. Even as an accessory, it would afford me tremendous influence." He grinned wickedly, pleased for Imo Xian. Moreover, the cultivation of the purple aura enveloped him in a sense of comfort, prompting him to sit down and begin his own practice. Not far off, Lin Haifeng observed Imo Xian shrouded in purple light and remarked, "No wonder Ayao kept him under wraps. Had he arrived at our Lin family earlier, he would have surely drawn the attention of our enemies. Such talent must be nurtured in secrecy for safety." Lin Yongwang nodded in agreement. Indeed, once Shiena matures, the schemes of those adversaries will be rendered insignificant. However, until then, we must be diligent in securing opportunities for his growth and ensure he remains hidden unless absolutely necessary. If need be, we may sacrifice lesser assets to safeguard our core. This statement prompted Lin Wenqing and Lin Haifeng to exchange surprised glances, yet they quickly comprehended his intent and nodded resolutely. "Father, we understand what must be done. Precisely, as long as we can delay time for our nephew's development, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves. From this moment forth, it shall be the duty of every member of the Lin family to protect this budding sapling with our lives." Chapter 59. The Lin family can directly reorganize the present world in the subsequent half-month. Imo Xian remained engrossed in self-restoration, while Lin Yao continued to digest the residual magical energy within his body. On the 16th day, Imo Xian emerged from his meditative state and turned to find Lin Tianyu still seated with eyes closed. He smiled softly. Sensing the gaze, Lin Tianyu opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. "Little brother, how do you feel?" "Well, I have fully recovered. Thank you for your hard work, cousin." "Don't call me cousin. It feels too distant. Just call me third brother." Lin Tianyu slung an arm around his shoulder, patting him in a brotherly manner. "Come, I'll take you to see Grandpa. They've been waiting for quite some time. If you don't wake up today, they might leave." "All right," Mo Xian nodded, following him down the mountain. Upon arriving at the villa, the Lin family members bowed respectfully. "Young master, third young master." "Yes," Mo Xian replied with a calm smile, and then saw 3 figures rushing out of the hall. He approached and knelt before the silver-haired Lin Yongwang. "Grandpa, unfilial descendant," Mo Xian pays his respects. "Xianer, quickly rise. No need for such formality. Let Grandpa have a look." Lin Yongwang pulled him up, his smile crinkling his face with joy. "Excellent. You truly are a child of the Lin family." After checking on his recovery, he beamed even more broadly and introduced the 2 middle-aged men behind him. "This is your eldest uncle, Lin Haifeng, and this is your second uncle, Lin Wenqing." "Hello, uncle." "Hello, second uncle," Mo Xian greeted politely, producing 2 ancient jade pieces from his robe and handing them over. The 2 men, taken aback, received them with smiles, but upon inspection, their astonishment grew. Within were 2 formidable formations capable of withstanding attacks from powerful foes. Reusable no less. For them, this was akin to gaining an extra life during their covert operations to thwart plans, and such formations had only been documented in texts until now. Lin Yongwang furrowed his brow. "Grandson, what of my share? Why do only your uncles receive gifts?" He too desired a piece. "Grandpa, I have one for you, but I wanted to wait until I could enhance it a bit more before presenting it." Lin Tianyu looked enviously at his father, wishing he could snatch one for himself if he were capable. Observing his father's guarded demeanor, he turned to Imo Xian, pleading, "Little brother, do you think you could make one for third brother as well?" "Very well," Here you go. Mo Xian retrieved another pendant from his sleeve and handed it to him. This was a white jade tiger, embedded with a powerful white tiger formation that could double the user's attack power. Mo Xian had crafted this during his 4-year seclusion, and both Lu Susu and Qian Hao possessed similar ones. Afterward, Mo Xian produced a pearl, adjusting the formation within and infusing it with a touch of purple aura before presenting it to Lin Yonglong. Grandpa, you may want to try this. I just polished it up, and it should fit perfectly in your cane. Splendid. Previously envious of his grandchildren's gifts, Lin Yonglong now beamed with delight upon receiving his own. This one offered both protection and enhancement, and he could feel its power. Armed with these formations, the Lin family need not hide any longer but could reorganize openly. Contemplating this, he inquired, Xianer, how many of these formations do you possess? Mo Xian smiled. During my 4 years of seclusion, I crafted over 100, varying in strength, but they should suffice for self-defense. What? Over 100? Lin Tianyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Mo Xian nodded. I had been searching for news of my father and mother, so I prepared a surplus, not wanting to see them or Grandpa in danger again. I knew my father must have family, but I wasn't certain how many, so I took my time. Ha ha ha, truly, fortune favors the Lin family. Your father likely needs more time to awaken, but with your contributions, the Lin family need not fragment but can reorganize directly. Lin Yonglong's hands trembled with excitement. However, Xianer, your existence must remain known only to the Lin family. If our enemies discover our connection, they will stop at nothing to harm you. Thus, we have decided it is best for you to grow in secrecy. We shall protect you both overtly and covertly. It is only fair to you. This amounts to the reality that he possesses no genuine identity whatsoever. A person who struggles and strives may often be looked down upon by many, as outsiders remain oblivious to the existence of his family background. Among those engaged in cultivation, many tend to scrutinize one's lineage. Lacking a notable background often means being targeted and bullied, particularly when one has no parents to defend them, which may expose them to a plethora of disparaging remarks. There exists a certain apprehension regarding this matter, yet should one return, the danger escalates significantly, perhaps culminating in a situation where both sides suffer irreparable losses. Mo Xian, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, Grandfather, you need not worry. As long as father and you are well, I am content. The opinions of the outside world hold little significance to me. I understand your desire to protect me. Whatever arrangements you deem necessary, I shall comply. However, do exercise caution. The last time, our adversary acted with alarming swiftness, and should the Lin family regroup, they may strike back once more. Lin Yonglong, gripping his cane, spoke with unwavering confidence. There is no need for concern. Over the years, we have not been idle, and with your contributions, the Lin family is more than capable of reclaiming its former stature. We fear not the arrival of those individuals. Rather, it is their absence that worries us. Very well then. Tomorrow, you shall retrieve what I have at my residence. The items are concealed in a hidden compartment beneath my bedside. If there is anything you require from the Lin family, do not hesitate to inform me, Mo Xian replied, his heart brimming with joy, for he now had family. Having discovered his father, he looked forward to eventually finding his mother and grandfather, as well as uncovering the identities of those lurking in the shadows. For now, it seemed his grandfather and the others were withholding information about their enemies, perhaps indicating that he was not yet ready to confront them directly on the journey back. Third brother had already elaborated on the realms of cultivation. And if that were to be taken into account, it was evident that Mo Xian possessed extraordinary talent. Previously unaware of the levels of cultivation, he now understood that with diligent practice, he would fear no one. His mission was to succeed swiftly, sparing them from prolonged waiting. Following the recent exertion, his meridians had expanded further, and with the addition of virtuous deeds, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate. As they pondered these matters, footsteps echoed from the staircase, drawing their attention to Lin Yao, who bounded down in a patient gown. Spotting Mo Xian in good health, he stood at the staircase, smiling, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Come here, Dad, give me a hug." Mo Xian approached, and the two embraced, patting each other on the back, a myriad of unspoken words conveyed within that singular embrace. Lin Tianyu grimaced, "Third uncle, you're being so mushy. You little rascal, I haven't hugged my son since he grew up. What's wrong with a hug? Keep your snide comments to yourself, or I'll give you a good thrashing," Lin Yao retorted, releasing Mo Xian but keeping a hand on his shoulder, reluctant to withdraw. his expression radiating pure joy. "Third uncle, you've changed your affections. I'm no longer your beloved baby, am I? When I was little, you would carry me around, calling me baby and sweetheart. Now that you have a biological son, I've been cast aside." Lin Tianyu feigned sorrow, only to receive a light-hearted jab from his father. "Can you not maintain a serious demeanor for a single day?" Lin Tianyu looked skyward in exasperation. "I was merely trying to prevent you from shedding tears, considering his feelings and easing the atmosphere." "Third brother, you've worked hard," Mo Xian interjected, recognizing that third brother was indeed trying to lighten the mood. Lin Yongwang patted Lin Tianyu's shoulder. "Indeed, Tianyu has been a great help these past years, caring for your third uncle. Your efforts are much appreciated. Grandfather is the best eye in the future, since you cannot move. I shall take care of you," Lin Tianyu declared, but his words were abruptly interrupted as Lin Haifeng kicked him into the courtyard. "You little rascal, daring to curse your grandfather? Have you grown too bold?" "Ah, it was a slip of the tongue," Lin Tianyu grumbled, rising and rubbing his backside in frustration. Chapter 60. The Little One-Legged Spirit. In the following hours, after video calls with various elders of the Lin family, Mo Xian spent 2 more days with Lin Yao, and since both could conceal their identities, they decided to depart together. Upon their nighttime return to the residence in Weicheng, Mo Xian led Lin Yao to another bedroom, saying, "Dad, you shall stay here from now on." "Very well," Lin Yao replied, surveying his son's room, a gentle smile gracing his features, no longer pale as before. After a period of recuperation, he had returned to his handsome, dashing self. Mo Xian busied himself, fetching clean sheets and personally laying them out, while Lin Yao wandered the yard, inspecting every corner, as if trying to absorb every detail of his son's life, touching everything he had used, seemingly in an attempt to grasp the essence of his growth. Once the bed was prepared, Mo Xian glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. He dialed Director Qin's number. The call was answered promptly, the voice on the other end still somewhat groggy. "Kid, why are you contacting me so late? Have you returned?" "Yes, I've come back but haven't seen Xuanzi, so I wanted to inquire about the previous situation." Mo Xian replied. He had received word that there had been no leads, yet Susu had discovered some traces and was pursuing them outside. However, their opponent was exceedingly cautious, always managing to escape, exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Director Qin nodded. "Indeed, we had clearly locked onto their location, yet they still eluded us, which leads us to suspect they possess some unique abilities, perhaps invisibility. There are always footprints at the scene, but only one. And it's quite small, unlike that of an adult." "Invisibility?" Mo Xian furrowed his brow, realizing such an ability was beyond even his current level of cultivation, indicating that their adversary must be utilizing something extraordinary. But what could grant such power? At that moment, Lin Yao, having heard the conversation, interjected, "Could it possibly be a little one-legged spirit?" Mo Xian, perplexed, asked, "Dad, what is a little one-legged spirit? Does it possess the ability to become invisible?" The little one-legged spirit is a type of mountain demon. Its true form can manifest as a broom, a fire stick, or other inanimate objects, which, after years of existence, become sentient. It is said that if one captures a little one-legged spirit and binds it to a tree overnight, it will reveal its true form by dawn. Such spirits can indeed become invisible, but maintaining such beings requires formidable control, and it is considered a form of dark sorcery, known to very few. Lin Yao explained earnestly. On the other end of the line, Director Qin was equally intrigued by this exchange, but he was particularly taken aback by the term dad. Once they finished speaking, he asked with excitement, "Mo Xian, have you found your biological father? Does he possess knowledge of these matters?" If Lin Yao were more knowledgeable than Mo Xian, it would imply he was a person of considerable capability. Thus, the past 2 months of business were spent in search of his biological father. What was his identity? After all, Mo Xian was now part of the official family, and understanding his background was crucial, especially regarding those close to him. As it pertained to significant matters, Mo Xian replied candidly, "Yes, my father has been living in a remote mountain area, and I connected with him through friends. He has returned with me this time. For years, he lacked an identity card, but he will be living with me from now on. Director Qin, could you assist him in obtaining an identity card? It would also allow us to have an additional leader in the Weicheng team." "Kid, are you saying your father is willing to join the Weicheng team? Was his absence due to some special circumstances?" Although pleased at the prospect of Mo Xian's father joining, Director Qin felt the need to report the basic details to his superiors. Not wanting to appear overly inquisitive, Mo Xian responded, "Before my birth, my father was a master-level yin-yang master. He was severely injured by enemies and has been recuperating in the mountains. He has just recovered, but his abilities far surpass mine. As for the matters concerning his adversaries, they will not implicate the official family. We will handle it ourselves, rest assured. We will not harm national interest. It could very well be that our enemies are also those troublesome elements the state is concerned about. However, their identities remain unclear, even to us." Director Qin nodded. "Understood. I will report this to Old Lin and await further instructions." "Thank you, Uncle Qin. Please send my regards to Uncle Lin. Your return has brought us a significant surprise. Quickly think of how to deal with your father's mention of the little one-legged spirit. Ahau and Susu have been struggling lately, running around every day." "All right, I will contact Hauzi directly for updates." "Okay." After their conversation, Director Qin hung up and immediately initiated a video call. When the other side connected, he was greeted with the question, "Is there any progress?" Director Qin nodded. "Yes, Mo Xian's father mentioned it could be a little one-legged spirit, capable of invisibility, a type of spirit cultivated through dark arts. Mo Xian's father?" Lin Bureau's face reflected confusion. Following this, Director Qin elaborated on the situation, prompting Lin Bureau to exclaim, "Excellent! A master-level figure from over 20 years ago must be even more formidable now. Given that Mo Xian vouches for him and has proposed him as a leader of the Weiqing team, it indicates his recognition of his father. This boy is not one to easily acknowledge others. He possesses a deep-seated pride. I share your thoughts on this. What do you think about the identity card situation? Proceed. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise, as long as he has no criminal record or undesirable habits, and is not a foreign national. There is no reason for him to lack an identity card as a part of this nation. However, I will need to discuss the leadership of the Weiqing team with the old commanders." "Very well, Old Lin. Please take the necessary steps and provide an answer promptly, so I can relay the information to that boy." "Sure, wait for my update." After Lin Bureau concluded, he swiftly made a call regarding Mo Xian's situation, ensuring no delays were made, as he had already stated that they should be in constant communication within 24 hours. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Bureau called back, just as Mo Xian was finishing up a conversation with Chen Hao. "Uncle Lin, you're still awake at this hour. You truly have been working hard," Mo Xian said with a cheerful smile. You sweet-talking rascal. Your matters have been approved by the higher-ups. However, I need to have a few words with your father. It might be necessary for me to meet him tomorrow to finalize everything." "No problem. My father and I will be waiting for you at home." Of course, Mo Xian understands that without meeting in person and gaining a clear understanding, it would be a dereliction of duty to the nation. Before long, the sound of the door opening echoed from downstairs. Chen Hao rushed upstairs and, upon seeing him, eagerly inquired, "Xuanzi, where's Uncle?" Mo Xian pointed to Lin Yao, who was seated on the sofa, saying, "There he is." Lu Susu, who followed closely behind, smiled joyfully. "Congratulations, young master. You have finally fulfilled your wish of finding your uncle." Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Lin Yao, then approached and knelt down on both knees, exclaiming, "Uncle, I am Xuanzi's good buddy and will henceforth be your good son. Allow me to bow to you first." He earnestly performed the bow, not out of pretense, but for Mo Xian's happiness, as Mo Xian had previously mentioned that upon finding his father, he would first bow to express gratitude for the life given to him. Chen Hao had promised that if they found him, he too would bow in thanks for having such a good brother. Thus, today he fulfilled that promise. After all, it is customary to bow to one's elders, and one must uphold their words. Chapter 61. Lu Susu turns out to be a spirit general. Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback but quickly assisted him in rising, saying, all right, this is a gift from your uncle." Lin Yao retrieved an ancient iron medal from his pocket and handed it to him. This was indeed an antique, worth a fortune outside, but to the Lin family, antiques were merely trifles. Chen Hao deserved such a gift, as emotions cannot be measured by monetary value. "Uncle, you are truly kind. This must be very valuable, but I shall not accept it. I can earn my own in the future." Chen Hao declined, for after practicing yin-yang arts, he could sense the spiritual energy within it, indicating it was undoubtedly an antique of the highest quality, one that would nurture its wearer. Lin Yao smiled gently. "No need. You have accompanied my son for so many years. You deserve to possess something good. If you refuse, I might get upset." "All right, Then I shall accept it, Chun Hao replied cheerfully, hanging it around his neck and thoughtfully covering it with his clothing. Lu Susu stepped forward and slightly bowed. I am Lu Susu, pleased to meet you, uncle. Upon seeing Lu Susu, Lin Yao was momentarily stunned and looked at Imo Xian with uncertainty, his eyes questioning. Yes, Dad, she is my spirit companion, though I am still not quite sure what her rank is. Imo Xian replied with a smile. Lu Susu was a manifestation of his heavenly power, restored to life with his assistance. After all, merely having the spirit jujube tree would not suffice. It required both his heavenly Dao power and permission from Uncle Yin to achieve this. This situation allowed Lu Susu to return to the realm of the living while also becoming his spirit companion, though previously he had only sensed her presence and was unaware of her rank. Lin Yao chuckled, well, I did not expect to have a spirit general here. This young lady is truly fortunate. He then took out a piece of jade that exuded spiritual energy, far superior to Chun Hao's, shaped like a crescent moon pendant for women. Thank you, uncle, Lu Susu said happily as she accepted it, knowing it was a valuable item that would benefit her cultivation. Imo Xian then inquired, Dad, what are the ranks of spirit companions? Lin Yao explained earnestly, spirit companions are exceptionally rare, especially those imbued with spiritual energy. Yin-Yang Holy Spirit companions are categorized into lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, spirit general, spirit king, spirit lord, spirit emperor, and holy spirit. Furthermore, the strengthening of your spirit companion will also enhance your own cultivation. If you grow stronger, your spirit companion will follow suit. Given your remarkable talent, her potential is indeed extraordinary, leading to great achievements in the future. Thus far, the strongest spirit companion I have encountered is this young lady before us. I am quite curious. How fortunate you are, born with a pure young body, coupled with a spirit companion nourished by such a rare item. It truly astonishes me, Imo Xian, rarely displaying pride, asked, Is my son very impressive? Indeed, he is exceptionally impressive, Lin Yao replied with a hearty laugh. The door to the room opened, and Chun Hao's mother, rubbing her eyes, emerged. Upon seeing them return, she was elated. Ah, little Xian is back. Why didn't you let me know? You must be hungry at this hour. Auntie will prepare something for you. She then looked at Lin Yao, who bore a resemblance to Imo Xian, and asked in surprise, Who might this be? Auntie, this is my father. I just brought him back, Imo Xian replied. That's wonderful. My name is Wang Shufan. May I ask how to address you? I am Lin Yao. I truly appreciate your care for him. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Lin Yao expressed gratefully. Oh, there's no need for such formalities. Over the years, my son has only managed to achieve success because he has your son by his side. If anyone should be grateful, it is I for having such a good son. Please, have a seat. I will go prepare some food, and we can talk while we eat. With that, Wang Shufan headed to the kitchen. Mo Xian contemplated stopping her. But Chun Hao held him back, saying, My mom is happy. She won't be able to sleep if she's not busy, so let her be. All right, by the way, where is uncle? Imo Xian inquired, for upon his return, he sensed only Chun Hao's mother in the house. Chun Hao explained, My dad is tied up with the family business, so he asked my mom to take care of me here while he handles things back home. That makes sense. The family business indeed requires oversight. But howsy, we want to be lacking in money from now on. Let your uncle let go of that business and come here to open a shop or simply enjoy retirement. This way, your family won't have to be separated so often. Imo Xian believed it would be good for his father to have someone to converse with, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let him go out. To avoid detection by enemies. Yes, my dad said he would come over once he sorts things out. However, he is restless. He mentioned that if we undertake this venture, he would help watch the shop since no one would be around. I thought that would be relatively easy for him, but I hadn't had the chance to discuss it with you earlier because you were so busy. After hearing this, Imo Xian found it quite agreeable and smiled. That sounds good. We all lack time to run a shop. Why Dad can help occasionally, and it won't make him feel bored at home, plus it's close to our family. He then turned to Lin Yao and asked, Dad, what do you think? Well, I don't have much going on either. Some activity would be beneficial. Just call for me when something important arises, Lin Yao said amiably. He felt that as long as his son was doing well, he was content. He merely wished to find out the whereabouts of Yu Yan, uncertain of her current state. Noticing his demeanor, Imo Xian reassured him, Rest assured, Dad, with Grandpa looking after Mom, she will be all right. By the way, regarding Uncle's son, should I reach out to him? Imo Xian felt it was necessary to express gratitude. for without his assistance, he would not have found his father. Yes, I will meet him tomorrow. He has worried enough over the years. Lin Yao appreciated that his past friendships had not been in vain, as they had provided him with encouragement through difficult times. The group continued chatting, and after finishing their meal, they returned to rest only as dawn approached. The next noon, someone knocked on the door. Wang Shufan opened it and was taken aback upon seeing the officials in uniform. You must be here to see Xiao Xian and the others, right? Director Lin nodded. Yes, I presume you are Chen Hao's mother. Yes, I hope my son hasn't caused you any trouble. Not at all. Chen Hao is quite capable. We must thank Mrs. Wang for raising such a wonderful son, Director Lin responded courteously. Speaking the truth, as long as there's no trouble, please have a seat in the hall while I go call them. Wang Shufan cheerfully ushered them inside. Upon ascending the stairs, she discovered that everyone was already standing in the hall, puzzled as to how they had all gathered so quickly when she thought they hadn't even risen yet. Director Lin, it's been a while. You look younger than ever, Chen Hao greeted with a smile. You little rascal, still so silver-tongued, Director Lin replied, stepping forward to shake Lin Yao's hand. Hello? Hello, Lin Yao greeted back, shaking hands with Directors Qin and Zhang before guiding them to sit down. We're here primarily to understand your situation. If it's convenient, could you share? Director Qin stated with a smile. Revealing their intentions, yes, feel free to ask, I will cooperate. What is your true name? Director Qin inquired directly. They did not believe that there was no identity behind him. Their visit today was also to demonstrate their sincerity. Chapter 62. The Lin family's esteemed standing in official circles. The three sons of the Lin family in Weicheng, Lin Yao, are likely known to General Li or Colonel Mu. This revelation left Director Lin momentarily stunned, followed by an exchange of glances among the others, as none had ever heard of this family. At least, there were no records pertaining to it at present. Director Lin then awkwardly asked, May I make a call to confirm with Colonel Mu and the others? Lin Yao nodded, certainly. He then stepped onto the balcony and made the call. The conversation was clear to all present, except for Directors Qin and Zhang. On the other end, there was initial astonishment. What did you say? Lin Yao? You're referring to the Lin family of Weicheng. You heard correctly? Indeed, Colonel, I did not mishear. He claims to be Mo Xian's father, which is why I called to verify, as I have no record of any family by the name of Lin Yao. On the other end of the phone, Commander Mu elaborated. The Lin family of Weicheng is an ancient and esteemed lineage with a history spanning several centuries. They have consistently aligned themselves with our official stance and have thwarted numerous malevolent forces over the years. They can be regarded as the leaders among the practitioners of yin and yang, akin to a master of the martial world. Every member of this illustrious family is a cultivator of exceptional abilities. However, over 2 decades ago, they seemingly vanished from existence. Despite our relentless investigations, we have been unable to trace their whereabouts. All we know is that they are alive, though their exact location remains a mystery. To be precise, it appears that those in power have obscured their information, and they have not made an appearance in over 30 years. To this day, we have yet to ascertain which faction is opposing them. Occasionally, peculiar phenomena are reported in various cities, but by the time our personnel arrive, they are met with nothing but chaos. Hence, the upper echelon speculates that the Lin family has been present all along, merely choosing not to reveal themselves to the public. Nonetheless, their actions are undoubtedly on par with ours. You must ensure this individual remains with us. Do you understand? This revelation left Director Lin trembling. Pondering the essence of such a formidable existence, he swallowed hard and inquired, How does the Lin family compare to our internal organization? Commander Mu's grave voice responded, Let me put it this way. Had the Lin family not receded from the public eye, that organization would never have been established, as there would have been no need. Therefore, you must cooperate fully. This is an absolute opportunity for us. It seems the Lin family is poised to make a comeback. Understood. I know what to do, Director Lin solemnly assured before ending the call. Upon returning to the hall, he saluted Lin Yaoxing, exclaiming, Thank you for your hard work. No need for such formalities. Please, sit down and enjoy some tea. Lin Yao replied with a smile, genuinely pleased that others remembered the Lin family's contributions. This acknowledgement after so many years was a validation of their efforts, proving that their toil had not been in vain. Directors Qin and Zhang exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at how a single phone call could instigate such a transformation. The respect shown by Director Lin indicated that this matter was of no ordinary significance. They promptly stood and returned the salute, which elicited a sense of pride in Qian Hao and Lu Susu, as if they were descendants of renowned generals. Only Imo Xian remained silent, a smile gracing his lips, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, the Lin family was a force to be reckoned with. Soon after, a new identity was crafted for him, adopting the surname Imo and appending the name Ting, thus becoming Imo Yaoding, symbolizing a luminous lineage and the essence of silent guardianship. That afternoon, Imo Xian led him to the shop for a brief inspection, after which he declared that he would oversee the establishment while the others attended to the peculiar matter at hand. They arrived at the last known location, a relatively remote village housing an abandoned old house. The surroundings were characterized by mountains, and the dilapidated structure appeared on the verge of collapse. Footprints were discernible nearby. Yet they vanished upon reaching the gravel path. Imo Xian noticed an asphalt road in the distance and proceeded along it, with Qian Hao trailing behind, stating, "Ahead lies a village inhabited primarily by the elderly. We have investigated twice and found nothing suspicious, nor any outsiders." "Understood, Haozi. How did you trace this area from the temple?" Imo Xian inquired. "While monitoring the temple, we detected no anomalies and maintained our vigil for several days. Eventually, we received a report of a death here, which was the third such incident. Had it not been for that report, we would not have discovered this place, as the victims had been drained of their blood." Qian Hao recounted, his frustration palpable. The circumstances mirrored the previous case at the temple, with the location separated by several dozen kilometers. "We wondered if this was a case of mobile crimes," Imo Xian mused aloud. "Perhaps this relentless pursuit stems from a desperate desire for growth, compelling them to act even while being hunted. Let us investigate the village further. Aside from potential outsiders, there may be locals who have encountered unusual individuals," he suggested, contemplating the village's peculiarities. Qian Hao reflected, the villagers seemed to harbor a certain wariness toward outsiders. Were it not for our official search warrant, they might have expelled us. Imo Xian's brow furrowed. It was unusual for a village to exhibit such hostility toward official representatives. Is there anything else that sets them apart? Well, if there is a distinction, Susu mentioned that the layout resembles a circle, as she previously utilized drones for aerial reconnaissance. However, our understanding of the terrain is somewhat limited, Qian Hao continued. Lu Susu interjected, adding, the villagers exhibit a peculiar gait, almost as if they all have an inwardly turned stance. Moreover, the women are scarce, and the population consists mainly of elderly men. Their accents also seem odd, not quite resembling the authentic dialect of Weicheng, though I can't pinpoint what exactly seems amiss, though, logically speaking. As one of the oldest residents of Weicheng, if you find their accents dubious, it must indeed be so. Could it be that they are descendants of migrants? Imo Xian speculated. Lu Susu shook her head. Our investigations reveal that this village has existed since the latter stages of the conflict, with little migration. During that tumultuous period, many were merely seeking refuge, and only a basic census was conducted. As for other information, we have none. Even the residents come from various remote regions, some of which are untraceable on maps. This revelation ignited a curiosity within Imo Xian. If that were the case, why had these individuals remained here? Had they not left? Did they have children? Yes, we have confirmed that they work in various locations, mostly outside of Weicheng, Qian Hao replied candidly. Chapter 63. The Grand Array for Summoning in Spirits. Let us proceed with caution. We should avoid detection as we traverse the area, Imo Xian instructed, preparing to scout the terrain from the mountaintop. With a swift motion, he leaped toward the mountainside. Lu Susu and Qian Hao opted for a more discreet route through the woods. Making their way toward the village, Imo Xian perched atop the village. His expression shifted to one of concern. Before him lay an enormous summoning array, the entire architectural layout forming a massive circle encircling the village. The structures within were categorized into 6 orientations: Jiutian, Xuanwu, Jifu, Qinglong, Taiyin, and Zhuke. Such an intricate formation would require at least 50 years of nurturing, with annual fire sacrifices to achieve summoning efficacy. However, the sheer scale of this array suggested that it was not merely intended to summon a single spirit, but rather a multitude. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he urgently instructed, Qian Hao, do not enter just yet. The individuals within may not be ordinary. Understood. We will turn back immediately, Qian Hao affirmed, fully trusting Imo Xian's instincts. After ending that call, Imo Xian promptly dialed Director Qin. Uncle Qin, Is it possible to reach out to personnel from the special department? I have stumbled upon a significant matter that may require their immediate intervention. What is it? Are you certain that the entire department is necessary? Director Chin responded, rising from his chair in alarm. The issue was that the special department was not under their direct control. There exists an enormous summoning array. If activated, it could potentially summon thousands of heroic spirits. As of now, I have yet to detect any traces of energy, suggesting that the individuals within possess suppressive abilities, making them far from ordinary. The situation in Huatsuan is dire. What? The entire village is a summoning array? Director Chin's scalp tingled at the thought. This implied a collective of individuals capable of orchestrating something terrifying. Previously, their investigations revealed that there were over 100 elderly residents. Without the full deployment of special abilities, they would be unable to subdue the area. Indeed, Uncle Chin, can you manage this situation? Emotian inquired, somewhat astonished. Had he not made this discovery, it would have been unimaginable that such a village existed within Weicheng. Did the Lin family have a hand in this? What were these individuals attempting to summon? Director Chin replied with urgency, do not act rashly. Observe the situation from a distance. I will immediately contact Commander Mu and see if we can mobilize troops for surveillance, as the special forces are likely scattered and unable to assemble quickly. The inhabitants of this place must not be allowed to escape. Understood. I will keep watch. If the military arrives with heavy artillery, they should be able to maintain control, Emotian reasoned, believing that they could not afford to summon a host of entities against which they were defenseless. Meanwhile, upon receiving the call, Commander Mu swiftly mobilized 3,000 troops equipped with heavy weaponry, opting for nighttime deployment to maintain discretion. Aside from tanks, all other vehicles were civilian, ensuring a low profile to avoid alarming the public. However, traversing from their location would still require several hours. They planned to adopt a fragmented approach to their deployment and immediately contacted the relevant personnel within the special department. Yet, with only around 50 special operatives available, dispatching all of them would leave them with only 4 operatives to return, neglecting the safety of the remaining personnel. The potential casualties from those who could cause harm were incalculable. Commander Mu was increasingly anxious, grappling with the possibility of being unable to address this crisis effectively. At this moment, a call from Emotian came through. It was the information he had requested from Director Lin. Upon answering, Commander Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Uncle June, it's me, Emotian." "Ah, it's you, lad. I was just regretting not having saved your number earlier. Fortunately, you called." Commander Mu chuckled, having never anticipated the situation would escalate to such proportions. Believing that Director Lin and his team could manage it adequately, little did he know that upon Emotian's emergence, they would realize that even calls from higher-ups might not suffice. This was a matter of utmost significance. Yet, he understood that it was not merely due to Emotian's early discovery. For the populace, it was an impending calamity shrouded in uncertainty. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "I've already made arrangements over there, but we can only dispatch 4 individuals. The military has already mobilized, along with your Wei City team. Do you think that will suffice? Uncle June, isn't that why I'm here to offer you some advice? My grandfather wishes for the Lin family to re-emerge, and this situation, combined with official support, presents an exceptional opportunity. If the Lin family takes action, showcasing an official stance, along with live broadcasts and news coverage, it would deliver a significant blow to the criminals. For the Lin family and the officials, it would be beneficial, allowing your capabilities to shine alongside the Lin family's successful reintegration into their former status." Commander Mu erupted into laughter upon hearing this. "You lad, you've already thought of this. You've made me fret for nothing. Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly next time?" "Uncle June, you're jesting. I dared not presume such things. It just came to mind." Emotian, seated atop the mountain, lied without a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he had conceived this plan upon observing the formation. Yet he knew that while the Lin family extending an invitation was one matter, being invited was entirely different. Both scenarios held distinct advantages for the Lin family. The external perception would also vary. After all, a hero invited to return is always cherished more than one who boldly claims the title themselves, potentially facing scrutiny and doubt. After sharing his thoughts, Emotian spoke earnestly, "Uncle June, it's crucial that only you and the Lin family are aware of my father's and my identities at this point. Since I cannot ascertain the integrity of all the officials, may I request your discretion? If this information were to leak, it could spell disaster for me. considering the Lin family has long been a thorn in others' sides. And the reemergence of my father and me within the Lin family will not be tolerated. Commander Mu acknowledged with a grunt, "We have considered this as well, which is why we have kept it confidential. You and your father must exercise caution. Should anything significant arise, you are our trump card. Therefore, at all costs, the four of you from the Wei City team must remain unharmed." Understood. Indeed. After Xian complied, he relayed his grandfather's contact information to Commander Mu, then resumed his vigil over the scene below. Soon, Chonhao scaled the heights, and Xian proceeded to explain the formation to him. Once he finished, Lu Susu inquired, "Young master, what do you believe their objective to be? If I am not mistaken, their intent in orchestrating this is not only to disrupt Wei City's dragon vein, but also to seize the opportunity for fortune." Chapter 64. The first encounter with Special Department personnel. Meanwhile, Commander Mu dialed Lin Yonglong's number, and a robust voice answered. "Who is this? Greetings, is this Mr. Lin?" "I am Commander Mu. We have met once before. Though I am unsure if you remember me." Commander Mu endeavored to maintain a calm tone. The voice on the other end hesitated before cheerfully responding, "Commander Mu, it's been a while. What brings you to call so suddenly? And who provided you with my number?" Given that they had not had dealings with the authorities in years, the unexpected call made Lin Yonglong cautious. Commander Mu replied with a smile, "You should thank Xian for his trust. He wishes for me to personally invite your Lin family back into the fray. Would you consider it? You mean to say that Xin'er gave you my number and wants us to return?" Lin Yonglong raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with his two sons. "Indeed, Mr. Lin. Your family has remained dormant for many years. It is time to re-enter the public eye. This time, we will allow Xian and his team to conduct live broadcasts, which will afford the Lin family greater exposure. We, on the official side, will do our utmost to cooperate." Commander Mu spoke earnestly. Lin Yonglong solemnly cautioned, "Very well, I will contact Xin'er to inquire about the specifics. But I must ask that you keep his and my son's identities confidential. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we shall not disclose this to anyone else. Currently, only Director Lin, General Li, Director Qin, and Director Zhang are aware. Thank you for your continued support. We, the Lin family, will do our utmost in this matter." Lin Yonglong expressed sincerely, recalling the assistance they had received during their time of need. Xian is a fine young man. It is indeed our officials who have gained a valuable ally. And we are grateful to you, Mr. Lin, for having such a remarkable grandson. After exchanging pleasantries, the two ended the call. Lin Yonglong promptly began reaching out to the Lin family members, insisting that they all return to Wei City by the following day. This was a momentous occasion for the entire Lin family, signifying that they no longer needed to remain hidden. All could now walk openly. This event marked their most effective return, as well as a chance to re-establish their reputation in the eyes of the public. Soon, arrangements were made for various members to book flights to Wei City, converging towards the Lin family's ancestral home. Upon returning to the courtyard, which had stood for decades, Lin Yonglong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Beside him, Lin Haifeng offered comfort. "At least everything has returned. Those who have passed are gone, so let us not dwell on the past." And truth, they felt a deep discomfort. After all, their beloved was merely an ordinary person, and their love had blossomed freely. Yet, when the time came, they were unable to protect her, helplessly witnessing her demise. An indescribable anguish. Thus, over the years, they had gone to great lengths to dismantle the barriers. Yet their clandestine efforts were severely restricted by surveillance cameras, impeding their progress. As everyone gradually gathered, Lin Yonglong stood atop the grand plaza of the estate, watching as individuals returned one by one. No one sought rest. They all eagerly anticipated their reunion. Xian maintained his watch from above, while the military secured the area. Upon the arrival of the four members of the special department near the so-called Flower Village, they encountered only military personnel. Approaching, they were greeted by General Li, who returned their salutes and introduced himself. "Greetings, we are the four members of the Dark Knight 5 team. General Li, may we have the opportunity to connect with Wei City's team to understand the situation?" Team leader Zhang Biao inquired politely. Having entered the special department for 15 years, at the age of 40, he was quite familiar with the Wei City team but had never had the chance to meet them until now. He was genuinely pleased to have this opportunity, especially since he had watched their live broadcast. He knew he could never have done as well himself, nor provided assistance to so many. he was particularly curious about the individuals who could compel a police department to conduct a live trial despite opposition from higher authorities. For those who operated in the shadows, it was as if their efforts had been brought into the light. Their team was named Dark Knight precisely because they could not reveal their abilities in public, only dealing with matters in secrecy. Yet, Emo Xian had achieved a different outcome. However, Commander Mu had expressly forbidden any disruptions. Thankfully, they were close enough to Wei City to seize this opportunity. Moreover, this collaboration involved not just the Wei City team, but also the legendary family. If his deductions were correct, the Lin family's involvement was likely linked to this young man. Who was he, that both the realms of Yin and Yang would protect him so fiercely? Zhang Biao was eager to witness how much Emo Xian had matured over the past 4 years. All these thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant as General Li pointed to the mountaintop. He is located at that white rock. Go find him. Thank you, Zhang Biao replied courteously, leading his 2 male and 1 female team members up the mountain with haste. The soldiers hiding behind the blockade watched enviously. These individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, while they toiled relentlessly in training, feeling inadequate in comparison. Yet, they understood they could not contend with such exceptional individuals, but they were determined to strive to be the strongest among the ordinary. Pushing their limits to protect more lives. As Zhang Biao reached the designated spot, Emo Xian had already spotted them. As they stood ready, the 3 approached with polite greetings. Hello, I am Emo Xian from the Wei City team. This is Chan Hao, and next to us is Lu Susu. Zhang Biao was momentarily taken aback. In their experience, highly gifted individuals often carried an air of arrogance, and he had anticipated that Emo Xian might disdain their collaboration. After all, it had been stated that in the future, Wei City would not allow members of the special department to come over, suggesting indifference or disdain towards them. However, he was pleasantly surprised by their politeness. This young man appeared remarkably composed. Stepping forward, he extended his hand for a self-introduction. Hello, I am Zhang Biao, the team leader for this mission. It is an honor to meet you. Hello, Brother Zhang. Thank you for coming to assist us, replied Lu Susu, a young girl with 2 braided pigtails, dressed in a student uniform, her expressive eyes radiating innocence as she stepped forward to shake his hand. Hello, my name is Lily. I'm 20 years old. You are quite handsome. May I have your contact number? I watched your live broadcast trial 4 years ago and greatly admire you. Of course, Lily, Emo Xian responded politely, handing her his phone to save her number. Lily gleefully accepted. Thank you, Brother Emo Xian. The other, a slightly shy young man, stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, I am Li Liang, 24 years old. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Thank you for your efforts in making the journey here. Emo Xian responded politely, observing the other party hesitating, and inquired with genuine concern. Is there something you find inconvenient to express? And no, I merely wish to request your contact information. If that's permissible? Of course, Emo Xian replied with a gentle smile. Chen Hao, feeling at ease, pulled him closer. Come, let me have yours. My number is. Emo Xian turned to the last individual, noticing he only extended a handshake. Yet afterwards gestured, which Lu Susu could not comprehend. She glanced at Chan Hao beside her, who also shook his head in ignorance. Chapter 65. To safeguard our Huaxia, we would gladly lay down our lives. The Lin family's tenant Emo Xian then asked, Are you indicating that you are pleased to meet us and eager to collaborate, but find it difficult to speak? If you have anything to convey, you may text us on your phone, correct? Yes, Zhang Liang replied. For years ago, during a mission, he sustained an injury to his throat, rendering him unable to speak ever since. I hope you can be understanding. Zhang Biao spoke with a hint of sorrow, as Zhang Liang was his younger brother, who had been injured while covering their retreat from a formidable foe. Emo Xian nodded. May I examine him? Perhaps I can assist in his healing. This could prove advantageous for our forthcoming tasks. Really? Zhang Biao exclaimed, gripping his arm with excitement. He quickly recognized his rudeness and promptly released him. I apologize. I got carried away. No worries, let's take a look first. I cannot guarantee a complete cure, Emo Xian replied with a polite smile. Zhang Liang extended his hand, filled with anticipation, recalling how General Li had recovered after being treated by Emo Xian. They had previously inquired with their superiors about it, but the matter was soon classified as top secret, warning them not to approach casually. They had long awaited this opportunity, and upon receiving the arrangement from their leaders, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Lily exclaimed in surprise, Oh my, big brother. I thought I would need to establish a closer relationship with you before I could ask for your help for brother Zhang Liang. Ha ha ha, Lily, are you attempting to seduce our Xuanzi? Chen Hao teased. That won't do. Big brother wouldn't be interested, and I might hinder his ability to wield his sword, Lily replied with a self-aware grin, prompting laughter from the group. Emo Xian, suppressing a smile, began to check Zhang Liang's pulse and examine his throat. Zhang Biao and the others anxiously observed, fearing Emo Xian might declare he could not heal him, as soon as Emo Xian opened his eyes. They rushed forward, asking, "How is it? Can my brother's voice be restored?" Emo Xian nodded, "Yes, find a suitable place to sit cross-legged." "Can we treat him now? Shouldn't we first complete our mission?" Zhang Biao, though elated, remembered their primary objective was to secure a monumental formation, and it's fine. It won't take long. He has only sustained minor damage. We still need to wait for the others to arrive, so you may rest for now. As Emo Xian spoke, he found a flat rock and sat down cross-legged. Zhang Liang excitedly took a seat beside him, extending his hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Heaven knows how inconvenient it had been for him over the years. Unable to warn others of impending danger, he felt immense guilt whenever someone was harmed because he could not alert them. Thus, his once cheerful disposition had gradually succumbed to despair over the past 4 years. Leaving him in deep sorrow, Zhang Biao, with reddened eyes, waited nearby, and Chen Hao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Brother Zhang, don't be anxious. If Xuanzi says he can heal him, he will. Thank you. I anticipated that individuals of your caliber would be quite proud and feared that cooperation might be challenging, yet I did not expect you to possess such amiable personalities," Zhang Biao expressed earnestly. However, Lily interjected, "I have always said that, Captain. You didn't believe me. Just think, how could a genuinely righteous person harbor malice towards us, who are also engaged in the fight against evil? You make a valid point. I share that sentiment. Perhaps Captain was overly anxious, which led to his concerns," Li Liang timidly added. Chen Hao curiously inquired, "Why are you always so shy?" "Ha ha ha, he usually doesn't behave this way. He has always regarded you as targets. And now that he sees your formidable strength, he feels a bit embarrassed," Lily teased, causing Li Liang's face to flush even more. Chen Hao chuckled heartily, finding the group rather amusing with their distinct personalities. And he genuinely enjoyed their company. Having encountered such unique individuals with extraordinary abilities for the first time, he quickly engaged them in conversation, alleviating the tension of waiting. When Emo Xian finally rose, the trio immediately rushed over. "Brother Zhang, how is it? Can you speak now? Can you call my name?" Lily asked excitedly. "That I can," Zhang Liang affirmed, prompting Lily to leap in joy. However, before she could exclaim loudly, Su covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. They then realized they were still under observation, and if their voices carried, it would be too late. Zhang Biao, filled with excitement, pulled Zhang Liang up, beaming with joy. A great weight had been lifted from his heart. His brother could speak again, and he no longer had to remain so silent. He turned to Emo Xian and bowed deeply, with Zhang Liang hastily expressing his gratitude as well. Lily and Li Liang quickly stood beside their captain. Bowing together, and Emo Xian helped them up. No need to be so formal. It was merely a small favor. "Let us first discuss the current situation," Emo Xian suggested. "Very well," Zhang Biao said, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat useless for crying before the younger man. Yet, no one minded, for the ability of a loved one to speak again is of profound significance to anyone. Meanwhile, the Lin family had gathered completely. Lin Yongwang stood above, watching as his 2 younger brothers arrived, exchanging smiles. "I am relieved to see everyone doing well. Please have a seat and let us dine while we converse." Lin Yongwang led them to the estate's lawn, where over 1,000 banquet tables had been prepared, with numerous professionals attending to them. Upon seeing Lin Yongwang and his brothers approach, everyone rose in unison, bowing respectfully. "Head of the family. Yes, everyone has worked hard. Please, sit down," Lin Yongwang acknowledged, feeling somewhat dazed at the gathering of the Lin family members. The children had grown up, many of whom he had never met, yet they all possessed remarkable talents. This assembly included all collateral branches, making the Lin family a considerable presence. However, they still needed to remain cautious of the underhanded tactics employed by the demonic sect. Once everyone was seated, he ascended the constructed stage and took the microphone, declaring, "Today marks a significant occasion for our Lin family. We have finally returned, and with the recovery of both Emo Xian and my son Lin Yao, This is the most momentous event for our family. We must keep this strictly confidential from the outside world, and you must provide covert assistance at all times, ensuring no one learns of their connection to us. Understood. We will adhere to the head of the family's orders and spare no effort in protecting the third master and the young master from exposure. They all pledged in unison, recalling the adage of sacrificing the vehicle to protect the rider when necessary. The Lin family exhibited unwavering unity. Their fortunes intertwined, and their deep-rooted righteousness instilled in them a sense of purpose and pride, devoid of cowardice. Once everyone believed that this was the correct and just path, even if some hesitated, the majority would conform. The greatest distinction of the Lin family lay in their warmth and familial bonds, treating all members equally without prejudice towards collateral branches. Everyone was willing to risk their lives to save their companions, unwilling to give up easily. Otherwise, they would not have thrived to this day. With a proud smile, Lin Yongwang announced loudly, "Today, we, the Lin family, have fully returned. We reclaim our honor, uphold the justice we have always pursued, walk in the light, and protect our Huaxia, even at the cost of our lives." To safeguard Huaxia, even at the cost of our lives, the crowd echoed, their voices resounding through the skies. The sound reverberated like thunder above them, as if old friends were celebrating the Lin family's return, showering them with brilliant sparks resembling fireworks. A commanding voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, indeed, the Lin family has returned. It seems I have arrived just in time. How could I miss out on such an occasion?" Chapter 66. The moment of excitement begins. Lin Yongwang looked skyward as an elder donned in a Taoist robe descended gracefully. He chuckled. "I never imagined my old brother would still remember the Lin family. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. You rascal, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't even send word. Had I not come to check on things myself, I would have surely missed out," Li Xianyuan replied, somewhat disgruntled. "I was hasty in my decision-making and truly failed to inform Longhu Mountain. I will make it a point to visit and apologize properly in the future." Lin Yongwang led him onto the stage. "All right, since you seem to have your hands full today, I'll have my young lads prepare some congratulatory gifts to send over once you're done. Don't forget to let me know if you need anything." Li Xianyuan waved his sleeve and departed briskly, not allowing Lin Yongwang another chance to speak. He sensed that the Lin family was engaged in important matters and felt compelled to inform the younger generation that with the Lin family's re-emergence, cooperation would be essential, especially with significant events looming on the horizon that required preparation. That evening, all members of the Lin family completed their introductions, and the following morning, they, led by Lin Haifeng, set out to find Mo Xian. When officials beheld the sight of over 1,000 individuals clad in black suits, armed with various weapons, arriving in luxury vehicles, they were left speechless. General Li had not anticipated that the Lin family would strike with such overwhelming numbers. It was indeed a startling revelation, yet predominantly a source of joy. With so many onmyoji present, those among them were virtually trapped, which was undoubtedly the most gratifying outcome. He approached the leader, Lin Haifeng, to shake hands, expressing, "Thank you for your efforts." Lin Haifeng replied, "It's nothing, but do you know where Mo Xian is?" Upon his arrival, he had been searching for his nephew, and not seeing him, he inquired. Lin Tianyu, following closely behind, pointed upwards, saying, "Dad, he's over there. His white attire is quite conspicuous." Mo Xian then soared towards them, respectfully nodding to Lin Haifeng, "Uncle Lin, thank you for your hard work." "Not a bother at all." Lin Haifeng responded with a smile, "Lead me to assess the situation." Lin Tianyu observed his cousin being escorted by his father, murmuring his dissatisfaction before addressing those behind him. "You all spread out and encircle this village. No one is to escape." "Understood," the Lin family members affirmed, while the soldiers watched in envy as the Lin family members effortlessly took to the air, their admiration overwhelming. General Li cast a sidelong glance, admonishing, "Stay put and wipe that drool away. From now on, let it be sweat instead." Received. Meanwhile, in a room within Huatsuan, a group of elderly men had gathered. Among them, a man in a Zhongshan suit spoke with a fierce gaze. "Where did these people come from? How did they discover this place?" Another elder, bearing a scar on his brow, interjected, "It must be that man raising the little one-legged creature. He has drawn attention to our vicinity. Our village is now exposed. The village chief should devise a plan." The village chief, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Those cursed Lin family members, Why have they suddenly made such a grand appearance? They had been hiding. And just as we were on the brink of success, they emerge again. Infuriating. Should we initiate our plan early? Otherwise, if those people arrive, we stand no chance, especially with heavy weaponry at their disposal. They could raze this place to the ground. One elder suggested ominously. Then let us commence without delay. Sacrifices must be made, for we cannot afford any loss here. We must destroy that dragon vein and its fortune. Atop the mountain, Emo Xian pointed to the central house, declaring, "Uncle, that one." Just moments ago, over a dozen individuals entered, presumably to discuss countermeasures upon discovering the Lin family. Lin Haifeng nodded. "Do you think we should act now or later?" "Certainly later. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. This would be advantageous for the Lin family's resurgence," Emo Xian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Haifeng could not refute his words and laughed heartily. "Ha, you truly are perceptive. Come, let us go sit for a while and observe what the rats below are plotting." Soon, Emo Xian noticed reporters and media personnel arriving. Chun Hao was particularly enthusiastic as he set up his phone for a live broadcast, exclaiming, "Xuanzi, I am ready. It's been 4 years since we've been active. Today, let our fans witness what a grand battle looks like." Emo Xian nodded. "Yes, you and Susu will handle the live stream, ensuring the media captures all the necessary footage while also safeguarding their lives." Lily, who was trailing behind, asked, "What about us, big brother? What should we do?" They were buzzing with excitement, astonished by the multitude of people. The Lin family was soaring to new heights, with lavish cars and practicing on Myoji. Collaborating with such a family would surely evoke envy in their department. Emo Xian replied with a calm smile. "You all usually have busy schedules. Today, take a break. Help protect the media personnel when necessary, allowing more people to witness the true nature of those individuals." "All right, big brother, don't worry. I'll ensure no ordinary person is harmed." Lily cheerfully responded. The mere thought of appearing on screen thrilled her. Previously, they would hesitate to disclose their activities, but now they could proudly inform those who were merely spectators. They had always been safeguarding the populace from the shadows, and could be deemed heroes, facing dangers far greater than what others perceived. As dusk descended, the media became increasingly restless, anxious for action as they awaited developments. Given the prior promotional efforts, television stations were broadcasting live updates. Yet the lack of activity caused viewership ratings to plummet. Numerous calls had been made from the station, heightening their anxiety. Only the journalist, Qian, stared into the moonlit distance towards the mountaintop, aware that Emo Xian was surely present, and today would undoubtedly be more exhilarating than ever. After 4 long years, what surprises awaited him? Meanwhile, Chun Hao's live stream had not yet commenced, but viewers were already refreshing his page in anticipation, including the owner of Yunin, who was eager to witness the moment the broadcast began. Finally, under their collective anticipation, Chun Hao set up his phone, prepared the drone camera, and initiated today's live broadcast. The title read, "Live to Shatter the Little Cherry Blossoms Conspiracy." Lin family heroes re-emerge, thousands rally to assist. As this title appeared, viewers, unaware of the Lin family's identity yet sensing their formidable presence, began to flood the comments with inquiries. "Wow, wow, wow. What is that dark mass below? Is it an army?" To the viewer above, "Please remove it's clearly an army. Holy cow, I see tanks. Is the scene already this intense upon entry? Can someone clarify what it means that the Lin family has 1,000 people assisting?" At this moment, Chun Hao began his opening remarks. "Welcome back, dear viewers, to our live stream. It's been 4 years, and it's heartening to see that we are still remembered. Thank you immensely." Chapter 67. A tribute to all ancestors who sacrificed for Huaxia. The comments from viewers flooded in rapidly, all demanding answers. "Host, please skip the formalities and just give us the answers. I suspect you're being cryptic. If you lack evidence, please clarify immediately, or I shall kneel." "Ha ha ha, what a uniquely threatening request. But host, I'm already kneeling. Please reveal the answers." Chun Hao chuckled. "First, let us discuss the soldiers. They are led by General Li, comprised entirely of elite armed forces. General Li is a hero who once fought against the Little Cherry Blossom, deserving of our respect, and another crucial figure is the Lin family Dai in essence. The Lin family has historically served as our martial alliance leader for 5 centuries. Although they are a family, they have quietly protected ordinary citizens. 30 years ago, the Lin family suffered retaliation, thus opting to remain in hiding. They have now officially returned, also to combat these shameless beings who have dared to conjure a sinister summoning array on our territory. Upon hearing this, viewers felt a sense of disquiet. Although Qinhao did not explicitly state it, they began to form their interpretations. Does the host mean that the Lin family has always been on Myoji, safeguarding us for centuries? Qinhao nodded precisely. They are indeed an on-Myoji family, wielding significant influence, yet seldom revealing themselves to the public. So, host, their past retaliation was a result of their actions, which caused them to retreat for decades. Exactly, yet throughout these decades, even when their own families suffered losses, they remained hidden, dispersed across the nation, continuously eradicating evil forces. Today, they appear publicly only because of an official invitation, Qinhao answered with a cheerful demeanor. Pride radiating from his expression. His brother's family was truly remarkable. One could understand why someone like Emo Xian emerged from such a lineage. After addressing most inquiries, the viewers erupted in cheers. Beginning to promote the stream, sharing various clips alongside Qianhao's commentary, which garnered significant attention from official sources. At this moment, in the Chenghuang Temple, Wen Huang and Wu Huang hesitated while looking at their phones. Wen Huang, do you think we should lend assistance? If this summoning array involves malevolent spirits, we, as the Yin officials, have a responsibility. Indeed, summon all Yin officials. Aside from the regular patrols, everyone should head over to assist. Wen Huang stated as he stood, taking a few steps before turning back to remind, by the way, don't forget to inform the higher-ups. Understood. The two promptly split up to take action. Meanwhile, in Huatsuan, the group of over a dozen individuals convened everyone to discuss the current situation. Though elderly, they remained spry. The village chief spoke rapidly in Japanese, while Lin Tianyu mouthed to Emo Xian. What are they saying? Emo Xian typed a message to the group. They are discussing the need to summon their Yin soldiers and General Cat to raise Weiqing to the ground for the sake of the empire. This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, as everyone present, excluding the officials, was part of the chat, aimed at ensuring timely communication of critical information. On camera, Qinhao's expression soured as he glanced at his phone, prompting anxious viewers below. Host, don't just look at your phone. Show us what is happening. Please show us your phone. 10,000. Host, I urge you to be kind. If you don't reveal it soon, I might just sacrifice myself here. Qinhao exclaimed in frustration. It appears these individuals are indeed from the little cherry blossom. These vile beings wish to summon their deceased Yin soldiers to disrupt our Weiqing's dragon vein fortune. Outrageous. Goodness, don't hold me back. I want to fight demons today. How shameless can they be? Destroying the dragon vein on our territory? I'll pledge 1 million to the host for fighting expenses. To the bold, I may not have that much, but I'll wager all 3,000 I have. He who spends 3,000 may yet slay a ghost. It is imperative to first incur the expense for a month. Although we may not be able to confront the specters, it is inconceivable that we lack our own spectral soldiers. Money can indeed compel even the most malevolent spirits. Hurry and summon our ancestors, urging them to join in a grand battle once more. Upon reading this message, Qinhao's eyes brightened, and he swiftly texted Emo Xian. Xuanzi, can we bring the ancestors here? In response to the message, Emo Xian also noted the King of Hell's response and replied promptly to Qinhao, yes, but they need not make an appearance today. However, it would be beneficial for them to witness the descendants who once fought under their command. Even if they have perished, they shall remain forever on the soil of Huaxia, never to return to their homeland. It is good for the ancestors to find some joy in this. Subsequently, he messaged the King of Hell to explain the situation. Receiving a prompt reply, it is possible, but be mindful not to incite their wrath. Otherwise, they may transform into malevolent spirits. Their bloodlust is intense, and should they lose control, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, Uncle Yin, I merely wish to alleviate their fury. I want them to witness a time of peace and prosperity, to see that the present generation possesses the ability to defend itself. They need not linger on their obsessions, but can pursue new lives. As always, you are perceptive, Xianer. After the King of Hell's response, he accompanied Fan Wujiao and Xiebian to the Soul Village. Unlike other places, the inhabitants here had many beautiful houses and garments, yet they donned only the military uniforms from their past lives, wandering aimlessly. They appeared as lost souls, unable to find their way home. With a sigh, the King of Hell attempted to call out to them, but these phantoms seemed impervious to sound. Xiebian whispered, Your Majesty, Should we not let the messengers try? After all these years, none of us have been able to rouse them, or else they would not be left to their fate. After a moment's contemplation, the king of hell nodded and initiated a video call with Imo Xian. The moment Imo Xian returned to the mountaintop, he immediately answered, "Uncle Yin, what is it?" Yet, the next instant, he was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him. It was a moment filled with both reverence and sorrow. He had envisioned their lingering obsessions, but never anticipated the severity of their condition. Souls so unstable they refused to reincarnate. It was evident that they were devoid of awareness, merely puppets of their own obsessions, clad in tattered uniforms. Wandering in a daze while muttering phrases of battle, "Captain, the cherry blossoms are closing in. I will hold the rear. I will fight with you all." Their words were varied, yet one could sense the underlying danger. And their appearances, reminiscent of their last moments, stirred profound empathy. Chun Hao adjusted the camera to focus on the phone screen, intending to appease the online viewers curious about the King of Hell. Instead, he beheld the tragic visages of their ancestors, who, even in death, remembered their duty to repel their enemies. Among them were children no older than 10, dismembered and crawling along the ground, still clad in ill-fitting military garb. Some young women bore tattered clothing, their bodies marred by countless wounds, evidencing that the radiance of hope has scorched all the children of Huaxia watching the live broadcast. They feel heartache, reluctance, and admiration. If it were possible, I truly wish my life could allow them to experience a world where peace reigns, where their worries about sustenance are non-existent, so they might savor the joys of childhood. Instead of being confronted solely with the specter of war from the very beginning, as the narrative unfolded with eloquence, a tremor began to manifest below, prompting Ma Xuan to rise and move to the edge to investigate. An ominous chill emanated from below, while the surrounding earth quaked violently, causing everyone to assume a defensive posture. The ancestors immediately adopted a stance of readiness for battle. Ma Xuan softly stated, "Today, you shall rest. We shall fight. Let the ancestors experience the sensation of being protected. The future is formidable. There is no need for your concern." Laughter erupted among them. They stood firm, yet the fierce intent in their eyes remained unyielding. They understood that their presence today was a testament to everyone's expectations, a recognition of their collective efforts and sacrifices. The members of the Lin family remained vigilant, their gazes fixed upon the grand formation within, unwavering despite the surrounding chaos. Armed with magical artifacts, they were poised to strike at a moment's notice. The heavy artillery of the military was also fully prepared, aimed at Huaxuan. Unwilling to show, a tempest roared with fury. Blood splattered upon the ground, and dark clouds gradually enveloped the sky, casting a somber shadow over the blood-stained earth, where a pungent stench hung heavily in the air. The bodies of the fallen soldiers slowly formed a lengthy wall at the borders, emanating an astonishing aura. The righteous spirit of the warriors lingered even after death, and the last mark of the young lord guarding the dragon gate was struck, gradually coalescing the essence of justice that began to stir the winds and waves, transforming the borders into a hurricane of battle spirit. The vivid crimson blood above the frontier formed a glaring warning. Invaders, perish! A battle, fueled by the righteous spirit of the heroic souls, reached a stalemate. And henceforth, as long as this spirit remained, none dared to transgress. Yet, the remarkable youth's body turned to dust, forever vanished from the realm of existence. 5 centuries later, the Dragon Kingdom thrived in harmony, its citizens enjoying peace, and people continued to pay homage to the heroic souls from afar. Until deep into the night, beams of golden light manifested across the land of the Dragon Kingdom, and monstrous attacks erupted in various locales. A resounding voice echoed with the might to instill fear in all directions. "Go forth, defend every inch of the territory we have sworn to protect with our very flesh." The loyal souls converged into torrents, soaring like arrows unleashed from a bow, their shadows casting over every inhabited place. At this juncture, Yin Wangyi turned his gaze toward the white figure below and remarked, "That day, he arrived in the underworld clad in this very attire." Xie Baiyan, taken aback, inquired, "So the messenger is the great healer?" Indeed, he initially lacked a yin-yang body, which hindered him from fully harnessing the art of the great healer. Moreover, the heavenly laws were also deficient due to the invasion of demonic entities, and it was his fleeting soul that filled that void. thus enabling Xian'er to wield the power of the heavenly laws. Yin Wangyi paused for a moment after his explanation and continued. One could say that this land's survival is also attributed to him, and over the millennia, the heavenly power has become an integral part of him. As long as he is sufficiently powerful, he can summon it at will. He possesses the ability to resurrect the dead, to alter the very fabric of reality, and can offer far more to the world than merely thwarting evil. Previously, his mother, in her quest to fulfill his ultimate cultivation, willingly transformed herself into a corpse demon, using her own being as a medium despite her exceptional talents. His father, the once mighty Xinyuan emperor, now reduced to but a wisp of consciousness, ultimately turned back, and upon being found by his mother, willingly sacrificed himself to facilitate his rebirth. For this very purpose, we have prepared for centuries, merely awaiting this day. Even without all his memories, he remains the one who once fought for others with his very being. Look yonder, that is his mother, as Yin Wangyi spoke. He pointed toward a distant mountaintop, where a woman clad in white stood alongside an elderly man in a jacket. The woman, with her long hair like ink and a graceful figure, remained too far for her features to be discerned. Meanwhile, below, Emo Xian listened intently to Yin Wangye's words, pondering whether this implied something significant was at hand. Where did those past demons originate? Would they truly not resurface? Was Yin Shu's mention of these matters because the time had come, or was another crisis lurking on the horizon? He gazed again at the woman in white. Was that truly his mother? Just as he prepared to soar toward her, the ground trembled once more, and the elder before him bellowed with fury. You again? How are you still alive? The hatred in his eyes resembled that of a sworn enemy from the past. Emo Xian momentarily froze, then furrowed his brow and asked, Were the previous demons summoned by you? If not, this man would not have reacted so vehemently. The only explanation is that when Huaxia was still known as the Dragon Kingdom, it was this individual who caused the chaos. The elder erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! I thought I would have to continue my search. I merely suspected before, but now that I am certain it is you, prepare to pay with your life. With those words, a wave of dark energy surged from him, converting into a thick, inky black mist that enveloped him entirely. Mo Xian swiftly cast Qin Hao and Lu Susu aside. Leave? It's dangerous. The malevolent spirits previously summoned began transforming into blackened demons upon contact with the dark mist. Mo Yin, witnessing her son encircled, wished to assist him, but was restrained by Mo Tianming. You must have faith in him. After all these years, you have watched him grow. This is merely the beginning. Grant him the space to develop. Today's events were planned in advance. We cannot act impulsively at this moment. Yin Wangyi also soared to her side to advise. Indeed? Let Xian'er handle this himself. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would destabilize his mindset, and if he were to fall into madness, it would be troublesome. Should he emerge victorious, humanity could unite against the impending calamity. If not, we may all be left to await our demise. Ultimately, Mo Yin had no choice but to relent, while Lin Yao, watching the live stream, was captivated by the sight of his beloved. Without uttering a word, he turned and leapt from the second-floor balcony, racing toward Huatsuan. The streets were devoid of vehicles. In fact, everyone sought refuge, captivated by the live broadcast. Yet, those intently watching felt a sudden gust of wind rush by. And when they turned, their phones were whisked away. Some were even spun around by the fierce wind before coming to a halt, bewildered, asking those nearby, Did something just pass by? The other bystanders, picking up their phones, responded one after another. It seems like it. Could it be that a ghost is running this way? Hurry, we shouldn't be out here watching the live stream. Let us return home and hide. It's too terrifying. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily fled toward their homes, fearful of being pursued by a ghost. Yet, the broadcast continued uninterrupted. By the time Lin Yao arrived, Mo Xian was already engaged in a fierce battle with the demonized elder above. While the Lin family clashed with the demons below, dust and debris filled the air, forcing Lin Yao to shield his eyes to glimpse the figure he longed for on the mountain. With a powerful push, he sprinted toward that direction. Chapter 71 You shall perish. Mo Xian attempted repeatedly to inflict serious damage, but could only strike the black, demonic energy time and again, his mind racing to comprehend the nature of the demon. The turmoil of unease, anger, greed, and other afflictions within humanity could all be termed as demons, and when too many converge, they manifest in their current form. This was the genesis of demonic energy among all living beings, allowing it to influence even the already malevolent spirits. This caused the negativity and greed residing within these spirits to spread, leading to their current demonic descent. If Imo could eradicate the source formed by the elder, then the spirits below would pose no threat. However, Imo priority was to safeguard the lives of the people of Weicheng. So he focused not on attacking but on evasion, quietly setting up a formation to contain the demonic energy, ensuring no leakage that could pose future peril. As Longhu Mountain witnessed the monsters appear during the live broadcast. They swiftly gathered, and even the nearby Yinyang masters of Weicheng were taken aback. Yet, having previously fought alongside Imo during the night parade of 100 ghosts, they instinctively followed the live stream to Huatsuan's vicinity. Under the leadership of the Zhang brothers, they began deploying defenses in the area, standing resolutely before the soldiers. The soldiers, momentarily bewildered, found themselves protected by the very people they had always safeguarded. This experience fostered a profound sense of unity, illustrating the bond of kinship between the military and the people. The demonic energy relentlessly pursued Imo yet it could never fully encompass him. After an hour of futile chasing, the elder's frustration boiled over. "You insolent child! Is fleeing all you can do?" As Imo landed and dodged, he dropped a jade pendant at his feet, marking a crucial point for the formation, then turned back with a wicked grin. The viewers of the live stream, initially tense and speechless, found themselves relaxing upon witnessing his smile. The first comments began flooding in. "I knew it, the messenger is just walking the dog. Haha. That's a relief. I nearly crushed my phone in fear. Thankfully, I had a backup. Hey, are you into fitness? Your strength is incredible. I only managed to crush a toy, and you shattered a phone. Whoa. That has some explosive info. I want to see it, but I don't want to miss the messenger's battle. Yes, quickly put that away and show us next time. We want to watch the messenger fight now. If possible, I'd love for the messenger to let me use it. Haha. Everyone, keep watching the fight. Don't focus on my toy." Laughter erupted, and all tension seemed to dissipate with Imo smile. Similarly, Lin Yongwang and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. If he struggled against mere demons, the challenges ahead would likely be even more formidable. A colossal calamity awaited them. And thus Imo could not afford any missteps. The words of Yan Wangyi left Lin Yongwang and the others astonished, and watching Imo filled them with immense pride. After pausing, Imo swiftly performed hand seals. The heavens as a canopy, the earth as a lock, confine this demon. All things are cleared by me. The world is my prison. Enclose. As his words fell, a miraculous series of transparent light columns began to emanate upward from the ground surrounding Huatsuan, rapidly expanding, intertwining and connecting, ultimately forming a golden net-like dome. Any demons pursuing the Lin family that came into contact with it screamed in agony, as if scorched, invigorating the Lin family with newfound spirit. For they remained unharmed while the demons writhed as if burnt to a crisp. Lin Tianyu let out a fierce shout, "Press these repulsive creatures down and rub them." "Good," the members of the Lin family responded. And those who were previously evading now eagerly reached out to pull the magical beings closer, pressing them against the barrier and rubbing them as if washing clothes. Lin Tianyu selected a song on his phone and began to sing, "Rub, Rub, the Devil's Step." The Lin family members joined in harmony as they grasped and rubbed. "Rub, rub, on this smooth ground, under the moonlight. I see my own shadow, sometimes far, sometimes near, feeling a force driving my steps. With roller skates, I'm not afraid of the dark. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step at a time like claws, like the devil's step. Rub, rub. I keep the beat for myself. This is a beautiful moment in my life. I want to complete my favorite dance." The online viewers were thoroughly entertained, unable to refrain from singing along. The barrage of comments moving so fast that the specific content was nearly illegible, requiring pauses to decipher each statement. "Ha ha ha, that singing young man is so amusing. Damn, I can't believe I'm envious of them rubbing the magical creatures. I want to try it too." To the one above, "We want to as well. It seems a bit like when I grind soy milk." "Brother, what you're talking about isn't grinding soy milk. You clearly mean an old cow rubbing." "What the hell? Old cow rubbing?" At such a solemn moment, Can't you say something healthier? Although I enjoy it too, we must remain calm and not be too obvious. Aren't you all bothered by thinking of that while facing the magical beings? Unlike us girls, we only admire the beauty of the messenger through our phones. Ha 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 ha, don't make a fuss. If foreigners see us, they'll think we're not serious about fighting demons. Can't you all be less eager? To the gentlemen above, we foreigners find that your unserious way of battling demons is the most impactful. We've always said that the East holds mysterious power, yet you all claimed otherwise. We're also mesmerized, no joke? Indeed, the mysterious power of the East is truly terrifying. I must share this to prevent people from offending you in the future. If the messenger comes forth, we would be doomed. Ha ha ha, now you know our strength, right? You see that we have extraordinary talents, right? Understood, understood. From now on, everyone should tread carefully in Huaxia. Don't provoke trouble, or don't say we outsiders lack unity. After all, we can't compete with them. The viewers were thrilled, while the elder was also caught up in the excitement, primarily due to the loud shouts, for he did not expect that Emo Xian was actually setting up a formation. These magical beings were being controlled, their demonic energy dissipating, while all around was filled with positive energy, causing his demonic energy to be consumed without replenishment, and Emo Xian, like an eel, darted about swiftly. He couldn't catch him, which only fueled his anger, and every time he targeted a member of the Lin family, Emo Xian would strike from behind, inflicting considerable pain. The well-dressed individuals singing and rubbing the magical beings even turned to shake their backs at him, spitting in his direction. Having never endured such humiliation, now under the gaze of the entire nation, being ridiculed and drained, this indignation was unbearable. On Emo Xian, I will kill you, he roared, and with that, his demonic energy surged once more. He charged towards many of the Lin family members, including Lin Tianyu, who was still joyfully battling the demons. Watch out! Emo Xian shouted as he flew in that direction, but he was still a bit far away to reach immediately. Chapter 72. The barrage explodes. Lin Tianyu sensed the dangerous aura behind him and quickly pressed the formation that Emo Xian had given him onto the ground, kicking it out forcefully. Go to hell. He yelled, You think you can sneak attack me? The crowd fell silent. Emo Xian was momentarily stunned. Lu Susu and Chen Hao, who were poised to strike, exchanged glances and smiled wryly. See, that's Xuanzi's third brother. He's no pushover. With him around, this battlefield is much more lively. The demonic energy was kicked away by that formation, flying straight towards Emo Xian. He raised his hand and slapped it away. You still want to sneak attack? Do you think I would let you? The elder's demonic energy was significantly disrupted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the formation on Lin Tianyu in disbelief. You actually managed to create such a formation at this moment? Emo Xian shrugged. Looks like you didn't guess it. I didn't either, but you'll get to see well before you die. With that, Emo Xian raised his foot to kick again, but the elder rolled on the ground to evade, and the two began another round of close combat. The barrage surged wildly. Aw, the messenger is so handsome. Don't hold me back. I want to contribute to the nation and have children with the messenger. To the one above, please queue up behind. I'm older, so I should go first. First come, first served. Ladies, we can also help make babies. Why don't you take a look at these men? Yes, look at those in suits. They are so handsome. By the way, what is their surname? Lin family. We are the Lin family of Weicheng, an incredibly powerful clan. No one here should compete with me. I must kneel and worship all those brothers and sisters who rub the fierce ghosts. Have you all forgotten something very important? No one is tipping. Yes, everyone, start showering gifts. We can't let the streamer work for free in this dangerous situation. Let us go. With the barrage, a flurry of special effects began to float up. The King of Hell, who had been connected to the stream, instinctively shouted, Thank you to my family for the donations. How mighty and imposing! This left the live stream audience dumbfounded, with Chen Hao stopping to rub his ears, thinking he had misheard. The scene shifted from fighting to everyone gazing towards the direction of the King of Hell. Making him feel a bit awkward, he coughed into his fist. I've watched too many streams and said that out of habit. You all continue. I shall take my leave first. After saying that, he disconnected, and Chen Hao was the first to burst into laughter. Ha ha, Emo Xian, your Uncle Yin is so amusing. Emo Xian glanced back during the fight. Uncle Yin is just fashionable, keeping up with the times. The martial emperor and literary emperor laughed, hesitant to speak. leading the ghostly figures into the fray. It was indeed a prime opportunity to enhance their cultivation. However, upon reaching the edge of the formation, they hesitated, fearing that even a slight touch might lead to the same grim fate as the demons being rubbed. Chen Hao flew over, one hand holding a phone, the other quickly forming seals, muttering incantations and drawing 3 lines at the edge of the formation. Following his drawn lines, the formation seemed to open a door, allowing the ghostly envoys to enter swiftly. Standing beside the King of Hell, Xiebian and Fan Wujiu were eager to join in, as this was a rare opportunity for them as well. The King of Hell waved his hand. Go ahead, feel free to create. These little cherry blossoms are not worthy of retaining their souls. As you command. Black and white impermanence responded before flying in. Previously, the live stream may not have captured it, but now, as they entered the formation, all the ghostly envoys, along with black and white impermanence, appeared unabashedly before the live stream camera. The barrage exploded. Whoa! Black and white impermanence, city god. So many ghostly envoys. Are these all the ones captured in Weiqing? So there have always been some around us? A bit scary but also a little exciting. Everyone, tip more so that the ghostly envoys don't leave empty-handed. Streamer, will you help us buy paper money for the ghostly envoys? Streamer, please express our gratitude on our behalf. Chen Hao, seeing the barrage messages, nodded. You can rest assured about this. Even if you don't say it, Xuanzi won't let them work for free. Black and white impermanence cupped their hands beside Chen Hao. Then we trouble you, young master. Not a trouble at all. Chen Hao waved dismissively. In truth, he was unaware that black and white impermanence were genuinely delighted to receive it. They had been thinking about the ritual money they saw last time. However, they had never had the chance to ask Mo Xian for it and did not dare to snatch it. Now that they received such assurance from Chen Hao, they fought even harder against the demons. This time, everyone behaved a bit more refined. At least it was not the bloodthirsty scene Chen Hao had witnessed before, where they would directly consume, no matter how the elder attacked. He could not harm Mo Xian, who was always looking for an opportunity to escape. Yet there were always people around, especially the King of Hell and that woman above, which made him somewhat apprehensive. As time wore on, although Mo Xian could not severely injure him, he could gradually wear him down, while the elder's magical energy seemed inexhaustible. If this demon knew that Mo Xian had once treated Lin Yao, consuming an entire week without pause, he would surely be enraged to the point of vomiting blood. He was still trying to exhaust Mo Xian, hoping to eliminate the threat outside and secure his escape. But everyone regarded him as a clown. Lin Yao stood silently behind Mo Yuyan, watching intently without uttering a word, his hands clenched into tight fists. He dared not step forward or call out, fearing it was merely an illusion. The sight of her before him, in this moment, was a scene he had envisioned countless times throughout his 30 years of illness, but each time he reached out, it dissolved into nothingness. For those 30 years, he had sustained himself on a single belief: the hope of seeing his child grow up, the hope of reuniting with the woman he longed for day and night. Yet in this moment, she stood right before him, and he was too afraid to approach. Mo Yuyan had been closely monitoring Mo Xian's situation and felt a familiar aura drawing near, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. Yet she dared not turn back. Yama and Mo Tianming exchanged a glance, slowly retreating to provide them with space. The plight of these 2 children was profound. Their reunion was indeed a rare blessing. Perhaps in the heart of Mo Yuyan, Lin Yao had long ceased to exist. When she beheld Yama, she dared not inquire, fearful of receiving grim tidings. Lin Yao parted his lips several times before finally hoarsely calling out, Yuyan? I'm here, Mo Yuyan replied, biting her lip as she turned, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, upon confirming that this was not an illusion, both broke into smiles, standing there, gazing into each other's eyes, in the distance. Yama raised an eyebrow and gestured casually, using his powers to propel Mo Yuyan towards Lin Yao. As she flew toward him, Lin Yao swiftly opened his arms, rushing forward to embrace her. This poignant scene was captured by a drone, moving the viewers in the live stream to tears. Wow, what divine love is this? I believe in true love once more. How wonderful, lovers finally united. Yet the messenger's mother seems so young. Could it be due to an early demise? Iwuwu, I'm crying. Chapter 73. The messenger asks for mercy. Mo Xian found himself somewhat distracted by this, deeply concerned for his parents' reunion. Amidst his emotional turmoil, he also wished to swiftly deal with the opponent before him. However, the adversary had transformed into mist, limiting the damage he could inflict and making it difficult to pinpoint his true form. Xian dodged the attacking vapor once more and decided to unleash his purple aura. As the purple energy erupted, the incoming waves of demonic energy recoiled as if scorched. The old man reverted to his original form, standing amidst the ruins, incredulous as he stared at Xian. How can this be? You've actually cultivated the purple aura. How is that possible? You never had it before. You speak of the past, but I am now a yin-yang body. Do you think I remain the same as before? As Xian spoke, his hands swiftly flipped, and the purple light around him surged, incinerating the nearby malevolent spirits. As he consumed more energy, the old man's demonic aura began to waver, leading Xian to strike twice but miss. He then turned to confront the guarding fiends. With each attack Xian unleashed, a multitude of fiends fell, causing panic among the Yin officials and city guardians. If this continued, they would have nothing left to absorb. Each one hastened their attacks and absorption rates, with the black and white impermanences disregarding their dignity, voraciously consuming. Yama could only facepalm at this behavior. They were never starved, so why did they resemble famished spirits in front of the live stream? The viewers were baffled. What is going on? It feels like they're fighting over food. You're not the only one who thinks so. I feel the same. It seems they're using these demons to enhance their cultivation, and the messenger is growing anxious. Ha ha ha, this little cherry blossom is probably seething. After decades of planning, it turns out to be the sustenance for our Yin officials. Delightful. Truly delightful. Look, the ancestors are smiling. As this barrage of comments filled the screen, Chunhao maneuvered the drone's camera towards the mountaintop where the ancestors stood. They wore smiles as they observed the fiends being dispatched. They gazed at the rows of luxury cars below, at the soldiers standing firm, and at the weapons in their hands, all while generally explained the future to them. Their faces radiated longing, joy, contentment, and curiosity, yet there was no bitterness for their sacrifices. They laughed with such joy, filled with the wonder of children discovering a new world. Their questions flowed like those of a child exploring a city for the first time. Marveling at the weapons, they mused that had such armaments existed in their time, perhaps many comrades would not have perished. All their efforts were now vindicated. Xian witnessed this scene as he moved through the formation, leaving devastation in his wake. Wherever he passed, demonic beings disintegrated into ash. The purple light surrounding him intensified, preventing any demons from approaching. Those attempting to flee found themselves ensnared by the formation, imbued with the power of the heavenly path, rendering escape impossible. Ultimately, Xian arrived behind the old man, enveloping him in purple light without immediately striking, instead inquiring, "Speak. Who is behind you? What are your intentions?" The old man, realizing there was no escape, reverted to his original form and disdainfully smiled at Xian. "Even if you manage to eliminate us today, it will only be temporary. Do you believe you can contend with the demon clan now? Do you think the world consists solely of spirits and demons? Everything you buried is reassembling, and I am but the lowest of them. It is merely my ill fortune that you discovered me early. What makes you think you will be so fortunate next time? Do you think the formations the Lin family has destroyed over the years hold any significance? They are mere illusions. Once the time is right, you shall all perish." His words stirred unrest among the viewers. What should we do? Is he implying that an even greater evil is awakening? Why does it feel like he is suggesting there is more than just the demons? Once, the spirits and demons allied against the Dragon Kingdom. Was their goal merely the Dragon Vein? I feel as if the world is perilous. It's not just a feeling. It has always been dangerous. Look at how many are trudging through darkness, bearing burdens for our present lives. Indeed, without this live stream, we might never have realized how many are protecting us from the shadows. Thank goodness we knew of the soldiers before. Now we have yin-yang masters. They are truly formidable. While soldiers may lack those abilities, they are nonetheless heroic. All guardians are great. They shield us from danger with their own bodies, so we must think twice before doing wrong. Yes, eradicate evil, eliminate crime. We must root out all malevolent forces. I believe there are many places like Huatsuan. Let us brainstorm. Perhaps we can provide the messenger with information. Upon witnessing these comments, Commander Mu shared the same thought as Lin Yongwang. immediately instructing his team to search the comments for any suspicious details, fearing they might overlook something significant. Meanwhile, Xian ceased his idle chatter. As it was clear the opponent would reveal no more, he swiftly used the purple aura to reduce the old man to ashes. Yet, the elder continued to laugh maniacally, proclaiming that someone would avenge him. Asserting that Xian would surely perish, and that all plans had been hastened, his abilities far too insufficient to quell the ensuing chaos. This incited a wave of panic. If even the messenger could not manage the situation, what hope was there? After dealing with the source, Xian found the remaining demons reverting to their fiendish forms and managed to capture 3 individuals who were not demons. Take them to General Li for interrogation. He instructed Chen Hao, before soaring towards the mountaintop to at this moment. Yuyan and Lin Yao had finished their reunion and rushed forward to greet Xian. Yuyan inspected him closely, relieved to find no injuries, before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Ever since their separation, she had yearned for the moment she could hold her son once more, when the villagers and her father had taken him away. The desire to hold him again had been overwhelming, yet the heavy energy surrounding her had jeopardized his cultivation potential. Thus, she had endured the pain, fearing it would frighten the villagers, watching helplessly as he was taken away. No one could fathom the anguish that had bled within her heart, remaining vigilantly close to him thereafter. Witnessing his vulnerable tears as he called out for his mother felt like a blade slicing through her soul. Leaving her heart bleeding now, finally embracing him, she could feel her son's warmth and stand proudly by his side. No longer hidden in the shadows, powerless to act, Lin Yao stepped forward to embrace both of them, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, though his lips bore a smile. This was the reunion of their family, the culmination of decades of waiting, and the moment when all their painful separations would come to an end. After a brief exchange of heartfelt words, Xian stepped back, smiling as he said, "Mom, could you wait for me a moment longer? I still have tasks to complete, but of course, go ahead. Your mother will always be behind you." She replied tenderly, helping him adjust his long hair, her eyes filled with warmth. Xian smiled back, turning to approach the ancestors. The comments section erupted with excitement. Ah, could the messenger be planning to guide the ancestors to the afterlife? Please, messenger, let the ancestors witness the future world. I beg you. Have mercy, messenger. Allow the ancestors to see the flourishing world. Chapter 74. Unparalleled. Xian approached the ancestors and bowed deeply before them. Chen Hao quickly interjected, "Xuanzi, everyone hopes the ancestors can see the prosperous world. They sacrificed to protect the homeland, and after all these years, they still linger. We must let them leave with regrets. This requires consultation with Uncle Yin, as it would break the rules. We, the living, can only seek permission and cannot unilaterally decide matters of the underworld." Xian naturally shared this sentiment, understanding the need to respect Yama's duties. Xianer, who would harm the living? They would not do such a thing. Let them see. I shall grant 7 days at that time. The gates of the underworld shall reopen, and you may bring them forth. Yama said with a smile before turning and leading the Yin officials back into the gates of the underworld, disappearing from sight. As dawn approached, Xian looked at the camera and asked, "If the ancestors were to appear before you, would you be afraid?" The comments flooded in instantly. "Not afraid. I would bring out the best food to entertain them. Messenger, how could we be afraid? We would be in awe." "Indeed, messenger. If there is anything you need us to do, just say the word. I invite the ancestors to my home. I will await them at the door." As I watched the barrage of comments float by, each one expressing profound respect and gratitude towards our ancestors, Xian smiled and said, "Very well, then draw your blackout curtains and prepare your delicacies. Soon, our ancestors will come to experience this, and I trust you will host them well. Do not let any delays occur, and extend my regards to your families." "All right, our whole family is watching. My mother has gone to the kitchen to prepare food." Came one response, "I'm heading out to buy groceries right now. I'll have my father wait at home. Why curtains are quite effective at blocking light. I even took the rooster outside and tied its beak." Another chimed in, "My family's black dog is already locked in a cage. Ancestors, please come quickly. I've just ordered a grand feast." Another excitedly declared, "I have premium incense here. All ancestors are welcome to my place." The enthusiasm of each comment was palpable, and the ancestors watched with curious smiles, their eyes glistening with emotion. Yet, As spirits, they could shed no tears, but their hearts were warmed by the moment. Mo Xian then turned to them and said, "Go now. I will wait for you here in a week. Do not linger in the mortal realm." "Very well, your kindness is appreciated." The leader of the group responded with a salute, and soon they flew off in various directions. Eager to witness the splendor of this world, to see if the future generations were indeed well-fed and clothed, and to ascertain whether their sacrifices had not been in vain. This was the world they had longed to see, and now, being able to witness its continuation felt like an immense blessing, as if they were partaking in a dream. From dawn onwards, various schools announced that they would hold classes at night, allowing the ancestors to experience the joy of education. By day, children attended school, while at night, classes were held for the ancestors, sharing stories from ancient times to the present, imparting knowledge, and teaching them to write their names. Meanwhile, families prepared copious amounts of food every day, ensuring the ancestors could dine well during these 7 days. Incense was sold at wholesale prices to ensure that regardless of where the ancestors found themselves, they would have offerings to absorb. Back at Mo Xian's side, Mo Yuyin pointed a sword imbued with memories at his brow, and a radiant glow enveloped him. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, causing him excruciating pain, and he sat cross-legged to absorb the knowledge. Qian Hao, Lu Susu, and Lin Yao anxiously awaited his awakening, which finally came on the third day. That moment, Mo Xian exuded an air of authority, his every movement radiating an aura of nobility. Qian Hao circled around him, exclaiming, "Wow, Xuanzi, you look just like a high-end emperor from the television. So imposing that I feel utterly uncouth by comparison." "Is it possible you were always uncouth?" Mo Xian replied with a chuckle. "All right, Xuanzi, maybe you should refrain from speaking. Your words tarnish my impression of you." Qian Hao pouted. "After all these years, you've started to change." Lu Susu stifled a laugh. While Mo Yuyin and Lin Yao exchanged amused glances, Mo Tianming, sipping his drink, remarked, "You brat, after all these years, you don't even bow your head to show some respect." Upon hearing this, Mo Xian approached and genuinely knelt down. Preparing to bow, Mo Tianming quickly set down his cup and pulled him up, saying, "Don't kneel. You've made it this far. Don't let a bow send you off to the afterlife. That would be terribly unjust." "Just seeing you happy is enough," Mo Xian said, pouring him a full cup of wine before filling his own. "Grandfather, you've worked hard all these years. I toast to you." "Cheers," Mo Tianming replied, beaming as they clinked their cups together. After Mo Xian finished his drink, his phone rang, and he swiped the screen to answer. "What's the matter, Uncle June?" "We've been interrogating for days and have gathered limited information. It appears they have numerous hideouts, much like the one in Flower Village, but they are very well concealed. Currently, we've identified nearly 3,000 suspicious locations nationwide. Though these are merely leads and not confirmations," Mo Xian nodded. "Understood. We will verify each lead in due course." "Thank you for your hard work. You're still so polite. We should be thanking you for handling such a significant problem. A special department will coordinate with you moving forward, so if anything arises, just let us know. The special department is currently under my temporary management to facilitate your actions as much as possible." Commander Mu spoke with a newfound vigor, exuding a sense of triumph. "All right then, Uncle June, thank you for your efforts. We will commence operations in 7 days. I may have some matters to attend to in the meantime." After hanging up, they exchanged a few words, and Mo Xian began to assess Mo Yuyin's condition, his gaze growing peculiar. This was exceptionally good news for him, prompting Qian Hao to ask, "Xuanzi, you look so pleased. Share with us what you see in Auntie's condition." Lin Yao anxiously awaited an answer. And even Mo Tianming, who had been pretending not to worry, was now fixated on him. Qian Hao's parents were oblivious to the significance and simply accompanied them, under the scrutiny of everyone. Mo Yuyin feigned nonchalance and said, "Xianer, speak your mind. Your mother can take it." "Mom, you're truly remarkable," Mo Xian said. Mo Yuyin reproached him. "You cheeky child. Even at this moment, you're trying to flatter me? Just tell me what you've discovered. Don't feel burdened. I can accept anything. Indeed, Xianer, do tell that there's something wrong with your mother's health?" Lin Yao inquired anxiously. Mo Xian nodded. "Not just wrong. It's extraordinarily unusual, truly one of a kind." "What does that mean?" Mo Yuyin furrowed her brow, having sensed something amiss in her health but finding no answers in her investigations. Chapter 75. What the? Invincible? Imo Xian helped her sit down before saying, "Mom, don't worry. This is actually a good thing." He then looked towards Lin Yao and Imo Tianming. "Dad, grandfather, please sit. I'll explain everything slowly." Once everyone was seated, Imo Xian began, "Mom, your body is showing signs of evolving towards that of an immortal being." "What?" Lin Yao and Imo Tianming stood up, excitement coursing through them as they stared at him in disbelief. Imo Yin was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. She was a woman who had already passed away. Her spirit persisted due to her cultivation, the ley lines, and the sacrifices of her companions, which allowed her to bear Imo Xian with Lin Yao. But now, being told she was becoming an immortal? Did that mean it? As this thought crossed her mind, she looked at Imo Xian, who nodded in affirmation, and a smile broke across her face as she tightly grasped Lin Yao's hand. Mo Tianming laughed heartily. "Ha, Yin Yin, you've turned misfortune into fortune. This is wonderful news." The group laughed joyfully, while Lu Susu and Qian Hao stood by, utterly bewildered. They had heard many things but had never encountered the concept of an immortal being. Imo Xian explained, "Haozi, an immortal being is exactly what the name implies, someone who lives forever." This left Qian Hao even more perplexed. He pointed between Imo Yin and Imo Xian, his words trapped in his throat. Unable to express his thoughts for fear of offending her, Imo Yin smiled and asked, "Are you trying to say that I've died? So how can I be neither living nor dead?" "Yes, but Auntie, I mean no offense. Please don't be upset," Qian Hao replied, anxious not to upset her. Imo Xian chuckled. "To die and then rise again. That's what my mother embodies, despite her transformation into a corpse. She has never consumed human blood due to her cultivation. Another reason is that they stayed in the realm of yin and yang to ensure my formation. Plus, I am a being of both yin and yang, which allowed for a balance while I was in my mother's womb. My mother carried me for many years, and along with the ley lines, she consistently consumed chicken blood and dog blood, which are both yang in nature. Her magical essence maintained the vitality of her cells, and combined with my father's pure energy and the ley lines, along with my presence, she has accumulated a wealth of human energy over the years. Moreover, since my mother's name was not inscribed in the underworld, in accordance with the laws of existence, she is considered a living person under the protection of the heavenly way. As time passed, the phenomenon of the immortal beings emerged. All elements, timing, location, and human factors, were indispensable. If one could master the art of becoming an immortal being, then Mother would truly be a living person. At that point, even the need for invigorating substances would become obsolete, allowing her to live just like any ordinary individual. The only difference between her and us would be her body's invulnerability to blades and bullets, even more resilient than that of a zombie, rendering her defenses unparalleled. Moreover, due to her previous cultivation coupled with years spent as a corpse spirit utilizing the techniques of yin and yang, her abilities surpassed those of conventional yin-yang masters significantly. This could explain why that demon was cautious around her during our battle. I had wondered why it seemed more wary of her than of Uncle Yin. It appears that Mother was completely immune to demons, existing in this world, yet devoid of the malevolent thoughts characteristic of mortals, making her impervious to demonic intrusion, while still being susceptible to magical harm, which in turn instilled greater fear in the demon. Qian Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "So, in the presence of demons, Auntie is in an invincible state. Indeed, at least against ordinary demons, my mother can easily prevail." Imo Xian replied with pride. Qian Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Auntie is incredible. Can you lend me a leg to hang on to?" Wang Shufan slapped his head lightly. "You rascal, watch your manners. Look at how dignified your aunt is. And here you are babbling nonsense. It's fine. The child is quite adorable. His liveliness puts me at ease while he is with Xianer. Otherwise, he tends to be too quiet." Imo Yin smiled as she reassured. Wang Shufan chuckled. "Your sister has such a good temperament. My son is almost spoiled by you all. He one tea turned bad. With him around, it's livelier. Auntie, please don't scold him, or I'll lose your affection. And then he'll come after me," Imo Xian teased from the side. Lin Yao grasped his wife's hand, feeling a flicker of warmth, and turned to his son. "Is there a way to expedite the process of becoming an immortal being?" Previously, he had no knowledge of this due to a lack of information in that regard, but the memories imparted by the King of Hell allowed Imo Xian to understand far more than anyone else. Imo Xian nodded. "Yes, this requires Mother to stay by my side. I will use purple energy to replenish her yang. And then when we disrupt those places, we will absorb yin energy to balance the yin and yang. ILL also set up a formation around mother, going out won't pose any issues. However, this formation might be somewhat challenging, and I currently lack confidence. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Lin Yao and Mo Tianming exclaimed in unison, rising to each take one of his arms and usher him towards the study. Chun Hao laughed, haha, Xuanzi, I feel like you're just an accessory to Andy. Dante, run off, you little rascal. Come in and help. Mo Xian decided to drag the mischievous fellow along. Only when the door was shut did Chun Hao protest, I haven't eaten yet. It's fine once you're done. Mother will make you something to eat. Be sure to help Xian well, and don't slack off. Wang Shufan's voice came from outside the door. This made Mo Xian chuckle, proudly declaring, it seems some people are also my accessories, haha. Xuanzi, dogs may not be human, but you truly are a dog. 3 days swiftly passed, and the two remained sequestered in the study, continuously refining the formation. Lin Yao and the others waited in the living room daily, while Mo Yuyan anxiously remarked, Yao, let us not rush too much. What if we push Xian'er to the brink of madness? Just as her words fell, a piercing scream erupted from the study. Chapter 76. The blessing of virtue descends. Benefiting oneself, Lin Yao could not concern himself with anything else and hurriedly pushed open the study door. He stood at the threshold, motionless, as the others rushed forward to peer inside. Chun Hao was entirely enveloped in darkness, with black smoke billowing from his head, while Mo Xian stood at a distance. Wearing a look of disdain, O Yuyan quickly entered and inquired, Son, what happened? He wanted to test the power, so he got burned a bit. It's not a big deal, Mo Xian replied, amusement evident in his tone. Chun Hao erupted in indignation. Xuanzi, didn't you say it was just a little bit of power? This is a billion little bits. This truly is just a little bit. If you don't believe me, why not try out the full power? Xuanzi, today I'm going all out against you. I have to make your parents not recognize you and reclaim my stylish hairstyle, Chun Hao declared as he lunged towards Mo Xian. Seeing this, Mo Xian merely sidestepped slightly to evade him. Wang Shufan, who had initially been worried, now watched her son's exuberance and promptly held back the advancing Mo Yuyan, saying, Sister, look at him bouncing about happily. He should be fine. Let us step outside. All right, Mo Yuyan responded with a smile. The two women then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare delectable dishes, all of which were favorites of Mo Xian and Chun Hao. When they finished washing up and emerged, they were greeted by a table full of sumptuous food, and the two happily took their seats. Mo Xian retrieved the formation and handed it to Mo Yuyan. Mom, carry this with you. Tomorrow, we'll send off our ancestors and then head to those places. This formation will assist you in absorption. Okay, Mo Yuyan replied gently, placing the jade pendant close to her. Lin Yao quickly offered his wife a piece of braised pork. Here, Yuyan, give this a try. Yao. I may not be able to eat yet. Mo Yuyan shook her head helplessly. She was not yet a complete immortal being and could not eat like an ordinary person. Mo Xian saw the flicker of pain and melancholy in his father's eyes and spoke up, Mom, just give it a taste. It won't harm you. Although you're still a bit away from being a true immortal, you should be able to eat this. All right, Mo Yuyan said, and under the watchful gazes of everyone, she placed the braised pork into her mouth. She had long forgotten what it tasted like, and even cooking required someone to taste for seasoning. It's delicious. It seems this formation will indeed be very beneficial for me. You've worked hard, son. Mo Yuyan smiled. Mo Xian cheerfully replied, That's great. I'll finish up my tasks quickly, and then you can start your training sooner. Mo Yuyan joyfully savored the food, feeling a sense of fulfillment and happiness at being able to taste deliciousness again after so many years. That evening, Lin Yao took his wife out shopping at the mall, and Chun Hao accompanied his family as well, leaving only Mo Xian and Mo Tianming at home, staring at each other. Grandfather, stop staring at me like that. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. Mo Tianming said apologetically. No, I just feel you've worked hard these years. If only I were more capable. You wouldn't have to suffer so much, he replied. I understand that both you and mother left for my sake. And having this belief over the years, knowing you've been concerned, I don't feel it's been hard at all. In fact, I find it quite fortunate, though it's been a bit torturous. It has shaped who I am today, and for me, that's a blessing. The two conversed amiably in the courtyard, the atmosphere harmonious, when laughter from Lin Yongwang echoed outside. It seems I've come at an inopportune time. Oh dear, old Lin has arrived. What nonsense are you saying? Come in and sit down. I'm quite bored, so why not accompany me for a game of chess? Mo Tianming cheerfully opened the door to welcome him. All right, that's just what I wanted, Lin Yonglong said as he passed by Mo Xian, patting his shoulder with pride. You play with your third brother. I'll go join your grandfather for a game. Okay, I'll prepare some fruits and tea for you. Mo Xian obediently followed behind them. Outside, Lin Tianyu, laden with a pile of items, called out, Little brother, hurry and help your third brother with some things. It's too much, third brother. Why did you bring so many things? Mo Xian turned to help him with 2 gift boxes. Grandfather wouldn't let anyone follow him. He insisted on coming himself. So I wanted to tag along and ended up being treated as a laborer. Grandfather brought everything that could nourish the body, all for third aunt to replenish herself. Thank you for your hard work. When mother returns, I'll prepare some for her, Mo Xian said cheerfully as he carried the items inside. He then began slicing watermelon and washing grapes, while Lin Tianyu reached out to grab some, only to be smacked on the back of his hand by Mo Xian. Wash your hands. You just move things, it's fine. It's not dirty. Eating it won't make me sick, Lin Tianyu said nonchalantly. Mo Xian shook his head in exasperation, then suddenly recalled, Third brother, are you a celebrity? I feel like I've seen you before. Huh? You only just realized? Lin Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. Mo Xian furrowed his brow. Third brother, you play the lead in historical dramas wearing a mask. How can you expect anyone to recognize you when you don't wear a mask? Oh dear, how did I forget that? Lin Tianyu slapped his forehead. Initially, he had pursued acting due to his passion for the craft, but being a member of the Lin family, he had to be somewhat restrained. Hence, he always performed partially concealed. Although he was a top-tier star, very few had seen his true face. Aside from those who knew him, hardly anyone outside recognized him. But how did his cousin figure it out? Mo Xian entered the study with the fruits. And after preparing the tea, he finally responded, I accidentally came across a short video of your film edits, showcasing you in a fantasy drama. The hand gestures you used while casting spells seemed familiar, so I looked into it. All right then, I thought I was so famous that even without a mask, people would recognize me. Lin Tianyu chuckled as he took a bite of watermelon. Meanwhile, Mo Xian sat down at the computer in the room and checked the recent updates regarding the ancestors. The screen was filled with scenes of yin yang masters assisting the ancestors in class, where they diligently took notes. Some were writing diaries, capturing various heartfelt moments of mutual support during battles. Others showed elderly women leading the ancestors in square dancing. While some took them out for drinks at night, essentially, they spared no effort in providing them with experiences one could imagine. As evening approached, an air of unease enveloped the gathering, for it marked the final day of their forebears' presence. Witnessing the reluctance etched on the faces of the attendees and the tears shed by the teachers during their lectures, the ancestors offered comforting smiles. These poignant moments of warmth were captured by Yunin and various platforms, leading to an abundance of news surrounding the event in recent days. Many ancestors had departed for the military to familiarize themselves with the equipment there, expressing their intent to serve again in their next life. Continuing their duty to protect their homeland, on the 7th night, everyone prepared a sumptuous feast, placing it on tables at their doorsteps, hoping that the ancestors passing by would be well fed before embarking on their journey. The ancestors, witnessing the fervor of the crowd, smiled as they bid farewell to the world they had inhabited, their time together having bestowed upon them a profound understanding of the future generations. In that moment, all sacrifices seemed worthwhile, and the people bestowed upon them the finest gift. Ma Xuan stood above Huatsuan as the ghost gate approached, flanked by emissaries of the underworld, who respectfully guided the ancestors into the afterlife. Instead of sorrow at their departure, their faces radiated with serene joy, devoid of any lingering attachments. Ma Xuan observed the departing throng, inhaling deeply, swiftly forming hand signs and murmuring, "The heavens are sentient, all beings are alive. May merit descend and benefit oneself, swift as the decree, command." With a final flourish of his hand, he directed his energy towards the ancestors, enveloping them in a radiant light of merit, illuminating their spiritual forms. Everyone halted in astonishment, gazing at Ma Xuan in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. The ancestors felt a wave of ease, as if their spirits were being nurtured by some unseen force. The voice of King Yin reverberated. "There is no need for alarm, for this is Xian'er bestowing upon you the merits you earned in life. With this blessing, your reincarnation will surely be one of health and prosperity, and should the opportunity arise, you may even tread the path of cultivation. What he offers you is a chance, a reward you rightfully deserve, as it is the hope of future generations and the collective wish of the people. The ancestors bowed in reverence towards Mashwan in the future, recognizing that the sentiment of collective yearning was the most precious gift they could receive. They vowed to continue serving their nation and its people in their next lives, regardless of the cost. Under the watchful gaze of the television reporters, the ancestors took their final leave, and the ghost gate closed, marking the conclusion of the martyrs' farewell ceremony. A sense of melancholy lingered, for they had come to understand deeply the suffering of their forebears and the harsh realities brought by war. Yet, Mashwan's assurance that they would thrive in their next existence offered a glimmer of hope and anticipation, honoring their sacrifices. This moment allowed all to breathe a sigh of relief, as the weight of unfulfilled emotions began to lift. Mashwan then turned and headed to the precinct. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard Director Zhang's voice. "Ah, dawn is nearly upon us. Why are you still here, young man?" They too were preparing to leave. Having been preoccupied with ensuring the ancestors' safe passage, Mashwan approached with a smile. "I just wanted to check if there was anything happening at the precinct, considering I belong to the Weicheng team. I thought you might still be around, so I came to see. You've shown some conscience, but it seems there's nothing pressing, as you Su and the others have managed to handle things. It's fine if you don't come by. If there's anything urgent, I would have sought you out anyway," Director Zhang replied, pulling out a cigarette to offer him. Mashwan shook his head. "I've quit smoking." "Really? When did that happen?" Zhang observed him quizzically, wondering if this young man had fallen in love. Mashwan chuckled, shaking his head. "I simply quit during my 4 years of seclusion. Now that my parents are around, and even my dad doesn't smoke, I can't break that family rule." He spoke the truth. The Lin family abstained from smoking, as any discarded cigarette butts could lead to scrutiny. Mashwan then informed Zhang that the special department had temporarily taken charge of other matters, while his grandfather would send someone to assist him, as he planned to personally inspect the sites. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if you require assistance during busy times, just let us know. The special department needs to address some minor supernatural occurrences, and it would be a burden to divert them all here." "Understood," Mashwan affirmed. After a brief conversation, he noted that Zhang would be working the next day and didn't wish to delay him. As he stepped out of the police station, he spotted a young man in a Taoist robe standing across the street, smiling at him. Mashwan approached with a smile. "I presume you are from Longhushan?" "Yes, I am Zhang Yuan. My master has sent me down the mountain to assist you in your endeavors. I hope for your guidance in the future," the young man replied somewhat stiffly, suggesting an introverted nature. "Thank you for your efforts," Mashwan said, shaking his hand politely. Just then, a playful voice called out from behind. "Hey, fool, you actually came without waiting for me." Mashwan turned to see a confident figure stepping forward. "Hello? Messenger Mashwan, I am Jiang Shu. This fool is my junior apprentice. He tends to be a bit slow, so please take care of him." "Hello, you may call me Mashwan," he replied. By the way, we forgot to ask our master for funds before coming down the mountain. Could you help us find a place to stay, Mashwan?" Jiang Shu said with a bright smile, though inwardly cursing their master for sending them without any money. They had searched for Mashwan all night. Their phone's dead, and it was only by chance they decided to check the police station that they avoided sleeping on the streets. Seeing their expressions, Mashwan understood their predicament and chose not to expose them. He had heard from his grandfather that relations with Longhushan were always amicable, and he would not let them go without proper hospitality. Just as he was about to lead them to accommodations, he noticed a car approaching from behind and turned to see Sun Shaoyi waving from the window. "Handsome Mashwan, why are you still awake at this hour? Where are you off to?" "Just finished up and was about to take my friends to find a hotel." "What about you, Miss Zhang?" Mashwan replied, slightly puzzled by the coincidence of her presence at this late hour. Sun Shaoyi smiled. "I watched the live stream and thought it had been a while since we last met, so I came here hoping for a chance encounter." "Dio, you really need to find accommodations? Get in the car. I'll take you. Since you just finished your work, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Would you be willing to accept, handsome Mashwan?" "Thank you very much," Mashwan said without hesitation, opening the car door and gesturing for Jiang Shu and Zhang Yuan to join him. "You two must be exhausted after a long night. Let us get you something to eat." Jiang Shu and his junior apprentice had not eaten since descending the mountain the previous day and were thrilled to climb into the car, the latter being pulled in by his more assertive companion. "Thank you," they expressed gratefully. "You're welcome," Sun Xiaoyi replied as she started the vehicle, heading towards Yalan Hotel. As she parked, she turned her head and sighed. I must ask, Miss Sun, have you installed a tracking device on me? Sun Yu stepped forward with a grin. I just know you well enough. Since you made the first move, I could only take advantage of the situation. Upon seeing Sun Yu, Ma Xuan greeted her warmly. How is your uncle? I've been busy lately and Haven T had the chance to thank him personally. No need for personal visits. My dad is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. Sun Yu replied with a sly smile. Sun Xiaoyi was left speechless, realizing she had unwittingly brought guests to someone else's party. How frustrating. Just when she thought she had an opportunity, it seemed Sun Yu was everywhere. As they entered the elevator, they encountered yet another familiar figure upon reaching their floor. Sun Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Miss D, why are you still at the hotel this late? I drove by earlier and saw you and Ma Xuan getting in the car. So I decided to wait for you, Di Mingshu replied, now dressed in professional attire, exuding an aura of a capable career woman. Ma Xuan smiled and greeted her, refraining from commenting on her transformation, aware that Chen Hao had mentioned her recent developments with the company. With past conflicts and Su Su's involvement, they had maintained some level of contact over the years, though Ma Xuan had kept his distance. Jiang Shu watched the three women subtly vying for Ma Xuan's attention and couldn't help but be amused. Leaning closer, he whispered, I can't shake the feeling that tonight's outing is less about dinner and more about watching three women compete for one man. Jiang Yuan leaned in as well, asking in a hushed tone, if they start fighting, should we help or just continue eating? At that moment, Ma Xuan felt a slight headache coming on. He quickly sent a message to Chen Hao, hurry to Yalan Hotel. What's up, Xuanzi, Di Mingshu, Sun Xiaoyi, Sun Yu, three women, one stage. Send help, ha ha ha, a battlefield, huh. I'm on my way with Su Su, Chen Hao replied gleefully. When he arrived, he found the three women engaged in cheerful conversation, though the underlying tension was palpable. Meanwhile, Jiang Shu and Jiang Yuan were focused on their meals, while Ma Xuan chatted with Sun Gu. Upon spotting Chen Hao, Ma Xuan waved him over. Haozi, come join us. Chen Hao smiled at the ladies in the room. After a long night, I thought I'd drop by for a meal. Hope I'm not intruding. Indeed. Please, take a seat. Just a moment ago, I was inquiring about you. You are becoming increasingly handsome, Di Mingshu graciously responded. Chen Hao chuckled and replied, Oh, class monitor, your words truly resonate with me. I feel the same way. Otherwise, how could I have found such a beautiful girlfriend like Su Su? Wouldn't you agree? Chin, you are being rather unkind. Here we are, a group of singles, and you go out of your way to flaunt it. Truly, you have a heart of shrimp and a pig's brain. Sun Yu remarked as she effortlessly pulled the chair beside her, making room for the two to sit. Oh, come now. If you all were seeking better companions, surely you would not be unwanted. Chen Hao said as he helped Lu Susu take a seat before continuing. If I am not mistaken, I recall seeing a diamond tycoon publicly expressing his affection for you last time. Filling the square outside Huiguang Entertainment with flowers. Let us not bring up that dampening subject. It spoils the appetite. Come, the dishes have just been served. Sun Yu naturally served a piece of fish to Lu Susu. Thank you, Lu Susu softly expressed her gratitude. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled and said, After all these years, Susu, you are still breathtakingly beautiful. I envy you. You are beautiful as well, Lu Susu replied with a smile. Beside them, Mo Xin sighed in relief, prompting a hearty laugh from Sun Gu. You are just like your father. Back then, he was incredibly popular with the ladies, yet he was wholly devoted to your mother. At that time, we were all quite young, and your mother was famously an ice queen, hardly acknowledging anyone at school. Your father would lead us on daily adventures, seeking encounters and spreading warmth, even climbing walls. Intrigued, Mo Xin asked, So how did Mom eventually agree to be with Dad? In the end, your father gathered all his friends with decent cultivation talents and set a trap with a captured ghost at a designated location. Intentionally leaving a loophole. It was then that your mother felt she had found a kindred spirit and began to spend time with them. Eventually, they started working together, cultivating, and as they became familiar, feelings blossomed. After all, your father looked down on everyone else but always took great care of your mother. He was renowned for his charm and loyalty at school, and during one perilous incident, your father heroically rescued a damsel in distress and got injured. Thus they came together. Chen Hao laughed heartily. I never imagined Uncle would be such a master in the art of wooing women. Xuanzi, you ought to take notes. I think I shall pass, Xian replied with a calm smile, showing no interest in such matters. He felt a heavy burden upon him, with countless uncertainties looming in the future, and did not wish for anyone to become entangled in the murky waters he navigated. Not everyone possesses the power of the Lin family, nor can everyone be like Lu Susu or Chon Hao, who can approach him without consequence. Just as his father distanced himself from his close friend, Uncle Sun, it was all for their safety. Reflecting on this, Xian turned to the three slightly dejected women and said, "I appreciate your good intentions, but the dangers I face are beyond what any of you can bear. I am not oblivious to the situation, and I feel guilty for wasting your youth like this. I hope you can find someone suitable to share your lives with, while maintaining some distance from me. Otherwise, it may bring calamity upon your families." Seeing Xian's sincerity, Sun Yu and the other sighed, as they had always felt that no one could compare to him. After all these years, they knew it was a futile longing. Xian was akin to a celestial being, while they were merely ordinary individuals, unable to stand beside him. Yet, even if they could only catch a glimpse of him occasionally or read about his glorious feats online, it filled them with immense pride, surpassing their own achievements. To encounter Xian is to forsake a lifetime. The feelings that have developed are not something that can be easily controlled. People often say that what one cannot attain is the most regrettable. Each of the three women possessed enough capital to seek better matches, and had it not been for Xian's appearance, they might have found suitable partners to lead normal lives. However, in comparison to Xian, everyone else seemed to lose their luster and were left unable to make a choice. Xian, observing their wistful expressions, understood that even if he spoke, it would be in vain, and could only offer a regretful smile. He then turned to Sun Gu, nodding, "I apologize, Uncle Sun. It is not that I am unwilling to help, but my words hold no power." When he met Sun Gu, he discreetly mentioned this issue. Now, his daughter was wholeheartedly fixated on Xian, utterly disinterested in marriage, which caused great concern for him as a father. Thus, he hoped to extinguish her infatuation. In truth, he had also received requests from his other two old friends to convey similar sentiments. With three children unwilling to marry and solely focused on their work or Xian's news, it was a source of great distress for all three families. Chun Hao sighed from the sidelines. "Alas, Xuanzi, how did you end up with such a face that could bring nations to ruin? The Lord of Hell says you are to save countless souls, but I see you are both purging and enchanting the masses." Di Mingshu could not help but laugh aloud. After the laughter subsided, she candidly stated, "Xian, do not bear any psychological burden. Whatever choices we make are our own, and they have nothing to do with you. We understand the disparity between us. Although we possess resources, they pale in comparison to you. We merely wish to know what kind of extraordinary woman will appear beside you in the future. As for not seeking partners, it is because we do not wish to be tied down by the trivialities of family life." Sun Yu chimed in, "Exactly. I feel that working and enjoying life is a valid way to live. As long as we like it, there is no need to travel just because of the so-called institution of marriage. Indeed, what Miss Sun and Miss D have said is quite right. We simply wish to relish the lives we love, independent of anyone's arrival. Our elders are merely worrying unnecessarily. If we were to marry poorly and suffer, they would likely find it harder to bear than we do. We are considering our elders' mental well-being." Zhang Xiaoyi said, showcasing a facade of filial piety, which brought laughter to everyone in the private room. After a gentle smile, Xian arranged accommodations for Jiang Yuan and the others before departing with Chun Hao. The following day, after packing their belongings, Lin Tianyu drove two Volkswagen Segitas, saying, "Brother, let's take this car." "All right, let us gather our things and set off," Xian replied, following his mother with the suitcase in hand. Chun Hao's parents, to avoid any dangers, were sent to the Lin family for protection, and due to his age, Mo Tianming was also sent to the Lin family to prevent unnecessary travel. Thus, the three of them, along with Chun Hao, Lu Susu, and Lin Tianyu, accompanied by two others from Longhu Mountain, embarked on this adventurous journey, unaware of what awaited them, yet unafraid. This was a new journey, filled with uncertainties, yet laden with responsibilities. Chapter 79, Blackwater of Longquan Village. Once inside the car, Xian took out the map provided by Lin Tianyu and noted the nearest destination, saying, "Let us head to Longchao County first." "Very well," Lin Tianyu replied, switching on the navigation. Chun Hao, holding his phone, asked, "Shall we go live once we arrive?" "Perhaps not. We risk revealing our whereabouts to enemies," allowing them to prepare and catch us off guard. Mo Xian responded while examining the marked points on the map. After an hour and a half, they finally arrived near Longchao County, where they sought a fast food restaurant. The place was relatively crowded. After they were seated, numerous patrons began to glance their way, as the owner sensed their affluent demeanor, which seemed somewhat out of place in the chaotic fast food setting. Approaching them, he asked, "What would you like to eat?" "We have not only fast food but also a menu for special dishes. No need, boss. We will simply have the buffet. A friend has already gone to get the food," Mo Xian politely replied. The owner turned to see Lu Susu and Chun Hao already selecting their meals, smiling as he nodded, "Then enjoy your meal. Just call if you need anything." While Lin Tianyu sanitized the utensils with hot water, he cheerfully remarked, "If possible, I would like to inquire with the owner about Longchao County. It is our first visit, and we are curious if there are any interesting places to explore. Our Longchao County boasts Longquan Village, which is the very origin of our county's name. It is said that dragons once resided here, causing the surrounding spirits of the mountains and forests to pay homage to Longquan Village. Hence the name Longchao County. Longquan Village was once a tourist attraction. I remember it being beautiful during my childhood, with stunning landscapes. However, now the spring water has inexplicably turned black, seemingly due to severe pollution. Yet no anomalies were found when the relevant authorities investigated, and there are no chemical factories in the vicinity." The owner, around 40, wore a look of resignation. Mo Xian inquired, "How long has this black spring water been present? Does it flow to the outside world?" "It has been 5 years since that day when the sunny sky suddenly turned dark and heavy rains flooded many areas around here." Longquan Village, however, remained unscathed. It was just that the spring water turned black from that point onward and has never returned to normal. People say the dragon has departed, hence the change. As he spoke, the owner leaned closer and whispered mysteriously, "Since the spring water turned black, several villagers have died. A young man recently emerged, raving mad, claiming there are demons there. He was later sent to a mental institution. This incident even made the news. So I advise you to choose another place to visit. Do not venture there." Mo Xian nodded. "Thank you for the warning. But do you happen to know the name of that young man who went mad?" The boss, standing upright, pointed towards a distant location and remarked, "I do not recognize that person. However, I can see the clothing store across the way. It is owned by the young man's mother. She has long since divorced and no longer resides in Longquan Village. For the past few days, she has been searching for someone to help treat her son." Lin Tianyu, intrigued, inquired, "Does the young man's father still live in the village? Did he not offer assistance when his son encountered trouble?" The boss shook his head. "I have not seen him die in any case. The young man fled to his mother and subsequently, she wept as she admitted him to a psychiatric hospital. Please, continue your meal. I must attend to my duties." Upon hearing his wife calling him to serve dishes, the boss promptly turned and busied himself. Lin Tianyu stated solemnly, "It seems that Longquan Village harbors some issues. The spring water is likely tainted by malevolent energy, concealing something extraordinary beneath. Indeed, to ensure our safety, we should first visit that young man. He must have witnessed something that triggered his emotional turmoil, or perhaps his spirit is in distress." Mo Xian remarked while assisting Chun Hao in arranging the dishes on the table. Not far away, the boss overheard this conversation and turned back in surprise. After scrutinizing Mo Xian and the other's attire, he approached the cash register and whispered a few words to his wife. She frowned, studied Mo Xian and the others for a long while, before finally setting down the calculator and walking outside. Their dialogue did not escape the ears of the others, yet no one moved, continuing to eat in silence. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave, the boss hurried over. "Are you gentlemen departing?" "Yes, we have finished eating and are planning to explore another tourist spot," Lin Tianyu replied with feigned regret. "Alas, I understand you possess exceptional abilities. Would you kindly wait a moment? My wife has gone to seek that young man's mother. They are acquainted, and I suspect you are not ordinary individuals. If you could assist, I would be immensely grateful," the boss implored anxiously. Mo Xian nodded. "Very well. We can only observe, but we cannot guarantee a cure." "Thank you ever so much," the boss replied with a smile before asking them to wait, abandoning his business to rush outside. After a while, he returned with a middle-aged woman. Though stylishly dressed, her face bore the marks of exhaustion, with red veins visible beneath her eyes. She had sought help from numerous self-proclaimed masters over the past few days, yet to no avail. She could not reach her child's father. Having divorced for many years, My child only went there briefly after graduating, only to encounter this situation within days. I dare not return to the village. The police claim there was no problem. I am utterly frantic. My hair has turned white from worry. During this time, I have spent a considerable amount seeking help, and now I must resort to running a shop, Zhao Xiu lamented. Upon seeing Imo Xian and the others, she felt they were untouched by worldly troubles, each exuding an ethereal elegance, turning their presence into a picturesque scene. Hello, my name is Zhao Xiu. May I invite you into my shop for a moment? She said, excitement evident in her voice, of course. Auntie, please lead the way, Imo Xian replied with a nod and a gesture of invitation. Lin Tianyu approached the register to settle the bill, but the boss refused to accept payment. As he gathered his belongings, he discreetly placed 200 yuan notes beneath a plate before departing. Once they arrived at the clothing store, Zhao Xiu ushered them to sit down and began to recount her son's situation. It closely mirrored what the boss had mentioned, prompting them to decide to visit the young man in distress. Upon entering the psychiatric hospital, they were greeted by the sight of numerous individuals in various states of madness, all curiously approaching them until quickly restrained by nurses. Upon reaching the door of the ward, they heard a cacophony of screams from within. Let me go! They are coming for me! Quickly, let me go! With reddened eyes, Zhao Xiu pushed the door open, revealing her son, his hair disheveled and bound to the bed, eyes filled with despair. Upon seeing her, he cried out, Mom, save me! I beg you to believe me. There are indeed demons. We must leave quickly, or we will die. His voice was frantic, hoarse, and bruises marred his wrists and ankles from struggling against his restraints. Zhao Xiu stepped forward to reassure him. Son, do not fear. Everything will be all right. Mother will protect you. Do not be afraid, okay? Mom, there truly are demons. Please, let me go. I implore you. The young man, seeing his mother's disbelief, grew increasingly agitated, his eyes bloodshot. Imo Xian approached, forming a hand seal with one hand and gently pressing his fingertip to the young man's forehead, whispering, Calm. Instantly, the young man fell silent, his gaze gradually clearing as he looked at the group that had entered. A hint of confusion in his eyes, yet soon, he shouted again, Hurry! Let me go! Calm yourself, Imo Xian said, holding his arm firmly. Your shouting will only keep you bound. Escaping will be impossible under such circumstances. The young man paused, meeting Imo Xian's gaze, his heart finding solace. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Zhao Xiu and said, Mom, please release me. I wish to speak with you properly. Zhao Xiu, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in her eyes. She glanced at Imo Xian, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to untie the ropes binding her son. The young man continued, I assume you gentlemen are skilled in this area, capable of calming my mind and addressing the issues in Longquan village, correct? Indeed, Imo Xian affirmed. So first, please recount your experiences to us. This will enable us to respond more effectively. After speaking, he gently assisted Mu Yuyan to sit down. The young man, recalling the harrowing events, paled slightly and took a moment before beginning. After graduating, I decided to visit the place of my childhood. My father happened to be at home, not working elsewhere. So my mother allowed me to go. For the first few days, everything seemed normal, but the once sweet spring water had turned black. I was determined to uncover the cause, as it held my childhood memories, back when my parents were still in love. We often visited to fetch water together. Those were the happiest days of my life. After my parents divorced 5 years ago, I never returned. My father rarely appeared, and we became strangers. This time, I was fixated on restoring the spring water, believing that if it returned to its former state, my parents might reconcile, or at least I could recall some cherished memories. I visited often without incident until one day, curious about the taste, I decided to try it. Upon drinking, I found the entire village shrouded in black mist. Even my father was engulfed in darkness, moving like a mere shell of a person, with everyone relentlessly pursuing me. The once kind elders transformed into terrifying figures, more horrifying than demons, and even the long-deceased villagers appeared, their mouths agape in pursuit. I barely escaped and sought my mother, wanting her to flee with me. But I could not control my emotions, and no one believed my words. Then I was brought here. Only after you intervened did I feel that turbulent energy subside. Imo Xian nodded. You were disturbed by malevolent energy. which magnified your emotions and actions, making you appear irrational to others. Surely you can handle this? The young man grasped Xian's hand, recalling having watched live broadcasts of him previously. When he returned to the village, he had reported the matter to the authorities, hoping someone would intervene. Perhaps this was the malevolent realm that the creature had mentioned. Initially, he had held a glimmer of hope, never expecting an envoy would truly arrive. Zhao Xiao then revealed the truth. When the spring water turned black, my husband sensed something was amiss and insisted I take all our belongings, claiming he would come for us later. After relocating here, his temperament changed drastically. He became irritable and stubbornly insisted on divorcing me, uttering many hurtful words. Once, he even brought another woman before me. Eventually, I ceased to fight for the marriage. After the divorce, he vanished and I refrained from mentioning him again. I knew he was not living well, yet he refused to leave Longquan village. Even when he worked elsewhere, he would return within 3 months. When our child expressed the desire to go back, I spoke harshly to him, saying that if things remained unchanged, we would move far away from Weiqing to a place he could not find us. You think this is related to the spring water? Xian rose. Indeed, he must have discovered something and was subsequently controlled and threatened. You should return now. We will address this matter. The group swiftly departed, heading towards Longquan village. The scenery along the roadside was pleasant, and Xian observed the distant mountain path. There lies a dragon vein. Although not as prominent as the one in Weicheng, it is still noteworthy. Qian Hao stroked his chin, analyzing. So this is indeed about the dragon vein. If a demon is lurking here, we should continue searching for areas with dragon veins to flush it out. All their formations and maneuvers rely on the dragon vein, and this area may prove more perilous than before. It is likely that this adversary is of a different caliber, especially since the spring water has been tainted for 5 years. Its prolonged exposure has likely enhanced its capabilities, Xian cautioned gravely. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their 2 vehicles maintained open communication channels to avoid emergencies. Upon reaching a point approximately 300 meters away, they halted. Xian nodded to the group, and they swiftly flew to their designated positions, beginning to set up the formation. Meanwhile, Lin Yao walked towards the village, donned in a backpack and holding a trekking pole, disguised as a tourist. Upon arriving at the village, he approached a woman and inquired, "Hello, kind lady, may I ask about the dragon spring located at the center of this village? I have heard tales of its former clarity, but now it appears to have turned murky. Why curiosity has drawn me here. Could you kindly guide me?" The village matron glanced at him and nodded, replying, "Continue along the concrete path ahead, and you shall find it. However, I must advise you not to touch the water. Thank you." Lin Yao replied, nodding in acknowledgement before making his way toward the dragon spring. Upon reaching his destination, he noticed a magnificent dragon sculpture towering 5 meters above the spring, with a rusted long sword hanging from its mouth, pointing directly at the water below. Narrowing his eyes, he took out his phone to record a video, sending it to a pre-established group chat with the caption, "Above the dragon spring lies a sword of ancient suppression." Upon seeing the sword, Xian's pupils constricted, and he immediately messaged, "Dad, get out of there quickly." "What's wrong?" Lin Yao queried, oblivious to any danger. Xian, in a state of urgency, rushed forward while typing, "Hurry, leave, there's no time. I'll explain later." "Understood," Lin Yao responded, turning to flee. As he departed, the ancient sword began to tremble, emitting a faint humming sound. In the meantime, Xian dashed towards the spring, releasing his spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. He encountered Lin Yao on his way back and called out, "Check if their formation is properly set. You all must guard the village perimeter and prevent anyone from entering." "All right, be careful, my son," Lin Yao cautioned. After acknowledging his father, Lin Yao sped off towards a group of children, while Mo Yuyan ascended, positioning herself above Dragon Spring. Upon spotting individuals, she waved her hand, using her magic to cast them outside the village. Seeing this, Lin Tianyu and the others, who had just completed setting up their formation, began rescuing those in need outside the village without hesitation, trusting implicitly in the methods devised by Xian's family. Meanwhile, Xian had arrived beneath the dragon sword, his gaze fixed on the oscillating blade, his expression dangerously narrowed. Chapter 81. Xian's Descent into Darkness and the Fatal Strike. In the group chat, Lin Yao, while assisting in the rescue, anxiously inquired, "Son, is something amiss?" Imo activated the voice feature in the chat, and everyone quickly tuned in to hear him say, "This dragon sword belongs to me." But over the years, its spirit has been corrupted. Thus, we may be facing not only a malevolent sword spirit, but also a true dragon, long suppressed beneath the dragon spring. Everyone fell silent, stunned by the revelation. The prospect of a corrupted true dragon, combined with the unprecedented sword spirit, one that was originally tied to Imo, posed a grave threat. While others may have been unaware, Lin Yao and Imo understood that Imo was the last of the human emperors. Shielded by the essence of the purple star, which was why he was able to cultivate the purple chi in his reincarnation. His previous self had not fully completed his cultivation before perishing in that cataclysm, leaving him incomplete. However, the sword he wielded 5,000 years ago was a well-guarded secret. Known to FEW.IT, was no wonder that even in the early stages of his cultivation, he could command the righteous souls to combat demons. Ordinary folk were unable to achieve such feats, yet with the blessing of righteousness, Imo had done just that. Now, witnessing the presence of a corrupted sword spirit, one could only imagine the turmoil he must feel. Even as he had reincarnated and assimilated his memories. Now, the group faced a dilemma. If the sword spirit was indeed corrupted, could it still be preserved? If lost, what would become of Imo? After all, that sword had accompanied him into battle until death in his previous life, imbued with a spirit. It was a significant companion, far more than just a mere weapon. Such emotions were perhaps only comprehensible to Imo himself. At this moment, Imo form began to ascend gradually as he gazed at the trembling dragon's sword. He extended his hand, gently caressing it, and asked with nostalgia, "Old friend, it must be painful to remain here. Is it not?" The sword emitted a resounding boom as its rust fell away, revealing a polished surface, and the character Shin became distinctly visible. The originally sky-blue gem on the hilt now writhed with black energy. The sword swayed in apparent distress, its cries growing increasingly powerful. Lin Yao shouted, "Son, leave. The sword is dangerous. It awaits my return." Imo replied calmly, as if responding to a summons. Reaching for the hilt as he grasped it, the iron chain suspending the sword shattered, and it fell completely into his hands. At this moment, Imo had arrived and, witnessing the sword's agitation, exclaimed, "The sword's spirit possesses awareness. It recognizes its master." Yet the sword seemed to wail in despair, trembling as though it wished to cast off the black energy enveloping the once blue gem. Despite its form being that of a sword, everyone could sense its torment. Imo tenderly stroked the blade, softly assuring, "Do not be afraid. I shall assist you." Before Lin Yao and the others could intervene, he drew a line across the dragon's sword, allowing his blood to flow forth, which the sword eagerly absorbed. The process was swift, the sword greedily drawing in the essence as if it were a balm for its wounds. Qian Hao and the others attempted to intervene but were halted by Imo and her husband. "Let him proceed. It is too late for us to stop him now. We must safeguard the perimeter and protect him," Lin Yao commanded. Everyone positioned themselves around the dragon spring, aligning with the previous formation. Qian Hao, filled with concern, asked, "Uncle, what is Xuanzi doing? Is he in danger?" Imo her gaze fixed on her son, eyes filled with worry, replied, "He is exchanging his essence to awaken the sword spirit's consciousness while also bearing the burden of its corruption." "Will he be in peril?" Lin Tianyu asked, his earlier joviality replaced by a grave frown. Imo nodded solemnly, stating, "If he can confront the inner demons, both the sword spirit and he shall be restored. However, should he succumb to those demons, we must be prepared to slay him." "What?" The collective gasp rippled through the group. How could Imo mother utter such words? The gravity of the situation was profound. Imo heart ached as she gazed at Imo addressing the group. "Even if he refrains from awakening the sword spirit, he could still lead us to our doom. The dragon sword is his, and thus must not be awakened. We have no guarantee of victory, let alone against a true dragon. He is gambling everything. If he loses, the darkness he harbors will be insurmountable, much like his innate prowess. Perhaps the dragons could summon all capable beings, sacrificing some to eliminate the threat. But now that we have arrived, the dragon sword separation is imminent. In less than 3 hours, the dragon beneath will awaken, and we will be unable to summon reinforcements. Once this demonic dragon emerges, countless lives in Wei City will be lost. Thus, Xuanzi is not only attempting to save his sword spirit but also to rescue us all. Chun Hao clenched his teeth, asserting, if Xuanzi is aware of the risks yet proceeds, he must have prepared us for the possibility of having to slay him, has he not? Indeed, Lu Susu replied sadly from the side. Being Emo Xian's spirit companion, she could sense his emotions and convey commands without words. She had just received the order that if he were to become corrupted, he must be slain, and the young master believed that others would find it difficult to act, leaving only her, his spirit companion, to carry out the command. Jiang Yuan and his senior sister exchanged glances, their expressions filled with awe as they regarded Emo Xian. They could not fathom how one could prepare for such a sacrifice in such a short time. Shouldn't one first gather, then declare a series of noble sentiments before bravely facing death? Yet, the situation appeared to defy all norms, heightening their respect for him. Meanwhile, Emo Xian found himself in a realm shrouded in darkness, unable to see or escape. Yet, the anguished cries of the sword spirit echoed in his ears. A youthful voice lamented, "No, I have found my master. Leave. Ha ha ha. Even if you have found him, do you think he still remembers you? You have become a demon sword, and your once proud master will no longer desire you." The malevolent voice continued to torment the sword spirit's mind, diminishing its resolve to struggle, as the corrupting energy intensified. It whispered, "Do not resist. Only by merging with me can you grow stronger in time. Your master will be unable to defeat you, and you will always be able to watch over him, won't you? For 5,000 years, have you been content to fade away? For 5,000 years in this abyss, have you not suffered? Do you not harbor resentment? Look, he does not come for you." The sword spirit wept and shook its head, insisting, "I will not listen. I will not listen. My master is here. He has truly come. He would never abandon me." Though Emo Xian could not see, he could sense the encroaching darkness upon the sword spirit. He shouted toward the source of the voice, "Dragon Spring. I am coming. Do not heed his words. I have always been here. Do not listen. Hold on until I arrive. Can you hear me?" Chapter 82. The Space of Dragon Spring. The anguished cries of the dragon sword echoed, seemingly oblivious to Emo Xian's reassurances, lost in its own struggle against the malevolent influence. Emo Xian continued to call out, "Dragon Spring. I am here. Do not give in." Just a little longer. As he rapidly executed hand seals, he proclaimed, "Release." Instantly, the essence of the purple star erupted from him, enveloping him in a radiant aura, illuminating the darkness around him. The black, demonic energy recoiled as if scorched by his presence. Emo Xian sprinted deeper into the abyss, his physical form also shrouded in the protective essence, causing those guarding him to stagger back. Standing beside him instilled a searing sensation, compelling one to refrain from lingering too long. The purple aura surrounding him surged with an ominous intensity, while the dragon spring beneath him writhed restlessly, as if poised to unleash something at any moment. Everyone remained on high alert, as at that moment, Emo Xian's body emanated an expanding purple mist, illuminating an ever-widening area around him. This was the internal space of the Dragon Spring Sword, a realm entirely claimed by demonic energy. He spotted a pool and hastened towards it. Recalling that there was a room nearby in the past, the Dragon Spring Sword had often resided within, and only by entering this space could one find her. Now, upon Emo Xian's arrival, everything appeared desolate. The once vibrant spiritual herbs had succumbed to corruption, transformed into grotesque forms exuding dark miasma. The essence of this space had been tainted, devoid of its former ethereal green, now replaced with endless black mist and terrifying flora. In the small courtyard, the anguished cries of the spiritual spring reverberated from within the room. Emo Xian sprinted forward, forcefully kicking open the courtyard door, racing towards the innermost chamber. As he pushed open the door, a young girl clad in a pink silk dress appeared before him. Her once neat braid had unraveled, leaving her hair in disarray, her entire being suffused with dark energy. Her garments were tattered, and she rolled on the ground, clutching her head, while a mass of black mist swirled around her in midair. The terrifying laughter that had filled the air ceased the moment he entered. The dark mist turned toward Emo Xian, and upon seeing him, the eyes within it glowed a blood-red HUE.ITSU. "How could you possibly still be alive? Impossible." Mo Xian, disregarding the presence of the dark entity, hurriedly lifted the dragon spring from the ground, asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm here. Don't be afraid." The little girl, relentlessly tormented by the demonic energy, lifted her head, her sclera completely absent, her eye sockets dominated by a swirling darkness, suggesting an emerging vertical pupil. The dark mist had indeed been the manifestation of a true dragon's corruption. And no wonder the dragon spring sword could not withstand it. Without hesitation, he infused the purple energy from his own body into that of the dragon spring. The small frame trembled before calming, her gaze fixed on Mo Xian. She attempted to reach out, but the purple energy and the demonic forces within her clashed violently, making even the slightest movement laborious. Despite the sweat streaming down her face, she managed to muster a faint smile. Mo Xian carefully manipulated the purple energy, fearful of causing her harm. The dragon spring, seeing the familiar compassion in his eyes, felt her heart settle and promptly closed her eyes, synchronizing her efforts to repel the dark energy. The demonic dragon could not approach, repeatedly attempting to unleash its dark energy, but here, everything was ethereal, rendering it powerless against the purple energy. The expelled dark mist dissipated almost instantly, and it roared in frustration. As the space shifted, the spring water in the outside world began to churn violently, ultimately shooting skyward like a fountain. Lin Yao shouted, "Do not let this cursed water contaminate you. Everyone, take cover." Everyone swiftly evaded, retreating to a safer distance. Watching as the black water surged incessantly, Mo Yuyan extended her hand, producing her magical artifact, a spiritually resonant peachwood sword. She commanded, "Prepare yourselves. Should anything unusual occur, envelop yourselves with the formation Xuanqing provided. We must not underestimate this threat." Chen Hao anxiously inquired, "Aunt, will Xuanqing be all right?" "He is in the center of that spring water. Do not fret. He is currently enveloped in purple energy, which the dark spring water cannot approach. Our primary concern is the sealed demonic dragon beneath the spring." Mo Yuyan replied, her expression grave. Chen Hao held a thunderstruck wooden staff, specially extracted from the jujube wood by Lu Susu, who had even pursued lightning for it. Thus, this spiritually imbued thunderstruck wood, originating from a centuries-old jujube tree, combined with Chen Hao's pure yang constitution, promised optimal efficacy. Lu Susu conjured a jujube branch, wielding it like a whip, her gaze fixed on the direction of the spring water. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and his sister employed a dust whisk and a copper sword. Lin Tianyu had yet to produce his magical artifact, prompting Lin Yao to glance at him. "Where is your magical artifact?" I'll take it out later," Lin Tianyu replied sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had initially crafted it thoughtlessly, and now he was reluctant to reveal it, fearing his uncle might strike him down with a single blow from his formidable dark sword. Mo Yuyan furrowed her brow, admonishing, "Tianyu, this is not the time for hesitation. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. It is far safer to have your magical artifact at the ready. Otherwise, if an attack comes, it may be too late." "All right," Lin Tianyu acquiesced, pulling out his magical artifact amidst the puzzled gazes of the others. During this tense moment, Chen Hao found it hard to concentrate on anything but the situation at hand. Yet, when he beheld the resplendent, microphone-like artifact, he could not help but be taken aback, nearly losing his footing. Rising to his feet and rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he erupted into laughter. It was not that he lacked concern for Mo Xian. Rather, the absurdity of a yin-yang master wielding such a microphone struck him as utterly bizarre. The others shared in his disbelief, and Lin Yao's irritation was palpable. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, asking, "You better come clean about your intentions, I swear. If that demonic dragon doesn't show up, I will personally make you regret it." How could a member of the Lin family be so disgraceful? Internally, he chastised himself for how his elder brother had raised such a son. How could one treat such matters so frivolously? Lin Tianyu gulped nervously, feeling increasingly small under his uncle's fierce gaze as he began to explain. "I crafted this when I was the time. I was fixated on becoming a pop star, and later I was training in music-related spells, so I ended up with this. This has nothing to do with my father. I told him that as long as it could be used for combat, he wouldn't mind. Lin Tianyu, you had better survive this time. Don't ever accompany me outside again. I cannot afford this embarrassment." Lin Yao gritted his teeth as he turned his attention back to the dragon spring. His son was a source of reassurance, but this nephew was infuriating. Chapter 83. A state of anxious anticipation. Typically, crafting such artifacts is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, as the materials required are specific and rare. The Lin family's collection of materials for yin-yang artifacts is not commonplace. They must align with the practitioner's constitution, which is why skilled yin-yang masters wield such varied weapons. Lin Tianyu's materials were also hard to come by, and once crafted, finding suitable replacements is challenging, even if one were to find alternatives later on. The prolonged use of an artifact could render it incompatible. Thus, despite Lin Tianyu lacking the vocal prowess of a pop star, he had still achieved a measure of fame, partly due to his microphone. The dual use of a microphone in both life and cultivation had its advantages, though the sight of him wielding it in their current predicament was undeniably awkward. Mo Yin interjected. Let us discuss this later. For now, we must focus on Xuanqing. Qian Hao, having regained his composure after the fall, observed as the spring water continued to surge towards Mo Xian. Yet, it remained thwarted by the barrier of purple energy, and everyone remained fixated on the spectacle. As time passed, the purple energy enveloping Mo Xian began to wane. For such extensive exertion, coupled with his mental focus within the dragon spring space, made it difficult for him to maintain control. However, at this critical juncture, Mo Xian could not afford to relent. If he did, the dragon spring might well transform into a demonic sword. To prevent her from losing her composure, he bit into his right hand, re-establishing their bond. Witnessing this, Mo Yin tightened her grip on her artifact. Lin Yao reassured, "Do not worry. He is likely doing this to save the spirit of the sword. Perhaps the spirit still retains some semblance of consciousness, having not fully succumbed to corruption." Everyone understood the implications. Once the pact was formed and the spirit of the sword was corrupted, it would mean Mo Xian could no longer exert control. Thousands of years ago, this sword had slain countless demons, and if it fell into darkness, it would unleash a torrent of malevolent energy, nearly impossible to contain. Even Mo Xian might struggle to maintain dominance, suggesting that he too could be consumed by the darkness, with no chance of reversal. This was not merely a matter of inner demons. It was a direct tainting of his very essence. Should he succumb to darkness, it would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao, which had previously favored him, posing an imminent threat of annihilation. As anxiety rippled through the onlookers, dark clouds began to gather above, swirling ominously above Mo Xian's head, as if they were waiting for the moment he fell into darkness to obliterate him. The thunderclouds thickened, crackling with lightning, while distant observers noted the phenomenon. As the sky darkened, it was intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Countless individuals began capturing this extraordinary scene, sharing it online, spurring a flurry of speculation. Strange thunder phenomena reported around Wei City. It is believed that a formidable demonic entity has emerged. Given prior events in Huatsuan, the only plausible explanation was demonic in nature. It was widely believed that the heavenly Tao would punish evil, and such unprecedented occurrences signaled an impending crisis. Panic spread rapidly, prompting Commander Mu to convene an emergency meeting, whereupon he slammed his palm down in determination. "We shall continue to invoke Mo Xian's name to reassure the populace. Otherwise, we risk stirring the rats into action." The rats he referred to were those enemies who had long coveted the Xia kingdom, never relinquishing their watchful gaze. Despite ongoing efforts to capture them, many spies still lurked, and with the situation escalating, their rhetoric could incite unrest among the people. If not preemptively addressed, those swayed by the crowd might be easily manipulated. Soon after, the authorities began to release a statement. "Esteemed citizens, there is no need for alarm." The officials had previously received reports regarding unusual activities in that regard. Therefore, the messenger from the underworld, Mo Xian, has led a team to address the situation. The strange phenomena in the sky may be a sign of malevolent forces attempting to descend. So we kindly ask for your patience as we await the results. Please refrain from easily believing the misguided or those with twisted intentions, and go about your daily routines with peace of mind. Rest assured, the authorities and the messenger are here to support you. Upon hearing this news, Yunin quickly responded, disseminating the information widely. Soon, chatter began to circulate. "Oh, how wonderful! I was just startled and almost fled with my family." Indeed, with a messenger present, we can simply await the answers. We must trust the authorities and the messenger. Yes, let us wait patiently and not add chaos to the nation, nor give ill-intentioned individuals an opportunity. With the messenger on the case, there must be nothing to fear. All is well. What do we have to worry about with our messenger here? I, for one, am at ease, simply lying back and imagining the monsters being thoroughly vanquished by the messenger. What a thrill! Brother, your mindset is truly commendable. Perhaps we have been short-sighted. Let us await the news calmly. No need for panic. The King of Hell, upon checking his phone, also chimed in, as the thunder rumbles in the sky. My son Xian makes his grand entrance. Who dares to cause trouble? I stand firmly with Xian, especially with his mother by his side, so what is there to fear? At the mention of this name and the tone of his speech, everyone recognized it as the former King of Hell, and countless individuals hurriedly clicked to see more. Yet, his name left many perplexed. Who does the spear of filth strike down? Oh my, did the King of Hell mistake his judgment pen for a stirring stick? Brother, I think you've uncovered the truth. Look at his works, they are all from the underworld. So, the King of Hell is active on Yun'in and even shares his creations? Everyone, let us rush to give him likes. The King of Hell is quite fashionable. Your Majesty, I'll be the first to check in, if one day you decide I should perish at the stroke of midnight. Just give me a heads up, and I will bow to you at 2 in the morning, emphasizing sincerity. Ha ha ha, I thought you were asking for mercy, but instead, you want to bow early. Take me with you. Amidst the laughter and commotion, the King of Hell's presence dispelled all panic. The owner of Yun'in, observing from his office, could only grimace. He had consistently concealed the identity of the King of Hell, fearing exposure, yet here he was, reveling in the spotlight. Now that comments were being made, to stabilize the situation quickly, Yun'in had no choice but to push for more dissemination. Meanwhile, someone in the Hall of Hell was watching the follower count on his phone soar. Laughing so heartily that the beads of his curtain were shaking, Bai Wuchang, Xiebian, glanced over in astonishment. Ah, Your Majesty, you have become quite popular on Yun'in. Ha ha ha, it seems I can also earn some merit through live streaming. The King of Hell was delighted at the increase in followers. The more believers he had, the more power he could gain, and if he could guide others away from wrongdoing, he could earn merit. These people would light incense and pay respects, which would greatly benefit them. Previously, he could not reveal himself, but now, with Emo Xian's introduction, he could cultivate and enhance his abilities exponentially. What a joyous thought! Xiebian and Fan Wujiao exchanged glances, silently retrieving their pre-prepared phones to register accounts, even snapping a covert photo with the King of Hell to post under the names of Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. The owner of Yun'in had always been vigilant about the names of mythological figures, ensuring that any appearances were immediately reported. Upon seeing the photo, along with the setting, he realized it resembled the one the King of Hell had posted. He instructed, once any works are published, push them out immediately. Do you understand? Yes, boss. The employees excitedly dashed out. The King of Hell contemplated taking a look at what was happening, but was intercepted by someone clad in a robe. Your Majesty, you ought to reconsider your habit of wandering into the mortal realm so casually. Chapter 84. A chance or a calamity? The King of Hell raised an eyebrow. Oh, what brings you, Brother Dizong, to this place? The monk came to see if you are indeed as idle as you appear on Yun'in. Dizong, in his monk's robe, had a kind expression, yet his words were not so friendly. The King of Hell casually sank into a chair. Such talk. If anyone is idle, it is you. You do not come to assist but instead throw shade. Our underworld cannot monopolize the achievements. Otherwise, the mortal realm would descend into chaos. Dizong gently stroked the beads in his hand. Ba, good people should not be harmed. However, foreign spies that harm the citizens of the Xia Kingdom should be dealt with accordingly. After all, they do not belong to our jurisdiction but come here to cause harm. If we do not intervene, how can we seek justice for the wrongfully deceased? The ancestors have already been sent off. Should the rest not also be allowed to visit? The mortal realm is Xia, and the underworld is also Xia. I believe they would not mind too much. Beside them, Fan Wujiao and Xiebian gave a thumbs up. Impressed. This is the wisdom of a high monk. Enlightenment is indeed commendable. The King of Hell was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Well said, Dizong. As cunning as ever, I enjoy having you as a neighbor. Though I cannot change my ways as a neighbor, do not forget to share the merits. for it is difficult to advance in cultivation without such. Dizong glanced at his Yuanine interface. The king of hell chuckled. If you desire it, why not register for yourself? What would I do there? Exorcise souls or recite scriptures? Those mortals would likely avoid me. This was indeed a valid point. Then I shall get to work. You keep an eye on things in the underworld. The king of hell chuckled as he prepared to leave. Dizong smirked. Let us split the merits in half. Managing the trivial matters of the underworld can be quite taxing. You wouldn't be stingy, would you? Were you lacking in virtue in your past life? Why demand so much? The king of hell's lips twitched. Is this monk out of his mind? He does the work, goes live, and yet wants half the rewards. Dizong turned with his beads. If you are unwilling, then you shall deal with this troublesome ghost yourself. My abilities are limited, so you should seek someone more capable. As he turned to leave, Fan Wujiao and Xiebian hurriedly stepped in front. Bodhisattva Dizong, please wait. The king is not refusing. He merely wishes to negotiate. Dizong looked at the king of hell, asking, 46, is that acceptable? Agreed. Keep the tower secure. We shall proceed. The king of hell finished speaking and dashed away with the two Wuchangs. Dizong frowned. I feel as though I've been taken advantage of. Soon after, several underworld officials began bringing in a stack of work documents, placing them on the table. Your Majesty instructed us to prepare these earlier. Bodhisattva Dizong, please take a look. The pile was so high it reached his neck, and Dizong was furious. Ah, so you are plotting against me again. If my earnings are diminished, I shall burn down your lair. The underworld official chuckled. Not at all. The king is quite active now. With this surge in popularity, capturing traffic is essential. We ask Bodhisattva Dizong to remain calm. With that, he hastily left, fearing retribution. Meanwhile, the king of hell began his live broadcast to catch spies entering the gates of the underworld. Upon seeing the title, viewers flocked in, knowing it was a personal stream from the king of hell. Wow, 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 king of hell, I have come to see you. Me too. Are you going to show us the underworld today? What does catching spies mean? Please explain, I timidly ask. King of hell, I want to be watching this live and then suddenly pass away, right? Observing the frenzied barrage of comments, the king of hell smiled kindly at the camera. Today, we shall capture those who do not belong to the Xia kingdom and are here to harm the people. Your sacrificed ancestors are quite eager to see that group of little cherry blossoms punished. So I will take on this task. Wow, wow, wow. King of hell, are we going to see results? This is so cool. King of hell, how do you distinguish between spies? Yes, will there be misjudgments? After all, there are good people too. Like those helping our country. Are you kidding? The king of hell would misjudge. He could simply pull out a notebook filled with names of the most heinous individuals. I have a question about the messenger. Was that phenomenon truly caused by him? The king of hell, soaring through the air, responded. Indeed, it was Xian who created it. This challenge is his trial, but trust that he has the confidence to overcome it. As long as everyone believes, he shall continue to succeed. Wow, 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 that is wonderful. The king of hell is so fond of the messenger. I wish I had an elder like that. Do you need a sidekick? The king of hell replied, not at all, for I am the one clinging to the leg. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The king of hell is so entertaining. Adding a laugh. It's all about sincerity. The comments filled with laughter, creating a joyous atmosphere, while some onmyoji watching the stream twitched their lips. Where was the promised terrifying authority? How had the king of hell transformed into a playful old man, if others were no longer afraid? Wouldn't that lead to a lack of respect? Meanwhile, Emo Xian and his companions remained unaware of the unfolding drama. He had reached a critical moment. The sky crackled with purple lightning, and the surroundings were awash in violet. Emo Yuyin gazed at the thunderous sky, her expression grave. How could this happen at such a time? Does this not pose an even greater danger? Third aunt, what is happening? Why does it seem like the lightning is targeting my cousin? Lin Tianyu asked anxiously, fearing that a single strike could reduce Emo Xian to ashes. Emo Yuyin spoke solemnly. Xianer, you are acting contrarily to your previous deeds. The merits you have accumulated are now being forcibly contracted. But your power is insufficient, thus upon release, you will directly ascend, at this moment. It is tantamount to opposing the heavenly path, for the Longquan sword is a demonic sword that has yet to be redeemed. This action signifies a betrayal of the heavenly path itself, causing the abilities that could have been utilized and partially integrated to gradually separate. Once this power of the heavenly path completely departs from Shinra's body, the thunder will descend, obliterating him entirely, for the heavenly path does not tolerate betrayal. Everyone was astonished. Possessing the power of the heavenly path is advantageous, yet any actions that do not align with its recognition are deemed contrary and will lead to execution. Thus, this represents both an opportunity for Emo Xian and a calamity he currently faces. Emo Xian is forcibly absorbing all merits to aid a demonic sword, which the heavenly path undoubtedly forbids. The stronger he becomes, the more formidable the thunder will grow alongside his capabilities, preparing for a lethal strike. Emo Xian now felt as though his meridians were inflating like balloons, and his body struggled to digest and absorb all that merit, which was meant to assist his ancestors and annihilate Huatsuan. This surge was immense. Initially, he intended to retain a small portion for himself, keeping it within his mindset without moving it. However, the situation with Longquan was dire. He could not let go, thus he forcibly utilized it and began to devour and grow. He sensed the purple lightning in the sky, yet he could not retreat. He was only a step away. Emo Xian's skin appeared as if it were being torn apart, gradually cracking open, and blood began to stain his garments, creating a horrifying sight. His once handsome visage was marred by fissures in his flesh, rendering him ghastly. Chapter 85. The demon dragon is held and scratched. As the cracks on Emo Xian's body multiplied, his white robe became stained with crimson, while his aura surged. A tempestuous wind swept through, causing everyone to squint their eyes. Even the calamity clouds above trembled, and the entire Weicheng was soon enveloped in dark clouds, with fierce winds raging. Ultimately, it resembled an explosion, radiating outward from Emo Xian, sending Emo Yuyin and others flying backward, unable to maintain their footing. They were propelled over 100 meters away, only managing to stabilize themselves with the help of a formation, while the village was reduced to ruins in an instant. As objects whirled in the air like a tornado, Emo Xian's momentum showed no signs of abating. The whirlwind enveloped him, rendering his precise form invisible, save for the occasional glimmers of purple light that pierced through the vortex. Gradually, the tornado began to ascend, as if seeking to connect with the heavens above, where purple lightning and calamity clouds descended. The two forces seemed poised to subdue one another, yet remained wary, never truly colliding. At this moment, Emo Xian had pulled Longquan from its demonic descent, but the released power was entirely irretrievable. Moreover, as Longquan was a spiritual sword, the sudden surge of spiritual energy overwhelmed him. Currently, both Longquan and he had been suppressed for too long, leading to their next level of advancement. The sword and the man spiraled together within the whirlwind, while the purple lightning in the sky had yet to strike down. Instead, as it seemed to retreat, the Longquan sword surged upward, cleaving through the air. That singular strike was imbued with an overwhelming fury, intent on slaying the enemies that had just tormented its master. Yet, at the moment of impact, all the purple lightning was rapidly absorbed, causing the sword to tremble slightly. During the absorption, Emo Xian glanced up in concern for the Longquan sword, only to witness the purple lightning being drawn in, prompting him to shout, "Bring it on!" Longquan quivered before joyfully spinning again, charging toward the calamity clouds above. Outsiders could not hear Longquan's words, but Emo Xian could. It cried out, "You dare strike my master? I will cut, I will cut, I will cut, cut, cut. I will absorb, I will absorb, I will absorb, absorb, absorb." This declaration brought a smile to Emo Xian's face, allowing her to proceed as he calmed himself and began to absorb rapidly. The lightning struck by Longquan seemed to flow towards him. Upon sensing the lightning entering, it trembled through his meridians, transforming into flickering currents that lingered within, gradually merging with the purple energy. This revelation ignited Emo Xian's excitement. The meridians touched by the purple lightning retained traces of a violet-golden hue, appearing significantly strengthened, particularly in width, with a similar sensation coursing through his muscles. He was elated. Could it be that Longquan could absorb energy? Now that it was his contracted sword, coupled with his own purple energy, it could indeed absorb? With the consumption of this purple lightning, the absorption of merits would accelerate and enhance. He yearned to experiment further. Rising, he soared towards the sky, and the Longquan sword sensed his intentions, playfully teasing the lightning as if afraid it might escape. Upon reaching, he extended his hand towards the nearest purple bolt of lightning, instantly alarming those below. Shinner, little brother. Emo envoy, young master. Only Qianhao stood dazed, the purple lightning too dazzling and distant for them to discern clearly, but he was certain that Emo Xian had flown up himself. He tentatively remarked, Auntie, could it be that this purple lightning is beneficial for Shinner? He is not one to act frivolously. There must be a reason behind this. Mo Yuyan was taken aback, her eyes gradually brightening with excitement. Indeed, the purple energy and the purple lightning. Could they be connected, hence Shinner's actions? Lu Susu, feeling her own strength surging, also flew towards the spot where the purple lightning converged. Susu, Qianhao called out anxiously. As Lu Susu took flight, she replied, Duanlong, this is the young master's opportunity. The Longquan sword S as well, and it is also mine. Oh, not follow us. Wait for us. Subsequently, Lu Susu joined in the refinement and upgrade with the purple lightning, while the black spring water below churned violently as it erupted. Emo Xian looked down, then swiftly vanished behind the emerging demonic dragon. In the next moment, the purple magical energy transformed into talons, seizing the dragon's horn and lifting it skyward. This black dragon was already a true dragon, and a demonic one at that. The lightning needed to eradicate such a being. It is known that the purple lightning is meant for demons. Thus, Emo Xian delivered it directly, fearing that the purple lightning might flee, leaving them without the means to refine their bodies. At this moment, the King of Hell, having dispatched 2 spies, gazed at the flashing purple light in the sky, feeling somewhat uneasy. Additionally, the viewers in the live stream kept urging him to check on the envoy, expressing their concerns. He thus brought along the black and white impermanence of the live stream camera. One anticipated the scene to be so tumultuous. Upon arrival, they witnessed the whirlwind, the purple golden lightning, and the demonic dragon. When had dragons become more pitiable than insects? The viewers in the live stream also saw this spectacle, with black and white impermanence diligently moving closer to capture clearer footage. What am I witnessing? Is the envoy grappling with the demonic dragon? Indeed, you are not mistaken. That is exactly what is happening. Look, the dragon's horn is being grasped and continuously thrust towards the lightning. Heavens! Does the envoy intend to roast the dragon with lightning? Am I the only one who feels the envoy seems to have grown stronger? Note, I am an onmyoji. Above, you are correct. The envoy is indeed continuously becoming stronger. Isn't it natural? The envoy's talents must place him at the pinnacle. Everyone, did you not notice the sword and the beautiful Susu beside the envoy? I saw it. I also noticed they are chasing after the purple lightning. Could it be intentional? Those above, I think so too, but surely no one would invite lightning strikes, even if it is a sword. That sword is remarkably impressive. Could it be the envoy's magical artifact? The live stream was lively, with comments flying by so fast they were hard to read. The King of Hell laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, truly the last bearer of the heavenly Doctor's purple energy. The purple lightning can only serve as a stepping stone for his body refinement. This mere demonic dragon is merely fit to be his lightning rod. Observing the viewers in the live stream who were puzzled, Xie Bian found a moment to explain, initiating a commentary segment. Did you see the sword beside the envoy? It has been with him for over 5,000 years, continuously suppressing the demonic dragon. Now that it has found its master and re-established a contract, it is also engaging in the refinement of the demonic dragon while both are experiencing enhancements. This is something we on Myoji can only dream of. The comments exploded in a frenzy, showering gifts. These were merit symbols specially added by Yunin. Although their efficacy was uncertain, at least there was a formal, exclusive gift for the King of Hell. The comments erupted with inquiries. What level is the envoy at now? Who is stronger, him or the King of Hell? Chapter 86. I believe in him. He is the embodiment of justice. Now, it was not only the vast audience of bystanders who were curious, but even some on Myoji were eager to know the answer. After all, the envoy was currently pressing a demonic dragon to the ground. What would happen if the King of Hell were in his place? The King of Hell candidly laughed. Compared to me, he may be somewhat equal now, but that may not hold true for long. His words momentarily stunned the comments, and the King of Hell thought the stream had frozen. Just as he was about to inquire whether there was a network issue, a comment popped up, cautiously phrased. King of Hell, is that true? Is the envoy truly that formidable? Indeed, You are the king of hell. How could you not be weaker than the envoy? Yes, yes. Why has the envoy surpassed you so quickly? The king of hell explained. This is due to his absorption of the purple lightning to temper his meridians and physique. Had it been anyone else, they would have turned to ash. Yet as the lord of the underworld, I cannot dare to touch such overbearing yang lightning. Thus, to engage in combat with Shiner would merely be to offer myself up for his roasting. Moreover, the dragon's spring sword beside him has long since developed a spirit. 5 millennia of suppression and refinement could transform it into a demonic blade. Such fortitude is rare in this world. Few possess it, and even I cannot claim to achieve it. Therefore, the explosive culmination of long-term suppression is fearsome. Additionally, the young girl by his side is a product of 5 centuries of spiritual essence and the reincarnation of a ghost. To call her a spirit born of heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration. Upon her emergence, she is already at the level of a spirit general, and even the likes of He and Bai Wuchang rank only slightly above her at the outset. All are absorbing this growth, and it is mutually reinforcing. Coupled with Shiner's innate talent, this equates to a growth rate several times that of an ordinary person. I lack the capability to match him. Thus, facing 3 adversaries at once would lead to my certain defeat. Should he ascend yet again, I would have to flee. Expressions of astonishment filled the comments as viewers reacted in real time. This shocking revelation was too terrifying for them. Heavens, encountering the envoy in the future will be even more daunting than facing the king of hell. The former is powerful, but our envoy is the most handsome. Indeed, I misspoke. It is the power that is truly terrifying. He is simply a favored child of heaven. Could it be possible that the envoy is sent by heaven to save our Xia nation? Ha ha ha, the envoy is now my deity. I shall worship him. He embodies justice. I too wish to revere him. Might that not enhance his capabilities exponentially? The king of hell, seeing this, responded with a smile. Indeed, should you all believe in him? Then Shiner will gain the power of faith, amplifying his command over the heavenly forces and increasing his strength once more. Wow, I shall immediately seek out a dashing photo of the envoy to pay my respects. I'll join you. Oh dear, there's a photography studio downstairs. Why have so many people suddenly flocked here? Are you all lying in wait? Ha ha ha, we aren't lurking. We just happened to arrive as you were speaking. We had to rush, or else we wouldn't secure a spot. You are being too dogged. Save me a place, or at least help me print one. If I want to do it myself. My family needs some too. I can't wash them that quickly. Where would I get extras for you? I also printed a photo of the king of hell. He won't hold it against me. Will he? Upon seeing this, the king of hell quickly replied, Not at all. Everyone may print mine as well. It will help elevate my standing. After all, I cannot lose face before Shiner. All right, I have agreed. I shall return home to enshrine it. The comments section was bustling, and in reality, people were equally busy. Employees at various companies sneaked away from work to watch the live stream, rushing to print photos, causing the printers to work overtime. Some even dashed outside. When the boss emerged and saw everyone lined up, he pushed past them all. The crowd felt guilty, but the boss declared, Go, go, go. All of you line up at the back. I am the boss, I go first. This led to a flurry of comments mocking him. Our boss is quite shameless, printing dozens of copies for himself. What is that compared to ours? Our boss is truly a profiteer. He even charged us for the prints, claiming it was to raise funds for the king of hell. Our boss ran off with the printer. Ha ha ha, fortunately, I have my own at home. I am a photographer, and I now feel so fortunate to have a place to develop my photos. You cannot envy me. The online atmosphere was jubilant, while Mo Xian was intensely focused above. Struggling with the demonic dragon, as the purple lightning was nearly depleted, Mo Xian sensed an impending eruption within his dantian. To his astonishment, he realized he had leveled up once more, gaining greater assurance for future endeavors against evil. Even Lu Susu paused, closing her eyes, continuously absorbing spiritual energy and purple lightning. As he prepared to throw the weakened demonic dragon towards Mo Yuyan, he called out, Mother, catch! All right, Mo Yuyan responded with a gentle smile. Soaring into the air and securely grasping the dragon's horn, the camera captured her graceful form, prompting admiration. Wow, what a divine mother! So beautiful. Indeed, gentle yet powerful, able to fly and single-handedly seize the demonic dragon. How enchanting! Fairy, do you need a son? Is that you who was just chased away from my doorstep, screaming like a banshee? What? You know about that? My mother thought I no longer wanted her and was chasing me down. Ah ha ha ha. Fortunately, I whispered it. Otherwise, I would have faced a beating. Commander Mu observed the live stream at headquarters, chuckling with delight, while General Li beside him wore a proud expression. Look, they have so many formidable individuals. Now the King of Hell is broadcasting for the Xia Nation, deepening their pride as soldiers of Xia. Xia Nation, a country steeped in history, known as the descendants of the dragon, also harbors countless bloodlines awakening within them. Boiling with fervor. One day, all evil shall steer clear of Xia, and none shall dare set foot within its borders. Through their efforts, and the contributions of countless patriotic talents, they gradually coalesce into an unassailable force. After Mo Yin caught the demonic dragon, her aura enveloped it, swiftly absorbing its essence. Aoang Lin Yao stood guard beside her, fearful that anyone might harm his beloved wife, his eyes brimming with affection, almost spilling over onto the viewers' screens, prompting another wave of cheers. They began to believe in love, as if the strength surrounding the envoy could transform them all, instilling optimism, patriotism, and righteous indignation. They became markedly gentler towards those around them, as if the burdens of life and economy had lifted just enough to offer a glimmer of hope and motivation. The societal restlessness and animosity gradually receded. No longer would they quarrel over minor collisions or refuse to yield over trivial misunderstandings. Suddenly, the eruption from Mo Xian drew everyone's attention as he radiated an astonishing purple-red light, illuminating the screen in a vibrant hue. All held their breath, unwilling to blink, lest they miss a pivotal moment. Chapter 87. Mo Xian achieves invincible form. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Mo Xian's aura explosively surged forth. The King of Hell waved his hand, enveloping those nearby, fearful they might be injured. After all, he was accompanied by the underworld's phantoms. Should they be harmed by this purple energy, it would be dire. That moment, a new power manifested within Mo Xian's body. The power of faith. His astonishment. The King of Hell had brought such a delightful surprise. He did not anticipate that so many people nationwide would swiftly send forth their faith, each one an active participant. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if he belonged to this realm, rendering everything else insignificant. He extended his hand and discovered that the heavenly healing technique could now directly penetrate his skin to reveal the condition of his blood vessels, bones, and muscle tissues. This proved that his heavenly healing had reached its pinnacle, and the inner walls of his blood vessels and meridians were enveloped in a layer of purple-golden energy, resembling steel, and were significantly wider. The energy within was also far purer. When he casually released a bit of spiritual power, it shimmered with a purple-golden hue. This strength surpassed the previous purple energy, and when he attempted to harness the power of heaven and earth, it flowed through him effortlessly, almost without the need for incantations. He had just leveled up, and then due to the purple lightning and the power of faith, he ascended once more. Thus, his former rank of Yin-Yang Spirit King had elevated to Spirit Emperor. Surpassing the realm of Spirit Lord, no wonder he could sense the numerous disturbances in this world. He closed his eyes and attempted to attune himself, hearing countless places calling out to him. Wherever his name was uttered, he could clearly perceive the speaker's appearance and words through the heavenly path. As he watched the live stream, he noticed a commenter exclaiming, "Ah, Mo Xian Envoy is so handsome. I love you. I want to bear your child." Mo Xian's lips twitched as he hurriedly shifted his gaze to another comment. This time, it was from a woman pleading, "Mo Xian Envoy, please save my child. He is still so young." The woman cradled a 3- or 4-year-old child in her arms, continuously bowing before a spirit tablet adorned with his photo, stirring within him a profound sense of being reduced to a mere image on a wall. So this is the feeling of being worshipped? He gazed into the void at the child, scanning for any anomalies, and discovered a tumor the size of a thumb on the child's head, indicative of malignancy. Fortunately, it had not yet spread, but its location pressed upon vital nerves and arteries. Typical surgery would likely be impossible due to its placement. Should any nerves move, the child could become a simpleton or, in the worst case, lose his life. He spoke across the void. "Within 10 days, bring him to the Weiqing branch to find me. Take good care of him. Do not fear. The woman, who had been bowing fervently, was momentarily stunned, thinking she had hallucinated. She anxiously called out, "Envoy, is that you? It is I. Remember what I said. If you wish for your child's life, go wait over there, and in 10 days, I will return to treat him. Do not delay." Imo Xian earnestly instructed. "All right, thank you, Envoy. I will bow to you." The lady began to prostrate herself on the ground, but Imo Xian's consciousness had already departed. This is the ability to probe the powers of heaven and earth? How wondrous! If this is the case, I merely need to conceal my strength, and my enemies will remain oblivious. If I could detect my foes, that would be even better. Fortunately, after the upgrade, his aura became increasingly tranquil. If he did not let it leak, he appeared little different from an ordinary person. However, should he reveal even a hint of it, as long as the observer was not of a higher level, there would be no issue. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of his level, providing him with greater confidence in combating the demons of the future. He attempted to probe into the current crisis. And to outsiders, it seemed as though he was merely meditating with his eyes closed, while in reality, he had immersed himself in observing the secrets of the heavens. He could sense the frenzy of the live stream comments. Yet at that moment, he felt as if he were a colossal presence in the universe, towering high above, able to gaze down upon the vast landscapes of the Great Xia, while those below appeared insignificant. Devoid of any sense of existence, in that instant, Imo Xian found himself momentarily distracted, observing the diminutive beings below him, his heart devoid of any stirring. Even when witnessing the aftermath of a tragic car accident, where the injured lay on the ground, his gaze remained indifferent. It was as if all living beings were meant to be so, fragile, small, and altogether unremarkable. At that moment, he felt as if he were the sky itself, while below was a prison, containing countless souls, struggling, laughing, and leaping through the trials of life. Suddenly, a thought surged in his mind. To allow all things to transpire, for everything is impermanent, and each has its own destiny. Yet, in an instant, he awakened from this power, questioning how he could harbor such thoughts. Only the wicked should endure suffering. The virtuous ought to enjoy a peaceful existence. This is the righteous path, and no matter how insignificant a being may be, as long as it is alive, it deserves the right to exist and thrive, and should not bear the consequences of the misdeeds of a few nefarious individuals. After all, not all deaths are justly deserved endings, such as those resulting from assassinations, beatings, threats, exploitation, or murder. Furthermore, the scourge of drugs has claimed far too many lives. These are not the fates they ought to face. These are the consequences of greed, not decrees of heaven and earth. Their avarice has wrought all of this. Thus those who suffer as a result are innocent victims. And then there are the demons, weaving black threads throughout the realm, like a fishing net ensnaring the entire Great Xia. The fortune of the people, the luck of the Xia state, and the dragon veins all seem to be siphoned away by these dark threads. Although the flow is slow, he can perceive it. This includes the underworld, where the heroic souls are also being drained of their vitality, some appearing quite feeble, continuously losing their strength. Within it reside the ghost generals, the spectral soldiers, and ordinary souls, and the same holds true in the realm of the living. It is no wonder that the Xia state faces so many calamities. The luck has been siphoned away, leading to incessant floods and disasters. The same applies to the living beings of heaven and earth, and the ethereal creatures cultivating in the mountains. This aims to utterly annihilate the Great Xia. He focused on his own body, noticing a thin thread dissipating, realizing that he too had once been among those being absorbed. The only exception was Lu Susu, the spirit of heaven and earth, who remained untainted, as pure and transparent as a singular ray of light. And no wonder, she was the spirit of the world. Imo Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, he gestured to sever the black threads entangling his mother and others, only to find them incredibly resilient. The heavenly manifestation waved his hand again, this time infused with golden-purple energy. Imo Yuyan, in the midst of absorption, felt the energy rushing toward her but did not retreat. Everyone was astonished as to why the messenger would initiate an attack on her mother. To all, Imo Xian's heavenly manifestation was invisible and unfathomably vast. After all, he was in meditation, while the messenger had not opened their eyes. Could this be a case of mistaken injury? As anxiety gripped everyone, The energy merely swept rapidly beneath Mo Yuyan's feet before vanishing. With her eyes still closed, Mo Yuyan felt as though some tether had been severed, her body absorbing the demonic dragon's essence with increasing swiftness. While the purple energy left behind by Mo Xian surged forth from the formation, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into a new essence, it was as gentle as a spring breeze, bringing comfort to both body and mind. Mo Xian gazed at the immense net, realizing that this was the calamity that had persisted for millennia. The battles of the past merely delayed the inevitable now. The concern was not whether he could prevail, but rather the fear of collateral damage. After all, there were so many people nationwide. If the adversary were immensely powerful, or if he could not deliver a decisive blow, countless lives could be lost in the cataclysm. With one arm crossed over his chest, he stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering how to proceed in a more prudent manner. Chapter 88. I shall make you my grandson, as he focused on the black webs. It seemed they resonated like peanuts, prompting Mo Xian to immediately return to himself. He ultimately decided to bide his time, conserving his cultivation to better ensure the safety of the populace. The King of Hell's gaze flickered as he glanced at Mo Yuyan, who was still absorbing the demonic dragon's essence, before soaring to Mo Xian's side. With a smile, he inquired, "How do you feel, young one?" Quite well. Were it not for the faith of the people, it would be challenging to suppress the invasion of demonic energy. Mo Xian replied, feigning innocence. The King of Hell chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you, young man, are indeed quite weak." He had nearly let slip a truth, but quickly redirected the conversation. Mo Xian simply smiled, offering no explanation. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback, their expressions and comments shifting. "Wall? I see you. Don't ask me why I'm laughing." The King of Hell observed the active viewers, who seemed to understand yet remained silent, and remarked with a grin, "So, I said our Xianer is quite handsome, and you'll want to hitch a ride on my coattails from now on, yes?" The comments immediately echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. The King of Hell previously claimed the messenger could not defeat him, and that he should cling to his coattails as an accessory. Wait a minute, weren't we just saying we should pamper him? Indeed, the King of Hell knows how to spoil children. Do you want a baby? I'm willing. To the one above, perhaps you should wait until you reach 89 years old before speaking. Otherwise, you might find yourself hanging from a tree in the southeast. But there may still be a chance to become neighbors with the King of Hell. As for the baby, let's not get carried away. King of Hell, look at me. I'm just 3.5 years old. Becoming a grandson is just right. Mo Xian glanced at the comments, casually responding, 35 is indeed still a child. Perhaps Uncle Yin can add a stroke." The comments erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, the messenger is joking." The brothers of 35 quickly come out and share. Did the messenger guess correctly? Could it be that the messenger was right? Messenger, I was wrong. King of Hell, I no longer wish to be a grandson. Please don't gesture my name. I truly am 35. The comments briefly paused before erupting into laughter once more. Everyone understood yet chose not to articulate it, and Mo Xian merely smiled. The fact that these viewers could express themselves through emojis without any errant remarks proved their awareness. They were merely playing along. Meanwhile, Mo Yuyan had nearly finished absorbing the essence, and the demonic energy surrounding the dragon had diminished significantly. Observing this, Mo Xian stepped forward and grasped her hand. "Mother, let me have it." "All right." Mo Yuyan released her grasp and quickly formed hand seals to immerse herself in the absorption. Lin Yao, while shielding his wife, inquired, "Son, is it better for your mother to absorb this dragon's essence? Do you have another use for it?" Indeed, this is a true dragon. Reaching this stage is no easy feat, as it is not born of the dragon clan but has cultivated from a serpent over millennia to attain such prowess. The plight of this demon is truly pitiable, for it has not yet caused any severe consequences during its demonic phase. Thus, I wish to see if I can save its life. The King of Hell expressed some disapproval. "Xianer, this demonic dragon has existed for thousands of years. Its demonic nature may be too deeply rooted to eradicate. Your actions might invite calamity upon yourself. You must understand that this dragon is surely an important piece in the adversary's game. Should anything go awry, it could be fatal for you." Mo Xian nodded while pressing against the dragon's body. "Yes, Uncle Yin, I understand. However, there is no malice in this. It represents the dragon of the Xia state. We claim to be the descendants of dragons, and naturally, we cannot stand by and watch as it succumbs to darkness. Moreover, the dragon has endured for so many years without revealing itself. There must be a reason. Why not give it a chance? The king of hell, considering his realm, stroked his beard and nodded, cautioning, just remember, if it proves unmanageable, eliminate it without hesitation. Do not leave behind any potential threats, for this dragon is likely beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to handle. Understood, Uncle Xian. Mother still needs to cultivate and should not linger outside. Please keep an eye on other areas, and I will return to handle matters here. Mo Xian feared that upon his return, other places might become agitated. All right, go ahead. The Lin family and the underworld are watching the other areas. Take care of your mother first. The king of hell was well aware that as long as Mo Yuyan recovered, their combat strength would surge, thus enhancing their confidence against the impending calamities. After Mo Xian and his companions took flight, he gazed skyward and murmured, I hope this predicament can be resolved henceforth. He had lost count of how many years the threads of demonic energy had shrouded the Xia state. They, too, could not escape the shackles of fate. Only by breaking these chains could they cultivate to greater heights and face future crises unafraid. The outside world had likely already turned upside down, yet their cultivation remained a challenging endeavor. Soon, Mo Xian and his companions returned to the small courtyard, where Chun Hao and others were responsible for protection. Mo Xian suppressed the demonic dragon beneath the Longquan sword, then led his mother into the room. Upon entering, they observed flashes of purple light and the winds howling around them, while outside the walls, tranquility reigned. Inside the formation, chaos ensued, with Lu Susu vigilantly protecting the house and courtyard, fearing that Mo Xian would emerge to find the place in ruins. This was of utmost importance to them, being the beginning of everything, as well as the onset of their rise. For the Yin-Yang masters, such sites of emergence warranted special protection, just as a person would ensure to preserve their original home should they achieve great fortune. Maintaining the place where they once prospered is crucial for retaining good fortune. Note, if you find such a blessed place, be sure to keep it and never sell it. Such locations are indeed auspicious abodes. Places of fortune. The previous owner's ability to amass wealth speaks volumes, as does the string of good luck that has followed their arrival. This is the essence of a land that nurtures its inhabitants. Feng Shui is not mere superstition. It embodies the myriad elements of heaven and earth, composed of various energies, some nurturing and some harmful. For instance, an abundance of cold winds may lead to physical ailments, leaving one languid after prolonged exposure. If the area is overly damp, one may easily fall victim to rheumatism, and similarly, certain energies can be soothing while others can be detrimental. This is precisely why dragon seeking and the study of residential feng shui are essential. Most business people adhere to feng shui principles, each with a foundation of evidence to support their beliefs. Thus, Lu Susu is adamant about preserving this place, although finding a blessed land is not particularly challenging for them. This site symbolizes the inception of their bonds, the commencement of Lu Susu's life journey, and the rekindling of her connection with Duan Lang. It is a place where the young master has bestowed upon her a renewed life and capabilities, valued more than any other by her, making it the most heartfelt home. Moreover, this will soon mark the beginning of Aunt Mo's rebirth, or perhaps a new starting point for the demon dragon. Though the chances of success may be slim, with the young master taking charge, it should not pose a problem, right? Chapter 89. The demon dragon's self-destruction. This time, Mo Xian entered a week-long seclusion, during which anguished cries from Mo Yuyan echoed, as though she were enduring a cruel punishment by fire, wishing for death. Lin Yao, outside, clenched his fists, his heart rising with each passing moment. This was a rigorous process of bodily reformation, akin to the reconstruction of flesh, where every pore felt as if pierced by needles. Yet, this trial of burning bridges was a necessary ordeal. Otherwise, she would never be able to live as a normal person, nor walk under the sun. After a final, blood-curdling scream, Lin Yao could no longer contain himself and rushed inside. Finding Lin Yuyan pale and lying on the bed, he turned to Mo Xian, noticing his exhaustion, and swallowed the words he had intended to say. However, as he grasped Mo Yuyan's hand, he felt a pulse. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Excitedly, he reached to feel her heart, eager to confirm its beat. Just then, Lin Tianyu entered and pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Uncle San, There are so many children present. Don't you feel ashamed? Aunt San is embarrassed enough as it is. This remark caused Lin Yao to awkwardly straighten up, turning to scold. You have such a filthy mind. You should watch less of those nonsensical things. I was merely checking for a heartbeat. Why the fuss? Lin Tianyu incredulously pointed at himself. Uncle San, on my honor, your actions were anything but pure. And now you're turning the tables on me? You think you're so impressive? He continued. Aunt San is as young as us. Who knows when she might find a younger suitor and leave you behind? Let's see how you boast then. Lin Yao pretended not to care, but inwardly wondered if he was truly getting old. Would his future wife ever find him unappealing? His future partner would be a living, breathing person, not some immortal entity. If he were to fall behind, wouldn't he that mean losing her? No, he must shave his beard and wear something other than a suit. He must dress in matching outfits with his wife to ensure that no one would dare compete with him. Meanwhile, Emo Xian had completed his breathing exercises and looked at his father, who appeared lost in thought. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Mom will never think you are old. After all, someone like you is quite sought after among the younger crowd. You're the warm-hearted uncle type. Really? Lin Yao asked, his spirits lifted. Chen Hao chimed in from behind. Xuanzi has finally embraced some fashion sense. You no longer look like an ancient relic living in a cave. Nowadays, young girls favor uncles for their maturity, kindness, and wealth. A man like you even has fan clubs online. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened a forum filled with posts from fans, showcasing various screenshots of Lin Yao from his limited appearances. Some even discussed the chemistry between him and Mo Yuyan, dubbing their love a celestial romance, inspiring others to seek their own beloveds. Lin Yao felt a swell of pride, finally relieved that he wouldn't be looked down upon. However, concerning wealth, he needed to ask his father for some funds. Otherwise, what if his wife found his resources lacking? With this thought, he promptly exited. Uncle San, where are you going? Lin Tianyu inquired, puzzled, to ask your grandfather for money. I want to go too. Lin Tianyu quickly followed him. Lin Yao scoffed. You don't even have a wife. What do you need money for? Can't I use it to buy a car? My favorite car is incredibly expensive, and I've been holding back from purchasing it. Lin Tianyu's defensive tone trailed off as they walked away. Oh Shin chuckled and then stood up, glancing at the rising sun before soaring to the highest floor to begin his cultivation. As the sun ascended, he swiftly absorbed the purple aura, returning by noon feeling refreshed. Chen Hao approached slyly. Xuanzi, give me the lowdown. What level are you at now? The highest one, Emo Xian replied nonchalantly before heading to his room to wash up, leaving Chen Hao in stunned silence, realizing that this unexpected advancement had led his friend to godhood. My goodness, Xuanzi is a freak. Lu Susu laughed softly at the side. The young master's talents are indeed exceptional. Outside, the dragon spring suppressing the demon dragon trembled slightly, and Lu Susu smiled as she approached the balcony, addressing it. Indeed, we owe part of our success to you. Our little dragon spring is quite formidable. The sword stood upright, proud and straight, while the suppressed demon dragon seized the opportunity to stir. It lunged upward with a swing of the sword, circling twice before halting before the dragon's head, vibrating incessantly. Chen Hao, puzzled and unable to comprehend, asked, What is Xuanzi's sword doing? It feels as though it's trying to speak. Yes, it's showing off, Lu Susu explained with a giggle. It's boasting about its master's prowess, telling the demon dragon to cower. Otherwise, it might just turn it into dog food with a single strike. Reminding it to behave as she finished explaining, she covered her mouth, stifling laughter. The demon dragon, now scolded, looked bewildered until it spotted Emo Xian approaching, tears nearly flowing from its eyes. Ha ha, little dragon spring, when did you become so chatty? Are you the reincarnation of Tang Song? This demon dragon is practically in tears from your reprimands, Emo Xian remarked, extending his hand to touch the sword's body. A slightly transparent little girl appeared beside it, dressed in a pink dress, her hair styled in double buns, radiating cuteness. With her hands on her hips, she proudly proclaimed, Master, you don't know the agony I've endured over these millennia. This wretched dragon has been incessantly told to refrain from falling into darkness and to purify itself. Yet it remains so obstinate. If it weren't for it, would I have suffered so much? I've been suppressing it for 5,000 years. After your demise, I dared not let it move, and yet it still infected me. nearly turning my spiritual sword into a demonic one. How could I not be furious? In this lifetime, I must return the favor, Mo Xian chuckled, shaking his head. It too has its reasons. Dragons are inherently lustful, enamored with gold and silver, and it's only natural for it to succumb to temptation without facing trials. You've endured so much these years. Leave the rest to me. All right, the little dragon spring said cheerfully as it drifted away from the demon dragon. At this moment, Mo Xian was clad in trendy summer shorts and a white t-shirt. His long hair cascading behind him, with a portion secured to prevent it from obstructing his face. Wow, Xuanzi, when I bought this outfit, I just knew you'd look like a dashing young master returning to the world. Seeing it now, you look amazing, Chun Hao exclaimed, delighted. This version of Mo Xian possessed a touch of warmth, a stark contrast to his previous ethereal demeanor. Mo Xian smiled, then turned to place his hand atop the demon dragon's head. Channeling a golden-purple energy into it, the dragon writhed in agony, releasing its dragon might, seemingly making a final stand. Seize! Mo Xian commanded, his words manifesting as a black demonic energy slowly converged into his palm from the demon dragon's body. The demon dragon's struggles intensified, its body swelling, its eyes turning crimson. Lu Susu shouted, "This is bad. Get back. The demon dragon is about to self-destruct." Chapter 90. What the heck? The messenger's brother can crawl with a haughty flick of its tail. The little dragon caught Chen Hao's attention, who promptly seized the tail and lifted it for a closer inspection. Wow, so this is what a dragon looks like. It really does resemble the legendary Azure Dragon, he exclaimed. Mo Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Azure Dragon is considered one of the divine beasts, thus it possesses considerable innate talent. After enduring these trials, I hope it can resist temptation in the future. He then rescued the little dragon from Chen Hao's grasp, looking it in the eye with sincerity. If you ever fall into darkness again, succumbing to the allure of power, the purple aura within you will ultimately lead to your obliteration. Do you understand? The little dragon nodded fervently. Though it was currently weakened due to the recent storm, it was still significantly stronger than before. With the support of the purple aura, it was no longer comparable to its former self. As Mo Xian had said, no destruction, no creation. The little dragon had previously succumbed to temptation after years of hard work, failing to guard its heart when the demonic influence invaded, becoming enamored with the overwhelming power. However, it was quickly subdued by the dragon spring sword, without causing harm to any villagers. For thousands of years, it had been imprisoned, allowing the darkness within to deepen. Now returned to its true self? With such a benefactor as Mo Xian, the little dragon would not foolishly chase after power again. If anything could enable it to transform into a human, it would surely be by following Mo Xian. However, it felt a sense of hesitation due to their nascent acquaintance, compounded by the fact that the dragon spring was still in a state of agitation, so it refrained from voicing its desire to transform. As a serpent, it needed to cultivate enough vitality and essence before it could successfully transform in front of a robust human. In this world, it was humanity that held the dominion, be they mountain spirits or divine beasts like the Azure Dragon. Without a human's approval, transformation was impossible. Mo Xian tossed the little dragon back to Chun Hao and dialed Director Zhang's number. Uncle Zhang, has that mother and son arrived? He expressed surprise that Zhang had indeed mentioned them. Having initially thought it was merely an illusion, they had been waiting for a day now. He inquired when it would be convenient for Zhang to come over. Director Zhang chuckled, having learned about the mother and son, and was eager for a successful treatment. However, he was also curious about how Mo Xian had been able to call them, as he had been meditating with his eyes closed, while everyone else was watching the live stream. It was impossible to remember incorrectly, yet the woman had insisted that Mo Xian had summoned her, prompting him to confirm via phone. When Mo Xian failed to answer, he speculated that perhaps the situation with her mother was complicated, coupled with the unresolved matter of the demonic dragon, leading him to refrain from calling again. I'm heading over now, Uncle Zhang, Mo Xian concluded before hanging up and stepping outside. Chun Hao promptly followed suit, while the dragon spring sword floated to Mo Xian's side, eagerly shaking its hilt. Master, I want to go too. However, Mo Xian explained seriously, in this law-abiding society, we cannot casually carry cold weapons, or we might instill fear in others. The ethereal form of the dragon spring pouted in disappointment. But I have finally joined you, Master. Surely you can persuade those stubborn old folks to grant me an exception. even if an exception were to be made. Standard procedures must be followed. You cannot go now, so remain here obediently. I shall return swiftly, Imo Xian reassured it patiently. The little dragon leapt onto Imo Xian's shoulder, grinning at the ethereal dragon spring, its tail nearly soaring to the heavens. You can't go, but I can. Look, I can even hide in Master's pocket, it exclaimed, promptly burrowing into Imo Xian's pants pocket. Imo Xian shook his head in amusement, while Lu Susu, observing the dragon spring's frustration, suggested, "Why not accompany me for now? I'm dressed in traditional attire. Others might mistake you for part of my costume, so it should be fine." The dragon spring, elated, began to twirl joyfully, exclaiming, Sister Susu, you're the best. I adore you." The group then ventured outside, finding that their car had been moved. The police station was not far, and they felt a sense of excitement from not having wandered around Wei City for a long time. Although there were patients on the premises, Imo Xian was confident he could handle it, and there would be no unexpected incidents in the short term. As they strolled, passers-by cast astonished glances in their direction, with some discreetly snapping photos. Unbeknownst to them, their fame had spread nationwide, not merely confined to Wei City. Imo Xian's striking features and charismatic presence were not easily overlooked. Many had captured screenshots from the live stream, making it impossible for anyone to fail to recognize him. As they moved along, whispers of astonishment arose among the crowd. "Wow, is that the dragon spring sword that Sister Susu is holding?" "Yes, I just checked the photos. It's the dragon spring sword. I heard it possesses a spirit and is quite formidable." "Everyone, keep your voices down. Otherwise, the emissaries won't be able to walk around freely next time. We must not pursue them." Although they thought they were being cautious, their words were overheard by Imo Xian and his companions, and upon hearing its name praised, the dragon spring sword could no longer contain itself. It darted from Lu Susu's grasp, fluttering joyfully before Imo Xian and his companions, flitting about to examine traffic lights, darting into convenience stores, and exploring the roadside flora with unrestrained curiosity. Onlookers watched in bewilderment as a sword danced merrily ahead, trailed by familiar faces. After all, the most formidable among them had already been worshipped, making recognition inevitable. One individual, however, glanced down at Imo Xian's trousers, initially curious about the style for potential purchase, but ultimately witnessing a scene that would be etched in their memory forever. They beheld the emissary's trousers tinting suspiciously, with something seemingly crawling from the waistband. "What the heck? Is that thing actually moving?" Chapter 91. The cycle of cause and effect. Qian Hao froze momentarily, then burst into laughter upon seeing Imo Xian's trousers. Lu Susu stifled a giggle, careful not to look too intently, but Imo Xian, upon lowering his gaze, recognized his own embarrassing predicament. The little dragon, initially snug in Imo Xian's pocket, had grown bored and, spotting a loose thread, began to tug at it. As a result, the thread unraveled, and in its panic to avoid colliding with Imo Xian, it climbed along the fabric, keeping its tail elevated. It inadvertently found itself entangled in Imo Xian's trousers, prompting an unintended reveal. Imo Xian, noticing the commotion, reached down to extricate the little dragon, which immediately shrank its neck in embarrassment, avoiding eye contact. The onlooker, who had shouted earlier, was now speechless, staring agog at the tiny dragon Imo Xian had revealed. Their mind raced with exclamations of disbelief. The moment was captured on camera, quickly making its way online with the headline, "The emissary's brother has his own ideas." Some netizens, intrigued as they had never heard of the emissary having a brother, speculated it might be a family relation and rushed to view the footage. The comments flooded in with a chorus of astonished exclamations. As the story went viral, Qian Hao, still chuckling, pulled out his phone to find the trending topic, laughing uncontrollably. Imo Xian, playfully draping an arm around him, kicked his foot back, causing Qian Hao to stumble and fall in a comical heap. The hilarity of the situation left them in stitches, and they were caught on camera once more. Lu Susu hurried to help Qian Hao up, teasing, "Next time at LLBU making headlines. So don't rush." While he didn't see any headlines, Qian Hao was unaware that his simple, clumsy fall had been turned into a meme by netizens. Imo Xian received a message from Lin Tianyu, which made him laugh upon opening it. He leaned toward Qian Hao. "Now we're even. Let us hurry and not draw more attention." With a swift movement, they vanished from sight, realizing that their current situation was not conducive to lingering in public. as any incident could provide fodder for gossip for quite some time. Chen Hao leapt forward, grumbling, "Why is my mishap a meme while yours seems far more fitting? It depends on who the people revere. No one would use their own deity as a meme," Lu Susu explained earnestly. The little dragon, feeling a twinge of guilt, snuggled closer to Emo Xian's arm, anxious about potential repercussions. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Emo Xian remained calm and unperturbed, which in turn lifted the little dragon's spirits as they arrived at the police station, where it began to look around curiously. Upon spotting Emo Xian, some officers greeted him warmly. "Just call me by my name. We are all colleagues here," Emo Xian smiled, engaging in light conversation. They soon learned that the mother and son had just returned from a meal and were waiting in the lounge. Xian thanked the officer who led him and then pushed open the door. The woman, spotting him, hurried forward with her child, bending her knees in preparation to kneel. "No need for that. Please sit down while I examine your child." Emo Xian gently levitated her, smiling as he entered the room. Director Zhang chuckled. "You've stirred quite the commotion in such a short time. I can hardly eat in peace," Emo Xian replied with a smirk. "I suppose I could begrudgingly inherit your flower credit." Zhang leaned closer. "Can I take a look at that little creature of yours?" "Here you go." Xian handed over the little dragon, then turned his attention back to the seated child, beginning a thorough examination. Closing his eyes, he carefully began to cleanse any superfluous elements, effectively stimulating the child's cells to engulf the harmful ones, utilizing his powers to bolster their strength, relentlessly besieging the malignant tumor that had taken root. The child experienced some pain and began to weep. With a gentle wave of his left hand, caused the child to slip into a deep slumber, allowing him to continue maintaining his magical powers. After all, the child was quite young, and it would not do to let those harmful cells struggle too fiercely. Thus, he enveloped the vital meridian cells that required protection in his magic. This task was relatively minor for, and he soon withdrew his hand. The anxious woman inquired, "Messenger, how is he?" "Ah, take him home for proper recuperation. He will be fine," replied with a smile. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, attempted to kneel, but steadied her, saying, "There is no need for such gestures. You have honored me with your devotion and faith. With blessings come responsibilities. Thank you, thank you," the woman exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she tenderly caressed the child's cheek, her lips trembling with emotion. Allowed her a moment to gather herself and contact her family before turning to seek out in others who were studying the dragon outside. "Howsy, enough of the games. We need to visit the hospital." He called out, who had been introducing the little dragon to the officials, was momentarily taken aback. "Why are we going to the hospital? There are several willing individuals in need of treatment. Their fates are not yet sealed." Replied with a calm demeanor. Cast a reluctant glance at the little dragon and inquired, "Can you assist the remaining patients as well? Each life is bound by its own destiny. I cannot intervene in matters that are already fated. If it is a matter of causality, I must tread carefully to avoid entanglement," explained. "There exists a great deal of injustice in this world, yet much of it stems from debts incurred in past lives. Manifesting in this one, perhaps in this lifetime, a person is virtuous and suffers greatly, but no one knows of their previous life, where they may have acted with greater cruelty and malice, as the saying goes. The cycle of cause and effect cannot be altered. Not every circumstance can be changed, and not every seemingly benevolent soul can intervene. Among those who honor him, possesses a clear awareness of their past lives, the interconnected fates and the reasons behind their formation. Nodded in understanding. "I see now. If anyone could be saved, you would surely be overwhelmed, wouldn't you?" Directly called him out. "Are you hoping I would be? Do not say such things. I am merely considering the health of the people. As for matters of causality, I, a mere mortal, cannot comprehend. Regarding the patients, could you perhaps leave this little dragon with us for a couple of days?" Proposed. Having found the little dragon quite delightful and knowing many were out on missions and had yet to see it, he thought it would lift their spirits after a long day. Recently, they had been consumed with inquiries into suspicious locations, and this would serve as a reward. After all, not everyone has the chance to see a dragon, let alone one that can play. Nodded. "Very well. Let it play to its heart's content and return to find me." He then proceeded toward the exit when suddenly dashed in front of him. "Master, Master, we have yet to receive the special pardon." Deliberated. "In that case, you stay here and play with the little dragon. primarily to ensure it does not misbehave. Once the special pardon is arranged, you can return to me. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, replied joyfully, for the atmosphere was filled with righteous energy, which he found quite pleasant. After exchanging a few words with, made his way to the hospital. Schwanzi, whom are we going to assist this time? Inquired with curiosity. An old acquaintance, replied enigmatically, before striding toward an intensive care unit. Chapter 92. More wrong than Do-e and exchanged glances, both realizing that they did not know many people, and those they were connected to would not likely be ill without their knowledge. Entering the patient room with a sense of puzzlement, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The figure lying in the bed was equally surprised, as the news of his hospitalization had not been disclosed. He smiled with surprise, though his once stalwart face now appeared pale and gaunt, bearing an oxygen mask that made him seem a decade older, seated himself beside the bed and asked, "Had I not come? Would you have kept this from me? You dear child, I know you are busy. I did not wish to burden you with worry," replied affectionately. Shook his head with a smile. "Had I not detected that something was amiss in your voice and calculated your condition, you would have likely waited until the end to inform me." His tone carried a hint of discomfort, as he had always been deeply concerned for them, striving to secure the best treatment and necessities. Now, to be kept in the dark regarding his illness was unsettling. Chuckled, "At my age, it is not unusual to encounter health issues. Having fought in battles, I fear that involving you might entangle you in causality. You are a stalwart defender of our nation, and the bloodshed upon your hands pales in comparison to your merit. Why, saving you will not taint me with causality, but rather benefit my cultivation." Stated with conviction. S. expression brightened. "Very well, given the multitude of matters at hand, it is unwise for me to remain idle." Then commenced the treatment, only to discover a dark aura within him, causing his gaze to sharpen. Once he had purged the dark energy, he opened his eyes and asked, "Military uncle, where have you been recently?" "What do you mean?" Having removed the oxygen mask, was attempting to move when he paused at the question. "Military uncle, there was dark energy within you, which I have now eliminated. Some of it had lain dormant for some time, suppressed by your righteous energy, while the recent influx is evidently new, having entered less than a month ago." S. brow furrowed at this revelation. "I have been stationed at the military base, never venturing elsewhere." This caused expression to turn grave. "Military uncle, it seems we must investigate your base." "Indeed, time is of the essence. We must set out immediately," responded, urgency coursing through him. If something were amiss at the military base, it would spell trouble indeed. The base was rich in righteous energy, making it nearly impossible for malevolent entities to infiltrate. Should any have succeeded, it would indicate a formidable dark force. In other words, if the adversary could approach him, how many individuals at the base had they infected? Everyone understood the gravity of the situation, yet still had several patients requiring treatment. Therefore, he spoke, "Military uncle, you head over there first. I still have some matters to attend and I will join you shortly. Just send me the address." After which, he added with concern, "Have and accompany you, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." "Understood. Please take care of yourself," replied. They parted ways and continued to treat the remaining patients who, by all rights, should not have met their demise. However, upon reaching the last one, he found the individual had already been wheeled into the operating room. Rushing to the military base, he had no time to wait and swiftly entered the room. The operation had yet to commence. The doctors were busy preparing, and upon noticing standing there, they dropped their surgical instruments in shock. Sheepishly raised a hand in greeting as one of the interned doctors exclaimed, "Ah, it's the living messenger." This remark caused lips to twitch. "Am I supposed to be dead?" "I apologize, messenger. That was not my intention. Nor was I aiming to offend you," the intern hastily clarified. "No matter. I am here for the patient on the table. Could you please step outside and wait until I am finished?" requested, his tone carrying a diplomatic air. "Of course, we will leave at once," the lead surgeon replied, hastily putting down the surgical knife and ushering the others out. The family members waiting outside observed the doctors emerging shortly after entering, causing them to rush forward. "Doctor, how is my husband?" "Please remain calm and have a seat while you wait," the lead surgeon reassured them. But the woman, overwhelmed, sank to the ground in tears. "My husband is surely beyond saving." "Is he not?" "No, your husband can be saved. Please stand," the lead surgeon urged, but the woman remained unconvinced. "I know. I will not blame you. His injuries from the car accident are so severe that the chances of survival are slim. I just cannot accept it. He worked so hard to provide for our family. Why did he have to suddenly plunge off a cliff? Inside, approached the operating table, gazing at the once cheerful face now marred by blood, the injuries rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. He shook his head. What a small world. I never expected to save you once, only to save you again. With that, he placed his hand upon the man's head, channeling his magical energy to begin the process of healing his wounded body. Outside, the doctors waited with the family, while the vice president, upon receiving word that several patients previously declared dead had suddenly revived, hurried over. Despite undergoing various medical examinations, everything appeared normal, leading one to believe it was merely a misdiagnosis. Upon exiting the examination room, disbelief etched across his face, he awaited the arrival of the surgeon who was to perform the operation. When the doctor emerged without proceeding with further resuscitation, curiosity compelled him to inquire why the efforts had ceased. Why the halt in resuscitation? You all have come out. Who remains inside? After all, he was well aware of the gravity of the situation and the personnel involved. The attending physician smiled and replied, because there is no longer a need for resuscitation. Some bystanders, witnessing the doctor's cheerful demeanor despite the grim situation, found their tears dry up, and a woman who had been weeping stood up and slapped him across the face. I empathize with your struggles. Yet you can be so cruel and still manage to smile. What right do you have to call yourself a healer? The attending physician, stunned, touched his face in shock, only to be promptly knocked to the ground by the vice president's fist. Chapter 93. A hidden force in distress. While those emerging from the operating room wore expressions of astonishment, the rest of the crowd simmered with indignation, some pointing fingers in outrage. The vice president, his face flushed with anger, berated. Do you think this hospital could function without you? As a physician, you treat lives with such disdain. No, Vice President, you misunderstand. The envoy inside asked us to wait outside, which is why I was smiling. The attending physician protested, covering his bruised face as he rose, filled with frustration. The vice president, incredulous, asked, how is that possible? Who is this envoy, and why would they come here? It is true. We can all testify to it. A trainee doctor, still dazed from the previous events, quickly stepped forward to clarify. Inside, Emo Xian felt a mix of disbelief and annoyance. Why was someone else getting beaten for this? By the time the commotion subsided, the patient on the operating table had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Emo Xian, he paused, then managed a bittersweet smile. I never expected an envoy to accompany me even in death. I suppose my life has been worthwhile. Yet, thoughts of his wife and children plunged him into sorrow, and he lowered his head in silence. Emo Xian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right. You're still breathing. Get up and see your wife. There may have been a small misunderstanding with the attending physician. I must leave urgently. With that, he vanished before the man could respond, leaving him to pinch his thigh in disbelief. Ouch, I'm really alive. He quickly descended from the operating table and rushed toward the exit. As he opened the door, he found everyone staring at the entrance, and as he stepped outside, a figure rushed toward him. Husband? Are you really okay? Yes, the envoy just saved me, but he had to leave for some urgent matters. He mentioned there was some misunderstanding outside that I need to clarify. What exactly happened? The man asked. Bewildered, the attending physician approached, covering his right cheek. It's good that you're fine. There's no misunderstanding. You should pack up and go home. I don't believe you'll need surgery or hospitalization. Without waiting for further questions, he turned and walked away. Today had truly been miraculous, though his face still hurt as he passed by. Others offered apologies. It's all right. Everyone was just concerned for the patient. A minor misunderstanding is no issue. I'll just apply some ice when I get home. He left with a cheerful demeanor. The vice president hurried after him. So, could it be that those previously healed were indeed helped by the envoy? Vice President, what about this month's bonus? The attending physician asked, grinning with satisfaction. You'll receive double as compensation for the misunderstanding. I'll speak to the director on your behalf, the vice president assured, patting his chest. The attending physician chuckled. That's generous. After all, we are powerless against such matters. Only the envoy could work miracles. Noticing the vice president's contemplative expression, he added, the envoy bears a heavier burden than we do. While I understand your desire for patients to recover, The envoy has his reasons for his actions. If he could assist freely, the nation would not turn a blind eye. The vice president, puzzled, inquired, "Is it truly impossible to save them?" Vice President, we do not grasp the complexities of the yin-yang causal relationships, but I trust that someone with such immense abilities understands. He is consistently engaged in saving lives. If he refrains, it must be for a compelling reason. Furthermore, there remain remnants of evil that must be eradicated, which are of greater importance than the patients in our hospital. The attending physician was a perceptive individual. While he too wished for recovery, it did not mean he should ask the envoy to abandon more significant matters for their medical duties. To encounter such a being was already a stroke of fortune, a blessing for the patients. However, with so many people in the country, if healing were achievable for all, the cycle of life and death might be shattered, altering the world as it is, with the existence of the underworld. Certain rules must be adhered to. Birth, aging, illness, and death are fundamental truths. The vice president sighed. You, my friend, are more suited for the position of authority, yet you choose to remain as an attending physician. It seems a waste of talent. Not at all. I have no desire to be managed by others, the attending physician replied cheerfully as he departed. Upon reaching his own office, he finally let out a laugh. What a joke. Clearly, the financial rewards are greater than those of an attending physician, yet I would have to shoulder so much responsibility. Let those who desire it take on that burden. This month's double bonus is simply delightful. Meanwhile, Imo, following the location provided by Commander Mu, soared through the air. Upon arrival, he observed the sentinels stationed at a distance and hesitated momentarily before deciding to find a suitable spot to wait for Commander Mu. Unexpectedly, a figure from the guardhouse approached him. It was General Li, he greeted. Li uncle, you've arrived quickly. I just received Commander Mu's call and came here to wait. Come, let us go inside and assess the situation. General Li said, pulling him along. Mo Xian nodded. This was a serious matter that needed thorough investigation, and the sooner they did so, the better. Inside, Mo Xian observed rows of soldiers training vigorously, their shouts echoing with determination, as if fueled by a fierce resolve to battle. Once, he too had envied those who served, wishing to protect the homeland. Yet back then, he could only imagine it as he sought his grandfather and mother. Never imagining he would one day find himself in such a place, pursuing a dream he had longed for yet never spoken of. Perhaps, wearing a military uniform would suit him quite well? General Li chuckled. I never expected you to envy them. Serving with fervor, fighting alongside comrades, and training together undoubtedly evoked admiration. Mo Xian had been a solitary figure for far too long. Had it not been for Chan Hao's insistence on accompanying him, he would have become a true lone wolf. Now, surrounded by family and friends, everything was progressing toward a future he had once deemed impossible. Perhaps one day, after vanquishing the demons, he could lead a simple life as a soldier. As he contemplated this, he gazed at the sky, wondering when the lingering shadows would finally disappear. Mo Xian kept a vigilant watch on the military's development and terrain, soaring above each area to survey for any signs of demonic energy. His confusion deepened. If Commander Mu had already been tainted, it must be within the military base, yet he found nothing in the vicinity. Could the demonic energy be mobile? Was it an object or a person? With these thoughts swirling, he inquired, Sir, how many personnel are stationed here? Currently, there are over 100,000 troops, a considerable force, yet only 30,000 are publicly acknowledged. Some details are kept confidential to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from threatening our nation. General Li explained, gesturing toward the deepest part of the mountains. That is where the secrets lie. Mo Xian nodded. After all, the nation must conceal some of its strength for unforeseen circumstances, so he was not overly surprised. All right, let us take a look. Yes, let's get in the vehicle. General Li pointed to a military pickup truck. Once they arrived at the designated location, Mo Xian stepped out, his brow furrowed. How could this be? Chapter 94. The True Demon Soul, Thousands Sacrificed? From the outside, everything seemed fine, but upon entering, he was engulfed by a suffocating aura of demonic energy. General Li, alarmed, asked, Did you find something? Indeed, it seems many have been infected. I cannot enter openly. If they detect me and resist, the military base may face catastrophe, Mo Xian replied gravely. The pickup truck halted, and General Li immediately dialed Commander Mu. We have a situation. What happened? Mo Xian took the phone, succinctly relaying the urgency, after which they parked the vehicle beside the woods to await further instruction. Approximately an hour later, Commander Mu and his team arrived. They quickly disembarked and approached General Li. "What's the situation?" "We don't know yet. I'll head to the mountain top to assess the situation. You all wait here for a moment," General Li said, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed at the distant peak. Lu Susu and Chan Hao joined them, frowning at the mountainside. Even from afar, they could sense the magnitude of the infection. What kind of existence could manifest such a threat? The presence of so many righteous forces seemed impotent against it. As the group anxiously awaited news, Emo Xian soared back down. Commander Mu immediately met him. "What did you find?" "There is a demonic formation atop the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, beneath it lies the true soul of a demon, which is currently awakening," Emo Xian reported with a serious expression. "What happens if the true demon soul awakens?" Commander Mu's anxiety heightened. They had 8,000 elite soldiers dedicated to protecting the homeland, a significant portion of the nation's hidden strength. Gathering such skilled troops was no easy feat, and he had not dared to be negligent over the years. If they succumbed to demonic influence, would it be too late to counteract it like before? Emo Xian frowned. The dilemma is that this demon has gained its own consciousness. If it senses something amiss, it will absorb the life force of those inside, leaving only corpses behind. I suspect it has already detected my presence, indicating that the true demon is formidable, surpassing any adversary we've encountered. For many years, while he absorbed the vitality below, he also became infused with the righteous energy of the heavens. Thus his spirit might have already attained the ability to exist independently from his physical form. The pressing concern now lies in how to extricate so many individuals from beneath his watchful gaze. Otherwise, should a confrontation erupt, I cannot guarantee their safety. Upon hearing this, Commander Mu staggered, utterly unprepared for such gravity. After all, we are dealing with tens of thousands of soldiers. How can we ensure their preservation? Why was this location chosen? Would a different setting have yielded a different outcome? Emo Xian perceived the weight of his guilt and offered words of comfort. "Uncle Commander, what has transpired is beyond your control. The choice of location was not yours. You are merely managing the situation. Moreover, the malevolent force likely did not arrive until after your selection, and it seems more akin to being brought here by someone else. Although there are formations surrounding the area, they are not entirely complete, and only after the construction of a building was this gap in the formations addressed. Are you suggesting that someone acted with intent?" Commander Mu grasped the crux of the matter. "Indeed, this individual must be identified by you, and their plans must remain undisclosed," Emo Xian replied with gravity. After exchanging glances with General Li, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding. They then returned to their vehicle to deliberate further. "Uncle Commander, you are currently afflicted by the demonic aura and should refrain from making an appearance. Only the chief, whom I previously treated and has been largely absent due to injuries, is suitable to step forward now. His involvement would be both safer and more appropriate." Emo Xian sought to dissuade him from taking unnecessary risks. After all, should he reveal himself, the demon might become aware that the situation here had been thoroughly understood, leading to a counterattack that could jeopardize everyone's lives. Commander Mu nodded in agreement. "Very well, Old Li, you go that way. I will contact you via phone to request substantial reinforcements. I will reach out to Old Lin and have him create a significant stir with the younger members of the Lin family, ideally garnering national attention. This will provide us with a pretext to mobilize our forces, claiming that we will be seeking additional thousands to avoid being caught unprepared in the future. Now that our presence has been revealed to others, we still need to conceal some individuals." General Li nodded in affirmation. "Understood. I will await developments here. Any movement on their end and I will initiate action." "All right, I will contact my grandfather," Emo Xian stated before exiting the vehicle to make a phone call. After a while, he re-entered the vehicle, observing their inquiring gazes and spoke. "Fortuitously, we have had some luck. My father and mother were out shopping and happened upon an individual tainted by the demonic aura. They proceeded to follow him and have now located the lair. Although it may not be entirely accurate, there are still over 1,000 present. It resembles a small town, hence tens of thousands of troops can be justified without arousing undue suspicion." Turning to Chan Hao, he continued, "Haozi, continue to support Susu and broadcast live, amplifying the situation. Additionally, publicly declare that my magical powers have been depleted from rescuing individuals and that I am currently recuperating. After all, Dispelling the true dragon's demonic transformation indeed requires considerable magical energy, which is not a falsehood. Those unfamiliar with my capabilities will not suspect any deception. Chunhao nodded. But what about you? Can you manage alone? I am not alone. Look outside, Emo Xin replied, raising an eyebrow to indicate the scene beyond the window. Outside, the jubilant, swirling Longquan's sword danced, tightly clasped by a small dragon whose bright eyes seemed to suggest it was ready to unleash its potential at any moment. Chunhao, still apprehensive, inquired, the Longquan is certainly reliable, but is that mouse-sized dragon truly effective? What if it simply gets stepped on upon entry? While it appeared fearsome in its demonic form, its current diminutive state was hardly reassuring. The little dragon, overhearing this, immediately expressed its discontent. Who are you underestimating? I am a true dragon, cultivated for millennia, and a Qinglong at that. Indeed, that is impressive. I just wonder whether you might become a liability. Chunhao concurred. The small dragon, hands on its hips, stood atop the Longquan sword, exuding an air of readiness to demonstrate its prowess, while Emo Xin lightly admonished, you are here to assist. Do not let any hints slip prematurely, lest you end up accompanying the deceased. Those words prompted the little dragon to cling tightly to the Longquan sword, turning away in silence as if feeling quite aggrieved. Haozi, you must set off quickly. We cannot afford to waste time. The limit for holding out until dawn is fast approaching. Understood, Xuanzi, take care, Chunhao replied as he exited the vehicle, soaring away with Lu Susu, as traveling by car would be too slow. Emo Xin turned to Commander Mu. For now, find a concealed location to command operations without involving military personnel. You might enlist Uncle Qin and Uncle Lin for collaboration, which should prove easier. Thank you for your hard work. You must save those children as if they were your own kin, Commander Mu responded, this time speaking not as a leader but as a concerned elder. Those children have families. They defend our homeland and cannot perish before accomplishing anything. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards their parents, a burden heavier than death itself. Chapter 95. Prepared for the fiery abyss. Emo Xin nodded solemnly at him. And once the others departed, he withdrew his gaze, took out his phone, and dialed the King of Hell. At that moment, the King of Hell, merrily dividing merits and faith with the Earth God, glanced at his phone upon seeing Emo Xin's name and immediately answered with a cheerful tone. What is it? Xiner? Uncle Yin. I trust your recent broadcasts have been thriving? Mo Xin teased. Thriving? More than that. It's equivalent to years of my hard work. I never anticipated that the people from the mortal realm would be so generous. The King of Hell replied, beaming. Mo Xin continued. I'm glad to hear that, but if you wish to acquire more merits, there is a significant event occurring in Weicheng. Perhaps you should consider attending. I have already sent Xuanzi there. The larger the event, the more advantageous it will be for you. Have you discovered another nest? The King of Hell inquired, his joy tempered by the understanding that such places inevitably harbor calamities. And while no one had been harmed, the sacrifice of others was not a positive occurrence, leaving him uncertain of how to express his feelings. The Earth God interjected. Merits can always be divided later. You should focus on handling the matter at hand without letting your foundation turn into karma. Very well, please keep an eye on things for me, the King of Hell instructed before vanishing from sight. With the black and white impermanents grabbing their live-streaming equipment and setting off in pursuit. The emissary had urged them to amplify the situation, and this method would undoubtedly prove effective. Moreover, live streaming was a rapid means of accruing merits. Upon comprehending the situation, the King of Hell was astonished, prompting him to directly tag the owner of Yunin, who had previously sent him a private message. Previously contemplating when another wave of traffic might surge, he was taken aback to receive a private message from the King of Hell, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Having operated from the shadows, this was the first time he had contacted such a significant figure, previously relegated to a mere sycophant. How considerate of the King of Hell to remember him. Lost in thought, he had yet to respond when the King of Hell sent a video call. Frantically, he tidied his hair. Just as he was about to accept the call, he heard a voice from behind. So, you're not answering or replying because you're primping for my call? The owner of Yunin turned around to find the King of Hell accompanied by the black and white impermanents. Nearly losing his footing in shock. No. I was merely a bit nervous, unable to believe it was you summoning me. He forced himself to remain composed. The King of Hell got straight to the point. I wish to broadcast live, creating the biggest stir possible. You will funnel all traffic to that brat Shen Hao and me, and promote it accordingly. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, no problem. I have been preparing numerous edits of your content these past few days. I can immediately distribute them across major platforms to attract viewers. As soon as you go live, those links will draw people in. The owner of Yunin responded, his anxiety palpable. He quickly added, the officials have also agreed to release it, so I trust you will be satisfied. How soon can we go live? Get ready quickly. I will start the broadcast in 10 minutes. Thank you for your efforts. The King of Hell replied, clearly pleased. Understood. The owner of Yunin responded before hastily exiting the office, calling out to the large open workspace, get to work, everyone. In 10 minutes, the King of Hell will be going live. Those seated at their computers immediately began typing furiously, their fingers dancing over keyboards, and the clicking of mice echoed as they prepared pre-written video covers. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, punctuated by exhilarating music and commentary from the videos. Suddenly, a wave of this content inundated the feeds of those who had been mindlessly scrolling through Yunin's videos, each new offering more captivating than the last. Among the commentary, they humorously discussed the emissaries, the King of Hell, Chen Hao, and the Yin Yang Masters. Soon, another surge of videos appeared, showcasing Emo Xian grappling with a dragon amidst thunder and lightning, followed by footage of his mother effortlessly catching the dragon's horn. Cheers erupted from viewers. Before long, another round of commentary began, highlighting the dangers posed by the demons and amplifying the situation considerably. The officials, upon seeing the news, promptly disseminated the content they had prepared with Yunin, which included various high-profile condemnations of the demons and the harrowing experiences of the victims' families. This heightened awareness allowed the public to grasp that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. While the emissaries effortlessly managed the crises, the efforts behind the scenes remained obscured. However, viewers now witnessed a collective of individuals undertaking their missions, navigating the treacherous abyss of darkness, battling bravely, and risking their lives to save others. This wave of content was executed with remarkable precision, as the King of Hell monitored the back-end data from within the office of the owner of Yunin. He is unable to comprehend. Yet Boss Yunin is always there to provide explanations. Observing the results and comments, which are quite favorable, he feels reassured. Shinner suggests making a big fuss, so they shall indeed make a grand spectacle, even if it means putting on a bold front. Moreover, this live broadcast is quite promising, especially with those individuals. If they truly become possessed, how many injustices would accumulate in the underworld? The mere thought of it gives him a headache, prompting him to hastily depart towards the location of the broadcast. Meanwhile, Chen Hao is also nearly ready and begins the live stream the moment he arrives. Soon, numerous netizens flood in, all expressing their appreciation for his efforts, leaving Chen Hao and Lu Susu momentarily bewildered. They have yet to say anything, so why this sudden acknowledgement of their hard work? Some netizens notice their confusion and clarify in the comments. Although the conversation is somewhat chaotic, Chen Hao manages to grasp the crux of the matter. Previously worried about the potential lack of engagement in his stream, he now realizes those concerns were unfounded. While he ponders this, a commercial vehicle halts by the roadside, from which emerges a cameraman alongside reporter Qian. Chen Hao's lips twitch. Reporter Qian, you can't possibly be a dog, can you? Your nose is so keen. It must be Boss Yunin who informed him in advance. Reporter Qian chuckles in response, aware that Chen Hao's surprise is not meant as an insult. He has often been rescued by Chen Hao at various scenes, so he feels no fear. On the contrary, their relationship has remained amicable. Why don't you two head back? This time, things might get a bit out of hand, Chen Hao implies, hinting he may not have time to assist them later. Reporter Qian shakes his head. I cannot always enjoy the benefits while being cowardly. Today, we are prepared for whatever comes, ready to escalate matters. The bigger the issue, the better the outcome. Chen Hao understands. They must have received directives, perhaps from the television station or an official source. Having media presence is undoubtedly advantageous, considering many older viewers may not watch Yunin. Just then, a resounding explosion erupts from the town, shaking the ground beneath them. Chen Hao glances back and exclaims loudly, "This is bad. There's an emergency. Reporter Qian, you must leave quickly." Chapter 96. Let us light an incense for you. I grieve for you for 3 seconds at this moment. On Emo Xian's side, he has been waiting until Chen Hao's live stream opens, where he is astonished to see a demon general appear. This is a true demon, unlike the previously infected true dragon. thus possessing a far stronger demonic essence, significantly affecting human hearts. General Lee is startled by the ominous mist. Is it serious over there? It's fine. My parents are here, along with numerous members of the Lin family. If worst comes to worst, we still have Chen Hao and Susu. We should commence our actions as well, Emo Xian replies, changing into a military uniform from his pickup truck. Emerging from the woods, he swiftly performs a hand gesture. The changes of heaven and earth are before me. My form is an illusion in the eyes of man. Myriad transformations are embedded in dual sight. No one shall remember my visage. With his incantation complete, General Lee watches as Emo Xian, who once had long hair, transforms into an ordinary soldier, utterly unremarkable, lacking any memorable facial features. His imposing aura dissipates, rendering him just another faceless soldier, devoid of any notable traits. Observing his demeanor, Emo Xian stands at attention. Good day, Commander. May I inquire what orders you have? This further enhances his soldierly appearance, prompting General Lee to rub his hands together. Very good. I didn't expect you to reach such a level, ha ha ha. Let us set off immediately. Previously somewhat concerned, he now feels reassured that as long as Emo Xian remains unrecognizable, they should encounter no significant issues. This time, Emo Xian takes the wheel, and as he nears the military encampment, he senses a faint black aura trailing behind him. Once the vehicle halts, the dark mist coils around his ankles. He neither drives it away nor takes any unnecessary actions. This demonic energy does not immediately invade but seems to be biding its time. As Emo Xian follows General Lee, he contemplates what allows this dark energy to effortlessly infiltrate a soldier's body. After all, it cannot enter him immediately. There must be something he is overlooking. He scans the surroundings, noticing many individuals in training, some falling and fighting. Observing those exhausted on the ground, Emo Xian focuses intently, realizing the demonic aura is far more concentrated around those lying down than those standing. Moreover, those stationed on armored vehicles are nearly devoid of the black mist, causing his eyes to brighten. He takes out his phone to send a message to General Lee. Upon seeing this, Lee turns back, momentarily surprised, then nods in understanding. Once they reach the office, Emo Xian snaps his fingers, enveloping them in a small formation. Before softly stating, "We should extend the plan. Let the soldiers do nothing and have them all sleep. They can rest well first." "What have you discovered?" General Lee inquires, intrigued by Emo Xian's earlier mention of a finding. "I realize that as long as they are off the ground and full of energy, their righteous aura is at its peak. Thus the demonic energy struggles to invade us. So, as long as they eat well and sleep enough, they can withstand most of it. Additionally, since the military vehicles do not touch the ground, it significantly aids in expelling the demonic energy from their bodies, preventing them from being sacrificed." Hearing this, General Lee beams. "Excellent. I shall relay this immediately." Without delay, he picks up the office phone and dials out. "Relay this message. Tomorrow there will be a brutal battle. Today, all training is to cease, and everyone must eat and sleep well, no exceptions." Soon, the shouts of training outside gradually fade, and returning teams of soldiers, burdened with weights, head happily to the mess hall, before obediently going to sleep under the guidance of their leaders. Accustomed to high-intensity training, they find themselves utterly exhausted and quickly drift into slumber. Emo Xian stands by the window, watching as the black demonic energy retreats bit by bit from the soldiers' quarters. Although the current sleep may not make the change immediately apparent, it confirms the reliability of this approach. General Lee's eyes inquire about the situation, and upon seeing Emo Xian nod, he smiles. He takes out his phone to message the ever-patient Commander Mu, who quickly responds with a laughing emoji, indicating his delight. Meanwhile, Emo Xian and General Lee begin to rest in the office, though Lee keeps an eye on the live stream. They have the volume turned up high, with Emo Xian feigning sleep while deliberately releasing his righteous aura. Causing the mist around his feet to dissipate, he gradually succumbs to sleep, relishing the rare comfort of lying down, a sensation he hasn't enjoyed in days. At this moment, the netizens are not idle. Having been informed of a holiday tomorrow, they must watch the live stream today. Thus they flock into the broadcast room to express their gratitude. However, upon entering, they are taken aback. What the heck? Is it the apocalypse? What are all those dark figures? Bro, those are demon generals, capable of phasing through their bodies. I hear their physical combat strength is even greater. Really? What would happen if they broke free? Is this town doomed? Not at all. Look, the host and King Yin are present, along with so many from the Lin family. Most importantly, the emissary's parents are at the forefront. Super cool. Just look at how fluidly they fight. Am I the only one who thinks the demon general is getting thoroughly beaten? Bro, it's true. They're in a relentless chase, unable to escape. And then why not just kill them? Where's the emissary? Chen Hao, seeing this barrage of comments, immediately responds. Xuanzi consumed too much mana during the last demon eradication and is still in recovery. For now, we must handle this ourselves. Yes, Shinner put in tremendous effort to successfully eliminate that demon last time. King Yin adds proudly. The comments from netizens flood in wildly. Yes, definitely the uncle who dotes on the emissary, even closer than a biological uncle. King Yin boasts. Family who understands. It's tough to maintain this facade. It's quite a burden on me. Hey, are you hoping to report to the afterlife at midnight? How dare you tease King Yin like that? But I like it, haha. Right. The emissary is tired and needs rest. We must be considerate. Quickly light some incense while watching the live stream, and do it sincerely. Upon seeing this comment, King Yin immediately agrees. Yes. Go light some incense, and don't forget to offer one for me as well. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who thinks King Yin came here specifically for us to light incense and pay our respects? Your intuition is rather unnecessary. King Yin is quite straightforward. There is no need for you to speculate. Exactly, everyone hurry and kneel in reverence. Sincerity is key. Following this comment, a chorus of agreement arises. And soon the chat quiets down. Noticing the viewer count remains stable, King Yin soon feels the influx of belief power and nods with satisfaction. It's worth my daily toil from dawn till dusk. Beside him, the cameraman Xiaobayan remarks, Lord Yin, we only emerge at night. Is that the only thing you can say? King Yin glares at him in annoyance. Ha ha ha, Lord Bai Wuchang has been scolded. Let me light a stick of incense for you too. I feel for you for 3 seconds. Fan Wujiao, standing in front of the camera, gazes longingly, his silence speaking volumes. Before the netizens can respond,